Chapter 1 Charming. Hiss. In his sleep, Xu Yang only felt a hot and wet breath spraying on his ears. The tingling feeling made his body uncontrollably excited. He suddenly opened his eyes. Sure enough, it was the woman from last night. At this moment, she was lying on him, looking at him with a dazed look. That charming face still seemed to be drunk from last night. It seems that all this is not a dream, I am really reborn. This was the first thought in Xu Yang's mind. He only remembered that when he was climbing Mount Everest, Xin Xia secretly untied the safety rope and pushed him off the cliff. Xin Xia, his fiancée. She is also a well-known financial beauty in the financial world. He still couldn't figure it out. He was about to get married to the other party. He was even prepared to hand over the billions of dollars he had earned through hard work for half his life to the other party. Why does the other party want to harm himself? You should know that as the founder of Tianyang Capital, his net worth has exceeded 10 billion yuan, and he is also a well-known model man in the financial field. Marrying myself doesn't seem like a bad idea, right? Just when Xu Yang was puzzled, he heard a moan and felt a smooth and soft touch. That woman actually took the initiative to come up and wrap her body around him. Seeing the other person's charming expression, the spring water in her beautiful eyes seemed to overflow. Xu Yang couldn't bear it any longer, and he directly hugged the other person tightly into his arms. An hour later, the woman finally fell asleep with a satisfied smile on her face. Xu Yang looked at the time and it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. The two of them had gone crazy more than once last night. The sustained combat capability is quite strong. Looking at that extremely soft and beautiful face, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Such a perfect woman actually needs to come out for excitement? If she just nods, there will probably be countless men willing to be her lickers. Thinking of the pleasure that just penetrated deep into his bones, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before his rebirth, he had always been a model good man and had never touched many women, so the feeling just now was something he had never experienced before. On the first day of my rebirth, I have this kind of good fortune. It seems that God is kind to me. Holding this nearly perfect body in his arms, Xu Yang's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Ah! Early in the morning, in the Fall in Love with Her couple hotel, a woman's scream was heard. The scream was so loud that it shook the sky and woke Xu Yang up immediately. Xu Yang opened his eyes and saw the woman from last night looking at him with a pale face in panic. She was still holding the quilt in her hands, wrapping her body tightly. You, who are you? Why am I here? My beautiful lady, you were the one who came to me yesterday, and you were the one who took the initiative in bed. You didn't forget everything, did you? Xu Yang was speechless. Last night, I was drinking in the Absolute Zero bar, and this woman took the initiative to sit opposite me. Although the other party was a little drunk at the time, it was indeed he who took the initiative. Later, she even touched him passionately. Otherwise, with his self-control, it is impossible for him to bring a woman to the hotel so casually. I took the initiative? After hearing Xu Yang's words, the woman's face became even uglier, and she frowned, thinking about something. As if she vaguely remembered what happened last night, her pretty face turned pale and she stood there in a daze. Looking at the other person's dull expression, Xu Yang shook his head helplessly and lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. After a long time, the woman finally woke up from her daze, and her expression had returned to calm. He raised his head and looked at Xu Yang, expressionless, and said, "Turn around." What? Xu Yang was stunned. The woman's face turned even colder. I need to put on my clothes, please turn around. I've seen everything I need to see, what else is there to be afraid of? Okay, I'll turn around. Before he could finish his words, he felt the other party looking at him with murderous eyes, and Xu Yang could only turn away helplessly. A few minutes later, the woman put on her clothes, picked up her bag, and walked straight out the door. Just as she reached the door, she remembered something, turned around and stared at Xu Yang coldly, her voice icy. There will be no relationship between us from now on. Besides, I don't want anyone to know what happened last night. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for Xu Yang to reply. Fuck, wasn't it last night when you took the initiative to ask me to pull my clothes off? You really don't recognize me once you put on your pants. Xu Yang stood up speechlessly, complaining while putting on his clothes. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a patch of bright red on the bedsheet. His eyes suddenly froze and he stood there in a daze. What the hell? How is this possible? Chapter 2 Department and Campus Bells. In the end, I didn't figure out what was going on. Putting the matter of that woman out of his mind, Xu Yan walked out of the hotel, looking at Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics not far away. Xu Yang finally confirmed that he was truly reborn. Walking in the familiar campus, looking at the young figures around him and feeling the breath of youthful hormones, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would come back again. Former beautiful teachers and schoolgirls, how are you? Hey! Xu Yang! A voice came from not far away, and Xu Yang couldn't help but look up. I saw two girls standing not far away. The leading girl was wearing a white dress. She has fair skin, long hair that falls to her shoulders, and a delicate oval face, which is very beautiful. Coupled with some light makeup, she would be absolutely lethal to most boys in college. When Xu Yang saw this girl, he was obviously stunned. Some memories came back to my mind again. In his previous life, he only pursued two women. I pursued a girl for 4 years in college, but she kept keeping me hanging with the words I don't plan to have a relationship in college. I thought that true love could move the other person. But I didn't expect that on the day of graduation, the other party would get directly into a middle-aged man's BMW. The other one is the financial beauty Qin Xia, whom he met after he worked hard and suffered a lot and finally successfully founded Tianyang Capital. It was this girl, seemingly as pure as snow, who made him believe in love again. But I never expected it. When he trusted the other party the most, he was pushed into a cliff by the other party. Good men get good rewards? What a fucking irony. Xu Yan looked at the beautiful girl in a white dress not far away and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. That's right. This person is none other than Zhang Xiaoying, the beauty from the finance department of the College of Finance and Economics whom he had pursued for 4 years during college. Xu Yang, I may have said something a bit harsh that day, but I'm really not ready for a relationship right now. Zhang Xiaoying walked up to Xu Yang, glanced at the boy who had not attended class for 2 days after being rejected by her, and said calmly, "But it's my birthday tonight, you can come to my birthday party." Birthday party? If it was Xu Yang from the previous life, he would definitely be extremely excited after hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words and would be revived to full health instantly. Then he prepares birthday gifts for the other person like a dog. It's a pity that the current Xu Yang is no longer the original Xu Yang. After hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. I remember in my last life. The other party uses this method, neither accepting nor rejecting, and occasionally giving himself fantasies. I wasted my 4 entire years of college on her. At the same time, waste. There is also a large part of my living expenses and the hard-earned money from part-time jobs. Have a meal. Cell phone. Clothing. There are also various brands of cosmetics. Gave so much. As a result, throughout the 4 years of college, I only held her hand a few times. But on the day of graduation, the other party got into the passenger seat of a BMW without hesitation. From that day on, I felt like I was reborn and started to work hard. Hey, Xu Yang. Seeing Xu Yang standing there without saying anything, Lunana on the side became a little impatient. Did you hear that? Our Xiaoying is having a birthday party at the Jinsha restaurant tonight. Don't forget to prepare a gift. Gift? Really? Xu Yang's mouth curled up a little, thinking of Zhang Xiaoying's gold worship, and nodded after a little thought. Okay, I'll be there on time. That's more like it. Lunana muttered something, then moved closer to Xu Yang and whispered. Xiaoying wants to buy an Apple phone recently, it's up to you. After saying that, she pulled Zhang Xiaoying towards the teaching building. Fruit phone? Xu Yan was slightly stunned. At this moment, everything that happened in his previous life flooded into his mind like electronic images. Wait, what's going on? Showing a movie? Xu Yang felt the clear picture in his mind, which was exactly the same as the video playback, and he was stunned there. Even every detail of his and Qin Xia's love performance in bed was extremely clear, including every intoxicated expression of the other person. Sensitive reactions in every part of the body. Even the soul-stirring sound. Shit, is this the benefit of being reborn? Hiss. Feeling the explosive reaction of this young body, Xu Yan took a deep breath. I quickly put my hand in my pocket and pressed. Thinking of what Lunana had just said about the fruit phone and birthday party, Xu Yang made a quick comparison in his mind and instantly confirmed that he had been reborn and returned to 2012. He is a sophomore at Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics. At this time, he was still pursuing Jiang Xiaoying madly. Today is Jiang Xiaoying's birthday. In the last life, that is today. He scraped together money from everywhere, even using up his own living expenses for the next few months, and barely scraped together enough money to buy Jiang Xiaoying a Fruit 4S. But at the birthday party in the evening, the other party disliked him because he didn't have the latest model of Fruit 5. Jiang Xiaoying even accepted a piece of fruit from a schoolboy in front of him. Then I was cold to him for several months. It was not until Christmas that he saved money from working and bought a set of high-end cosmetics for the other party, and Jiang Xiaoying paid attention to him again. That's quite lickable. Thinking of himself back then, Xu Yang was speechless. Look, it's that infatuated guy Xu Yang. What infatuation? He's just a dog licker. Hee, look at him, he's like a dog, so pitiful. Hey, you know what, this licker is quite handsome. A few girls passed by and pointed at Xu Yang. Xu Yang finally came to his senses and felt like crying after hearing what they said. Is this how I was seen by others? Ha, it seems that being a good man is really what dogs do. Thinking back to his miserable life and his previous life, Xu Yang couldn't help but want to slap himself. Shit, since God has given me a chance to be reborn, I absolutely cannot live this life in vain like my last one. A birthday present? Thinking of Jiang Xiaoying's birthday party in the evening, a playful smile appeared on Xu Yang's lips. Just then, the girls saw a figure not far away and hurriedly left in panic. Ah, it's senior sister Yi Xiaozhu, let's go quickly. I saw a beautiful figure with an air of immortality slowly walking downstairs of the library not far away. She is 170 centimeters tall. A simple plain white skirt. Snow white, straight, slender calves and a high ponytail. The skin on her face is as white as snow, and her delicate features are extremely cold and pure. It gives people a sense of distance that can only be viewed from a distance. It makes people feel more inferior. Compared with Jiang Xiaoying just now, this one is obviously more than one level higher in both appearance and temperament. The president of the student union of the School of Finance is also known by many as the school's #1 beauty. Yi Xiaozhu. But when Xu Yang saw this goddess from the finance college, he was stunned. Whom? General Manager Yi? Chapter 3, Bad Girls Don't Waste. His eyes fell on Yi Xiaozhu's delicate, flawless, and cold face. Xu Yang couldn't help feeling a little dazed. For a moment, he couldn't be sure whether this was the previous life before rebirth or the life after rebirth. Because the person in front of him was the general manager of Tianyang Capital's Magic City branch in the previous life. His direct subordinates. She was also a working queen who was already quite famous in the financial field of China at that time. Remember the last life. This business goddess joined Tianyang Capital after being completely defeated by herself in the share market and made great contributions to the successful expansion of Tianyang Capital. No one would have thought that. This extremely proud goddess of business, despite her ascetic appearance, actually has a submissive nature that desires to be conquered. Thinking of how the other party treated him differently in his previous life, Xu Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Seeing Xu Yang staring at him blankly, a hint of disgust flashed across Yi Xiaozhu's cold eyes, and she walked quickly towards the girls' dormitory building. Looking at Yi Xiaozhu's beautiful back, Xu Yang could only smile bitterly. You can't just go up to the other person and tell him that I'll be your boss in a few years, right? I'm afraid he'll think I'm a psychopath and give me a slap in the face. Xu Yang had already vaguely remembered it. It seems that this person did study undergraduate at the same college as me, but was 2 grades higher than me. Moreover, the other party is not only extremely beautiful, but also a famous super female academic master in the School of Finance. Even before graduation, he was admitted to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Coupled with her inherently transcendent temperament, she stands out from the entire academy. When they were in college in their previous life, there was a huge gap between the two and they had never had any intersection. Xu Yang didn't think any more about it. He had just been reborn, and there were still many more important things for him to do. Now I have a clear memory of my last life, coupled with many years of entrepreneurial experience and vision. It shouldn't be a problem to add a few zeros to the wealth figures of your previous life. What's more, it is now 2012, the golden age of mobile internet development. Some things that could not be done before can now be planned in advance. Thinking back to the last life, Chinese technology companies were always forcibly blocked by the United States and suppressed using various means. Xu Yang couldn't help but sneer at the condescending and arrogant attitude of those foreigners. Since I have a second chance to live my life, I have to do something. As soon as he entered the dormitory, a burly boy came up and hooked his shoulder. Yangzi, why didn't you come back last night? Do you want me to have a drink with you? Chu Yang's heart was shocked when he heard this familiar voice. The other person was the big brother in the dormitory and also his best friend in his previous life, Zhou Wei. In his previous life, he was thrown into prison for a woman and never got out. Now seeing the other person's energetic young figure again, one can imagine how excited Chu Yang is. What's wrong, Yangzi? Zhou Wei noticed that Chu Yang's expression was a little strange and thought it was because of Jiang Xiaoying. Fuck, isn't she just a woman? Honestly, Yangzi, what's so good about Jiang Xiaoying? She just relies on her beauty and is as proud as a rooster every day. But I heard that she has a birthday tonight. If you don't have enough money, I have some. Only then did Chu Yang come back to his senses. He gave Zhou Wei a grateful smile, then patted his pocket and showed a confident expression. Thanks, Wei Ge, but I won't need it. I have enough money here. Hey, it looks like our brother Yang is planning to bleed a lot this time. Another thin boy came over and said with a smile. Brother Yang, I heard you want to buy a fruit machine for your goddess. Do you want me to contact you? There will definitely be a discount. The boy's name is Chen Xiaokong, he is from southern Fujian and he likes to do some small business at school. It covers all kinds of food, drinks, daily necessities, electronic products, and healthcare products. What impressed Chu Yang the most was, in his previous life, this guy actually pimped for those obstetrics and gynecology hospitals. He specializes in introducing those young couples in school who accidentally get pregnant to this place. He makes a lot of money from it. No need for cell phones. Chu Yang shook his head. But Xiaokong, I heard that you have some connections with the Minnan Chamber of Commerce. Can you do me a favor? I heard that the Minnan Chamber of Commerce has opened a large car dealership in the financial center. I want to rent a car for use at night. Borrow a car? After hearing Chu Yang's words, Chen Xiaokong was stunned. Although it was unclear how Chu Yang knew that he knew someone from the Minnan Chamber of Commerce. But he still shook his head without hesitation. I'm sorry, Brother Yang, I'm not very familiar with them, so I really can't help you. 2,000 a night, plus I fill up the gas tank. Without waiting for Chen Xiaokong to finish, Chu Yang smiled. 2,000 yuan? Hearing this number, Chen Xiaokong was immediately excited. He had some knowledge of the car rental prices in the market, and this price was definitely high. That's right, but the car can't be too low grade, it'd better be a luxury brand. Chu Yang nodded and added. Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll call Mr. Zhang to ask. Chen Xiaokong still couldn't resist the temptation, picked up his phone and walked aside to make a call. What Chu Yang said was right, he was indeed very familiar with the people from the Minnan Chamber of Commerce. One of his distant cousins is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, many private hospitals, gas stations, and car rental companies throughout the city of Hangzhou are businesses of the Minnan Chamber of Commerce. After a while, Chen Xiaokong hung up the phone and came back, saying excitedly, Brother Yang, it's done. Mr. Zhang said he can arrange a BMW 5 Series for you, but you can't drive it yourself. You have to let a driver from the car dealership drive you. No problem. Chu Yang nodded and said it would be better if there was a driver. Chu Yang, why did you rent a car? It's not for Jiang Xiaoying's birthday, right? Zhou Wei and others looked at each other, wondering why Chu Yang suddenly went from buying a mobile phone to renting a car. Chu Yang smiled slightly, but didn't explain anything. These brothers now clearly have no idea of the power of a luxury car. Money is not for women to spend, but for women to see. After all, this sentence has not yet become popular on the internet. In addition to this sentence, Chu Yang was more impressed by another sentence. Don't let down a good girl. Bad girls don't waste it. 6 o'clock in the evening. Jinsha restaurant on the side of the School of Finance and Economics. Wow, this restaurant is so beautiful, much better than the place where Chu Yang invited us to dinner last time. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, several girls' eyes sparkled. Of course, this was arranged by senior brother Ma Zicheng specifically for Xiaoying. And this Jinsha restaurant is the most high-end Western restaurant nearby. It's certainly not comparable to those small restaurants. Besides, senior brother Ma Zicheng's family owns a restaurant chain company, with several branches in Hangzhou. How can a poor student like Chu Yang compare to them? Lunana looked like she understood, and then joked to Jiang Xiaoying beside her. Xiaoying, senior brother Ma Ziqiang has spent a lot of time and effort on you, why don't you go with him tonight? He. After hearing what Lu Nana said, Zhang Xiaoying couldn't help but feel moved. Ma Ziqiang is a well-known young man in the music department and one of her suitors. Although he is not as good-looking as Chu Yang and has had more girlfriends, his family conditions are really good. When I was a sophomore, my family bought me a Honda sedan. It is said that the bags he gave to his girlfriend were all Donkey brand. It is far from what Chu Yang can compare to, whose monthly living expenses are only a few hundred yuan. I didn't expect that the other party spent so much time on me this time. As soon as they reached the door of the box, a short and fat boy in Adidas sportswear came up to them with a bouquet of roses. It was Ma Ziqiang. Xiaoying, happy birthday to you. Thanks. Zhang Xiaoying blushed slightly and took the rose. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's pretty face and seductive appearance, Ma Ziqiang couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his eyes widened. I thought to myself that I must defeat the other party tonight. According to his experience, for a girl like Zhang Xiaoying, as long as he shows a certain level of strength, he will have no trouble winning her over. When it comes to showing off one's strength, who in the entire finance institute can compare to him? Thinking of this, Ma Ziqiang directly asked a few girls to sit down. Then he deliberately slammed the car keys in his hand on the table and shouted to the waiter. Waiter, bring one portion of each of your signature dishes. There are so many of us, and if there are not enough dishes, there won't be enough for us to eat. The waitress looked a little embarrassed when she heard this, and politely reminded. Excuse me, sir. Our restaurant is a French restaurant. We usually order according to the number of people in the room. Each person gets a separate portion. Forehead. Ma Ziqiang was a little embarrassed. It was obvious that he had never eaten Western food. The reason why I chose this restaurant today is because Lu Nana strongly recommended it, saying that it is very high-end. The waiter kindly reminded, Sir, you can order a pasta steak set meal, which includes the main course and staple food. Okay, I want this noodle and steak set meal, one for each person. Ma Ziqiang nodded quickly, and in order to pretend that he understood, he added another sentence. By the way, cook that steak medium rare. I always thought it was just the right doneness when I ate it before. Medium rare? The waiter was speechless, but he often encountered such customers who pretended to know everything, so he could only nod politely and leave. Zhang Xiaoying and Lu Nana looked at each other with strange expressions. Although they rarely eat Western food, they saw on the internet some time ago that there are only well done, medium rare, medium well, medium rare, etc. for steak, but there is no such thing as ate well. However, Zhang Xiaoying glanced at the Toyota car key on the table again, and the slight discomfort she had just felt disappeared instantly, and her eyes towards Ma Ziqiang became gentle again. Feeling Zhang Xiaoying's gentle gaze, Ma Ziqiang was overjoyed and handed a beautiful handbag to her. Xiaoying, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you, the latest model of fruit phone. Having said that, he looked straight at Zhang Xiaoying, and his voice became extremely gentle. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. I've liked you for a long time, can you be my girlfriend? After listening to Ma Ziqiang's words and seeing the latest model of the Fruit 5 in front of me, Zhang Xiaoying was stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so direct. At the same time, she was a little conflicted. After all, she has always wanted to find a rich second-generation boyfriend. Although Ma Ziqiang is not a real rich second generation, he is much better than most boys. At least he is not comparable to a poor boy like Chu Yang. Besides, how easy is it to meet a real rich young man? Just when Zhang Xiaoying was blushing and considering whether to agree to the other party, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. I saw a girl pointing out the window with an incredible expression on her face. Look, is that person Chu Yang? Chapter 4 Freedom and Love. The private room for several people is located on the second floor, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows you can just see the street in front of the restaurant. Chu Yang? Zhang Xiaoying couldn't help but look out the window, and then she was stunned. In the evening glow, a champagne-colored BMW stretched sedan slowly stopped in front of the restaurant. The blue sky and white clouds logo in the middle of the rear of the car looks extremely dazzling. The driver got out of the car quickly and opened the back door with great respect. Then a man in a navy blue suit got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Seeing that familiar figure, Lu Nana's eyes widened. Xiaoying, then, that wouldn't be Chu Yang, right? Chu Yang? How is that possible? Absolutely not. Zhang Xiaoying shook her head without hesitation. Chu Yang knows better than anyone else. Not to mention riding in a BMW, I usually can't even afford to take a taxi. Moreover, a person may look similar, but his temperament is difficult to imitate. The temperament of that man just now is simply not something an ordinary college student can possess. How could it be him? It's just that the two of them look a bit alike. By the way, why hasn't Chu Yang arrived yet? The waiter has already started serving the food. Should we still wait for him? No need to wait for him, let's eat ours. Before Jiang Xiaoying finished speaking, the door of the box was opened. Then a calm but confident voice sounded. Sorry, something delayed me for a while. Everyone looked up and just stood there. The exciting plot is in the next chapter. This chapter is just a prelude. Please read on patiently. Omega. Chu Yang was seen wearing a black and gray casual suit. There was no logo on it, but it fit him perfectly. On his feet were a pair of brown leather shoes with a big H logo, which glowed faintly under the light. The original messy hair was replaced by a simple and neat short hair, which looks very refreshing and clean. The most important thing is that his entire temperament has undergone a drastic change. In addition to absolute self-confidence, there is also a kind of calmness and composure of a superior between his brows. Compared to him, everyone else in the box looked like bumpkins who had never seen the world. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and he walked over to Jiang Xiaoying and sat down. Mr. Chu, this is the red wine prepared according to your instructions. A middle-aged man who looked like a driver walked in with two exquisite red wine boxes, walked up to Chu Yang and said respectfully. Chu Yang nodded slightly and waved casually. The middle-aged man carefully placed the wine on the table and left respectfully. Mr. Chu? Seeing this driver-looking guy's address and attitude, Jiang Xiaoying and others were even more confused. Chu Yang glanced at Ma Ziqiang, who was on the other side of Jiang Xiaoying. And the Honda car key on the table, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Then he waved to the waiter. Waiter, open the wine. The waitress next to her was stunned when she saw the 2 bottles of red wine on the table. Then he looked at Chu Yang again, and suddenly became extremely respectful. Yes sir, please wait a moment. The waitress carefully opened the red wine and poured it into the decanter. One of Jiang Xiaoying's impatient roommates shouted. Chu Yang, what the hell are you doing? This can't be some cheap brand of red wine. We don't dare drink it. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. The waitress put the bottle away and looked at this young but stunning man. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but explain for Chu Yang. This is not a cheap red wine, but a genuine French wine from Burgundy, Romane Conti. A bottle costs at least tens of thousands of dollars. Hiss. When everyone heard the price, they gasped, stared at the red wine on the table with wide eyes, and then looked at Chu Yang, who was smiling at the sight in disbelief. Red wine that costs tens of thousands of yuan a bottle? Just grab 2 bottles. Is this still the Chu Yang they knew? Or did this guy win the lottery? Ma Ziqiang on the side also looked at the red wine on the table with some confusion. Because my family runs a chain of restaurants, I must have heard of top-quality red wines like Romane Conti, which is even better than Lafite. But he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Today is Xiaoying's birthday, don't worry about the price, just drink as much as you want. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said. Glancing at the steak and pasta on the table again, he couldn't help but frown and turned to the waiter and said. Beauty, please order a small portion of caviar for each of us, then a bowl of seafood soup, a vegetable salad, and a portion of fruit pudding for each of us later. Yes, sir. The waitress nodded respectfully, thinking that this man was an expert in Western food. The combination of appetizers, soup, side dishes, and desserts is almost perfect. Lu Nana on the side was stunned. This guy also knows Western food? Xiaoying, he didn't pretend to be poor before. Jiang Xiaoying opened her mouth. Only then did she realize that although Chu Yang had been pursuing her for more than a year, she didn't know him very well. The food came out quickly. Ever since they found out the price of the wine, Lu Nana and the others rushed to pour the wine, wishing they could drink more. Even Jiang Xiaoying, who claimed she never drank, poured herself a glass. Soon after 2 glasses of wine, everyone was a little drunk. Chu Yang raised his glass and clinked it gently with Jiang Xiaoying's, with an unspeakable sadness and regret in his eyes. Xiaoying, do you know what the most precious thing in the world is? No, I don't know. Jiang Xiaoying shook her head nervously. She felt that Chu Yang was extremely charming tonight. He is completely different from the poor student who used to wear an Adidas suit. And it actually made her nervous. Freedom and love. Chu Yang gently shook the wineglass, with an indescribable yearning on his handsome face. At the same time, there is a hint of sadness. This 1 year or so of college time is the happiest time of my life. Although I look poor and miserable, I am free and no one restricts me from doing anything. The only regret is that I didn't find love. Speaking of this, Chu Yang's eyes were full of regret. But next, I have to go back to that cage-like place. There is no freedom anymore, and there may never be love again. Ah, Chu Yang, you before. Jiang Xiaoying's body trembled violently, and her mind was already wildly imagining a plot about a rich young man running away from home to experience college life. Yes, I came here just to experience college life for a while, and then find a love like the peach blossom spring. But time doesn't allow it now. I may have to go back tomorrow. There are too many things waiting for me to take care of at home. It's a family business after all, you know. Having said that, Chu Yang raised his glass and drank it all, with helplessness and determination on his face. When he raised his wineglass, a strangely shaped exquisite watch was inadvertently revealed on his wrist, which just caught Ma Zichan's eye. What the hell? Richard Miller? Ma Zichan widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yang deeply, and his attitude instantly became respectful. Free? Love? Family? Enterprise? Jiang Xiaoying keenly caught these words. Plus the scene downstairs just now. Luxurious BMW. Respectful driver. Sky-high priced wine. Order with familiarity. Suddenly perfect temperament. And judging from Ma Zichang's reaction just now, she felt that she had guessed the truth. Okay, it's getting late, I'll go back first. I hope you have fun. Chu Yang stood up and his eyes fell on the unopened fruit 5 in front of Ma Zichang, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Feeling his gaze, Ma Zichang was startled and quickly put away the fruit 5. Fuck, he just wanted to pick up a girl. He really didn't dare to challenge a man who could wear Richard Miller casually. If you don't handle it well, maybe the business of your family company will be affected. Xiaoying, see you again if we are lucky. After saying that, Chu Yang didn't look back and walked straight outside. Seeing Chu Yang's resolute back, Jiang Xiaoying finally got anxious. Chu Yang, wait a moment. Chapter 5, Don't be too casual. Chu Yang turned around and looked at Jiang Xiaoying with some confusion. Then let's talk in the car. Okay. Jiang Xiaoying whispered nervously. There is no trace of his usual cool look. Sitting in the car and feeling the luxurious interior, Jiang Xiaoying's heart began to beat fast. There was a hint of obsession and longing that was difficult to conceal in his eyes. It was her first time to ride in this kind of BMW. Xiaoying, my time is limited. Please speak as soon as possible if you have anything to say. Seeing Jiang Xiaoying's expression, Chu Yang sneered in his heart. He frowned and seemed a little unhappy. Okay. Jiang Xiaoying shuddered and quickly put away her previous expression. She knew that rich people's time was valuable. She was also worried that Chu Yang would misunderstand her because of this. Chu Yang, actually. I was just testing you before. Oh? Chu Yang responded indifferently. Actually, I wanted to agree to be with you tonight. Jiang Xiaoying nodded decisively, her big eyes full of affection. You may not know, I have already fallen in love with you a long time ago. But I'm a girl, so I can't be too casual. What the hell? Looking at Jiang Xiaoying's blushing and timid face, Chu Yang was stunned. If I didn't know Jiang Xiaoying's true face, I would probably have been deceived by her. Sure enough, women are born actors. Can't be too casual? Then let us see how casual you can be tonight. Chu Yang sneered even more in his heart, revealing a suspicious expression. Xiaoying, you're not saying this because I'm rich, are you? No, absolutely not. Jiang Xiaoying quickly shook her head, looking pitiful. Chu Yang shook his head in disbelief, seeming a little disappointed. Xiaoying, it's not that I don't believe you. After all, many women have said they wanted to be with me before, but it was all because of our family's money. So? But I'm not like that. Jiang Xiaoying explained anxiously. I can prove it to you. Oh? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked around Jiang Xiaoying's body aggressively. Feeling Chu Yang's extremely presumptuous gaze, Jiang Xiaoying not only did not feel disgusted, but instead felt an unusual heat in her body. Obviously. To her, the domineering Chu Yang tonight is much more attractive than the timid poor guy in the past. Chu Yang raised his lips and said calmly, "Go get a room?" Ah. Jiang Xiaoying was stunned, then her face turned red instantly and she lowered her head. Chu Yang looked at Jiang Xiaoying, who was like a little woman at the moment, and sneered in his heart. Myself at this time in the previous life. I would never have thought of that. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoying, who usually has a cold and aloof personality, has such a gentle side? Why? Don't want to? Chu Yang said lightly. Feeling the coldness in Chu Yang's voice, Jiang Xiaoying quickly shook her head. No, I haven't. I just think, is it a bit too fast? Chu Yang frowned impatiently. My time is limited, so if you don't want to, then get off. No, I'm not unwilling. Jiang Xiaoying's heart tightened, and she quickly shook her head, then hesitated for a moment and asked pitifully. Then, will you marry me in the future? Certainly. Chu Yang nodded and said solemnly. If you want. When Jiang Xiaoying saw Chu Yang nod in agreement, her heart almost jumped out. She never thought that she could actually marry into a wealthy family. The dream came true so quickly. Even though it requires my first time, it is definitely worth it. In her opinion, that layer of membrane should be used at the most critical moment. She suppressed her excitement and said in a tender voice. Then, I will listen to you. Chu Yang raised his lips in an evil arc and said to the driver in front. Let's go to Marriott International. 20 minutes later. Jiang Xiaoying got out of the car and looked at the magnificent Marriott International Hotel in front of her. She was shocked again. It also further confirmed Chu Yang's identity as a rich second generation. She had heard of this hotel. It was the highest-end 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. It costs at least a few $1,000s every night. If you stay there for just 2 days, your iPhone will be gone. This is the life of truly rich people. Holding Chu Yang's arm, walking in the extremely luxurious hotel lobby, Jiang Xiaoying raised her head unconsciously. It was as if she was already a rich lady. Walking into the extremely luxurious room, Jiang Xiaoying felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and she exclaimed in amazement from time to time. Chu Yang took off his suit jacket, hung it casually in the closet, and pointed to the bathroom. Go take a shower first. There are all the bathing supplies inside. Jiang Xiaoying was secretly shocked when she saw Chu Yang's skillful movements. Although I knew that Chu Yang's family was rich, I didn't expect that he could stay in such a 5-star luxury hotel so often. Many things can be faked, but details cannot be disguised. The last trace of doubt in her heart completely disappeared. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Jiang Xiaoying's body curves were faintly visible through the frosted glass. Chu Yang was not excited at all. Didn't even look at it twice. He was sitting on the sofa, holding the hotel's notepad and ballpoint pen in his hands, frowning and drawing. Previous life. As the founder of Tianyang Capital, Chu Yang has a deep understanding of the financial industry. Not to mention the understanding of the stock market. Coupled with his abnormal memory that was like playing a video, Chu Yang quickly found from his memory the detailed trend information of some important stocks in the stock market in recent years. Chu Yang, I'm done washing. Jiang Xiaoying came out wrapped in a bath towel. The wet long hair was scattered on the shoulders, the snow white and round shoulders were exposed to the air, and some beautiful scenery was looming. A section of snow white, straight calf is revealed under the bath towel. Chu Yang raised his head and couldn't help swallowing. This woman is a bit materialistic. And some green tea. But we have to admit that there is indeed a certain amount of capital. Feeling the strong reaction of this young body, Chu Yang put down his pen and walked into the bathroom. Go wait in bed, I'll take a shower. Chapter 6 Don't Let Me See You Again. A few minutes later. Chu Yang walked to the bed with a bath towel wrapped around him and gave Jiang Xiaoying a wicked smile. If you can satisfy me tonight, I can take you home tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoying's body trembled instantly, and her big eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. She was lost in thought while taking a bath. I have fantasized about marrying into a wealthy family many times. I'm just a little worried that Chu Yang might just be playing around. After all, the young masters of wealthy families are generally more fickle. Once you get it, you may not cherish it. But if Chu Yang really took me to meet his parents, The nature is completely different. She became the daughter-in-law recognized by Chu Yang's parents. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoying raised a soft smile at the corner of her mouth, and a pool of spring water appeared in her big eyes. She pressed her whole body directly against Chu Yang's body. Although she has never had sex with a boy, she has secretly studied a lot of romance movies. On the one hand, it is because it may be useful someday. On the other hand, it's also what her body needs. Although she looks aloof, she actually has an indescribable contrasting personality. For Jiang Xiaoying, money is the best catalyst. Coupled with Chu Yang's already handsome appearance and the calm aura that he suddenly released. Soon Jiang Xiaoying was immersed in it with her eyes blurred. In a dream. The night is dark. This is a vast horse farm. 2 horses are galloping on the field, always stuck together, making it difficult to tell which is better. Cycling is a very interesting sport. On the wide field, Jiang Xiaoying jumped up and leaped onto the horse. Along with the rhythm, her long black hair danced like a waterfall. Jiang Xiaoying is actually a very courageous girl. Except for the initial discomfort, I quickly mastered the tricks and rhythm of riding. And in order to show off in front of Chu Yang, she rode a horse for the first time. But I took the initiative to try various riding methods. He also took the initiative to become an innovative rider who dared to be the first in the world, and unlocked many new ways of playing equestrian. Sometimes I almost fell down. But with Chu Yang's excellent physique and reaction speed, he was always able to support her just right. Horse riding is a sport that consumes a lot of physical energy. Sweat is pouring down like heavy rain. The two ran 4 or 5 laps on the track. Only then did I completely relax after being exhausted. That night, Jiang Xiaoying had an extremely beautiful dream. In her dream, she became a wealthy lady. Live in a big villa and drive a luxury car to go shopping every day. Every time, you just need to swipe your card like crazy to buy all kinds of big brand clothes, cosmetics and bags. She got everything she had ever desired. Then show off in front of your besties. The envious looks from her best friends made her completely intoxicated. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoying woke up from her deep sleep. When I opened my sleepy eyes, I saw Chu Yang sitting beside the bed with a sad face and a lit cigarette in his hand. Honey, what's wrong with you? Although she didn't know when Chu Yang learned to smoke, Jiang Xiaoying still entangled herself with him. Is there anything worrying you? Feeling the softness and smoothness on his back, Chu Yang suppressed his body's impulse, sighed, and smiled bitterly. I am worried about how to pay back the money next time. Pay back the money? Jiang Xiaoying was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Yes, even though I bought this outfit at the Wenzhou clothing wholesale market, it still cost me thousands of yuan. And that Richard watch is a new high-end imitation. It's not cheap either, it's 650 yuan. Chu Yang pointed at the clothes and watch on the sofa and shook his head helplessly. I spent 1,000 yuan on renting a car, plus the nearly 2,000 yuan hotel for one night. My monthly living expenses are only a few hundred yuan. It looks like I'll have to eat dirt from now on. What? Wenzhou clothing wholesale market? High imitation? Jiang Xiaoying was stunned. Her eyes stayed on the clothes and the watch for a long time. After a long while, she forced a smile and said, Honey, you have got to be kidding me, you're testing me, right? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and was about to say something. At this time, Jiang Xiaoying's cell phone rang. Jiang Xiaoying took a look and picked up the phone. Ma Ziqiang's urgent voice came from the receiver. Xiaoying, I'm Ma Ziqiang. There is something I must tell you. I took back the remaining bottle of red wine that Chu Yang brought last night. After testing by professionals from our catering company, it turns out that the so-called Romane Conti red wine is definitely fake. If you buy it at the wholesale market, it's at most 99 yuan a bottle, no, a box. With a click sound, the phone fell directly from Jiang Xiaoying's hand onto the bed. Jiang Xiaoying seemed to have lost her soul, staring blankly at the bright red on the bedsheet. After a long while, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with endless hatred, and looked at Chu Yang, gritting her teeth and saying, Chu Yang, you are so cruel. Why did you do this? Chu Yang showed a guilty expression, as if he had become the same person who was always submissive in front of Jiang Xiaoying. I'm sorry, Xiaoying, I really love you too much, so I came up with this idea. I just hope you can agree to be with me. Xiaoying, you are mine now. Don't worry, I will work hard in the future to make sure you can live a rich life. Get out of here. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Jiang Xiaoying's anger got even more out of control, and she started to act like a shrew. Why the hell can you let me live a rich life? Just relying on your living expenses of a few hundred yuan a month? You want to be with me, a rubbish man like me? You're just dreaming. Jiang Xiaoying put on her clothes while cursing, then got up from the bed and put on her shoes. It was just because she had exercised too much last night that she felt a pain from below her body, making it difficult for her to walk. But she obviously didn't want to stay in this room any longer, and even less wanted to look at this poor guy Chu Yang. Seeing Jiang Xiaoying's strange walking posture, Chu Yang pretended to be panicked and shouted. Xiaoying, wait a minute, didn't you say you wanted to go home with me to meet my parents? Get the hell out of here. You'd better not let me see you again. Jiang Xiaoying slammed the door of the room and limped downstairs. Chapter 7, Ground and Sky. Standing in front of the French window. Seeing Jiang Xiaoying limping into a taxi, Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He turned around and looked at the bright red on the bedsheet, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. I didn't expect that this was something I had been pursuing for 4 years in college in my previous life. The next day after he was reborn, he succeeded. And this is even when the other party is trying his best to please him in every possible way. Although it was somewhat deceptive, Chu Yang did not feel he owed Jiang Xiaoying the slightest bit of guilt. Chu Yang shook his head, tore off the piece of notepaper on the coffee table where he had scribbled, and put it in his pocket. Then he turned and left the room. Arriving at the hotel lobby on the first floor and having just checked out, Chu Yang turned around and was about to leave when a familiar and beautiful figure caught his eye. An exquisite high-end suit, and black stockings under the hip skirt. Coupled with her beautiful face that showed almost no emotion, she looked a little more mature even though she was only about 20 years old. Is it her? Chu Yan was slightly stunned. The other party was the young woman who had forced herself on him on the first night of her rebirth. Mr. Mu, the 9 o'clock meeting is scheduled in the conference room on the 7th floor. Also, General Manager Dongfang Hao of the Oriental Group just called you again to discuss cooperation. Hearing the 3 words Dongfang Hao, the young woman's face instantly darkened. Don't mention this name in front of me again. In addition, our company no longer considers cooperating with the Oriental Group. Okay, I understand, Mr. Mu. The young female assistant nodded quickly. Several people took the special elevator directly upstairs and did not see Chu Yang on the other side. Mr. Mu, Marriott Hotel. Could it be Mu Tianyuan's Mu Tian Group? Seeing the scene just now, Chu Yang's heart moved slightly. Thinking of the woman's appearance just now, he couldn't help smacking his lips. TSK, but she does look a bit like a cool female CEO. Seeing that the other party didn't even look at him and walked straight into the elevator, Chu Yang shook his head, didn't think any more about it, turned around and walked towards the opposite side of the hotel. Opposite is a Guotong Securities branch, with the words Guotong Securities written in large letters on the building above. This area is the most central region of Hangzhou. The Guotong Securities building is also very imposing and should be its headquarters in Hangzhou. Entering the business hall, Chu Yang went straight to the point and handed his ID card and bank card to a staff member. Hello, I would like to open an account. Okay, please fill in the account opening information. Soon the female staff member opened the account, then looked at Chu Yang and asked. Hello sir, the account has been opened. Do you need to transfer funds? Well, transfer 5,000 into it. Chu Yang thought for a while and said. In fact, this is the money he plans to use to pay tuition, but it shouldn't have any impact if he uses it temporarily. 5,000? After hearing this number, some obese female staff members were speechless, with undisguised contempt revealed on their faces. This is the Hangzhou Central Business Hall of Guotong Securities. Those who come here to open an account are generally wealthy tycoons who open an account with 5,000 yuan to trade stocks. This is the first time she has seen someone like this. After completing the transfer, the female staff member threw the ID card and bank card directly in front of Chu Yang, then turned around and greeted a middle-aged man with a big belly. Feeling the other party's cold attitude, Chu Yang didn't care. He directly picked up his ID card and bank card, went to the computer next to him, and logged into the securities account he had just applied for. Then he took out the note from his pocket, searched a few stocks to verify, and the joy in his eyes became more and more intense. Really? It's exactly the same direction as I remember. At present, there has been no butterfly effect caused by my rebirth. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he frowned again and thought for a while, and his gaze finally stopped on the Luodun development stock. Luodun development, 4.92 yuan, current increase or decrease, 8.15%. Comparing the trend chart in his memory, Xu Yang directly prepared to buy all the stocks. The balance of 5,000 yuan is just enough to buy 10 lots, or 1,000 shares. Sir, if this is your first time investing in stocks, I suggest you choose a stable stock. For example, the stock of Luodun Development has been falling for a week due to its disappointing performance last month. According to the current trend chart, it is likely to hit the limit down today. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from the side. Xu Yan looked up and saw a very young woman standing beside him. She has a fair and delicate face, a high nose bridge, a tall figure of 170 centimeters, and a well-fitting professional black silk suit. Although he is only in his 20s, he gives people the feeling of a workplace elite. Professional and cool. Only the smooth long black hair tied into a simple ponytail makes the whole person's temperament a little softer. Xu Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that in this hall, he would meet a top beauty with a score of over 95 and an extraordinary temperament. Thanks. Xu Yang thanked him, but did not change his operation and still pressed the buy button. Just 10 lots, traded instantly. After logging out of the account, Xu Yang turned around, smiled politely at the young beauty, then turned and walked outside. Looking at Xu Yang's back as he left, and then looking at the Luodun development which continued to fall and was almost at the limit, Lin Xiyu shook her head helplessly. She has seen many college students who want to make a fortune in the stock market. But they often leave with a loss and want to listen to other people's good advice. Seeing Lin Xiyu's figure, the fat female staff member hurried over. Manager Lin, Mr. Zhao from Jinhai Private Equity wants to see you. Lin Xiyu nodded lightly and walked towards a middle-aged man with a big belly. Besides, why are you so proud? You are just relying on the fact that you are a turtle. If you were not pretty, no one would come to you even if you were a ninja turtle. The female staff member muttered sourly in the back. Seeing Lin Xiyu, the middle-aged man with a big belly's eyes lit up. Manager Lin, I'm glad to see you. I'm Zhao Xin from Jinhai Private Equity. We met last time. I am very familiar with Mr. Li from your sales department. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I'm just a financial manager. If you need anything else, you can contact other people. Lin Xiyu finally got rid of Mr. Zhao, who had ill intentions, and turned to go upstairs. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out from a corner of the hall. Fuck, look at Luodun's development. Luodun development? What's wrong? Didn't that stock just hit the limit down? Look, it's already pulled up. And, it's about to turn red. What the hell are you doing? I just cut some meat this morning. The hall, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly became noisy. Luodun development? Lin Xiyu was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look over. On the big screen, the trend chart of Luodun development stock has been pulled up. In just a blink of an eye, a straight line shot straight into the sky. From limit down to limit up in an instant. Floor and ceiling. The upper limit price was blocked by millions of buy orders. Ward sky, earth, and sky. If I had known earlier, I would have bought a few lots just now. I would have made a full 20 points of profit. I'm afraid it's more than 20 points. It went up in a straight line like this, and it closed in less than a minute. I guess there's still a lot of profit to come. What a bad luck. I just lost a lot of meat. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, I looked at the more than 1 million orders on the daily limit. Lin Xiyu's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes widened. The scene where Xu Yang bought all the stocks without hesitation just now appeared in her mind. Chapter 8 Treasure Girl. Yangzi, where did you go last night? As soon as Xu Yan walked into the dormitory, he was seen by Zhou Wei, who walked over and asked worriedly. Another roommate, Guo Changdong, was lying on the bed, flipping through an online novel while speaking in authentic northeastern dialect and grinning. That's right, brother Yang, how come you still stay out all night? Did you go to a small hotel on a street in the east of the city? The East City Street is just east of the university town and is a famous red light district in Hangzhou. It is said that many boys in university towns had their first experience there. What are you thinking? How can someone of that caliber be good enough for me? I was at the Marriott International Hotel last night. Marriott International? Brother Yang, you are awesome. Although I know you are just bragging, your hairstyle and clothes do look like it. Guo Changdong laughed on the bed, obviously not believing what Xu Yang said. Marriott International is a super 5-star hotel, and it costs at least several $1,000s a night. Is it possible for a poor student like him to go there? Xu Yang rolled his eyes and ignored him, explaining to Zhou Wei. Brother Wei, wasn't it Xiao Ying's birthday last night? I drank a little too much and stayed in the hotel directly. Zhou Wei nodded. He knew that Ma Ziqian from the music department also attended Zhang Xiaoying's birthday party and seemed to have guessed what Xu Yang had encountered last night. He is not a very expressive person. He wants to comfort others but doesn't know how. Yangzi, let's have a drink together this weekend. Feeling Zhou Wei's concern, Xu Yang felt warm in his heart and nodded. Okay, Viagra, I'll treat you then. At this moment, Chen Xiaokang opened the dormitory door and walked in. When he saw Xu Yang, he immediately came forward excitedly. Brother Yang, how was it? Were you satisfied with the car you drove last night? It was a new car that we just picked up, and no one has ever sat in it before. A new car? Xu Yang was slightly stunned, then nodded meaningfully. Well, that car is nice, it is indeed a new car. That's right, I, Chen Xiaokang, am absolutely trustworthy. Brother Yang, please come to me next time you need this kind of business. Although Chen Xiaokang felt that Xu Yang's smile was a little strange, he didn't think much about it. He made a full 500 yuan from this order yesterday and was extremely satisfied. Let's go, Yangzi, it's time for class. Zhou Wei stood up and called on several people to go to class. As soon as they walked out of the dormitory building, Zhou Wei pulled Xu Yang and pointed somewhere not far away. Ahem, Yangzi. Xu Yang also felt a chill coming, and when he looked over, he saw Zhang Xiaoying limping towards him from the direction of the girls' dormitory building. He glanced at himself expressionlessly. The already fair face looked even colder. There was an indescribable hatred in his eyes. Xu Yang, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Zhou Wei glanced at Zhang Xiaoying with some confusion. Brother, you can do it. Guo Changdong quietly gave a thumbs up, then pulled Zhou Wei towards the teaching building. Brother Yang, it seems that BMW is still the best car. Chen Xiaokang chuckled, winked at Xu Yang, and then followed the others. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Xu Yang set his eyes on Zhang Xiaoying. She was obviously not in good condition today and her makeup was not as exquisite as usual. His face looked pale, as if he had lost too much blood. But Xu Yang didn't feel any pain. There was no guilt at all. What's more, it was the other party who took the initiative last night. This was his first time experiencing many of the tricks. Feeling Xu Yang's strange look, Zhang Xiaoying's eyes flashed with deep hatred, and she said coldly. First, I don't want anyone to know what happened yesterday. Second, there will be no relationship between the two of us from now on. No problem. Xu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded. He had already guessed the purpose of Zhang Xiaoying's coming. For her, the most important thing is to stop the loss in time and not affect her pure and innocent image. Seeing Xu Yang agreed, Zhang Xiaoying snorted coldly and was about to leave. Xu Yang suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, there's one more thing I need to confirm. What's up? A hint of disgust flashed across Zhang Xiaoying's eyes, thinking that Xu Yang wanted to pester her again. Just so you don't regret your decision today and come to bother me again, right? Xu Yang said seriously. Regret? To pester you? Zhang Xiaoying laughed in anger, her sneer full of disdain and contempt. Even if I, Zhang Xiaoying, die, I will never look for a rubbish man like you. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the teaching building without even looking at Xu Yang. Looking at Zhang Xiaoying's still somewhat unnatural walking posture, Xu Yang smiled confidently. It seems that after my rebirth, my abilities in certain areas have been greatly enhanced. Xu Yang. At this moment, a soft and caring female voice came from not far away. A figure trotted over quickly and stopped beside Xu Yang, panting a little. His full chest heaved up and down, and his big eyes were full of concern. Xu Yang turned around and what caught his eye was a girl with long hair and somewhat old-fashioned clothes. She is tall, but looks a little bloated because she is wearing an old-fashioned sportswear. The girl lowered her head, her long bangs covering most of her face, and only a pair of big, dark, bright eyes could be seen. The long black hair falls softly on the shoulders, with an indescribable tranquility and gentleness. And even though he was just wearing an ordinary old-style sportswear, Xu Yang could clearly feel the tall and majestic figure underneath. Xu Yang, are you okay? Seeing Chu Yang staring at her in a daze without saying anything, the girl finally raised her head and asked in a low voice with some concern. Chu Yang took a quick glance and saw the beautiful face full of spirit under the long hair. Then my heart was shocked. Oh shit. This appearance seems. Chu Yang was stunned. In his impression, there was no girl with such a beautiful face in the academy? After thinking for a while, he finally remembered vaguely. There seems to be a girl in the class who wears an old school uniform every day, and usually keeps her head down and hides her face under her long hair. In the previous life, it seemed that no one had ever paid attention to this girl with a very low sense of existence. Because when I was a freshman, I happened to help the other person once. Since then, this introverted and shy girl has always been nice to herself. And because I have been pursuing Jiang Xiaoying, I have never even looked at other girls. Su Ruoshi? Watching the gentle and quiet girl in front of him lower her head again, it took Chu Yang a long time to match the name with the one in his memory. Then I couldn't help but curse myself 100 times in my heart. Was I crazy in my previous life? He actually left such a gentle and beautiful treasure girl behind and went to lick a green tea bitch like Jiang Xiaoying. Su Ruoshi looked at Chu Yang with some worry. She had seen Jiang Xiaoying's cold attitude towards Chu Yang just now. According to Chu Yang's previous personality, he should have been heartbroken by now. Why are you standing there grinning foolishly today? He acted as if he had never seen me before. Is it stupid? At this moment, a somewhat angry voice sounded from the side. It's time for class, why aren't you in the classroom yet? I saw a mature beauty standing downstairs of the teaching building, looking at Chu Yang and Su Ruoshi with a frown. The woman was wearing a black tight skirt, and her perfect body curves were tightly wrapped by the skirt. A pair of straight beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings look even sexier, and the high-heeled black sandals on her feet show her mature sexiness to the fullest. Chapter 9 Office Romance. Chu Yang was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said, "Hello, Teacher Su. We'll be in right away." Then he turned around and nodded to Su Ruoshi. "Student Su, let's go." "Ah. Okay. Su Ruoshi was startled. This was the first time Chu Yang took the initiative to talk to her. She nodded with a red face, then quickly followed Chu Yang. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Su Yuru remembered something and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. Then she followed the two of them into the classroom. TSK, my goddess is even sexier now. With this figure and this temperament, who in the entire finance academy can compete with her? When Gui Changdong saw Su Yuru on the podium, he swallowed his saliva. As the number one otaku in the boys' dormitory, his favorite type of beauty is mature and sexy beauties like Su Yuru. Chu Yang also looked at the beautiful instructor with interest. He is no longer the young boy he used to be. I have to say, from a mature man's perspective, this beautiful instructor is really a top-notch one. There is a mature charm emanating from her whole body. It seems like water will drip out if you pinch it. In some aspects, she is not comparable to that little girl like Jiang Xiaoying. As if sensing Chu Yang's aggressive gaze, Su Yuru turned around and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not avoid the other person's gaze, but smiled faintly at Su Yuru. Su Yuru frowned. In her impression, although Chu Yang looks good, he is rather shy and has a bit of low self-esteem. Why are you so bold today? Chu Yang stopped admiring Su Yuru's figure. He took out his Xiaomi mobile phone and downloaded the Flush app. This Xiaomi mobile phone was bought for him by his family when he just got admitted to university. It cost nearly 2,000 yuan at that time. Although the brand is not good, the configuration is not low and it is more than enough to run stock trading software such as Tongwashan. I logged into my Guitong Securities account, but before I had time to read it, a piece of news was pushed on Tongwashan. Mysterious funds aggressively bought the bottom of Luodun Development, and the market went up in 1 minute. Chu Yang was delighted and quickly opened the trend chart of Luodun Development. Sure enough, not long after I bought it in the morning, a straight line went directly from the lower limit to the upper limit. Luodun Development. Current price, 5.85 yuan. Current increase, plus 10%. Number of shares held, 1,000 shares. Amount of holdings, 5,850 yuan. After looking at the position holdings, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. There is no way, there is too little money. Even if the profit is close to 20 points, it is only 1,000 yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, this Luodun Development will have 3 more daily limit increases. And they all opened with a daily limit. But he didn't plan to wait until 3 days later to sell. The bell rang, Su Yuru announced the end of get out of class, and then her eyes fell on Shu Yang, who was sitting in the back. Shu Yang, come with me to the office. Office? Shu Yang was slightly stunned, and the memory of his previous life flashed through his mind. I don't remember that this beautiful instructor asked me to go to her office alone today. But he still stood up and followed Su Yuru out. Zhou Wei, Shen Xiaokang, and others gave him a look that said take care. Brother Yang, you are so lucky. Guo Changdong showed an envious expression, as if he was envious of Chu Yang for being able to be alone with his sexy goddess. Su Yuru's office is located in the office building behind the teaching building and is divided into 2 rooms, inside and outside. Although Su Yuru was just a counselor, her salary was not low and she occupied a separate room inside. Walking into the office, Su Yuru put down the textbook in her hand and sat down directly. From the side, Shu Yang could just see the seductive waist and hip curves, with the slender waist and round thighs perfectly combined. Shu Yang couldn't help swallowing. He had a mature soul in his 30s, so he naturally knew how deadly this pair of round thighs could be at certain times. Su Yuru didn't notice Chu Yang's expression and just thought he was an immature boy. She turned sideways to look at Chu Yang. Her waist seemed even thinner, but there was some anger in her voice. Shu Yang, do you know why I asked you to come here? Have no idea. Shu Yang looked at Su Yuru's legs under her black tight skirt with some envy and shook his head very honestly. Snort. Su Yuru snorted lightly, the dissatisfaction on her face became even stronger, and she looked at Chu Yang with a scrutinizing gaze. Shu Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. Using the same trick used on elementary school students to deal with him? Teacher Su, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Seeing Chu Yang's reckless attitude, Su Yuru felt even more unhappy and said coldly. Where did the tuition money in your bank card go? Tuition fee? Shu Yang was stunned. Shit, I can't be so unlucky. I just transferred out and the school started deducting tuition fees? Seeing Chu Yang's surprised expression, Su Yuru snorted again. The finance department deducted tuition fees in the morning, but in the entire class, only Chu Yang's bank card showed insufficient balance. Did you use it to chase after girls? Is it Jiang Xiaoying from the finance department? I heard that it was her birthday yesterday? Su Yuru had heard other classmates mention that Chu Yang pursued Jiang Xiaoying like a dog. But she never expected that Chu Yang actually spent all his tuition fees in order to pursue the girl. I heard that he bought the other person an Apple phone. It's simply unreasonable. Teacher Su, you may have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Shu Yang, I don't care where you spent your tuition. I'll give you another week. Su Yuru glanced at Chu Yang calmly. Pay the tuition fee to the school finance department by next Friday at the latest. Okay, thank you Teacher Su. Shu Yang didn't say much. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard the office door outside being opened, and then a coquettish woman's voice came from outside. Director Wang, please don't worry. What if someone sees you? My dear, what are you afraid of? Everyone has gone to eat at this time. You know that besides Teacher Su, I am the only one in this office. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Shu Yang reacted immediately and pulled Su Yuru to hide behind the door. Because through the glass on the wall, you can see what's going on inside the office. Sure enough, 2 figures looked inside. Oh, what if Teacher Su comes? Don't worry, that little slut usually goes home directly after school. Come, hold it. You're annoying. Su Yuru's face turned green when she heard the unbearable noise coming from outside. She knew that Director Wang had a chaotic private life and had close relationships with several female teachers in the school. But I didn't expect that he would mess around in the office. The noise outside is getting more and more excessive. Although Chu Yang found it funny, he was not overly surprised. It's an office romance. Very common in schools. But Su Yuru felt extremely awkward, especially since there was a male student right next to her. Her face was getting redder and redder, and her body was shaking constantly, not sure if it was because she was angry or for some other reason. Finally, Su Yuru couldn't help it and was about to get up and go out, but her arm was held by Chu Yang. Then he accidentally pressed his entire body against Chu Yang. Shu Yang made a gesture to her to keep quiet and then shook his head. Feeling the soft touch and smelling the faint body fragrance coming from the other person's body, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Su Yuru glared at Chu Yang with a red face, but she also knew that if she went out at this time, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. But she looked at Chu Yang with some curiosity. Why was this usually shy boy so calm today? Looking at that profile that seemed more handsome than before, and listening to the lascivious music coming from outside, Suyuru's face became even more rosy. I didn't expect this old man to be so powerful. Chu Yang glanced outside, sighing as he looked around the office. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the computer screen on Suyuru's desk. Chapter 10 Blue Talisman Energy Pill. After a few minutes, the sounds of fighting outside finally ended. The coquettish female voice came in again. Director Wang, I'm exhausted, why are you so strong today? Little bitch, I came prepared today. Blue Talisman Energy Pill, lock more energy. How is it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied. Hurry up and get up. It's getting late. I should go home. What are you afraid of? It's just that rubbish in your family. Can a male Fuju play? Chu Yang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. No wonder this old man can last so long, it turns out he has a secret weapon. After looking at the beautiful teacher whose face was turning red, he finally forced himself to suppress his smile. With the sound of a door closing, the world returned to silence again. After hearing the shameless conversation between the two people outside, Suyuru felt terrible. Remembering that Chu Yang was still beside her, her face became even redder. Suyuru stood up, only to find Chu Yang staring at her computer screen, as if he had discovered something. Her body trembled, and she instantly became nervous. She quickly stood up and stood in front of the computer. Chu Yang, what are you looking at? Well. Chu Yang looked at Suyuru, who was extremely nervous, and her pretty face, which was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. His expression became a little strange. Isn't it just to check the computer? Is there any need to be so nervous? Could it be that? An evil idea suddenly occurred to Chu Yang. Teacher Su, the icon technology you bought is very risky in the future, so you'd better cut your losses as soon as possible. After saying this, Chu Yang turned and walked out of the office. Suyuru was left standing there in confusion. Well, icon technology? It took her a long while to react. She turned around and looked at the computer screen, only to see the user interface of the flush stock trading software. The shares of Acon Technology, which he held, were all green. It fell a full 5 points today. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It's very risky? You, a young boy, know how to trade stocks? After studying macroeconomics for a few days, you think you understand the stock market? The stock I am optimistic about, Acon Technology, has good fundamentals and is definitely a potential stock. The current decline is definitely the result of market makers washing the market. Want to wash yourself out? No way. Suyuru opened her eyes wide and studied it again, then gritted her teeth and increased her position again. I used all the remaining funds to buy the bottom of Icon Technology. Chu Yang came out of the office building and went to the cafeteria to get a meal. When I swiped the card, I looked at the balance on my meal card, which was 15.9 yuan. After deducting the 6 yuan deluxe lunchbox, there is still 9.9 yuan left. Chu Yang gave a bitter smile. If I hadn't been reborn, I would probably be eating dirt soon. It seems that we still need to make money quickly. I had just finished my meal when the message alert on my phone rang twice. Chu Yang took out his mobile phone and found a light blue girl's avatar flashing in his QQ friends list. Senior Zihan, Jr., do you have time? Senior Zihan? Chu Yang was slightly stunned, and then a figure that perfectly blended sexiness and purity appeared in his mind. Especially that pair of snow-white and straight beautiful legs, which are definitely the YYDS in the minds of all boys. Yang Zihan, a beautiful senior from the art academy next door, is a senior this year. In terms of appearance and figure, she is a campus beauty at the art academy, with a score of over 95. Because Chu Yang had a good voice, he joined the school's music club during his freshman year. He would occasionally go out to participate in school performances. By chance, he met Yang Zihan. Although Yang Zihan is a goddess-level figure in the art academy, she is very nice to Chu Yang, a young and handsome junior who often helps her silently, and often tease him. But Chu Yang was quite inferior at that time, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts about this goddess from the art academy. After graduation, the two never contacted each other again. He only remembered that this beautiful senior schoolmate later became a rising star in the music industry, released several songs in succession and achieved good results, and soon gained considerable fame. But the good times didn't last long, and later she was rumored to be having an affair with a big shot in the entertainment industry. Then the so-called gate incident was exposed. And then it was completely banned. Xu Yang remembered that in his previous life, after establishing Tianyang capital, he accidentally heard that the other party went to southern Yunnan province alone after being banned. Thinking of Yang Zihan's sexy figure, Xu Yang was a little surprised. Why would this senior suddenly contact him? Feng Qingyang, senior sister Zihan, is there anything I can help you with? Just sent it out, the message came back. Senior Zihan, if you have time, come to Absolute Zero to find me now. Absolute Zero? Xu Yang was stunned. This was exactly the place where he met that charming woman on the first day of his rebirth. That night, before I met that charming woman, I seemed to have met this senior in the bar, and something else happened. Xu Yang vaguely remembered something, looked at the time, and then replied directly with 3 words. Feng Qingyang, okay, wait for me. Absolute Zero is the largest bar near the university town. Located on the University City Parkside, the location is excellent. The decoration is also very luxurious and upscale. In addition to students, the bar's main customer base is elite white-collar workers in society. So the consumption here is not low. As soon as Xu Yang walked into the bar, he saw a tall figure standing on the stage in the corner, singing in front of a microphone. Yang Zihan was wearing a white baseball cap, with her head slightly lowered, and her soft long black hair scattered on her shoulders. It's hard to see the magnificent face below. Only the pair of snow-white beautiful legs under the black shorts appear even more slender and straight against a pair of brown marten boots, so bright and attractive. Xu Yang found a booth and sat down at random. A familiar figure flashed before his eyes. He quickly turned around and saw the familiar charming figure walking out of the bar. Is it her? Xu Yang frowned slightly. Could it be that the other party came here again? Thinking of the scene that night when that woman stopped him in the bar and even took the initiative to hug him tightly, Xu Yang suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. You're here? At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from behind, with a hint of undisguised joy in the voice. Xu Yang turned around and looked. I saw that Yang Zihan had walked behind me without me noticing, and her pair of snow-white, straight legs looked even more dazzling. Although her pink and crystal oval face was bare, there was not a single flaw. There is a bright light in her big eyes, giving people a feeling as pure as water. She really has an angelic face and a devilish figure. What do you want to drink? I'll treat you. Yang Zihan blinked playfully. It's all right. Do you still want to sing? No, my main task today is to drink with you. Yang Zihan shook his head and sat down opposite Xu Yang. Then he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and took out 2 bottles of Absolute vodka from behind him like a magic trick. This. Xu Yang was just stunned. Chapter 11 No Regrets. What's wrong? I remember you drank this the other day. Seeing Xu Yang's reaction, Yang Zihan couldn't help but feel a little confused in his big eyes. She knew nothing about alcohol and had never drunk it. But that night Xu Yang suddenly ran to the bar and drank like crazy, so she wrote down the brand of the wine. Xu Yang then remembered that he had indeed drunk a large bottle of vodka here on the first night after his rebirth. It was that night that I met that strange woman here. Then, would you like to try another one? Seeing Xu Yang's expression, Yang Zihan blinked. No, just drink this. Xu Yang shook his head, took the bottle and opened it directly. I asked the waiter for a large glass, 2 bottles of juice and black tea, and ice cubes. Then the bartending began. After all, this wine is too strong and difficult to drink, especially for girls. Yang Zihan watched quietly from the side. Seeing Xu Yang's skillful movements and his handsome profile when he was serious, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The other person gave her the feeling that she was back to that night, extremely mature and reassuring. He doesn't look like a sophomore at all. Give. Xu Yang poured 2 large glasses of lemon vodka, placed one of them in front of Yang Zihan, and then picked up the glass. Cheers. Cheers. Yang Zihan picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Xu Yang in a formal manner. But after just one sip, she opened her mouth wide because of the spiciness, fanned herself with her snow-white hands, and her face turned red. Very spicy. Seeing Yang Zihan's cute appearance, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Is this considered spicy? Senior, isn't this your first time drinking? Seeing the other party nodding with a red face, Xu Yang was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that this troublesome girl would be drinking for the first time while singing in a bar. Yang Zihan quickly got used to the spicy taste and did not drink less because it was his first time. Instead, he frequently raised his glass. It's still early. There weren't many customers in the bar. The two chatted while drinking. I drank very relaxedly, but the alcohol was already slightly spreading. Gardenia, white petals. It fell on my white pleated skirt. A burst of singing was heard, and it turned out that a new singer had appeared on the stage. It was a slightly older woman, and she sang René Lou's Later. Although her voice is not as good as Yang Zihan's, she sang well and was quite infectious. After hearing this song, Xu Yang suddenly remembered the figure just now in the scene of that night, and he felt inexplicably depressed. Yang Zihan quietly watched this mysterious junior from the side. I don't know why the other person's mood becomes depressed. The conversation between the two of them just now made her feel very happy. It can be said that she has never had this experience before. In addition to the calm confidence and humor that are revealed inadvertently, the other party seemed to have a wealth of knowledge in all areas, and was definitely not the type who pretended to know something. She is totally different from those little brats chasing after her in the academy. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare. Is this an interesting soul? Yang Zihan experienced this kind of heart-thumping feeling for the first time. The scene of the other party resolutely standing in front of her that night appeared in her mind again, and her heart beat faster. But when she thought of some things, her bright face became a little dim again. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone away and disappeared in the crowd. Finally, I understood in tears. Some people, once missed, will never come back. Listening to the singing on the stage, Yang Zihan's eyes actually turned slightly red. Junior, what do you do if you miss someone and regret it many years later? If two people can meet again after many years, is it possible that they will still miss each other? After hearing Yang Zihan's question, Xu Yang picked up the wineglass, took a sip, and said lightly, rereading a book may give you new insights, but it won't give you a new ending. Hearing Xu Yang's indifferent words, Yang Zihan was stunned. Gradually more and more customers came to the bar. Although she was wearing a hat, many men still noticed that Yang Zihan, who was sitting opposite Xu Yang, was the most beautiful girl in the entire bar. He kept looking over there. Especially some customers who had seen her before came up to her and chatted with her. Either they put on a smile that they think is very gentlemanly, or they inadvertently show off their financial strength. But they were all easily rejected by Yang Zihan. It was obvious that she was already very skilled in dealing with this kind of pickup situation. Xu Yang suddenly remembered the people he had beaten up that night, and his heart tightened. Would they come to cause trouble for this senior sister again? By the way, did those people that night? Don't worry, I have a good friend who has helped me solve it. Before Xu Yang could finish speaking, Yang Zihan had already guessed what he was worried about and gave him a reassuring look. She noticed that Xu Yang's expression seemed a little strange, so she rolled her eyes playfully. What are you thinking about? It's a female friend, also my roommate, and she's pretty. Only then did Xu Yang feel relieved. As for the following words, he naturally would not doubt them. After all, there are always many beautiful girls in art academies. What's more, anyone who can be good friends with this troublemaking senior must be pretty good looking. After rejecting an approach from a seemingly successful middle-aged man, Yang Zihan raised his glass again, clinked it with Xu Yang's, and drank it all in one gulp. Then she stared at the junior opposite her with a daze, her beautiful eyes becoming a little blurred. Xu Yang, are all men the same? None of them are good. Xu Yang didn't know how to answer, so he picked up the wineglass and took a sip. Looking at the men and women in the corner of the bar, he curled his lips. I don't know if there are good men, but I know that good men are often not cherished by women. You're talking about yourself, right? Yang Zihan put his arm on Xu Yang and said with some bloating. In fact, she found out that Xu Yang was rejected when pursuing Jiang Xiaoying. It is a coincidence that Ma Zijuan is a junior student in the music department of the School of Finance and Economics, while Yang Zihan has a very high position in the vocal music department of the School of Arts. The two of them are from the same circle. Yang Zihan indirectly heard about Xu Yang's gossip through a schoolmate. Although she didn't understand why the girl named Jiang Xiaoying would reject such an outstanding boy, she was still quite happy deep down after hearing the news. Xu Yang shook his head, poured the last glass of wine and drank it all. Maybe it was true before, but after this rebirth, I will never be a good man no matter how hard I try. Little brother, don't drink by yourself. Waiter, bring 2 more bottles of wine. Yang Zihan looked at the empty wine bottle and shouted to the waiter not far away. Senior, you've had a little too much to drink. Let's get ready to go back. Why, don't you want me to drink more, little brother? Wouldn't it be better if I couldn't go back after drinking too much? Maybe she was really drunk. Yang Zihan blinked at Xu Yang and gave him a charming smile. Tease me? Xu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Yang Zihan with an aggressive gaze. Senior sister, you'd better not start a fire. I'm a normal man and I'm drunk now. Yang Zihan smiled playfully, but he had already made some huge decision in his heart. Her face flushed as she raised her head and looked straight at Xu Yang. Her big eyes were watery, and her ethereal voice was slightly trembling. Xu Yang, let's go to the hotel. Looking at Yang Zihan's proud curves and feeling the soft touch on her body, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. Senior, are you sure? Yang Zihan nodded and looked at Xu Yang with drunken eyes. Even if we can't be together in the future, at least I have no regrets at this moment. Chapter 12 Yang Zihan's Dream. The most famous dating spot for couples in the university town. Fall in love with her love hotel. The environment and decoration here are very good, warm and romantic. Behind the circular hotel building is a quiet courtyard. There is a dense jungle in the courtyard, and a winding path connects to the entrance. There is a clear spring inside, and the clear spring water moistens the surrounding soil. The originally quiet jungle suddenly became lively. Although it was already late at night, there was no sign of silence in the surrounding rooms. After a few hours of madness, Xu Yang felt that his entire body and soul had been sublimated. Lying on the integrated round bed, he lit a cigarette. Xu Yang looked at the perfect body in the mirror above the bed and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I didn't expect that this goddess senior was actually doing it for the first time. And even though it was the first time, I was able to be so crazy. Let myself, in both lives, be uncontrollably intoxicated by it. Naturally charming. This word popped up unconsciously in Xu Yang's mind. Lying in Xu Yang's arms, Yang Zihan's brows looked a little dazed. Obviously he was still immersed in what had just happened. Sister Zihan, won't you regret it? Regret? What is there to regret? I'm going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. You should know how muddy the water in the entertainment industry is, right? I don't have a strong background, so I definitely can't stay out of trouble in the entertainment industry. Yang Zihan seemed to be very open-minded, but a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Since I'm going to be taken advantage of by those disgusting men sooner or later, I might as well let you, a little guy, take advantage of me first. Little one? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows and moved slightly. No, not the little one. Yang Zihan quickly begged for mercy. Although she had an extraordinary physique, it was her first time in her life after all. She didn't expect that Xu Yang, who looked a little weak. He is so gifted. If this continues, she is really afraid that she won't be able to bear it. In fact, Xu Yang was also a little confused. He remembered that although he was not bad in his previous life, it was not so exaggerated. It seems to be another benefit of rebirth. Sister Zihan, do you want to be a singer in the future? Well, I like singing. My only dream since I was a child is to sign a contract with Star Entertainment. There was a glimmer of longing in Yang Zihan's eyes. That was her biggest dream. Starry Sky Entertainment? Xu Yang was slightly stunned. He knew this company, it was the leader in the entertainment industry. If he remembered correctly, Yang Zihan joined this company in his previous life, and then a scandal broke out between him and a leader of this company. Yes, it's Star Entertainment. You may not have heard of it, but this company is the absolute overlord in the entertainment industry. At this point, Yang Zihan felt a little disappointed. But a company as big as Star Entertainment would definitely not look down on an ordinary student like me. Don't worry, senior. I think with your singing and musical talent, you will definitely be noticed by Star Entertainment. Xu Yang comforted. Alas, you don't know that talent alone is not enough to succeed in the entertainment industry. Many times, you have to rely on other things. Yang Zihan shook her head. In her opinion, a junior like Xu Yang did not understand the complexity and muddiness of the entertainment industry. Early the next morning, when Yang Zihan woke up from his dream, the first thing he felt was that Xu Yang was full of energy. Xu Yang pulled Yang Zihan into his arms and kissed her gently. After nearly 2 hours of madness, at 9 o'clock, Chu Yang and Yang Zihan walked out of the room together. "Hello, check out of room 8201. Walking to the hotel front desk, Chu Yang handed over the room card. "Okay, sir, in addition to the room fee, your additional consumption is 30. No, it's 60 yuan. Can I pay by card or cash?" The waitress at the front desk was a young woman in her 20s. She confirmed the room charges and then looked at Chu Yang with a blushing face. "Well." Chu Yang finally reacted, felt his empty pocket, took out the bank card with only a few hundred yuan left, and handed it over. "Swipe the card." The waitress swiped the card with a red face and handed it back. "Sir, please keep your bank card." Chu Yang nodded and was about to take it, but the bank card was snatched away by Yang Zihan next to him. Yang Zihan took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the card number, and then returned the bank card to Chu Yang. "Don't forget to have some breakfast. I have classes later, so I won't be with you." "You don't want to eat?" "I'm full. I'm going to class. Bye." Yang Zihan giggled, gave Chu Yang a seductive look, and then waved his hand. Watching Yang Zihan walking away with her straight and slender legs, Chu Yang turned and walked towards the Guotong Securities Business Hall. After walking a few steps, my cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Yang took out his phone and took a look. "Huaxia Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 1718 received a transfer transaction of 50,000 yuan at 9:12 on October 12, and the current balance is 50,182.65 yuan. Chu Yang was stunned at first, then he suddenly remembered something, found Yang Zihan's cell phone number and dialed it. Soon, Yang Zihan's pleasant voice came from the phone. "Hee, little brother, you don't miss your sister so soon, do you? Did you transfer the money?" "Well, my sister made some money from singing as a resident singer, but I don't need it on a regular basis, so I'll just lend it to you." Yang Zihan rolled his eyes and explained, as if he was afraid that Chu Yang would refuse. "Okay, tell me when you need it." Chu Yang did not refuse, but said directly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Zihan's mouth curled up slightly. She heard that Chu Yang spent all his living expenses on Jiang Xiaoying's birthday. "That's why I wrote down Chu Yang's bank card number and transferred the money to him." This was all her savings during this period, but she rarely spent money on daily matters, so she transferred it all to Chu Yang. Originally she was worried that Chu Yang would not accept it, but now it seems that this junior is not that chauvinistic. Just like last night. Chu Yang didn't think too much about it. He is in urgent need of money now, and since Yang Zihan has some, he will just use it first. After all, for him who was once worth billions, 50,000 yuan was nothing. But now, with this 50,000 yuan of capital, he can make money much faster. It was exactly 9:25 when Chu Yang walked into the Guotong Securities Business Hall. The call auction has just ended and trading will officially open soon. Chu Yang went straight to the client area, found an idle computer, and quickly logged into his account. Then he transferred the 50,000 yuan and the card directly into the securities account. Opening the time-sharing chart interface of Luodun Development, sure enough, it opened at the daily limit. Luodun Development. Current price, 6.44 yuan. Current increase, plus 10.1%. Number of shares held, 1,000 shares. Amount of holdings, 6,440 yuan. Compared with the purchase price yesterday morning, the total profit was nearly 30 points, earning 1,520 yuan. The original accumulation of funds is really slow. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly, and then without any hesitation, he directly chose to sell. There were millions of orders on the daily limit, and they were executed instantly. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Lin Shiyu, who was passing by. Chapter 13 Super Rookie. Seeing that Chu Yang sold Luodun Development at the daily limit, Lin Shiyu was speechless. Originally, she was still wondering whether Chu Yang was an expert as he bought Luodun Development at the lower limit without hesitation yesterday. Looking at it this way now, this idea disappears instantly. And it made me even more certain that the other party was a super rookie. People who really know the business know that there is a saying in the stock market. The one who knows how to buy is the apprentice. Only the one who knows how to sell is the master. And those who will be empty warehouse. That's the ancestor. The stock of Luodun Development opened today with a daily limit and was blocked by millions of buy orders. This means that this check will still have a premium tomorrow, and it is very likely that it will continue to hit the daily limit. If you sell it this time, what else could it be but stupidity? She rolled her eyes speechlessly, completely lost interest in Xu Yang, and walked straight upstairs. Xu Yang didn't know that he had become a moron in Lin Shiyu's eyes, but after selling Luodun Development, he looked at the balance of funds. Then it switched directly to Huaca Media. Today is the first day that Huaca Media resumes trading through a backdoor listing. The stock that was used as a shell company by Huaca Media has been suspended since 2006 and was officially resumed today, a total of 6 years. Huaca Media. Current price, 9.05 yuan. Current increase, plus 912%. That's right. According to the regulations of the Huaxia share market, the day of resumption of trading after the share reform is not subject to the 10% price fluctuation limit. Even so, the increase of up to 900% still looks shocking. Even though it had been closed for 6 years, it increased 9 times as soon as it was reopened, which was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, the entire business hall was frantically discussing the horrific opening price of Huaca Media. Fuck, the opening price went straight from 1 yuan to 9 yuan. Isn't this too exaggerated? If I remember correctly, this single-day increase should have broken the historical record of a shares. Yes, I just checked, the king of the monster stocks in 2007, Selangsha, only rose by 715% in a single day. It must be the main force that is maliciously speculating. At this price, no one would buy it. Sure enough, at this moment, the originally upward straight line suddenly fell down. Multiple consecutive large orders of tens of thousands of shares are pouring down on the market. The guy just now smiled smugly and said disdainfully, "See? They're pushing up the price just to sell the goods. I've seen this kind of trick many times. Shit, I was just thinking about buying a few hands to gamble, luckily I didn't." Me too. If I had bought it just now, I would have been standing on the top of the mountain, but it was knocked down by more than 100 points. Damn, it's exciting just thinking about it. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Xu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the board seriously. Just when several large orders of tens of thousands of shares directly pushed the share price of Huaca Media to 7.85 yuan, Xu Yang decisively placed an order to buy all the shares. Instant deal. Huaca Media. Current price, 7.85 yuan. Current increase, plus 726.8%. Number of shares held, 7,200 shares. Position amount, 56,520 yuan. After several large orders broke through 7.85 yuan, panic selling began in the market and the stock price continued to fall. It soon reached 7.80 yuan. But in just a moment, huge orders appeared and people were buying up stocks frantically. The stock price was maintained at around 7.85 yuan. In just a few seconds, a super buy order of 100,000 lots suddenly appeared, sweeping away all sell orders between 7.85 yuan and 8.10 yuan. The stock price was instantly raised to 8.11 yuan. The corners of Xu Yang's mouth slightly raised. Obviously, this is because some big speculators have realized the main force's true intention of going long through the main force's recent tactics. Sure enough, after the super large order, the entire market directly entered the share-grabbing interface. It should be that multiple powerful hot money entered the market and frantically bought stocks. The stock price of Huaca Media once again went straight up and soared into the sky. It soon exceeded the highest point at the opening. This, can I still buy this? Buy a shit, it's already this location, did you buy a mountain to stand on? Listen to me, the main force is obviously trying to lure more people to sell, otherwise how could the price rise so fast? A group of people swallowed their saliva and watched the price of Huaca Media rise straight up from 8.11 yuan to 11.65 yuan. Then it stabilized around 11.60 yuan. This. Fuck, if I had known I would have bought all of it. Even a few lots would be fine. It will go down soon. Based on my 10 years of experience in the stock market, I can tell you that this is definitely a major move to lure more investors. Bullshit. The capital inflow from this major order is nearly 1 billion, which is more than the small and medium orders combined. Have you ever seen such a lure for buying? This. Everyone slapped their thighs in frustration. I regret not placing an order to buy just now. Xu Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and shook his head helplessly. That's how leaks are, they always like to pat their thighs. Even if they were given another chance, they would still do this. If they buy, the result is simple, which is to stand guard for the main force. Seeing that the share price of Huaca Media had stabilized, Xu Yang directly exited his account and turned off the trading software. Then I opened the browser and read the news. Meituan officially announced its entry into the hotel and travel group buying market, and Renren Dianping has welcomed its strongest rival. Ali Group released its financial report for the first 3 quarters, with Taobao online transaction volume exceeding 500 billion yuan. The number of Momo app users has exceeded 20 million, just 11 months after its launch. Internet industry news occupies most of the news homepage. Xu Yang looked around and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. For him who was reborn, there are too many investment opportunities in this era. Finally, his eyes stopped on a piece of news. The Chinese government has officially released a document that will actively advocate the introduction of private capital into the financial industry. Xu Yang clicked on it and studied the official document carefully. He knew that it was this document that announced the start of this round of a share bull market a year later. Although he has the memory of the stock market trends in his previous life. However, when the funds in his hands reach a certain size, it will inevitably have an impact on the market, and it will be difficult for him to buy and sell it like he does now. After watching the news, Xu Yang was about to leave, when he suddenly remembered the beautiful woman who had pushed him off the cliff before his rebirth. He took a deep breath, opened the Baidu search window again, and typed in the 3 words Qin Xia. Then press enter. Chapter 14 Qin Xia's True Face. The internet speed in the business hall was very good. After Xu Yang pressed the enter key, the search results were displayed instantly. Xu Yang started reading from the top. He found many people with the same name as Qin Xia, but they were obviously not the same person. There are neighborhood aunties, shot put athletes, and 13th tier celebrity. It seems that Qin Xia is not well known in the financial circle yet. She has not become any financial beauty. In fact, Xu Yang still hasn't figured out why Qin Xia attacked him that day. Although I haven't told her yet that I will give all my property to her. But the 2 of them have already obtained the certificate. They are already husband and wife. The other party seemed to have no reason to kill him. Suddenly, Xu Yang's gaze stopped on the search result at the bottom of the screen. Qin Xia, female, 22 years old, staff member of Anti-Securities Hangzhou Center Sales Department, joined in June 2012. Wait, 22? Xu Yang's heart moved. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, although Qin Xia looked as pure and beautiful as a girl, her actual age on her ID card was 2 years older than himself. I am 20 years old now, and the other party should be 22 years old. He quickly clicked on the message, and a photo of his ID card appeared. Really? Xu Yang's eyes focused and he took a deep breath. The woman in this photo looks a little immature, not as mature and elegant as Qin Xia in her previous life. But the familiar facial features and beautiful face show that it is the same person at first glance. This is an employee onboarding information. In addition to Qin Xia, there are introductions to several other new employees. Who would have thought that such an ordinary employee of a securities business department would become a famous financial beauty in the financial field in just a few years? After reading it, Xu Yang casually clicked on the homepage of the website of Anti-Securities Hangzhou Central Branch and started reading. At this moment, another name that he didn't expect appeared on the screen. Lu Jianrun, General Manager of Hangzhou Center Sales Department. Xu Yang's pupils shrank and he just stood there in a daze. Some memories gradually emerged in my mind. Lu Jianrun is his deputy and the second in command of Tianyang Capital. When Tianyang Capital was first established, it became famous in the Chinese financial world. When his career was at its peak, Lu Jianrun resigned from a private equity firm and joined Tianyang Capital. Later, he gradually took the position of his deputy. As one of the important members of the company, Lu Jianrun had naturally met Qin Xia on weekdays. But the 2 never said they knew each other before. As his woman, Qin Xia often gave him suggestions on the development of the company and expressed her optimism about Lu Jianrun many times. As a model good man, he generally supports and adopts Qin Xia's suggestions. It can be said that the reason why Lu Jianrun was able to become the number 2 in Tianyang Capital was absolutely inseparable from Qin Xia's pillow talk. But the 2 of them worked in the same securities business department before, how could they not know each other? What's more, Lu Jianrun is the general manager of this sales department. Thinking of this, and recalling some details of when Qin Xia was with him, Xu Yang's face became increasingly uglier. No wonder that bitch acted so unnatural when playing poker for the first time. He also said that he used too much force when riding a bicycle when he was a child. The reason why Chu Yang did not suspect the other party was mainly because Qin Xia was known as the financial jade girl and had always been an image of a pure and innocent girl in the industry. She has never even been rumored to have an affair with other men. This is also the main reason why Chu Yang chose to believe in love again and fall into the other person's arms. Now with clear memories of his previous life, Chu Yang recalled some details of his time with Qin Xia and finally confirmed. The relationship between Qin Xia and Lu Jianrun is definitely not ordinary. Even after being with me, Qin Xia is likely to still be hanging out with that bastard Lu Jianrun behind my back. No wonder I know so much in bed. Sometimes, even for those of you who love film and television, it opens your eyes. Financial beauty? Humph, a financial lustful woman. Grass. Damn it. Xu Yang's face turned pale, he understood. It was obvious that Qin Xia had a purpose when she contacted him. It is very likely that this was a scheme set up by her and Lu Jianrun. In other words, Lu Jianrun is the real mastermind behind this. So, after taking action against themselves, Tianyang Capital naturally fell into the hands of Lu Jianrun and Qin Xia. This is the purpose of both of them. The general manager of Anti-Securities Hangzhou Central Sales Department? After looking at the information on the screen, Xu Yang curled his lips into a sneer. Although it happened in the previous life. But being clear about gratitude and resentment is a good virtue of a good young man in the new era. The next morning, Xu Yang did not go to class and skipped class to go to the Guitong Securities Business Hall. He has other things to do today besides trading. After finding another idle computer, Xu Yang logged into his account. Because it is still time for the market to open, the information displayed is still yesterday's increase. Waka Media. Current price, 12.90 yuan. Current increase, plus 1,183.65%. Number of shares held, 7,200 shares. Position amount, 92,880 yuan. In just one day, the profit exceeded 60%. This speed of making money is simply astonishing. Seeing that the funds increased from more than 50,000 to more than 90,000, Xu Yang did not show much excitement. Just a profit of tens of thousands of yuan. Compared with the grand scenes he had seen in his previous life, it was nothing. Soon, at 9:15, the call auction began. Another exclamation came from the side. Fuck, Waka Media has reached its daily limit again? They're not even giving us a chance to get on board. This is definitely malicious speculation. It actually rose 1,200% in one day yesterday. Have you ever heard of a stock that can rise 1,200% in one day? Damn, if I had known I would have gotten on the bus yesterday. The brave ones will die of overeating while the timid ones will die of starvation. Hiss. The old man who slapped his thigh crazily yesterday slapped his thigh hard again, and then gasped in pain. But he accidentally saw Chu Yang's stock holdings on the side, and his eyes widened. Damn, this guy bought Waka Media yesterday? Looking at the profit of more than 70% after today's daily limit, the old man is almost drooling. Etc. He widened his eyes in disbelief and watched Xu Yang place a sell order on the daily limit. Instant deal. There are still 500,000 buy orders below. Holy shit, this guy actually sold it at the daily limit. The old man couldn't help but slap his thigh again. There was only a pop sound. The old man gasped and grimaced. Hiss. Sure enough, those who can make money in his shares are not quite normal. Chapter 15 Leverage. Waka Media. Current price, 14.19 yuan. Current increase, plus 10.01%. Number of shares held, 7,200 shares. Position amount, 102,168 yuan. Although Waka Media surged nearly 1,200% yesterday, since it has been suspended for many years, the starting price at the opening was not low. So even though Chu Yang bought at almost the lowest price, his single-day profit at the closing was only more than 60%. I looked at the balance of funds, plus today's 10% profit, it was just over 100,000 yuan. Compared with yesterday's more than 50,000 yuan, it has nearly doubled. This is the power of compound interest. Xu Yang nodded slightly, and then did not choose any more stocks, but walked towards the service desk. Hello, I want to open GEM trading. After saying that, Xu Yang realized that the person standing in front of the service desk was the beautiful manager who had kindly reminded him on the day he opened the account. Lin Xiyu? Nice name. Xu Yang glanced at the other person's name tag and was secretly surprised. I remember hearing the female salesperson say that day, "Isn't this the manager from upstairs? Why is he here at the lobby service desk?" Sir, to open an account on the growth enterprise market, you need a balance of more than 100,000 yuan, and your ID card is also required. Lin Shiyu was obviously a little depressed, but she still spoke politely. "This is my account opening information, and this is my ID." Chu Yang handed over the account opening information and ID card. Lin Shiyu raised her head and was slightly startled when she saw it was Chu Yang. She had an impression of Chu Yang. After the other party bought Luodun Development at the limit down price, the stock of Luodun Development directly hit the limit up. She even suspected that the other party might be a master. But when I saw the other party directly sell Luodun Development at the daily limit yesterday, I am completely speechless. I suddenly felt that I was overthinking. It seems that the other party was just lucky to be able to buy stocks at the ceiling. Otherwise, why would you sell at the daily limit? Looking at the documents and certificates handed over by Chu Yang, Lin Shiyu frowned. If she remembered correctly, this young man who looked like a college student had just opened an account a few days ago. When I sold Luodun Development yesterday, there were only about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan in the account. Now you have taken out another 100,000 to open the GEM? And considering the opponent's rookie level, is it really that he has too much money and has no place to spend it? He's looking for compensation? Lin Shiyu was a little speechless, but still kindly reminded. "Mr. Chu, the risks of trading on the GEM are very high. Although the age limit for stocks has been temporarily lifted, it is still not recommended for beginners to open a GEM account." Beginner in stock trading? My total stock investment years are probably longer than your cup. Chu Yang felt amused, and then glanced at the other person's badge, and was stunned. Well, maybe it's a little early for me to draw this conclusion. I know, just help me open it. Okay. Lin Shiyu could only take Chu Yang's account opening information and ID card and start operating on the computer. I took a look at the balance of funds in the system, which was 102,168 yuan, which barely met the minimum requirement for opening an account on the growth enterprise market. Okay, Mr. Chu, we have opened up GEM trading rights for you. Although the daily price fluctuation limit of GEM stocks is also 10%, the fluctuation will be relatively large, so please invest with caution. For clarification, the price fluctuation limit of the Chinext was changed to 20% after August 24, 2020. In addition, due to the needs of the plot, some trading rules will have some slight deviations. Lin Shiyu returned the information and ID to Chu Yang and gave him a kind reminder. After all, although 100,000 yuan is nothing in the stock market, it is not a small amount of money for ordinary college students. Yes, thank you. Chu Yang nodded, and gave this beautiful manager an extra point in his mind. Although these words have no meaning to me at all. But the fact that the other person can remind me shows that he is a very professional and kind person. You should know that in securities companies, the performance of salesmen is directly linked to the trading volume of their clients. In other words, the more frequently you trade, the higher the other party's performance will be. In this case, you can also take the initiative to remind yourself, which means that the other party has his own principles and bottom line. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from not far away. Lin Shiyu, didn't I ask you to clean up the hall? Why haven't you done it yet? Chu Yang looked over and found that the person who spoke was the young woman who opened the account for him. The woman came over, looking arrogant. Boss Xiao will be here soon, don't you know to clean up first? Manager Wang, I have a client here. Lin Shiyu explained helplessly. Any customers? The young woman glanced at Chu Yang and sneered. Heh, I see you just want to flirt with a little man, right? You. Lin Shiyu was so angry that her pretty face turned red and her body was shaking. Chu Yang frowned, looked at the other person with cold eyes, and said lightly. What's your name? What's your job title? As a successful man who has held a high position for a long time and is shrewd, Chu Yang exudes a natural aura in his every move. Once you get serious, there is a kind of majesty that comes from years of accumulation. It's hard to fake this kind of momentum. This was also the main reason why Chu Yang was able to deceive Zhang Xiaoying, Ma Zichang, and others that night. Feeling the inexplicable aura from Chu Yang, the young woman trembled and felt a little weak in her heart. I think the minimum quality requirement for an employee of Guitong Securities is not to attack others at will, especially customers. At this point, Chu Yang glanced at the young woman calmly. Also, if I remember correctly, cleaning doesn't seem to be the job of the business staff, right? The young woman opened her mouth, but no words came out. Xu Yang was right. There were special cleaning staff responsible for the hall hygiene. She just wanted to target Lin Xiyu deliberately. She didn't recognize Xu Yang either. After all, a person who used 5,000 yuan to open an account to trade stocks could be ignored in her eyes. Feeling the inexplicable aura from Xu Yang and hearing his words, the young woman became even more nervous. To be able to say such a thing, the other party's identity must be not simple, and it is even very likely that he knows the senior management of Guotong Securities. This kind of person is not someone you can afford to offend. Thinking of this, the young woman quickly turned around and left in embarrassment. Thanks. Watching the woman leave, Lin Xiyu expressed gratitude. She has been very unlucky recently. First, she was demoted from a manager position to an ordinary salesperson. Then I was bullied one after another. She didn't expect that this young boy would stand up and speak for her. And the look just now seems pretty handsome. Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu's pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Xu Yang didn't care, just nodded casually, and then asked. By the way, I would also like to ask, what are the conditions for increasing leverage, that is, opening margin trading? Add leverage? Lin Xiyu was completely stunned, and the slight good impression she had for Xu Yang just disappeared in an instant. The other party is crazy. Not only does it open up the GEM, but they even want to increase leverage. After trading stocks for a few days, do you really think you are a stock god? Chapter 16, shocked Lin Xiyu. Seeing that the other party was so unreasonable, Lin Xiyu's face turned a little cold. Sorry, to open margin trading, you need an account with more than 500,000 yuan in funds, and the account must be opened for at least half a year. Xu Yang nodded. He was just asking casually. He knew that brokerage companies had relatively strict restrictions on leveraged financing for stock trading. In addition to the size of the funds, there were also many requirements such as the time of account opening. I probably can't meet the requirements now. Thanks. After saying thank you, Xu Yang turned and walked towards the computer area in the hall. Looking at Xu Yang's back, Lin Xiyu shook her head helplessly. Are all young people nowadays so self-righteous? She lowered her head and was about to shut down the user system, but her eyes suddenly focused and stopped on a number. Then her eyes widened instantly, and her pretty face was filled with shock. Account name, Xu Yang. Account level, ordinary customer. Account opening time, October 19, 2012. Funding account. Return rate in the most recent month, 79.85%. How is this possible? Lin Xiyu stared at the number 79.85% with disbelief in her eyes. It was said to be a monthly rate of return, but the other party had only opened the account for 3 days. The other party opened an account the day before yesterday morning, and even the stocks he bought hit the daily limit every day. As of today, there have been at most 2 daily limit increases. Add to that the 20-point profit from the first day ceiling, the profit is no more than 40% at most. After all, the other party had not opened GEM trading before, and the maximum daily increase was 10%. 2 floor panels? I'm sorry, in the entire share market recently, only Luodun Development has seen a ceiling. Besides, even if you can buy 2 floor ceiling stocks, it is impossible to achieve the terrifying return of 79.85%. There must be something wrong with the system. Lin Xiyu murmured to herself, and then couldn't help but click on the delivery note of Xu Yang's account. When her eyes fell on the 4 words Huaca Media, she was completely stunned. Of course she knew about this big monster stock whose growth broke the historical record in just 1 day yesterday. I remember that during the meeting last night, the company's senior management specifically mentioned this stock. It is said that the dealer behind the scenes was very ruthless and almost fooled everyone. Because the opening price was too high and the trend was extreme, few people actually bought the stock. It seems that there is only one account in the entire central sales department that bought this stock. This account. No, it's just... Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu swallowed hard. I carefully looked at the transaction record on the delivery note again. October 20th, 9:52, by Huaca Media, purchase price, 7.85 yuan share transaction quantity, 7,200 shares transaction amount, 56,520 yuan. At 9:30 on October 21st, Huaca Media was sold at a selling price of 12.90 yuan per share. The number of shares traded was 7,200 shares. The transaction amount was 92,880 yuan. I bought it almost at the lowest point, and I bought it in full. In just one trading day, a single transaction made a profit of nearly 70%. Seeing this horrifying transaction record, Lin Shiyu was stunned. That morning, the scene where Chu Yang sold Luodun development without hesitation at the daily limit appeared in her mind again. It's funny that I was laughing at the other person for being a rookie. It turns out that I am the one who is ridiculous. Compared with a 70% profit in one day, a daily limit is nothing. Just then, a cry of surprise rang out from the hall. Look, Huaca Media has actually reached its daily limit. Fuck, this is hundreds of thousands of hands smashing down, this dealer is too cruel. What? Huaca Media has opened the daily limit? Lin Shiyu's body trembled again, and her eyes fell on the delivery note again. The other party sold it at the daily limit today. That means selling at the highest point. Hiss. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but gasp, her expression extremely complicated. Although the other party is very young and has just opened an account a few days ago, he should be a novice in the stock market. But can this really be achieved by luck alone? Plus the last Luodun development. Shaking her head slowly, Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered something and walked quickly towards the trading hall. Chu Yang was sitting in front of a computer, looking at the stock market of Leshai.com. This Leshai.com is a technology stock on the growth enterprise market. Because the founder of this company is very good at making promises and has stood at the forefront of the internet ecology trend, he has won the favor of many investment institutions. The stock is also unanimously optimistic by the outside world. The increase was staggering in the following months. And today is the first daily limit of this wave of market. Chu Yang has recalled it carefully. According to the K-line chart, the lowest point of this check today should be about 5 points underwater. But now it is still fluctuating slightly above plus 3.5% above the water level. So Chu Yang was looking at the market boredly, waiting for the opportunity to buy. Mr. Chu. Hearing the voice, Chu Yang looked up and saw Lin Shiyu walking towards him. His expression was respectful, and the way he looked at him had changed a lot compared to just now. In addition to admiration, there seems to be some curiosity. Miss Lin, is there anything wrong? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He had already guessed the reason for the other party's change of attitude. Mr. Chu, this is the case. You just asked about the leverage issue. According to the requirements of our Guitong Securities, margin trading business does require an account with more than 500,000 yuan in funds to open. At this point, Lin Shiyu changed the subject. But if Mr. Chu really needs it, I can help you contact an over-the-counter financing agency. Off-site financing? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then a burst of uncontrollable ecstasy suddenly surged in his heart. How could I have forgotten this? Over-the-counter financing refers to a third-party institution outside of a securities company that provides financing trading services to investors. However, a certain handling fee will be charged. But this little handling fee is nothing to Chu Yang. A few years later, the Chinese government issued a special document to explicitly prohibit off-market financing. However, under the current regulatory intensity, you can still use off-market financing. Mr. Chu, if you need it, I can help you contact the funding agency now. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Lin Shiyu smiled. Chu Yang nodded. Okay, how many times can this off-market financing be? Are there any other requirements? Based on your personal account funds, you can set the margin multiple yourself, and the margin institution will automatically close or blow up your position according to the margin amount and market conditions. Generally speaking, the highest margin for a shares is 10 times, and special transactions will limit positions based on the financing situation. In addition, you need to pay a certain percentage of deposit, generally 10%. Chapter 17, Zheng Xiaoying. This type of over-the-counter financing institution is very efficient. In addition, Lin Shiyu was familiar with them, and it only took her more than 10 minutes to help Chu Yang open an off-market financing account. And Chu Yang's stock account was bound to the trading system. When Lin Shiyu saw Chu Yang directly choose 10x leverage, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. 10x leverage. This means that the transaction risk is magnified tenfold. One limit down and the position will be liquidated. The account balance is directly reset to zero. This is not something that ordinary people can bear. Thinking of the risks involved, Lin Shiyu quickly tried to persuade them. Mr. Chu, why don't you open a margin ratio of 2 or 3 times first? If it's too high, it will easily lead to forced liquidation. What's the point of double or triple? Miss Lin, please rest assured. I understand the risks involved. Chu Young smiled and shook his head, still choosing a 10x capital allocation ratio on his own. Looking at Chu Yang, who was as stubborn as a gambler, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but secretly regret that maybe she shouldn't have told him about the off-market financing. Chu Yang logged into the trading system again. Looking at the available funds of up to 900,000 in his account in addition to the 10% margin, he couldn't help but feel very proud. As the founder of Tianyang Capital, and having spent most of his life in the financial field in his previous life, Chu Yang knows the rules of the financial market like the back of his hand. So he knew very well how to accumulate wealth most quickly. With leverage, he now has the best conditions to make a fortune. A 10% profit every day can reach 100% through 10 times capital allocation. A 100% profit every day is equivalent to doubling the principal every day. The horror of this can be imagined. Of course, this is only suitable when you are absolutely sure. Otherwise, if the stock price drops to the limit, it will be like barbecue. Most people simply can't afford it. I saw that Lazai.com on the market was hit by several large orders in succession, and began to plunge sharply, and soon fell into the water. Chu Yang smiled slightly, seized the opportunity, and quickly placed an order at a price of 2%. Direct full position. Instant deal. A purchase order of 900,000 is nothing for a company with a market value of nearly 10 billion. Couldn't even stop it for a second. The stock price continued to fall until it reached 3.5% before slowing down. Leshai.com? Lin Shiyu was terrified watching from the side, especially when she saw Chu Yang bought all of Leshai.com when the stock price was plummeting. The risks of GEM stocks are much greater than those of General A shares. Okay, Miss Lin, I have to go back to school. Thank you very much for today. Chu Yang logged out of the account directly, then said goodbye to Lin Shiyu and left. Looking at Chu Yang's receding back and thinking of his calm and composed smile, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but stand there in a daze. After buying the entire position with 10x leverage, you just left so easily? You know, even as a bystander, after seeing Chu Yang buy a stock with 10 times leverage, she couldn't help but be curious about the future trend of this stock. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but look at the board, and then opened her mouth wide. Leshai.com was stuck at around 3% for a while before it was bought crazily by several large orders of tens of thousands of shares. Then, a deep-shaped trend was pulled up. Looking at the intraday chart in front of her, which was constantly increasing in volume, Lin Shiyu was petrified. She has been working in the financial industry for several years, but she has never experienced anything as shocking as today. When I returned to school, it was already 12 noon. Chu Yang walked to the school gate and just met Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana coming out. Seeing Chu Yang, Lu Nana showed a disdainful expression. She had heard Jiang Xiaoying talk about Chu Yang renting a car that day. TSK, what I despise most is those people who like to pretend to be rich even though they have no money. Why pretend if you have no money? You can't even afford to buy an Apple phone, and you still want to pursue our Xiaoying? Jiang Xiaoying glanced at Chu Yang, a trace of disgust flashed across her face, and she sneered. Humph, a hypocritical man like this, even if he buys me 10 fruit machines, I still won't like him. Beep. Beep. Just then, a horn sounded from not far away. Then came the sound of rubber tires rubbing against the ground. I saw a Honda Civic sedan speeding from a distance and stopped beside them. The window opened, and the person sitting inside was Ma Ziqiang. He drove a Honda sedan like a supercar. Ma Ziqiang smiled triumphantly, got out of the car, and looked at Chu Yang with a joking look on his face. Why, Master Chu didn't rent a car today? Obviously, Jiang Xiaoying also told him about Chu Yang's car rental. In his heart, Ma Ziqiang actually admired Chu Yang's amazing moves. Normally, the most I would do is give girls a fake bag as a gift to trick them. I didn't expect that the other party would buy fake Lafite and wear fake watches, and even rent a luxury car. Coupled with his excellent acting skills that night, he actually fooled himself. If Jiang Xiaoying had not been traditional and chaste, and had not seen through the other party at the last critical moment. If it were another girl, she would have accompanied the other person to the hotel to play poker. That's right, that's what Jiang Xiaoying said to him. He also believed her words. After all, Jiang Xiaoying has always been an aloof goddess, and she hasn't even let him touch her hand. Sharp. Ma Ziqiang secretly sighed in his heart that it was a pity. If I had learned this trick earlier, how many of those girls would have been able to resist it? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. Jiang Xiaoying walked over nervously and stood between Chu Yang and Ma Zichang. Zichang, what's the point of chatting with this liar? I'm a little hungry, let's go eat quickly. Having said that, she directly took Ma Zichang's hand and was about to get in the car. It was the first time that Ma Zichang had this kind of physical contact with Jiang Xiaoying. Feeling that soft little hand holding him, he felt numb all over and said excitedly, "Ah. Okay, Xiaoying, just tell me what you want to eat today, I'll arrange it." He quickly ran to open the car door and let Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana get in. Before getting in the car, Ma Zichang did not forget to wink at Chu Yang, and he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Chu Yang. The smug look on his face was not concealed at all. Looking at Ma Zichang's smug actions, Chu Yang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you so satisfied with just a touch? If this guy knew how Jiang Xiaoying took the initiative to play with him that night, I wonder how he would react. Chapter 18 Dialogues in the Eastern Bloc. Chu Yang naturally knew that the reason Jiang Xiaoying was so panicked just now was because she was worried that he would tell others what happened that night. Looking at the Honda sedan going away, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked towards the school. As soon as I entered the campus, the news broadcast on the campus radio came. Huawei company recently officially launched the HiSilicon K3V2 processor, which is my country's first independently developed mobile phone processor chip. The Huawei Mate series mobile phone to be launched next month will be equipped with it for the first time. The rise of domestic high-tech industries is just around the corner. Huawei? HiSilicon processor? Chu Yang was slightly stunned, then shook his head helplessly. He knew clearly that Huawei company did experience a period of rapid development, but was strangled by the United States a few years later. We haven't been able to get 5G chips for many years. Coupled with various technological blockades in other areas, the only domestic mobile phone leader collapsed. It was not until many years later that a domestic chip company independently produced 7-nanometer processors. But it still lags behind Western countries. Semiconductor chips. Chu Yang frowned slightly. He knew very well that this industry was not something that ordinary companies could get involved in. Even the entire Chinese country has been strangled by the United States in this key area for decades. Without the accumulation of experience and time in the field of high tech, it would be almost impossible to make a breakthrough under the technological blockade of the United States. But now that he has been reborn, wealth is definitely not a problem for him. Based on the absolute financial strength, coupled with my own advanced vision of the development trend in the next 10 years, is it possible to achieve some breakthroughs? Chu Yang frowned in thought while walking towards the dormitory building. Not far away, a mature, sexy and beautiful figure was standing there. Looking at Chu Yang's thin back that seemed somewhat bleak in the autumn wind. Thinking of the scene where Ma Zichang and Jiang Xiaoying laughed at each other just now, her beautiful eyebrows could not help but frown tightly. Hangzhou City, Oriental Building. Asshole. Who told you to use that method on that girl from the Mu family? If this matter were to be exposed, do you know how much trouble it would bring to our Dongfang group? In the chairman's office on the 16th floor, a middle-aged man with an air of superiority looked at his son in front of him with a gloomy face and resisted the urge to slap him. Dad, I just want to make a fait accompli in advance. This will also be beneficial to the future development of our group. Dongfang Hao showed an aggrieved expression. I just didn't expect that little slut would get away. It's a done deal? Do you think the girl from the Mu family is that simple? The middle-aged man sneered and looked at his son as if he were an idiot. You don't have any brains at all. You've lived in vain all these years. Fortunately, for some reason, the girl from the Mu family did not make this matter public. But you must behave yourself from now on and don't mess with that girl again in the near future. After glaring at Dongfang Hao angrily, the middle-aged man picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then his tone softened a little. Don't worry, I have already made plans for the Mutian group. I will fulfill your wish sooner or later. Dad, are you telling the truth? Dongfang Hao was suddenly overjoyed and quickly looked at the middle-aged man. Whenever he thought of that naturally charming and sexy body, he couldn't help but feel itchy. Yangzi, let's go to the food court tonight to eat barbecue and have a drink with our brothers. Seeing Chu Yang coming back, Zhou Wei walked over and said. He felt that something was not right with Chu Yang these past few days, and thought it was still because of Jiang Xiaoying's matter, so he couldn't help but feel worried. Eat barbecue? Chu Yang was slightly surprised. Barbecue is definitely a high-end consumption for college students. He remembered that the dormitory used to have gatherings at small restaurants and rarely went for barbecue. That birdman Wang Kai is back. He said he wants to treat everyone to a barbecue tonight. Guo Changdong was still lying on the bed, flipping through the novel, gnashing his teeth and saying in displeasure, "This bastard has never given a penny. I finally invited him to dinner this time, so I have to give him a good meal. Wang Kai wants to treat us to a barbecue?" Chen Xiaokong, who had just entered the dormitory, was shocked when he heard this. Is he hooking up with some rich woman? Otherwise, why would that stingy guy treat us? Guo Changdong turned over, curled his lips and said, "It is said that this bastard has a new girlfriend. He must want to show off in front of us again. We must give him a good beating tonight." There are 6 people in dormitory 310. In addition to Chu Yang, who had been pursuing Jiang Xiaoying wholeheartedly, Chen Xiaokong, who was busy with business every day, Guo Changdong, a otaku, and Zhou Wei, who had a secret crush on a girl from the next class. There are also 2 legendary figures who rarely show up in the dormitory: Sun Guodong and Wang Kai. Let me explain to you about semiconductor chips and lithography machines. I have a good understanding of the development of this field, and I also know the key difficulties. This book will not mindlessly write about how the hero can easily achieve a technological breakthrough, but will develop the plot reasonably based on the hero's rebirth. The plot becomes more exciting as the film progresses, and you won't be disappointed. Thanks again for your support. Chapter 19: Yang Zihan's Invitation. Sun Guodong and Wang Kai. Although these 2 people rarely show up in the dormitory, the reasons are completely different. Sun Guodong is the only 3 good student in the dormitory. Not only does he never smoke, drink or play games, but he is also one of the famous academic masters in the Department of Economics and Management and even the entire School of Finance. After graduation, he was admitted to the Graduate School of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. He was also one of only 2 outstanding graduates from the School of Finance that year who were admitted to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. As for the other one, she is Yi Xiaozhu, the most beautiful girl who was admitted to the School of Finance. If Sun Guodong is a legend, then Wang Kai can be called a legend. Because although Sun Guodong stayed in the library every day, he still had to go back to the dormitory at night. And this guy Wang Kai almost never comes home every night. Of course, he was not doing this for studying, but rather sweating profusely in a hotel near the school almost every day. Keep practicing waist strength. Occasionally, he would come back with dark circles under his eyes and his steps would be unsteady. That's right, this guy is the most flamboyant guy in the dormitory and also a well-known playboy in the School of Finance. It has been just over a year since his freshman year, and the number of girlfriends this guy has had must be in the double digits. I have to say, this guy is really good at dealing with girls. But several brothers in the dormitory were very unhappy with this birdman. Apart from a certain amount of envy, jealousy, and hatred. More importantly, this birdman is very generous in front of women, but very stingy with his brothers. I never pay the bill when I go out to eat. What's even more abominable is that this bastard likes to show off in front of these single guys with women. Fuck, it's just a girlfriend, what's so great about that? Guo Changdong closed the novel in his hand fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Do you think Wang Kai is stupid? He is so free and easy on his own, but he has to be so stupid as to look for a woman." Although he said so, the sourness in his words could be smelled from a distance. Well, I might also want to bring a girl over there tonight. Chen Xiaokong coughed dryly and suddenly blurted out something. You. Guo Changdong opened his mouth, but was choked and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. At this time, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Yang Zihan. "Little brother, do you have time tonight? I will treat you to a delicious meal." Xu Yang thought for a moment and typed. The dormitory made an appointment to go to the food court to eat barbecue in the evening. Yang Zihan seemed a little disappointed and took a while to reply. "Sister also wants to go to the food court, so I'll treat you next time you." At the north gate of the Finance Institute is a long snack street, which students call the food street. Here you can find all kinds of special snacks from all over the world, as well as various restaurants from Sichuan, Hunan, Shandong and Guangdong, or open-air barbecue stalls. Because it is close to 2 universities, the School of Finance and Economics and the School of Art, it is very lively here every night. Chu Yang, Zhou Wei, and Guo Changdong, 3 single guys, came to the barbecue stall first, found an empty table, sat down and ordered food. Just as I sat down, a cocky voice sounded from not far away. "Hi guys, long time no see. I saw Wang Kai walking towards me from the direction of the art college. This guy was still the same as usual, with two panda eyes and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. There were two girls following behind him. The girl holding his arm was slightly plump, with full breasts and hips, and had heavy makeup on her face. She looked pretty good. Completely opposite to Wang Kai. The girl looked energetic. She leaned on Wang Kai with a smile on her face, and looked at Wang Kai as if she was a lamb to be slaughtered. The other girl also wore heavy makeup and looked pretty good, about 80 points. Although there is still some gap compared to Jiang Xiaoying, she is also considered a beauty. Especially the pair of snow-white thighs under the miniskirt, which are so bright and dazzling. It's just that the arrogance written on his face makes people feel a little uncomfortable. But some boys still prefer this kind of thing. For example, after seeing this girl, Guo Changdong's eyes lit up and his whole body instantly stood up. After Wang Kai heard that Chen Xiaokang was going to pick up his girlfriend, he pulled the girl next to him and introduced her proudly. Let me introduce you to them. This is my girlfriend, Wang Na, from the Zhujiang Academy of Arts next door. When they heard that it was from Zhujiang Academy of Arts, they were all stunned. I cursed in my heart that this bastard was really showing off. However, as a boy from the School of Finance, it is indeed something to be proud of to be able to find a girlfriend from the School of Art. After all, the School of Finance is just a third-rate undergraduate college. And Zhejiang Academy of Arts is definitely a key university. Although the two colleges are only separated by a street, the gap between them is obvious. In addition, the Art Academy has produced several celebrities in recent years, and the girls in the Art Academy are all very arrogant, especially when facing the boys from the finance school. This beauty is also from the Art Academy. She's your sister-in-law's roommate, Gao Jingjing. After he finished speaking, he blinked at Xu Yang, as if he had some other meaning. Hey, Xu Yang, let's go move the beer together. Guo Changdong immediately said. Kaizi, let me go with you. I'm very strong. Are you strong? Wang Kai rolled his eyes. You go get the hot water, Yangzi, and I will get the beer. Xu Yang was a little confused, but still got up and followed to move the beer. After walking a few steps, Wang Kai suddenly lowered his voice and said, Yangzi, what do you think of Gao Jingjing? Well, let me tell you, she's the most beautiful girl in your sister-in-law's dormitory, and she's considered a school beauty in the Art Academy. My brother knows that you were dumped by that bitch Jiang Xiaoying, so he asked your sister-in-law to bring Gao Jingjing here to introduce her to you. How about it, brother, are you loyal enough? Wang Kai had a look of great righteousness on his face, and his two panda eyes also seemed full of righteousness. Xu Yang was confused. When did this guy treat me so well? You know, Gao Jingjing is the most beautiful girl in the Art Academy. If people want to invite her to dinner, they have to queue up. After saying this in a cocky way, Wang Kai changed the subject and blinked his panda eyes at Xu Yang again. Well, since you are so loyal, shouldn't you show some respect? Express? Xu Yang was even more confused. Wang Kai coughed dryly. Well, tonight my buddy is going to introduce you to a girlfriend, so this meal. Xu Yang suddenly realized. Damn, what a bitch. Why are you so kind all of a sudden? Chapter 20 Sports Car Handsome Guy. Can Gao Jingjing be considered the beauty of the school? And she is the most beautiful girl in the art college? Xu Yang was speechless. But he nodded anyway. He has made a lot of money in the stock market these days, so it's time to treat his roommates to a meal. Seeing Xu Yang nod in agreement, Wang Kai immediately smiled and directly picked up a box of Taishan Original Juice. How about we brothers try this Taishan Original Juice today? We have never drunk it before. In an instant, 1,000 alpaca horses galloped through Xu Yang's mind. This bastard, if he drinks on his own, he won't even be willing to spend 2 yuan a bottle of ordinary hail beer. When you hear someone is treating you, you have to drink this Taishan Original Juice which costs only 10 yuan a bottle. At this time, Chen Xiaokang also came over, accompanied by a girl. She was not outstanding in appearance, but was pretty average. He is about 1.6 meters tall, with a pair of quick-moving eyes, giving people a very shrewd feeling. He seems to be quite a match for Chen Xiaokang. Well, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Yu Lily, a sophomore in the finance department. Seeing Xu Yang and others coming back, Chen Xiaokang introduced them. Several people greeted each other, and Yu Lily was not shy at all. She stood up generously and greeted everyone one by one. Moreover, she was able to call out the names of Xu Yang and others directly, which obviously showed that she had done her homework beforehand. Xu Yan nodded secretly upon seeing this. Perhaps because Qin Shaokang has been running a small business for a long time, he is indeed more mature, which can be seen from the way he chooses his girlfriend. Although Yu Lily doesn't look very good, she is an expert at doing business. However, after greeting everyone, Yu Lily obviously looked at Chu Yang a few more times, and her eyes looked a little strange. Wang Na's whole attention was on Wang Kai. She sat there half leaning on Wang Kai, and her hands made small movements under the table from time to time. This made Wang Kai scream strangely from time to time. These two people are really thick-skinned and don't even blush. Gao Jingjing, the school beauty mentioned by Wang Kai, has a cold look and her arrogance is not concealed at all. Apart from occasionally saying a few words to Wang Na, he obviously had no desire to talk to anyone else. Especially after seeing Yu Lily, the only female member of the group, Gao Jingjing's expression became even more proud, and there was a hint of disdain in her eyes as she looked at them. It seemed as if eating with these country bumpkins was a loss of status. Brothers, I haven't seen you for a week. I really missed you. Come on, let's go. Without waiting for the barbecue to come, Wang Kai directly picked up the beer. Several people picked up their wine glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Except for Yu Lily, who did not drink, Wang Na and Gao Jingjing also finished their glasses immediately. Obviously they also drink outside frequently. Sizzle. I have to say, this original beer tastes really good. Wang Kai looked like he was still unsatisfied, and then he seemed to think of Chu Yang, who had been taken advantage of tonight, and he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. So he turned to look at Gao Jingjing and said with a smile, "Tall and beautiful, this is Chu Yang, the most handsome guy in our dormitory. How about him? Would you like to meet him?" Gao Jingjing glanced at Chu Yang indifferently, and when she saw that all the clothes he was wearing were cheap goods worth no more than 200 yuan, she no longer had the desire to take a second look at him. Seeing Gao Jingjing didn't say anything and looked like she didn't want to talk to anyone, Wang Kai was afraid that the atmosphere would become awkward, so he quickly picked up his glass again. "Come on, let's drink first." The barbecue was served quickly and the sky gradually darkened. Soon, each of them finished 2 bottles of beer and started talking more. Except for Chu Yang and Zhou Wei, who looked normal, the faces of the others were a little red. The heavy makeup on Gao Jingjing's face was not noticeable in the night. But because of the alcohol, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, which, combined with her cold expression, made her look quite attractive. Coupled with the long white legs under the short skirt, she really attracted the attention of boys at this barbecue stall. Guo Changdong was so eager to try that he was extremely attentive at the dinner table, and would go over to open wine and pour water for Gao Jingjing from time to time. What a bastard, he has forgotten his teacher Su at this time. Wang Kai cursed, and then whispered to Chu Yang beside him. "Yangzi, Gao Jingjing just couldn't put down her pride in front of outsiders. Don't worry, after we get to know each other, I'll let you add her as your QQ friend. Come on, let's have a drink together, brothers." Chu Yang shook his head helplessly, picked up the wineglass and drank it all. When they were drinking, Guo Changdong actually picked up the wineglass and walked to Gao Jingjing with a mobile phone in his hand. Then he said something like, "Let us be friends and add me on QQ." I don't know what the other person said, and he walked back with a red face. He sat there with his head down, not saying a word. Several people were drinking, and although they saw the scene, they didn't care. Just then, a white Maserati sports car came speeding from a distance and stopped next to the barbecue stall with a tailspin. The huge Trident logo on the front of the car is so bright and dazzling. A tall and thin boy opened the car door, got out of the car, and walked straight towards the barbecue stall. The boy had a cold and arrogant look on his face. He was wearing a Versace casual outfit and a pair of black leather boots. The large and obvious LV logo on his belt was clearly visible. It adds a bit more charm to his already handsome appearance. "Ah, Nana, look, it's Senior Ouyang." When Gao Jingjing, who was sitting there, saw the boy, she couldn't help but exclaimed, her eyes full of little stars. Chapter 21: Insufficient Balance. When Wang Na heard it, she also looked over, and then her eyes lit up, with a crazy look on her face, and she almost drooled. "Nana, who is this?" A smell of vinegar wafted over, and Wang Kai on the side said sourly, "Kaizi, he is the president of the student union of our school of art, and one of the 2 most handsome men in our school, Ouyang Jia. Not only is he very handsome, but he also writes great songs. The most important thing is that his father is said to be the leader of Star Entertainment. Star Entertainment, that's heaven for us art students. You just saw it. They're only in their 3rd year of college, but they're already driving a Maserati sports car." Wang Na licked her lips and continued to stare at the boy. Then he seemed to smell something sour, turned around and smiled and comforted. Hee, don't worry, I'm just feasting my eyes. Even if I like her, she won't like me. If this guy wants to find a girlfriend, she has to be at least Jingjing's level. As they were talking, they saw Ouyang Jia walking towards them. Gao Jingjing's eyes lit up with joy, and she quickly stood up and went to greet him, her voice immediately becoming cold. Senior Ouyang, are you here for barbecue too? Ouyang Jia glanced at Gao Jingjing indifferently, without paying any attention to her, and walked straight towards a table not far away. Looking at the other person's cold and arrogant back, Gao Jingjing could only sit down with some disappointment. This Ouyang Jia is famous for being aloof, you know that. Seeing her best friend like this, Wang Na consoled her with a few words, then picked up her glass again. Come on, let's drink. Gao Jingjing's mood became obviously depressed. She picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Wang Na's, then drank it all in one breath. After hearing what Wang Na and Gao Jingjing said, no one in dormitory 310 said anything. They know what it means to drive a sports car to school as a junior. And it's a Maserati worth millions. Guo Changdong lowered his head a little bit. A person sat there, eating in silence. Only Chen Xiaokong and Yu Lili were chatting, saying that they planned to save some more money next semester and buy a second-hand Jetta. In China in 2012, many college students got their driver's licenses after taking the college entrance examination, but very few of them could actually own a car. Being able to drive a second-hand Jetta to school is already pretty good. They drank for a while, and Wang Kai found several opportunities to hint that he wanted to introduce Chu Yang to Gao Jingjing, but Gao Jingjing ignored him. Finally, only a few bottles were left in the 2 boxes of beer. The owner of the barbecue stall brought the last plate of skewers to the table and asked, "Classmates, the skewers ordered by your table have been served. Is there anything else you need? Well, do you have anything else to add?" Wang Kai looked at them with a proud look on his face, and when he saw Zhou Wei and the others shaking their heads, he looked at Gao Jingjing again. "Tall beauty, feel free to order anything you want to eat. Our handsome Chu Yang is treating us tonight, and it's mainly for you, so don't be polite to him." Chu Yang treats us? Zhou Wei and others were stunned, and then when they saw Wang Kai's eyes, they understood the other party's routine. Hold! What a dog! Although they all cursed Wang Kai in their hearts, they naturally couldn't say anything at this time. Gao Jingjing's mind was on Ouyang Jia, who was not far away, so she just shook her head. Nothing else to add? Okay, then boss, you figure out how much it will cost and we'll pay for it. Seeing Gao Jingjing shaking her head, Wang Kai gave Chu Yang a look. Okay, let me take a look. The boss picked up the bill, calculated it, and then said, "The barbecue is 278 yuan, plus 2 boxes of draft beer, the total is 518 yuan. I'll charge you 510 yuan. Hearing the number 510, Zhou Wei and others greeted Wang Kai again in their hearts. Damn, more than 500 yuan is enough for their food expenses for a month. Chu Yang didn't feel anything. This amount of money was not even enough to cover his transaction fees for a day. He was about to pay, but when he felt his pocket, he remembered that all his money was in his stock account. I really don't have any cash on me. I can't remember how much is left in my bank card. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Boss, can you pay by credit card? By card? The boss was stunned for a moment. At this time, students paid for meals in cash, and few paid by credit card. Sure, wait for me, classmate. I'll go get the POS machine. TSK, it seems that handsome Chu is really rich now. He even uses a credit card to pay when he goes out. Wang Kai is a typical social bull syndrome patient. He took this opportunity to help promote Chu Yang. Sure enough, when Gao Jingjing heard that Chu Yang always paid by credit card, she couldn't help but be moved and looked over at him. Indeed, paying by credit card is considered a rather classy behavior these days. Seeing the boss bringing the POS machine over, Chu Yang handed over his bank card. Enter your password. After 2 beeps, the boss took a look at the content displayed on the POS machine and his expression became a little strange. What's wrong, boss? Are you done? Wang Kai asked while eating grilled lamb skewers. The boss smiled awkwardly, looked at Chu Yang and said, Hey, classmate, the balance on your card doesn't seem to be enough. It shows insufficient balance. Insufficient balance? After hearing these words, except for Chu Yang who looked normal, everyone else's expressions became strange. College students are at an age when they care a lot about their reputation. Even if they are really poor, they are unwilling to show it in front of their classmates. especially when it comes to paying the bill. Don't you even have a few $100s in your bank card? How poor is this person? Gao Jingjing sneered and looked at Chu Yang with even more disdain than before. There is even a bit of contempt. Insufficient balance? How is that possible? Wang Kai was stunned at first, then looked at Chu Yang and forced himself to find a reason for him. Yangzi, you must have used the wrong bank card. Change it to a more commonly used one. But Chu Yang shook his head very honestly. You're right. This is the only bank card I have. It looks like there's really no money in it. At this point, he looked at Zhou Wei. Wei Ge, I don't have enough money. Do you have any? Can you lend it to me first? Yangzi, I didn't bring any money today. Zhou Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Normally he wouldn't carry so much cash when he went out. What's more, it's that bad guy Wang Kai who said he would treat us tonight. They had already discussed it in the dormitory. In order to prevent this bastard from running away with the bill again, they all deliberately didn't bring any money with them. Chu Yang looked at Guo Changdong and Chen Xiaokang again. Sure enough, both of them shook their heads in embarrassment. He could only turn around and look at Wang Kai. Kaizi, you. Wang Kai showed an expression that was uglier than crying and shook his head. If it wasn't pure draft beer, he might be able to afford it with the money he had. Seeing this scene, Gao Jingjing raised her chin with a sneer on her lips. This group of boys from the School of Finance went out to eat, but none of them brought any money with them. They are really the worst. When the boss saw several boys shaking their heads, his expression became even weirder. I could only turn around and set my eyes on Gao Jingjing, who was standing beside me. Chapter 22. This is my sister. Wang Kai, what do you mean? When Gao Jingjing, who had been sneering at the side, saw the barbecue stall owner looking at her, she was stunned at first, and then she exploded. You insisted on asking Nana to take me out for dinner, and even said you wanted to introduce me to a boyfriend, but this is the kind of guy you introduced me to? Under the influence of alcohol, Gao Jingjing spoke louder and louder, as if she had been greatly insulted. However, despite her loud voice, the students at the surrounding tables did not pay attention to this side, because their attention was drawn to the roadside not far away. I saw a Porsche convertible sports car parked next to the barbecue stall at some point, and two eye-catching and beautiful figures walked out of the car one after the other. You don't have a penny in your pocket, but you still want to show off by showing off your bank card? Gao Jingjing glanced at Chu Yang as if she was looking at a clown. A poor bastard like this wants to be my boyfriend, Gao Jingjing? Do you think he's worthy? The reason I came to eat tonight was just for Nana's sake. There are many people who want to treat me to a meal, including you, a bunch of top talents from the Finance Academy, hee hee. Hearing Gao Jingjing's words, Wang Kai's face turned red, but he was unable to refute. Because tonight he was the one who forced the other person to come here. I just wanted to show off in front of my roommates. After all, it is great to be able to find a girlfriend who is from the art college and bring a beautiful girl from the art college to dinner. For the boys from the School of Finance, it is indeed something worth showing off. Introducing Gao Jingjing to Chu Yang was also his last-minute idea. After all, Chu Yang is handsome and a good person, and he has suffered so much at the hands of that woman Jiang Xiaoying. It might be a good idea to change your target and divert your attention. But he never expected that this would be the result. Guo Changdong still kept his head down, his face flushed, and he was breathing heavily. Chu Yang shrugged helplessly, his expression not changing much. Now he is no longer the naive boy of 20 years old, and the other party's harsh words can hardly affect his mood. In other words, with his current mentality, he didn't take girls like Gao Jingjing seriously at all. They are just passers-by A, B, C, and D. As for face, he. Dignity comes from strength. A man never needs to actively prove his face. Chu Yang stopped Zhou Wei, who was about to stand up, raised his eyebrows, stood up and was about to speak, but a clear and pleasant female voice came from not far behind Chu Yang. Be Chu Yang's girlfriend? Are you worthy? The originally clear and ethereal voice now contained an indescribable coldness and anger. Almost at the same time, exclamations rang out from all around. Look over there. A beauty. An absolute beauty. Fuck. This is the first time I've seen beauties of this level. And there are two of them at once. Wang Kai and others then realized that everyone's eyes had been focused on Chu Yang at some point. I saw two beautiful figures standing not far behind Chu Yang. The girl in the lead has a beautiful face that could bring disaster to the country and the people. She must score at least 95 points, an absolute school beauty. She was wearing a simple white shirt, and her beautiful legs under the black high-waisted shorts were white and straight, shining brightly in the night, making her even more breathtaking. At this moment, the eyebrows on that snow-white face were slightly frowned, and there seemed to be an uncontrollable anger in her beautiful eyes. The girl behind had light makeup on her face, and her delicate oval face had to score at least 95 points. She was also wearing a pair of black high-waisted shorts. Although her white thighs were slightly inferior to the other girls, they looked extremely round and sexy. Especially the black suspender underneath the blue cardigan, the snow-white skin on her flat belly was faintly visible, making the boys around her swallow their saliva. The most important thing is that although this girl has a cold expression, she has an indescribable charm, and her every frown and smile seems to be able to captivate people. After hearing the words of the leading girl and seeing the two goddess-level girls walking towards them, Wang Kai and others were stunned. Such a beautiful lady, I have never even seen her, let alone met her. The leading girl walked straight to Chu Yang, took Chu Yang's arm, looked directly at Gao Jingjing with cold eyes, and spoke in an even colder voice. Do you think you deserve it? Seeing that this godly beauty actually held Chu Yang's arm, Wang Kai and others widened their eyes and opened their mouths, and did not react for a long time. Senior Zihan, I. Gao Jingjing's face turned pale. She looked at the person in front of her in disbelief, her body trembling and unable to speak. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. As the most beautiful girl in the art academy, Yang Zihan's position in the art academy is almost unshakable. Whether it is the excellent academic performance or the many suitors in the academy, it can be said that Yang Zihan has concentrated almost all the glory of the entire art academy. In addition, he has participated in provincial and even national singing competitions many times and won numerous awards. In the art academy, it is a legendary existence. Just like Yi Xiaozhu's position in the School of Finance and Economics. What's more, Yang Zihan and Gao Jingjing are both in the vocal music department. Yang Zihan is a senior and Gao Jingjing is a sophomore. Although there is a huge gap in status, Yang Zihan can be regarded as Gao Jingjing's senior sister from the same school. Gao Jingjing's several professional teachers usually discuss professional knowledge with Yang Zihan every day. In fact, let us not talk about these, there are only many suitors of Yang Zihan. Just one word from Yang Zihan could make it impossible for Gao Jingjing to survive in the art academy. This is also the reason why Gao Jingjing is so scared. Zihan, are you okay here? Sure enough, Ouyang Jia had already seen Yang Zihan. His face changed and he quickly walked over, only to see that Yang Zihan was actually holding another boy's arm. His face immediately darkened and he was about to step forward, but was stopped by Yang Zihan's cold look. He could only stand there and look at Chu Yang with a gloomy face. It was the first time he saw Yang Zihan being so close to a boy. Yang Zihan ignored Ouyang Jia and glanced at Gao Jingjing coldly. Apologize. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Gao Jingjing quickly bowed her head and apologized to Chu Yang. She never thought that such an ordinary boy from the finance college would actually know Yang Zihan. She couldn't help but greet Wang Kai's entire family in her heart. I already know this person, do I still need him to introduce a girlfriend to me? And looking at the posture of the two, it is obvious that their relationship is special. However, she was puzzled. How could Yang Zihan, a proud girl from the art academy, know such a poor boy from the finance academy? Yangzi, who is this? Wang Kai and the others finally recovered from their shock and swallowed hard. Yang Zihan turned around and smiled brightly at Zhou Wei and the others. The frost on his body melted instantly. Hello, I'm Yang Zihan from the art academy, and also Chu Yang's. Before Yang Zihan could finish, Chu Yang interrupted her and introduced Zhou Wei and the others. Hey, this is my sister. He knew that Yang Zihan's biggest dream was a career in acting. So there can't be any bad rumors. Chapter 23 Mutian Group. Hey, this is my sister, she's also the school beauty of the art academy next door, hiss. Chu Yang was talking nonsense seriously, then he felt a pain in his waist and gasped. Yang Zihan just glanced at him charmingly, her eyes full of resentment. Sister? Wang Kai and others were dumbfounded. Oh shit. When did this bastard Yangzi get such a goddess sister? How come I have never heard of it? In their opinion, the person in front of them is much better than Zhang Xiaoying in terms of both appearance and temperament. What's more, the other party is the campus beauty of the art academy. With such a goddess sister, he still licks a woman like Zhang Xiaoying. Is this guy sick? After all, being with a fairy-like sister like this every day, one's standards must be higher. When Ouyang Jia heard that Chu Yang was Yang Zihan's younger brother, he frowned and looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. He had never heard that Yang Zihan had such a younger brother. And looking at their intimate postures, their relationship is definitely extraordinary. Seeing Yang Zihan take out his wallet to pay the bill, Wang Kai and others showed envious expressions. It's so lucky to have such a beautiful sister. After paying the bill, Yang Zihan turned around, winked at Chu Yang, and pointed at the girl next to him and introduced her. Little brother, this is my best friend Mu Yurong, and she's also the school beauty of our art academy. Yurong, he is the Chu Yang I told you about. Ah. After seeing Yang's appearance clearly, Mu Yurong's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she stood there in a daze. Chu Yang was also stunned, looking at Yang Zihan's best friend with a complicated look. Unexpectedly, after that night, the two would meet again in this way. That's right, this girl is Yang Zihan's best friend, a beautiful girl from the art academy. It was the woman who had a one-night stand with Chu Yang on the first day he was reborn. Ha? What's wrong? Did you know each other before? Seeing that the two looked a little strange, Yang Zihan couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I don't know him. Mu Yurong quickly shook her head, then nodded to Chu Yang and said lightly. Hello, this is Mu Yurong from the art college. Yes, Chu Yang from the School of Finance and Economics. Feeling the indifference in the other party's attitude, Chu Yang did not have much enthusiasm. His eyes just passed by the faintly visible white area on the other person's waist, and he couldn't help but recall some beautiful scenes of that night. Although this woman's legs are not as straight and slender as Yang Zihan's, their slight fullness adds a bit of sexiness. For mature men, her appeal is no weaker than Yang Zihan. Especially the other person's full and firm chest and the slender waist like a water snake, which are absolutely fatal to men. Plus her innate charm, most men simply can't resist it. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Mu Yurong snorted softly, and a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yang Zihan's heart was entirely on Chu Yang, and she didn't notice anything unusual about her best friend. After saying goodbye to Yang Zihan, he watched her get into the passenger seat of the Porsche 718 convertible sports car. Mu Yurong sat in the driver's seat and started the car. With the roar of the engine, the small Porsche sports car sped towards the art academy. Several boys looked at the Porsche sports car with envy as it drove away. This brand of car is rare in the university town. TSK, I didn't expect to meet Miss Mu. This is the first time I see her in person. Watching the Porsche sports car go away, Wang Na patted her chest with an expression of emotion. Gao Jingjing had left in shame a long time ago, but Wang Na did not leave with him because she had activities with Wang Kai in the evening. Miss Mu? Nana, do you know this person? Thinking of the enchanting figure just now, Wang Kai couldn't help swallowing again. Of course I know her. Senior sister Mu is one of the two most beautiful girls in our college. Although she rarely appears in the college on weekdays, in some ways, she is much more powerful than senior sister Yang Zihan. What do you mean? Wang Kai couldn't help but ask. Chu Yang also looked over with some curiosity. You should have heard of the Mutian Group, right? It's a well-known industrial group in Hangzhou. It has countless high-end hotels under its umbrella. Basically, all the star-rated hotels that can be named belong to them. This senior sister Mu is the eldest daughter of the Mutian Group. Seeing the shock on Chu Yang's face, Wang Na rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that as Yang Zihan's younger brother, Chu Yang would not know Mu Yurong's background. The entire art academy knows that although Mu Yurong seldom comes to the academy for classes, she and Yang Zihan have a very good relationship, like real sisters. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Zihan has an extraordinary status in the art academy. After all, the strength of Mutian Group is there. Even in the entire Hangzhou city, it is one of the top-ranked listed companies. As the eldest daughter of the Mutian Group, no one dared to offend Mu Yurong. As her best friend, Yang Zihan was naturally also affected. The eldest daughter of Mutian Group? Chu Yang was a little confused. With the other party's status, he would actually go to a bar for a one-night stand? And also, are all these rich ladies so wild? He naturally knew that Mutian Group was a long-established giant in Hangzhou's hotel industry and its strength was extraordinary. However, in the subsequent development process, some problems were encountered. He remembered that in his previous life, due to the changes in the Mutian Group, the entire high-end hotel industry in Hangzhou City underwent a thorough reshuffle. The Mu family suffered heavy losses during this reshuffle. No wonder she can drive that kind of sports car, it turns out she is the eldest daughter of the Mutian group. Wang Kai said in amazement. But he also knew that that kind of woman was not something he could ever hope for. It is almost impossible to bridge this huge gap between status. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth slightly raised. He knew that Mu Yurong was actually very low-key. After all, that Porsche 718 was worth less than 1 million Chinese yuan, which was nothing to the eldest daughter of the Mu family of the Mu Tian group. Yangzi, tell the truth quickly, when did you have such a goddess sister? And you kept it a secret from your brothers. Wang Kai suddenly remembered something and started to question Chu Yang directly. Zihan, is the Chu Yang you talk about every day the guy just now? Isn't he just an ordinary college student and a student from a second-tier university like the College of Finance and Economics? What's so good about this guy? Is it worth it for you to treat him like this? This is the first time I see you so angry. Mu Yurong pouted and said unhappily while driving. She really didn't want her best friend to get too close to that guy. Hee, what's wrong with the School of Finance and Economics? I think ordinary boys are pretty good. Why has our Miss Mu become so scornful of the poor and in love with the rich now? Yang Zihan smiled playfully, blinked his big eyes and said meaningfully. Besides, you don't know how powerful Chu Yang is. Chapter 24, Mu Yurong's Shock. Yang Zihan smiled playfully, blinked his big eyes and said meaningfully. Besides, you don't know how powerful Chu Yang is. Besides, he's a bit good-looking. Putting aside other qualities, there are many handsome guys I've seen who are more handsome than him. Mu Yurong curled her lips with a disdainful expression. What can an ordinary boy do? At this point, she suddenly noticed Yang Zihan's expression and remembered the red and swollen part of her body after that night. She was startled at first, and then she screamed out loud. Ah! Zihan, you haven't been with him, oh my god. Mu Yurong slammed the brakes and the car stopped suddenly in the middle of the road, causing a burst of honking from behind. Yang Zihan. Tell the truth quickly, are you no longer pure? Yang Zihan blinked, smiled and said nothing. Seeing Yang Zihan's expression, Mu Yurong seemed to understand something and immediately felt sick. Thinking of the complicated relationship between herself and that bastard, she wanted to die. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and looked up at Yang Zihan. Are you stupid? Even if you want to find a boyfriend, you should look for one carefully, right? How can you just find any boy and then? Besides, aren't you planning to enter the entertainment industry in the future? How can you just do that with a man casually? Yang Zihan nodded. Yes, it's because I plan to enter the entertainment industry. You know how dirty the water in the entertainment industry is. I have decided to devote myself to art, but before that, I should give my best to someone I love. Mu Yurong took another deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Someone you like? What do you like about him? Yang Zihan thought about it, and Chu Yang's heroic spirit that night emerged in her mind. Her pretty face blushed and she said, well, I can't really put it into words, I just feel that he is very simple and real, and gives me a very down-to-earth feeling. And recently I have sensed an indescribable aura in him. My dear aunt, there are so many simple and honest men, you have to find one with better conditions, right? Mu Yurong almost couldn't catch his breath. She is well aware of her best friend's musical talent and excellent voice. Any song she sings is no worse than those sung by today's popular singers. Coupled with her almost perfect looks and figure, she is bound to become a big hit once she enters the music industry. Such a goddess-level existence chose such a boy from an ordinary second-tier college? Not to mention her own affairs, just for Yang Zihan's sake, Mu Yurong absolutely does not think that Yang Zihan should be with that guy. She took a deep breath, looked at Yang Zihan solemnly, and said seriously. Zihan, I don't care how far your relationship has progressed. But as your best sister, I have to tell you that you must not continue to associate with that guy. If you really want to fall in love, I can introduce you to some outstanding boys who are truly worthy of you. At this point, Mu Yurong couldn't help but think of that weird boy who couldn't even afford a barbecue meal, and shook her head speechlessly. After the comparison, you will know how big the gap between them is. Then you will understand that the gap between people cannot be made up by hard work. Besides, that guy can't even afford a barbecue. Does he have to rely on you to support him in the future? Hearing Mu Yurong's words, Yang Zihan felt a little uncomfortable. She is a straightforward girl and never thinks too much when being with Chu Yang. For some reason, she had an inexplicable liking for Chu Yang. Especially after being with Chu Yang that day, she felt an indescribable dependence and closeness to Chu Yang, as if she had become one with Chu Yang. No one can be allowed to say anything bad about Chu Yang. This is also the reason why she got angry at Gao Jingjing at the barbecue stall just now. Your own, please don't say anything more about this matter. I have something else to do. You should go back first. Yang Zihan suddenly remembered something, said something quickly, then opened the car door and walked out. Zihan, you. Looking at Yang Zihan's hurriedly receding back, Mu Yurong opened his mouth helplessly, and in the end could only sigh quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. I told you, the campus beauty of Yangzhou University is the daughter of a friend of my father's, so she is also my sister. Faced with the severe torture of Wang Kai and others, Chu Yang could only explain helplessly. I told you, even though you look pretty, it's impossible for you to have such a beautiful sister. Unless your genes have mutated. Wang Kai curled his lips and reluctantly accepted Chu Yang's explanation. The others finally calmed down. In their opinion, there couldn't be any special story between Chu Yang and Yang Zihan. After all, the gap between the two is there. The most beautiful girl in an art college. A bootlicker from the School of Finance and Economics. If it weren't for the relationship between their parents, there would probably be no intersection between the two. However, it is still possible to ask that beautiful schoolgirl to introduce some beauties from the art college to the brothers. Wang Kai and Guo Changdong looked at each other and smiled obscenely with tacit understanding. By the way, why was that Ouyang from your academy so enthusiastic just now? He even wanted to pay for us? Wang Kai suddenly remembered Ouyang Jia's performance just now. Wang Na rolled her eyes at him. Of course it's because of the school beauty of Yang University. Everyone in our college knows that Senior Ouyang is pursuing the school beauty of Yang University. Having said that, Wang Na glanced at Chu Yang and continued. In fact, Senior Ouyang Jia is quite good. Not only is he handsome, but his family is also rich. He seems to be a good match for the campus beauty of Yang University. She felt that if Ouyang Jia was really with Yang Zihan, Chu Yang could also take the opportunity to establish a relationship with Ouyang Jia, which seemed like a good idea. He doesn't deserve it. Chu Yang said coldly. Wang Na was choked and speechless. Not worthy? Are you, a poor guy who can't even afford a barbecue, worthy of it? She cursed this poor but pretentious guy 1,000 times in her heart and stopped talking. After walking for a while, Wang Kai looked at the street of hotels not far ahead and whispered to Wang Na. Hey, Nana, why don't we go back to our own dorms tonight? I haven't been home for a week. Wang Na seemed not to have heard it, and smiled and said goodbye to the others. Okay, you guys go back, Kaizi and I still have things to do. Then he carried Wang Kai directly to a hotel. Seeing Wang Kai's eyes full of desire to survive, several people almost died of laughter. Ha, it looks like this bastard has finally met his match. Imagining the scene of Wang Na's strong body wantonly ravaging Wang Kai, several people couldn't help but give Wang Kai a sympathetic look, then left with laughter. Just as he walked downstairs to the dormitory, Chu Yang's cell phone message alert sounded. Chu Yang took a look and was stunned. Senior Zihan, Jr., where are you now? I'm at your school playground. After replying to the message and telling Zhou Wei and the others that he had something to do and would be back later, Chu Yang turned and walked towards the playground. The boys' dormitory building was not far from the playground. After a while, Chu Yang arrived at the edge of the playground. Although the College of Finance is just an ordinary second-tier college, the scale of its playground is really large, and is not much inferior even when compared with that of key undergraduate art colleges. In the gentle evening breeze, the empty playground seemed a little deserted. Only a few students who were running at night were moving slowly on the track. Chu Yang was just about to take out his cell phone to contact Yang Zihan when he heard a clear and ethereal voice coming from behind him. Chu Yang! He turned around and saw Yang Zihan standing under the sycamore tree beside the playground in the night. Her long hair danced in the wind and her beautiful face looked at him with a beautiful smile. His eyes were full of tenderness. Chapter 25, Yi Xiaozhu's Terror. Before Chu Yang could react, Yang Zihan had already trotted over to Chu Yang. Then she directly took Chu Yang's arm, half of her body leaning on his shoulder, her pretty face full of smiles from the heart. Sister Zihan, what's the matter with you coming here so late? Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Yang Zihan pouted her lips, and then thought of what happened just now. She snorted and said with a look of resentment. Huh, why did you just tell your classmates that I'm your sister? Is it embarrassing to have a girlfriend like me? Sister Zihan, you misunderstood. Don't you want to develop your acting career in the future? I'm afraid that if our relationship gets out, it will have a negative impact on you. Shu Yang showed an aggrieved expression and then said seriously. Besides, you have to consider my personal safety. Given your terrifying charm and your status in the art academy, if our relationship were really made public, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to leave the gate of the finance academy in the future. Ha ha. Seeing Chu Yang's look, Yang Zihan couldn't help but chuckle and glanced at Chu Yang charmingly, saying coquettishly. Besides, it's not as exaggerated as you say. But she still felt warm in her heart because Chu Yang really cared about her. If it were another boy, he would probably be eager to show off the fact that he had hooked up with the art college belle, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but press her body closer to Chu Yang. Chu Yang put his arms around Yang Zihan's slender waist, feeling her smoothness and softness, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to be a scumbag in this life. Girlfriend? Is that what a qualified scumbag should have? Yang Zihan naturally didn't know Chu Yang's lofty ambitions, and with a touched look on his face, he leaned against his chest and said softly. Let's take a walk. I want to visit your school. Chu Yang nodded and walked inside along the side of the playground. The campus of the School of Finance is not small. From the playground to the teaching building, you need to cross an artificial lake and a small park. The small park is lush with trees and full of greenery. The two walked on the dim path, and from time to time there were some strange rustling sounds coming from them. Occasionally, there would be a groan of pain as if someone had bumped into trees or rocks. Chu Yang was thick-skinned enough and appeared to be normal on the surface. Yang Zihan's pretty face was flushed red, and her whole body was pressed tightly against Chu Yang, with her head buried in Chu Yang's arms, leaving only a cute little rosy ear exposed. We came to a small intersection, with dense jungle on one side. Yang Zihan suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of tears. Little brother, should we go inside? Chu Yang was slightly startled, then nodded seriously, and then took the school beauty with amazing ideas and walked in. Thanks to Chu Yang's excellent physical fitness, although the environmental conditions were somewhat difficult, he overcame them easily. The evening breeze is blowing gently and the moonlight is dim. Listen to the chirping of insects around and the strange noises coming from not far away. Looking at the classmates running at night on the playground in the distance. It has a different artistic conception. More than an hour later, Chu Yang came out supporting Yang Zihan, who was already somewhat exhausted. Yang Zihan was half hanging on Chu Yang like a koala. Her pretty face was as red as blood, her forehead was covered with sweat, and the ends of her hair were wet. His chest rose and fell as he took deep gulps of fresh air. It was as if I had just finished a 3,000-meter race. Coming out of the park, I walked to the playground again. Looking at Yang Zihan, whose breathing was still rapid and he still hadn't recovered, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Sister Zihan, are you going back home tonight? How about we go to the hotel? Before he could finish, Yang Zihan shook his head like a rattle. No, I have something to do at the academy tomorrow morning. She didn't dare to go to the hotel with Chu Yang again. Although that feeling was very tempting, she was really afraid that her body couldn't bear it. And there is really something going on in the college tomorrow. Well, I'll take you back then. Chu Yang nodded and walked towards the college entrance with Yang Zihan. After walking for a while, when they passed the library building, they happened to meet a beautiful figure. The other party just walked out of the library. She was still wearing the same plain white long skirt, still had a simple high ponytail, and was carrying a simple backpack, giving off a very college-like aesthetic. Under the dim light, I can still feel the other person's transcendent temperament. Yi Xiaozhu didn't care about Chu Yang and the others, and walked straight towards the girls' dormitory building. Little brother, is that beautiful girl from your college? Yang Zihan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this girl whose figure and appearance were just as good as his own. Yes, Yi Xiaozhu, the most beautiful girl in our finance college. Chu Yang nodded. Yi Xiaozhu? This name seems familiar. I didn't expect that your finance college has such a beautiful girl. Yang Zihan was still a little surprised. The unique temperament of the other person is probably unmatched even in the art academy. Well, she is a legendary figure in our school of finance. It is said that she missed the English test in the college entrance examination, so she came to our school of finance. Chu Yang smiled faintly and explained casually. He was not too surprised about this former subordinate. After all, to be able to enter Tianyang capital and serve as the head of a branch, his abilities must be extraordinary. Ah, is it her? No wonder the name sounds so familiar. Yang Zihan suddenly realized that she and the other party were from the same college entrance examination class. She remembered that there was a monster student who came to Hangzhou with a total score of 575 points despite having 0 points in English. I just didn't expect it was right next door to the School of Finance and Economics. And she is such a beautiful and fairy-like girl. Yang Zihan couldn't help but think of what Mu Yorong said today. I wonder how she would feel if she knew that this evildoer was also in the School of Finance and Economics that she looked down upon. English score, 0, total score, 575. This means that even if the other party takes a casual English test, the total score must be at least above 700. Not to mention the key art undergraduate colleges like the Academy of Arts, even in front of the high-achieving students from Zhejiang University, this guy would easily crush them. The next day was Saturday. Yi Xiaozhu spent 2 hours in the study room of the library building reading the graduate textbook International Finance early in the morning, and then put the book and notebook into her backpack. He walked out of the library under the admiring gazes of his younger classmates. Sun Guodong, a student in dormitory 310, is one of them. As one of the most outstanding students in the School of Finance, Yi Xiaozhu is his ultimate goal and source of motivation. Of course, he also knew the gap between himself and Yi Xiaozhu, the true genius. Although he knew that he might never be able to compare with the other party, he still tried his best. Walking out of the Finance Institute gate, Yi Xiaozhu directly hailed a taxi. Then we stopped in front of the Starbucks under the Hangzhou building. Chapter 26. Are there really geniuses in this world? Yi Xiaozhu is from Shanghai. Although her family conditions are not outstanding in Shanghai, where there are many wealthy people, they are definitely not bad. It can be called a traditional scholarly family. She is also one of the 2 gifted girls in the family. She has been studying in the best school in Shanghai since she was a child, and has achieved absolutely excellent results all the way to her senior year of high school. But during the college entrance examination, I missed the English test due to some health reasons. She could have chosen to repeat the year, but she didn't. In Yi Xiaozhu's view, learning is one's own business. It doesn't matter what school you study in, especially at the undergraduate level. This should be the self-confidence of a genius. Although Yi Xiaozhu is a genius, there is someone even more evil in her heart. The other person is also the person she has admired since childhood. That is another genius in their family, her cousin. This cousin's grades are no worse than hers, in fact, better. The other party was admitted to Yanbei University with absolutely excellent results in the college entrance examination. After graduation, he went to Harvard University in the United States to study for a master's degree, and obtained a double master's degree in finance and management. Then returned to work. Not long after starting work, he has already become the general manager of the Hangzhou Central Sales Department of a large securities company. He is less than 26 years old and has just started working, but he is able to directly serve as the general manager of the Central Business Department. This is absolutely terrifying. Therefore, this cousin is also the goal she has been striving to catch up with. Yi Xiaozhu also heard that her cousin had been having some trouble at work recently due to some issues. But she believed that with her cousin's outstanding ability, she would be able to handle it quickly. But what she never expected was that today this genius cousin was sitting opposite her, looking haggard and absent-minded. Sister Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Is it because of work? Yi Xiaozhu asked with some concern. This was the first time she had seen her always confident and talented cousin like this since she was a child. Lin Shiyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Ever since Leshai.com rose straight up from 3 points below the water level to the daily limit yesterday, she has been in a daze. The scene where Lazai.com rose straight to the daily limit kept appearing in my mind. And Chu Yang's calm expression before he left. Especially after the company Lazai.com released a major positive announcement last night. If nothing unexpected happens, next Monday, the check for Leshai.com will have another daily limit, or even more than one. You know, Leshai.com is a GEM stock starting with 300. At this time, it is rare for stocks on the Chinex to hit the daily limit, let alone hit the daily limit continuously. Just one day's limit up means a full 10 points of profit. Chu Yang bought from the 2% position and used the highest 10 times margin. That is to say, in just one day, Chu Yang's original capital of 100,000 has doubled. Thinking about Chu Yang's amazing operations in the past week, including the 2 stocks Luodun Development and Huaca Media, Lin Shiyu suddenly felt unwell. Didn't even sleep well the whole night. She is also a top student who graduated with a master's degree in finance from Harvard University. She has her own confidence and even arrogance in the financial field. But there is really no way to understand Xu Yang's evil actions. Just then, the waiter came over with coffee. "Here are your coffees, ladies." Lin Xiyu took the coffee handed over by the waiter somewhat numbly, her eyes still somewhat dazed, and murmured, "Xiao Zhu, do you think there are really geniuses in this world?" "Ah. Sister Xiyu, what did you say?" After hearing what Lin Xiyu said, Yi Xiaozhu was stunned. This cousin was already quite enchanting in her mind, but how could she actually ask such a question? Lin Xiyu smiled bitterly and described all the evil operations Chu Yang had performed since he opened the account. "You mean, after this person opened an account, he doubled his principal in just 3 trading days?" Yi Xiaozhu's eyes widened when she heard this. She also majored in finance and was familiar with the rules of the stock market. This kind of rate of return is almost impossible to achieve without using leverage. Lin Xiyu shook her head solemnly and said slowly, "To be precise, in 4 trading days, the principal was quadrupled. Not only did he buy stocks with daily limit in every transaction, but he even bought Huaca Media, which had an astonishing increase in price." Having said that, Lin Xiyu took a deep breath again and smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that this person is only about 20 years old and looks like an ordinary college student. "Ah. About 20 years old?" Even with Yi Xiaozhu's personality, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her beautiful face full of shock. She originally thought that the evil person Lin Xiyu was talking about must be at least a stock market tycoon around 40 years old. After all, without sufficient experience and enough tuition fees as a foundation, it is difficult to achieve success in the stock market. The stock market looks simple, but it tests human nature and is one of the most complicated things in the world. Someone who is about the same age as me, or even younger than me, can achieve such a terrifying rate of return, which makes my genius cousin react like this. Yi Xiaozhu couldn't help but become curious about this person. She thought for a moment and said, "Sister Xiyu, could it be that this person was just lucky and happened to buy these stocks that hit the daily limit? Coincidence?" Lin Xiyu couldn't help but think of Chu Yang's calm confidence when he bought Leshai.com and shook her head. He bought these stocks almost at the lowest point and sold them at the highest point. If it was just one check, it might be possible, but if 4 checks in a row were like this, it's almost impossible to be a coincidence. Yi Xiaozhu was even more surprised, and after thinking for a while, she asked again. Then, could he have any inside information? Chapter 27 Sports Girl. Insider information. Lin Xiyu nodded with a complicated expression, and finally picked up the coffee and took a sip. But she still had some doubts in her heart. Could it be that the other party really relies on insider information? Indeed, if one could know the inside information of these stocks in advance, it would not be surprising to make such accurate judgments. But for some reason, Lin Xiyu always felt that the boy was not that simple. "Sister Xiyu, this matter is actually very simple. Whether that person relied on luck or insider information, all you have to do is see what he does next." Lin Xiyu nodded. She knew that Yi Xiaozhu was right. After all, a person's good luck cannot last forever. Insider information is not available for every stock, and leaks of insider information can easily be discovered by regulators. Yi Xiaozhu also took a sip of coffee, and then thought about Lin Xiyu's work. "By the way, Sister Xiyu, how is your work going? Have you dealt with it?" Lin Xiyu shook her head indifferently. "It's still the same. The company leaders want to force me to go." "Never mind. Things in the workplace are complicated. You'll understand once you start working. But it doesn't matter. At worst, I can just change jobs. Well, Sister Xiyu, you can go back to Shanghai to work. I will be going to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics for graduate studies soon." Yi Xiaozhu giggled, and her usually cold face revealed an extremely cute and playful expression that was rare. If the students of the School of Finance saw it, they would definitely be shocked. She knew that with her cousin's education and ability, she would definitely be sought after by large listed companies. On Monday, Xu Yan got up from bed early in the morning, took out a set of sportswear from the closet and put it on. Putting on the pair of somewhat worn Adidas sneakers, looking at myself in the mirror, I still have the temperament of a handsome sporty guy. After founding Tianyan Capital in his previous life, he had developed the habit of exercising regularly. In addition, the exercise he and Yang Zihan did in the small park the night before also made him realize the importance of physical strength. If you want to be a qualified scumbag, you must have strong physical fitness. Although after Rebirth, his physical qualities in all aspects are very strong. But it doesn't hurt to be a little tougher, it's always better to be prepared. It was a little after 6 o'clock in the morning and the sky was getting slightly brighter. There aren't many people on the playground. The grass was covered with a fine layer of dew, and the air was filled with the fresh smell of earth. Xu Yang did some simple warm-up exercises and then started jogging around the playground track. After his rebirth, perhaps because of his improved physical fitness, Xu Yang's body shape became more symmetrical. Coupled with his angular and handsome profile, he does have some indescribable charm. Occasionally, he would attract the attention of several girls on the playground. However, Xu Yang lost interest after just one look. After all, with his current perspective, girls of average quality are really not worth wasting time on. After running about half a lap, Xu Yang discovered that almost all the boys on the playground had their eyes fixed on a black figure in front of them. That is a girl who is running. Tall and well-proportioned. The other person was wearing a black sports vest that tightly wrapped around his upper body. The slender waist was exposed to the air, making the already fair skin look even whiter. On the flat belly, two shallow vest lines can be faintly seen. Below is a pair of tight black leggings, which clearly outlined the perfect leg lines. The attractive hip proportions, coupled with the slender waist, are definitely the most standard S-shaped figure. The other person's running pace was very steady, neither fast nor slow, and his rhythm was well controlled. The boys behind her seemed to be interested and followed the girls not far behind, keeping a fixed distance. After running about 2 laps, the girls' speed remained unchanged. Those boys were obviously unable to hold on any longer, their steps became a little flustered, and they began to breathe heavily. After running 2 more laps, the girl and Xu Yang were the only ones left on the track. Xu Yang secretly felt that his current physical fitness was indeed extraordinary, much stronger than his peak in his previous life. 1 lap of the track is 400 meters, and 8 laps is 3,200 meters. After running 3,000 meters, not only did my breathing remain normal, but I didn't even sweat much. But looking at the figure not far ahead, a high ponytail was still swaying up and down rhythmically. Xu Yang couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Is the other party a sports student? Otherwise, this physical quality is too good. Shaking his head without thinking too much, Xu Yang started to speed up. After all, this level of intensity of exercise didn't make much sense considering his current physical condition. The speed increased by twice as much, and Xu Yang's body flew forward. He soon came to the girl's side, and Xu Yang couldn't help but turn around and take a look out of curiosity. Oh shit, are you sure? It was her? Seeing that beautiful, fairy-like profile, Xu Yang was slightly stunned. This female boss ran 4 laps without taking a breath, and exhausted all the boys. It turned out to be his former subordinate, Yi Xiaozhu, who is now the super academic god of the academy. This person is unrivaled in study and work abilities, so how come he is also so amazing in sports? Will you let other people live? However, in his previous life, although the other party was his subordinate, he did not know that the other party's physical fitness was so good. Xu Yang came back to his senses and couldn't help but look at the other person a few more times. I saw that beautiful face, which was not of this world, was now covered with beads of sweat, and the pair of delicate collarbones under the snow-white neck were slightly shining with water. It's really beautiful. Why didn't I notice it before? This sweaty look adds a different kind of beauty to the other person. Because the distance was close, Xu Yang could hear the slightly rapid breathing, which actually caused some reaction in his young body. As if she felt Xu Yang's gaze, Yi Xiaozhu glanced at Xu Yang out of the corner of her eye, her brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of disgust flashed across her expression. She didn't know that the other person had been behind her, but now she saw him running towards her quickly. I thought Xu Yang was the kind of boy who wanted to attract my attention. So it's inevitable that I feel a little annoyed. But to her surprise, Xu Yang showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, he passed by her side and headed straight ahead. Wotong Securities, Hangzhou Central Branch. Today, Lin Xiyu came to the business hall very early. After finishing her daily work, she turned on a computer in the hall and found the stock of Leshai.com. I looked at the time and it was not yet 9 o'clock, so the market had not yet opened. Lin Xiyu just felt that time passed so slowly today. It was finally almost 9:15, and Lin Xiyu looked at the computer screen nervously. For some reason, she felt more nervous than when she first started investing in stocks. 9:15. The moment the call auction began, Lin Xiyu trembled and swallowed hard as she looked at the big red words plus 10.1% displayed directly on the screen, as well as hundreds of thousands of buy orders lined up below. Really? Another daily limit. Chapter 28 Double again. Manager Lin, good morning. Just as Lin Shiyu was staring blankly at the board, Chu Yang's voice rang out from behind her. Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu saw Chu Yang, swallowed hard again, and said calmly. Mr. Chu, the stock Leshai.com you bought has reached its daily limit again today. Chu Yang responded casually, then walked to the computer and logged into his account. I looked at the current account holdings. Leshai.com. Current price, 17.86 yuan. Current increase, plus 10.1%. Number of shares held, 59,500 shares. Position amount, 1,062,670 yuan. Position profit, 24.1%. Profit amount, 185,580 yuan. Chu Yang nodded slightly. In the 2 trading days of Friday and today, he made a total profit of 24.1%, more than 180,000 yuan. Compared with the original capital of 100,000 yuan, the direct profit is nearly doubled. This is the power of 10x leverage. In the face of such a terrifying rate of return, the several thousand yuan in off-market financing fees are almost negligible. Adding to the original 100,000 yuan capital, he now has 280,000 Chinese yuan in his own account. Looking at the 6-digit profit amount, Lin Shiyu couldn't help swallowing again. Even though she was used to seeing big clients, it was rare for her to make a profit of 180,000 yuan on a single transaction within 2 trading days. What's more, this is based on the premise that the capital is only 100,000. With almost no hesitation, Chu Yang cleared out his Leshai.com stock position at the daily limit. Mr. Chu, this. Lin Shiyu's heart trembled, and she was about to remind him, but found that it was too late. The words transaction successful have been displayed on the screen. Another full position sell at the daily limit. And this time, the leverage was 10 times. Lin Shiyu could only look hopeless. Chu Yang didn't think too much about it and casually opened the trading interface of Luodun Development. After taking a look at Luodun Development, which was still struggling about 5 points underwater, Chu Yang thought for a moment and then directly bought all the stocks. The same 10x leverage was used. More than 2 million yuan of funds is a relatively large order considering the current trading volume. The share price of Luodun Development was directly pulled up by nearly 1 point. Then it fell back again. But it only fell back a little bit, as if Chu Yang's transaction had triggered some kind of effect, and several thousand buy orders came pouring in. The stock price of Luodun Development rose sharply in an instant. In just a few minutes, it was pulled directly from 5 points underwater to the surface and turned red. Then, without looking back, the stock price went straight up to the daily limit. This. Looking at the nearly 90-degree straight line on the screen, Lin Shiyu opened her mouth wide and didn't react for a long time. Chu Yang opened the position status and took another look. Luodun Development. Current price, 8.05 yuan. Current increase, plus 10.1%. Number of shares held, 361,800 shares. Position amount, 2,912,490 yuan. Position profit, 15.2%. Profit amount, 382,580 yuan. When Lin Shiyu saw the number 382,580.00 behind the profit amount, her beautiful eyes widened. Even her delicate body was trembling slightly. In just a few minutes, he made a profit of 380,000 Chinese yuan. The funds more than doubled again. Is this really something a human can do? Inside information? Are you kidding me? What kind of insider information could make people buy stocks and then push the price up to the daily limit within 2 minutes? Even though she was called a financial genius by people in school when she was in college, she always thought that her vision in the securities field was good enough. But when she saw the scene, a deep sense of shock surged into her heart for the first time since she was a child. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling also grew from the bottom of her heart for the first time. Exhaling with difficulty, Lin Shiyu looked at the man's handsome profile, her eyes filled with indescribable admiration. It turns out that there are such men in the world. Well, I hope Manager Lin can keep my transaction records confidential for me. Chu Yan looked at Lin Shiyu, who was shocked, and said calmly. Okay, don't worry. Lin Shiyu nodded seriously and said respectfully. Mr. Chu, my current position is no longer a manager, you can just call me by my name. Shiyu? Chu Yang glanced at the other person's name tag and said casually. His eyes glanced at the other person's perfect body under the uniform, and he nodded secretly in his heart. I have to say, the other person's figure is indeed perfect, especially against the backdrop of this work uniform. The shape is well proportioned and the curves are round. It is enough to arouse any man's yearning for the temptation of uniforms. Yeah. Lin Shiyu's pretty face turned slightly red. This was the first time a boy directly addressed her like that. She has always been the best student in the school since she was a child, and most boys don't have the courage to approach her. For some reason, she didn't feel the slightest bit disgusted when Xu Yang called her that. Instead, she had an indescribable strange feeling. Well, I'd better call you Miss Lin. As if noticing Lin Shiyu's embarrassment, Xu Yang smiled. He guessed that Lin Shiyu might have encountered some trouble at work, but he didn't ask more questions. Hearing Xu Yang's words, Lin Shiyu nodded, but felt a little inexplicably lost in her heart. It was already past 12 o'clock when Xu Yang left the Guitong Securities Business Hall and returned to the college. Since he hadn't had lunch yet, Xu Yang didn't go back to the dormitory but went straight to the restaurant. It was past the lunch rush hour and there were not many people in the cafeteria. Maybe it's because of the improvement in all aspects of his physical fitness, coupled with the high-intensity exercise in the morning and evening. Xu Yang feels that his appetite is much larger now. I feel like I can eat a whole cow. Classmate, your 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, plus 2 servings of rice, cost a total of 11 yuan. Seeing that the food was about to overflow from Xu Yang's plate, the aunt who was serving the food looked at Xu Yang in surprise and then said, "Okay." Xu Yang responded, took out his mobile phone and was about to scan the code to pay, but suddenly remembered that scanning code payment was not supported yet. He scratched his head awkwardly and took out his meal card to swipe it. There were 2 beep sounds, and the red LED indicator light on the card reader flashed. The old lady took a look and frowned, saying, "Student, there is not enough money in your meal card." Well. Xu Yang then remembered that he had no money left in his meal card. The last few times he came to the restaurant to eat, he had used Zhou Wei's meal card. Just when he was extremely embarrassed, he heard a soft voice coming from behind him. I'll pay for you. Chapter 29 2 White Buns. Xu Yang turned around and found that a girl in an old school uniform was standing behind him. The loose school uniform had a pair of brown and yellow sleeves on its sleeves, which looked a bit strange. It was Su Ruwashi from the class. She lowered her head and handed over the meal card in her hand. Xu Yang hesitated for a moment, but still took the meal card. When he held the meal card in his hand, he discovered that it was wrapped in a protective bag with a cartoon bear pattern printed on it. It seemed to be handmade and was quite delicate and cute. Bite. Deduction successful. The card machine showed a balance of 26.80 yuan. Thanks. Xu Yang turned around and handed the meal card back to the other party. I'll return the money to you tomorrow during class. No, you don't need to. Su Ruwashi quickly waved her hands in front of her chest and whispered nervously. How dare you talk to me when you are so shy? Looking at the socially anxious girl, Xu Yang smiled, didn't say much, turned around and found an empty table in the hall. There is free porridge in the cafeteria. It is usually millet porridge or seaweed egg drop soup. Xu Yang put the plate on the table and went to serve the porridge. Today's free porridge is seaweed egg drop soup, but it is very watery and basically all seaweed. The egg drops are hard to see with the naked eye. After filling a bowl, Xu Yang turned around and found Su Ruwashi standing behind him. He handed the soup to her. Give. No, that's not necessary. Su Ruwashi was about to refuse, but was glared at by Xu Yang. She could only take the soup with some grievance and whispered. Thank you, thank you. Xu Yang didn't say anything. He just filled another bowl of seaweed soup and turned to walk towards his table. After walking a few steps, he felt something and turned back. Sure enough, the shy country girl was still following him. Seeing Xu Yang looking at her, Su Ruwashi's cheeks became even redder, as if she had a fever. Where's your meal? Xu Yang asked with raised eyebrows. That, over there. Su Ruwashi pointed to a dining table not far ahead. Xu Yang suddenly realized that this girl did not follow him intentionally. Well, with his socially anxious personality, how could he possibly follow me on his own initiative? He had already remembered. The reason why this shy little girl was so nice to me was because of something that happened during my freshman year. At that time, in order to pursue Jiang Xiaoying, Xu Yang worked part-time in a restaurant opposite the college and met Su Ruwashi, who was also working there. At that time, his attention was entirely on Jiang Xiaoying, and he paid no attention to this female classmate who always kept her head down. But one day, this extremely thin girl accidentally fell while serving food, breaking the plate and spoiling the food. The owner of the restaurant was furious. Not only did he deduct all the wages, he also angrily asked Tsuruwashi to pay compensation. Xu Yang was young and energetic at that time, so he would naturally not watch his classmates being bullied. He went straight up to argue with the other party, leaving Tsuruwashi, with red eyes and clenched teeth, behind him. Finally, I helped her get back most of her part-time salary. Tsuruwashi, who came from the mountains, felt the warmth in this big city for the first time. So since then, in her little heart, she felt an indescribable gratitude and affection towards Xu Yang. This is also the reason why after Xu Yang was dumped by Jiang Xiaoying a few days ago, despite her introverted personality, she took the initiative to come and care about Xu Yang. Thinking of this and looking at the shy little girl again, Xu Yang couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. Come and eat together. He pointed to his own dining table, then took the bowl of seaweed egg drop soup from Tsuruwashi and walked straight to the dining table. Didn't give the other party a chance to refuse. Ah. Tsuruwashi was slightly stunned, staring at her empty hands for several seconds, then she could only pick up her own plate and carefully sat down opposite Xu Yang. Damn, it's so damn unpalatable. Xu Yang took a sip of seaweed egg drop soup and almost couldn't help spitting it out. Not only is it as bland as the bird's nest, it also has an earthy smell similar to seaweed. Even Xu Yang, who was never a picky eater, found it a little hard to swallow. Xu Yang shook his head helplessly, picked up the chopsticks and was about to start eating, but his eyes inadvertently fell on the opposite side, and then he was stunned. There were only 2 bare white steamed buns on the plate in front of Tsuruwashi. Not to mention any meat, there wasn't even a single green vegetable leaf. And this little girl was holding half a steamed bun, eating it in small bites and occasionally drinking a sip of seaweed soup. Lose weight? Xu Yang frowned immediately. That wasn't right. Although the other person was wearing a loose old-fashioned school uniform, he was obviously not fat at all. In addition to the abnormally developed chest, she even looks a little thin. Looking at the other person's old-school uniform that was washed to a pale color, and the big-toed shoes on his feet that were somewhat cracked, and remembering that he had a part-time job, Xu Yang suddenly understood something. Looking at Tsuruwashi chewing the steamed buns in small bites, she looked very satisfied. Xu Yang took another look at the super deluxe lunchbox in front of him, which contained 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes and cost a total of 11 yuan. He suddenly had an indescribable feeling. He looked straight at the girl opposite him. After a long while, he took a deep breath and pushed his plate directly in front of Tsuruwashi. Ah! Tsuruwashi was startled and looked up at Xu Yang with some confusion. Xu Yang pointed to the plate and said in a low voice, "It's too much. I can't eat it. Come and help me eat it." "No, you don't need to." Tsuruwashi quickly shook her head, feeling overwhelmed and panicked. Chapter 3066. Ignored Tsuruwashi's refusal. Xu Yang directly picked up the plate and put all the braised fish pieces, kung pao chicken, yam and shrimp into the other person's plate. Ah! Tsuruwashi was startled and shook her head like a rattle. No need, I really don't want to eat." Xu Yang ignored her, put down his plate, and pushed Tsuruwashi's plate in front of her. Tsuruwashi was so anxious that she was about to cry, but she didn't know what to do. She could only sit there, tightly holding the steamed bun in her hand. Xu Yang also felt hungry. It might be because of the law of conservation of energy. After his rebirth, his body's demand for energy was indeed greater. After taking a few bites of food, Xu Yang looked up and saw Tsuruwashi sitting there, still eating her steamed bun in small bites, with the food on the plate untouched. He frowned, showing a hint of impatience. "Why don't you eat?" Tsuruwashi shook her head nervously, chewed her steamed bun, pointed at Xu Yang and said nothing. "Are you afraid that you won't have enough to eat?" Xu Yang snorted lightly, picked up a piece of braised fish with chopsticks, and handed it to Tsuruwashi's mouth. Ah! Tsuruwashi was startled at first, and then her face turned red instantly. Although it was not the peak lunchtime, there were still a few classmates around. Tsuruwashi was very thin-skinned and could not stand such a situation. She stepped back quickly, shaking her little head like a rattle. No need. If you don't eat, I'll keep feeding you like this." Xu Yang moved the chopsticks forward a little more with an unreasonable attitude. A few students passing by looked over curiously and whispered something like, "This boy is so thoughtful." Feeling the gazes of the classmates around her, Tsuruwashi's face turned red and almost bled. Under Chu Yang's almost threatening gaze, she could only slightly open her mouth, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. Seeing Su Ruwashi eat the fish, Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly frowned and snorted coldly. Su Ruwashi was shocked. She didn't know how she had offended the other person again. Snort! But Chu Yang just handed over a pair of chopsticks, glared at him, and said viciously, "You're so grown up and still need to be fed. Can't you use chopsticks yourself?" Su Ruwashi was startled, and seemed to be afraid that Chu Yang would feed her again like he just did. She quickly took the chopsticks and began to eat carefully under Chu Yang's fierce gaze. Seeing the other person like this, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Although the long hair covered most of the other person's face, he just caught a keen glimpse of it again. It was a beautiful face full of spirit. There is a kind of pure beauty. It's as if it has never been contaminated by anything worldly. It can really arouse a man's desire to protect. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and continued to finish his meal. Soon, he finished 2 servings of rice and several dishes, and put down his chopsticks with a feeling of being unsatisfied. But he found that Su Ruwashi had also put down her chopsticks and was sitting there looking at him. The steamed buns on the plate had been eaten, but most of the dishes were still left. Apart from the braised fish fillets, the other 2 dishes were hardly touched. Chu Yang frowned, and finally stopped getting angry. "Are you full?" Su Ruwashi nodded and whispered. Then he pointed at the braised fish and kung pao chicken that she hadn't touched. You eat." Chu Yang ignored her and took her plate directly, then picked up the chopsticks and started to eat quickly. Watching Chu Yang eating directly from his own plate, and remembering that Chu Yang had just fed him with the chopsticks he had used, Su Ruwashi felt her face burning hot, as if she had a fever. But she also felt an indescribable joy in her heart. After finishing his meal, Chu Yang walked towards the dormitory building. Su Ruwashi followed behind with her head lowered. The boys' dormitory building and the girls' dormitory building are very close to each other. However, when passing by the library, Su Ruwashi suddenly whispered, I have something else to do, bye-bye." Seeing Su Ruwashi walk into the library, Chu Yang was slightly stunned. Then he remembered that he had heard Sun Guodong say in the dormitory before that this girl seemed to be working part-time in the library. Generally, they are responsible for moving books from the warehouse, and the pay is not much, about 10 or 20 yuan a day. But working part-time in college is safer. This should be the reason why Su Ruwashi chose to work part-time in the library. When Chu Yang returned to the dormitory, he found that his classmate, King of Guns, Wang Kai, was lying on his bed, moaning weakly. He couldn't help but wonder. "Fuck, am I seeing right? You're back? How could your girlfriend be willing to let you come back? Look at his appearance, he must have been squeezed dry. After all, even peanut oil will eventually run dry." Guo Changdong turned over in bed and said with gloating eyes. "Wang Na and I broke up." Wang Kai finally sat up from the bed with a lost expression on his face. "Fuck, you bastard, you want to change your girlfriend again, right?" Guo Changdong looked disdainful, but he was actually very envious. "No, this time it really wasn't me who initiated the breakup. It was that woman Wang Na who dumped me." Wang Kai shook his head, his panda eyes somewhat lifeless. Chu Yang and others were slightly surprised. It is said that brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes. This bastard really changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes. Every time after a breakup, the other party would look excited and actively look for the next target. It was the first time they saw this guy with such an expression. Could it be that he really fell in love this time? What's wrong? Even a jerk like you who changes girlfriends every 3 days can be sad? Guo Changdong curled his lips, showing a bit of gloating. After Chen Xiaokong answered his girlfriend's call, he came over and patted Wang Kai on the shoulder. "She's just a woman, what's there to be sad about? It's better not to have such a heartless woman. Look at my girlfriend. Even if she had 2 more guts, she wouldn't dare to break up with me." Although he said this, his expression was full of pride. This kid used to show off in front of them all the time, but this time he finally got his chance to show off. "You misunderstood, I'm not sad." Wang Kai shook his head, a hint of complexity flashed in his dark panda eyes, and then he said unwillingly, "But I really didn't expect that I would be defeated in bed, and this time I was defeated so thoroughly. TSK, that woman is really amazing." As if thinking of some scenes, Wang Kai shook his head with lingering fear, and then he smiled with some complacency. "But Wang Na also said that I was the best performer among her 66 boyfriends." Brothers, if you have votes, please vote first. I will add more chapters if you vote. In addition, the top 20 book friends who vote every month will have exclusive surprise benefits. Join the book friend group to receive Q914807314. Chapter 31, Shu Yang of the Pig Zodiac. What the hell? 66? Shu Yang and the others were stunned and were completely shocked. Wang Kai's ex-girlfriend is really a bitch. Looking at Wang Kai's smug expression, several people were speechless. Scum? Shu Yang suddenly felt that he was insulting the word. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Wang Kai thought they were all envious of him and shook his hair arrogantly. Shao Kahn, is there any pretty girl in your girlfriend's dorm room? Introduce her to me. Get lost. Chen Shao Kahn rolled his eyes in annoyance. How about introducing a girlfriend to this bastard? It would be better to just push the girl into the fire pit. TSK, forget it if you don't want to. Actually, I plan to find a girlfriend this time and have a serious and passionate love relationship. Wang Kai curled his lips. So this time I plan to look for it in our class. Who do you think is the prettiest in our class? What about Ma Yuchen? Fuck, even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, you bastard, stop harming the girls in our class. Guo Changdong looked unhappy, and then retorted. But if we talk about who is the prettiest in our class, Ma Yuchen is a deer, it must be Shin Nan. Especially her figure, which is a full 38 cm. Is that comparable to Ma Yuchen? Well, I think Ma Yuchen is prettier. Although there are not many beauties in our class, Ma Yuchen's face is the most attractive one. Chen Shao Kahn also joined in. The discussion among them was very heated. The core topic revolves around the most beautiful girl in the class. Is it the pretty Ma Yuchen, or the incredibly murderous Shin Nan? Even Zhou Wei expressed his own views and expressed his support for Ma Yuchen. After all, women with big breasts and big butts like Shin Nan do not conform to the aesthetic standards of the current general young college students. Only Guo Changdong was there, gritting his teeth and holding his ground, saying that apart from Teacher Su, Shin Nan was the girl with the best figure he had ever seen. It's almost comparable to the actors in romantic action movies. Only Chu Yang stood there smiling and saying nothing. I thought that if you had seen Su Ruoshi's pretty face and her impressive figure under her loose school uniform, you would know that Shin and Ma are nothing but empty words. For the next 2 days, Chu Yang went to the playground to run every morning. Then I skipped classes and went to the Guotong Securities Business Hall. He would meet Yi Xiaozhu almost every day during his morning jog. Chu Yang also discovered that this top student on campus ran exactly 10 laps every day, which is 4,000 meters. Although I was sweating a little after running, I didn't even gasp for breath. This physical strength? If my body hadn't been strengthened after my rebirth, I would have killed my original self in seconds. If Yang Zihan could have this kind of physical strength. Cough cough. Shu Yang couldn't help but imagine many kinds of rich scenes. The picture is so beautiful that I can't bear to look at it directly. After his morning run, Shu Yang would skip class and go directly to the Guotong Securities Business Hall. For 2 consecutive days, he chose 2 stocks that were 2 or 3 points below the water level, and as expected, they hit the daily limit. Sell it after it hits the daily limit the next day. This also ensures the fastest speed of making money. This is equivalent to a daily profit of more than 20 points. If you add 10 times leverage, the daily profit is more than 200%. Lin Xiyu has become numb to Chu Yang's evil actions. She even had a feeling of unreality every day. She had forgotten all the unpleasant things at work. Now, the biggest thing on her mind every day was to watch Chu Yang's stock market operations every day. On Thursday, Chu Yang arrived at the business hall early. Because today is more important. There is a new stock listed today, Zhidong Shibao. This was also one of the famous monster stocks in the previous life. On the first day of its listing, it set 8 new stock records, including the highest single-day increase in new stock listings, the fastest temporary suspension after opening, etc. So Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited. If the operation goes smoothly, today's profit can reach a terrifying 50%. Although it is not as good as the Huaca Media that issued a private placement a few days ago, it made a profit of nearly 70% in a single day. But now there is a 10x leverage. A 50% gain is 500%. For Chu Yang, it was equivalent to a 5-fold increase in the principal. Good morning, Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Yang walk into the hall, Lin Xiyu, who was standing in front of the service desk, hurriedly greeted him and said hello, but then she saw the pancake in Chu Yang's hand. Still a big pile. It looked like there were at least several. Lin Xiyu was stunned. Others don't know this person's background, but she knows it very well. This young man who looks like a college student has recently earned more than hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan every day. And it is growing exponentially. Just eating pancakes? Is this how rich people play? Well, good morning. Xu Yang replied while eating a pancake. Then he casually handed a steaming hot pancake to Lin Xiyu. Give me one, freshly made, it tastes great. Lin Xiyu took the pancake with a messy look on her face. The last time she ate a pancake was when she was in high school. After I went to college, I never had the chance to eat it. Especially after going to study in the United States. Seeing Chu Yang eating with relish and then looking at the steaming and fragrant pancake in his hand, Lin Xiyu couldn't help swallowing. Do you want to eat? This is a question worth considering. According to the regulations of Guitong Securities Company, staff are not allowed to eat during working hours. But Lin Xiyu thought of something, and as if she was angry, she picked up the pancake in her hand, opened her rosy little mouth, and took a big bite. So delicious. As Lin Xiyu ate, a very satisfied expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. How does it taste? Xu Yang finished 2 pancakes and saw Lin Xiyu eating the pancake he gave her with big mouthfuls. She no longer looked like the usual professional woman, so he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Delicious, really delicious. Lin Xiyu bit the pancake and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, speaking incoherently. Xu Yang smiled, took out another pancake from the bag and started eating. Belch. Lin Xiyu finished the pancake in her hand, burped contentedly, and looked up to find Xu Yang was still eating the pancake in the bag. He was eating like a wolf, finishing one in just 3 or 4 bites. Still want it? Xu Yang pointed at the last pancake in the bag and looked at Lin Xiyu. No, thanks, I'm full. Lin Xiyu quickly shook her head. Xu Yang nodded, and then finished the last pancake in a few bites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking at Xu Yang's domineering appearance while eating the pancakes, Lin Xiyu counted the bags of pancakes in his hand, and then couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Ward Day. Is this guy born in the year of the pig? I ate 5 pancakes in one go. If you count the one I ate, that's 6. When Lin Xiyu looked at Xu Yang, she couldn't help but feel another kind of admiration. Xu Yang didn't notice Lin Xiyu's look and directly turned on a computer. After logging into my account, I quickly found the stock of Zhidong Shibao. Chapter 32, Xinhai Private Equities Response. The Treasure of Eastern Zhejiang? Seeing Xu Yang find such a new stock, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but feel confused. In the past 2 years, because the overall stock market conditions have not been good, it is very common for new stocks to fall below the issue price after listing, so not many people are speculating in new stocks. Xu Yang took a look at the basic situation of Zhejiang Shibao. Treasures of East Zhejiang. Issue price, 2.58 yuan. Number of shares in circulation, 90 million. Market value, 232.2 million yuan. Total share capital, 220 million shares. Total market value, 567.6 million yuan. The total market cap is just over 200 million. Even if the stock price rises 10 times, the circulation value is only a few billion. No wonder it is so easy to hype it up. Xu Yang suddenly realized something, then switched to the Tellier he had bought before, and placed a sell order for the entire position at the upper limit price. Lin Xiyu was no longer surprised by Xu Yang's operations. She was just curious about which stock Xu Yang would choose today and whether he could continue his previous myth. In fact, even if Xu Yang made 1 or 2 mistakes, it would not change his position in Lin Xiyu's mind. After all, even the stock god Buffett makes mistakes occasionally. As for Xu Yang's recent evil moves, Lin Xiyu felt that even Warren Buffett might not be able to do it. At 9:30, the stock market officially opened. Sure enough, Tellier hit the daily limit. All the sell orders placed by Xu Yang were executed instantly without exception. Xu Yang operated almost at the same time and directly placed a buy order on the Zhidong Shibao trading interface. Moreover, it was bought at a high price of 12 yuan with a full position of 10 times leverage. Lin Xiyu, who was standing beside her, was stunned. The issue price of Zhidong Shibao was only 2.58 yuan per share. Not only did it open 400% higher, but it also reached 11.61 yuan at the opening, which is very rare under the recent market conditions. And this person actually directly listed a high price of 12 yuan. Is this because there is too much money and nowhere to spend it? But before she could react, she saw that the price of the stock Zhidong Shibao on the market opened high and continued to rise, especially when Xu Yang placed 3 buy orders of 10,000 shares. A huge amount of sell orders of more than 30,000 lots at 12 yuan were directly taken up by Xu Yang alone. The entire trend instantly went straight upwards. There is a kind of indomitable momentum. Etc. That huge sell order of 12 yuan was actually taken by Xu Yang alone? In other words, Xu Yang just placed 3 buy orders for 10,000 lots? 12 yuan per share, 10,000 lots means 1 million shares, which is 12 million Chinese yuan. And 30,000 lots is a full 36 million Chinese yuan. Lin Xiyu finally reacted, her beautiful eyes instantly widened as she looked at the extremely young and pretty profile in disbelief. Although she knew that Xu Yang had opened a 10x margin financing program these days and that she was able to catch stocks that hit the daily limit every day, she must have made a lot of money. But she did not specifically calculate Xu Yang's profit. Now, seeing these 3 orders worth 10,000 shares, she realized that the funds in the account of this young man who looked like a college student had exceeded 1 million Chinese yuan in just a few days. 36 million Chinese yuan, even if the 10 times margin financing is deducted, it is still 3.6 million Chinese yuan. Including the deposit, the funds in Xu Yang's own account have reached about 4 million. In 10 days, from 50,000 to 4 million? Is it really possible for humans to do this? Lin Xiyu took several deep breaths before she managed to calm herself down. She finally understood why Xu Yang directly placed an order at a high price of 12 yuan. Just kidding, the sell orders below 12 yuan added together are no more than 1 or 2,000 lots. If it weren't for a sneak attack by directly placing a buy order of 10,000 lots, the huge amount of sell orders of 12 yuan would be swallowed in one breath. It is almost impossible to buy so many chips. Seeing Wanshou arrive, other retail investors knew what was going on and immediately flocked in. However, their hand speed was a bit slow after all, because the major speculators had already realized that something was wrong and started to grab shares directly. In just 2 minutes, Zhidong Shibao directly announced a temporary suspension of trading. This also broke the record for the fastest temporary suspension of a share new stocks after opening. Xu Yang also took a look and found that the temporary suspension time of Zhidong Shibao this time was nearly 10 minutes earlier than in the previous life. This should be because I got involved. After all, there were only 900,000 shares in circulation, and he directly took 30,000 shares. You can imagine the impact of this check. Magic City, 36th floor of Jinmao Tower. The office of Xinhai Private Equity, a well-known company in China's financial field, is located here. This is a huge office with an area of more than 200 square meters, with more than a dozen desks lined up in order. There are several large display screens and some professional stock viewing and trading equipment on each desk. Boss, who the hell is this guy who's trying to grab the shares? He actually placed an order for 30,000 shares. This is the first time I've seen someone so unruly. After the temporary suspension of trading of Zhidong Shibao, a young man wearing a pair of thick glasses slammed the table in anger, stood up and looked at the desk in the middle of the front. Should we still carry out the original plan? Should we do something about it? The sell order of more than 30,000 lots just now was placed by him, with the purpose of suppressing the buyer's momentum and getting more chips. But he didn't expect that Xu Yang would eat it up in one stroke. Lightning has just checked, and the other party's account is in Hangzhou. In front of the large and luxurious desk, a stern-looking middle-aged man glanced at the message on the computer screen, frowned and said, "It should be the death squad from Hangzhou. Damn, I didn't expect that after planning for so long, these bastards would interfere." Those bastards again? The young man with glasses was so angry that he took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and then looked at the middle-aged man. "Boss, do we need to change our plan? The temporary suspension is about to end." He knew that although the transaction amount was not large, it was very important to Xinhai Private Equity. The middle-aged man frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said solemnly, "Let's proceed according to the original plan. Since the other party bought 30,000 lots so blatantly at this time, their intention must be big. In other words, since they dare to show off their muscles so nakedly, their goal should be the same as ours. But no one could have imagined that we had already started planning this check half a year ago, and now the chips in our hands have even reached 30% of the circulating shares." At this point, the middle-aged man's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. We had some concerns before, worried that our counterparties were all retail investors and that the harvesting would not be that easy. So, it might not be a bad thing for the other party to come to my door at this time. Chapter 33 Lin Shiyu's Abnormality. Hangzhou, Huatong Securities Center Business Hall. After Chu Yang bought the stocks this time, he did not leave as usual, but continued to stand in front of the computer, waiting for the next trend of Zhidong Shibao. Although he has already analyzed the future trend of this stock, he has absolute confidence in it. But after all, the amount of money involved this time is too large, and there are still certain uncontrollable factors. Looking at the interface of the temporary suspension of Zhidong Shibao, Chu Yang looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little excited in his heart. Even though he was used to all kinds of big scenes in his previous life. But witnessing this moment of history still makes me feel overwhelmed. Although he only has 4 million in funds now, with the help of off-market financing, he used 36 million in funds to become one of the main participants in the Zhidong Shibao hype. You have to know that it has only been a dozen days since he was reborn. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel grateful to Lin Shiyu. The over-the-counter financing institution that the other party found for me was really powerful. Not only did it have a high funding limit, but it was also very reliable. Even though I opened such a high amount of funds today, no accidents occurred. It can be said that this funding institution is the key to reaching the current amount of funds so quickly. But at this moment, a voice sounded out of place. Boss Liu, just now Lin Shiyu openly violated company regulations and ate pancakes in the lobby. This is the video I recorded. Please take a look. The fat woman approached a middle-aged man in a suit with a flattering look on her face, holding her cell phone to complain. The middle-aged man had just walked into the hall and stopped when he heard the slightly plump woman's words. He glanced at the video on the other person's phone, then frowned and looked at Lin Shiyu beside Chu Yang. He glanced at Lin Shiyu's perfect figure, then stopped at her delicate and cold face, and a hint of obscene desire flashed in the depths of his eyes. But he hid it well. After all, as one of the vice presidents of the Hangzhou branch of Huatong Securities, he was already considered a successful person in Hangzhou. With his status and position, he naturally knew how to hide his desires well. Lin Shiyu, come to my office after get off work. He said lightly, then retracted his gaze and walked upstairs. As for Chu Yang, who was standing next to Lin Shiyu, Mr. Liu didn't even look at him. This kind of ordinary customer, whose entire body worth no more than a few hundred yuan, is not even in his sight. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang frowned slightly. I didn't expect that sharing a pancake with Lin Shiyu would actually bring her such trouble. He apologized to Lin Shiyu. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, if you need me to do anything. It doesn't matter. Lin Shiyu just shook her head, with an indifferent expression on her face, and even a hint of a smile on her delicate face. Mr. Chu, don't worry. This matter has no effect on me. Although Chu Yang was a little confused, he nodded and said nothing more. Soon, the 15-minute temporary suspension of Zhidong Shibao ended and it opened again. The moment the market opened, it surged upwards again. In no more than 2 minutes, it quickly broke through the 15 yuan mark and reached 15.48 yuan. Then it suddenly stopped. Temporary suspension again. This. Lin Shiyu looked at the red number plus 500% on the screen, her two red lips slightly opened, and she didn't say anything for a long time. My whole body has become somewhat numb. Chu Yang was not surprised at all. He compared the trend with his memory of the previous life. This second suspension was nearly 10 minutes earlier than the previous life. It is probably because of my 30,000 buy orders that the main force no longer dares to use large orders to suppress the market. There isn't even a single sell order of more than 1,000 lots. There is no resistance and the trend is predictable. After 15 minutes, the market opened again. As expected, several large orders of tens of thousands of shares were placed to buy the goods crazily. The price went straight up to 18.75 yuan, plus 726.74%. Then it suddenly stopped again. That's right, the rate of increase was too rapid, triggering the third temporary suspension of trading. According to the current trading rules of the Shanghai Stock Exchange, this temporary suspension is also the last temporary suspension today. The market will close at 3 p.m. In other words, 18.75 yuan is the final price today. After taking a look at the unsurprising 18.75 yuan, Chu Yang's lips curled up slightly, then he closed the trading interface and casually opened the financial homepage of Xinlong News. Sure enough, the words Eastern Zhejiang World Treasure have long been all over the screen here. Almost all of them are news about breaking many new stock records, such as the highest single-day increase in new stock prices after listing, breaking the fastest temporary suspension after opening, etc. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations in the hall, and people were discussing everywhere this magical stock with a single-day increase of over 700%. It can be said that the performance of the new stock Shidong Sherbao today has completely cleared the haze in the share market in the past 2 years. This adds endless hope to these leaks. After saying goodbye to Lin Xiyu, Xu Yang turned and left. After staring at Xu Yang's back in a daze for a long time, Lin Xiyu came back to her senses. Listening to the discussions around her, her expression was extremely complicated. Only she knew that a large part of the terrifying performance of this Shidong World Treasure today was due to the young man just now. Although she did not understand the mystery behind this stock, the huge buy order of 30,000 shares just now was definitely the key to influencing the trend of this stock today. With a complicated expression, she looked at the figure that had already gone away. After a long while, Lin Xiyu finally remembered something, exhaled slowly, turned around and walked upstairs. The next morning, Xu Yang arrived at the Guitong Securities Business Hall on time at 9 o'clock. Because compared to yesterday, today is more important. But he didn't feel too much pressure. After all, the popularity of this stock was already there, and it was definitely number one in the city. No matter what happens today, the stock can't hit the limit down at the opening. Seeing Xu Yang coming in, Lin Xiyu took the initiative to greet him as usual. "Mr. Chu, the computer has been opened for you. It's over here," Lin Xiyu said softly, then led Xu Yang towards a computer. She seemed to have dressed up deliberately today. Her hair was neat and refreshing at the bangs, and her light makeup was extremely delicate, which better showed her already perfect facial features. The work clothes looked like brand new. A belt matching her professional attire was tied around her slender waist, showing off her curvy figure to its fullest for the first time. Looking at Lin Xiyu's beautiful back, Xu Yang felt for some reason that something was wrong with her today. Looks like he has something on his mind. Chapter 34, A Stone Stirs Up 1,000 Waves. Walking to the computer, Lin Xiyu turned around and looked at Xu Yang, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Xu Yang couldn't help but feel curious. "Ms. Lin, is there something wrong?" Lin Xiyu hesitated for a moment, perhaps considering that the stock market was about to open, and then shook her head. No, Mr. Chu, please get busy." Xu Yang was a little confused, but now the stock market was about to open, and he didn't have time to ask more questions. He could only smile, then turned around and logged into his account on the computer and opened the Shidong Sherbao board. 9:15. The call auction begins. Looking at the 300,000 limit price by orders on the call auction interface, Xu Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, Shidong Sherbao did not reach the daily limit when it opened the next day. Instead, it hovered around the daily limit for a long time, repeatedly reaching the daily limit and opening the limit, as if it was absorbing funds at the daily limit, and then suddenly plunged rapidly in the afternoon. Could it be that this time it's because of the high popularity that retail investors are lining up to place buy orders? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xu Yang shook his head and denied it directly. It's impossible. In the previous life, although the growth rate of Shidong Sherbao was a little slower than yesterday, the final increase was the same. It also broke many records and its impact on the market was equally terrifying. Its popularity was not much weaker than it is now. There wasn't much buying the next day. Besides, retail investors are retail investors, it is impossible for them to have such a high level of cohesion. So there is only one explanation. That means the dealer's operating strategy has changed this time. Could it be that? As a veteran player in the capital market, Xu Yang figured it out instantly. It seems that I have been treated as a big leak. Thinking of this, Xu Yang's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Looking at Shidong Sherbao, which hit the daily limit again, Lin Xiyu's heart was pounding, her breathing became a little rapid, and her full chest kept rising and falling. Although we have become accustomed to this kind of scene in the past few days, this time it is a new stock that is flat on the board. Different from those ordinary stocks that open at the daily limit. According to normal logic, after a new stock hits the daily limit, it will generally be able to hit the daily limit for several consecutive trading days. This time, Xu Yang used 10 times the capital allocation, with more than 30 million yuan in funds. Thinking of the horrific daily income, Lin Xiyu felt that breathing was a little difficult. She quickly moved closer to Xu Yang and whispered, "Mr. Chu, please wait a few days before selling this time. After all, your capital volume is already here." What she meant was that even with such a large amount of funds, it would be difficult to obtain such a high return. And now that you are in it, you can make huge and stable profits every day, so why not do it? How many days? Smelling the faint body fragrance coming from Lin Xiyu, Xu Yang was slightly stunned, then he instantly understood her thoughts and couldn't help laughing. He took another look at the buy orders that had increased to 500,000 lots, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when most people see this kind of new stock hit the daily limit on the second day, coupled with the strong buying spree by the main force yesterday, they will think that this stock will definitely hit the daily limit for many days in a row, right? If it wasn't me, but someone else, even those well-known individual investors or speculators, they would probably be trapped this time. After all, it is hard for others to imagine that the number of chips in the hands of this insidious dealer actually reaches more than 30% of the circulating shares. However, the other party probably didn't expect that he only had 30,000 chips. It seemed like a big deal when you bought it, but you just wanted to take a day trip, right? During the call auction, Xu Yang did not place any sell orders. 9:30. Officially opened. Oh my god. Look, Zhidong Sherbao stock price has reached its daily limit. A full 500,000 orders? Wouldn't this thing grow to the sky? Don't mention it. I wanted to buy it yesterday, but I didn't dare to do it. Now I regret it so much. I won't say anymore. I'll put up an order and queue up. Maybe I can still buy it. You're right. I think this check will be sold out soon. I'll also queue up. Even if I can't buy it today, it would be good to buy it tomorrow. The sound of slapping thighs could be heard again in the hall. But no one noticed that the buy orders at this time were changing in tiny increments. Each time, I would first increase a few hundred lots, then reduce a few hundred lots, and then increase a few hundred lots again. The overall number of orders does not seem to have changed, and may even have increased. Xu Yang keenly noticed this. This was a typical order withdrawal method, which unknowingly put the retail investors' buy orders at the front. Few people know about this order cancellation method now, but after a few years it will no longer be a secret. Because a few years later, many new mobile phone software can detect this kind of order withdrawal operation, so many dealers no longer use it. The corners of Xu Yang's mouth rose more obviously. As I guessed, the dealer behind this did not intend to go long, but was preparing to sell. If I really waited a few days before selling, as Lin Xiyu said, I would probably be trapped. Although my cost price is very low, it won't be easy to sell it when the time comes. Looking at the many cute leaks in the hall, Xu Yang curled up a playful smile and decided to help these retail investors. Seeing that the order was still at 500,000 lots, Xu Yang did not hesitate and directly placed 3 sell orders of 10,000 lots. Without any surprise, the deal was done instantly. The volume indicator on the market, which originally had almost no trading volume, suddenly enlarged. Xu Yang knew that his 30,000 sell orders must have been taken up by the main force. After all, the market had just opened for a few minutes at this time, and the main force had not had time to completely withdraw the order. And these 30,000 orders, which added up to more than 50 million Chinese yuan, were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves, hitting the highly watched Zhidong Sherbao market, instantly causing a storm. Chapter 35 Withdrawal. Demon City. Jin Mao Tower. What? The middle-aged man who had the air of a superior stood up in a panic when he saw the scene in front of him. He was no longer as confident as before. Then he reacted almost instantly and looked at the young man wearing glasses. Lei Ting, how many orders do we have ahead of us now? Boss, there are still 120,000 hands. The young man with glasses had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He glanced at the data on the screen and answered unhappily. What on earth are these bastards thinking? How can they bear to sell now when it is so obvious that they can reduce the volume and go long? The middle-aged man ignored him, staring at the plate with his brows twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. After seeing the trading volume gradually increase to 3 digits, he gritted his teeth, finally stopped hesitating, and waved his hand fiercely at everyone. Cancel the order immediately and rush to ship the goods. The young man with glasses was stunned at first, but his strong professional ethics prevented him from asking any more questions. He started to work quickly on the keyboard with others. On the Zhidong Sherbao trading board, hundreds of thousands of orders were rapidly reduced, the trading volume instantly increased, and nearly 100,000 sell orders were executed in an instant on the daily limit board. In just a few seconds, the daily limit was smashed. Then it was like a flood, rushing down in an instant. Many retail investors did not even have time to cancel their orders and were stunned by the scene before them. No one expected that the treasure of Eastern Zhejiang, which had just been so powerful and wanted to dominate the world, would suddenly wither. 10 minutes later. Looking at the Zhidong Sherbao that had been quietly lying on the limit down board, the middle-aged man finally retracted his gaze, slowly exhaled, and looked at the young man with glasses. How much goods did we sell just now? First, there are 130,000 lots in total, of which 20,000 lots were taken by our own people. The young man with glasses looked at the data on the screen, his face looked extremely ugly and his voice was a little hoarse. 130,000 hands? The middle-aged man took a deep breath. This number was much smaller than he had imagined. The young man with glasses and others looked at the boss with an extremely gloomy face and remained silent, not daring to speak. They all knew that if they followed the original plan, they could at least sell around 300,000 lots today, if not all the goods could be sold. And now, the price of Zhidong Sherbao has hit the limit down, and the cost and price of continuing to ship is unimaginable. Continue to go long on the contrary? That's even more impossible. As the top private equity team in the securities market, they know very well that once the popularity of a stock is broken, it is harder than climbing to the sky to gather it again. And the 30,000 sell orders that the bastard just placed in one go on the daily limit were like poking a hole in a balloon. The almost invincible popularity of Zhidong Sherbao was instantly broken. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, the middle-aged man finally raised his head and looked at the young man with glasses. Choose a suitable time in the afternoon, pull up the price when the price limit drops, and sell out while pulling up. No matter what, I must sell out 200,000 lots today. Okay, boss. Several people nodded quickly. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he stopped again at the first 30,000 lot sell order on the market, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Lightning, help me check the details of the account from last time. Xu Yang didn't know yet that this outrageous move of his had caused the famous Xinhai private equity to suffer a loss of nearly 2 small goals. Although this amount of money is not a lot for Xinhai private equity, it is definitely a slap in the face. Over the years, Xinhai private equity has been invincible in the market, and this is probably the first time it has suffered such a loss. Even if Xu Yang knew, he wouldn't care at all. For him who has complete and clear memories of his previous life, a Xinhai private equity is nothing. Moreover, in his opinion, the stock market is just the stock market after all, just a market game that uses speculation to make profits. The real biggest winners of this game are definitely in the hands of the rulemakers. Xu Yang couldn't help but think of a sentence from a book. If I control the issuance of currency, I don't care who writes the constitution. This sentence may sound impressive, but it's actually bullshit. It is true that the economic base determines the superstructure, but the economic base does not refer to currency issuance or financial markets. It's the mode of production, or productivity. If you want to be truly strong, you cannot rely solely on the stock market. Xu Yang, who had been in the financial field for many years in his previous life, knew this very well. However, despite this, when Xu Yang saw the balance of more than 29 million in the account after settlement, he couldn't help but feel excited. Less than 2 weeks after his rebirth, he had already earned 29 million Chinese yuan. This is with only 55,000 yuan of capital. This. Are you really not dreaming? After a moment of silence, Xu Yang finally accepted the fact that he had become a multi-millionaire. He slowly let out a breath and unbound his account from the financing account. Mr. Chu, what are you doing? Seeing Xu Yang's operation, Lin Xiyu came back to her senses from the shock and couldn't help asking. Well, thank you very much, Miss Lin, for introducing me to this funding agency, but I may not be able to use it for the time being. Xu Yang explained with a smile. Lin Xiyu was slightly startled, and then seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Chu, you are worried that there will be trouble, right? Xu Yang smiled noncommittally and said nothing. Lin Xiyu is right. After all, the capital allocation account is semi-public, and such exaggerated operations can be easily discovered by someone if they want to check. He even doesn't plan to use his securities account at Guotong Securities anymore. After all, in the stock market, having a target that is too obvious is not a good thing. The best way is to make a fortune quietly. And now the amount of funds in his account has reached more than 20 million. With such a large amount of funds, operations in the market will be subject to many restrictions, and there is no need to use capital allocation. After logging out of the account, Xu Yang turned and looked at Lin Xiyu. Ms. Lin, are there any restrictions on large withdrawals at Guotong Securities? Large withdrawal? Lin Xiyu was stunned. Mr. Chu, do you want to? Seeing Chu Yang smiling and nodding, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. We can handle withdrawals and transfers below 10 million directly. But your account funds have exceeded 10 million. If you want to withdraw all the funds, you need to make an appointment in advance. Chapter 36 Invitation. Chu Yang nodded and handed his ID to Lin Shiyu. Okay, then I'll withdraw the 9 million to my bank card first. I'll have to trouble Miss Lin to make an appointment for me for the remaining 20 million. Okay, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. Lin Shiyu took the ID card and walked behind the counter to help Chu Yang process it. Although more than 20 million is indeed a lot of money, this is the Hangzhou Central Business Hall of Guitong Securities after all. Not to mention 20 million, even the transfer of one or two small amounts of funds is very common. Soon, Lin Shiyu came over and returned the ID card to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, I have applied for a fast track for the withdrawal of 9.22 million yuan, which will be credited to your account within an hour. I have already made an appointment for you to withdraw the remaining 20 million yuan, and you can come here next Monday to handle it. At this point, Lin Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out. Also, Mr. Chu, I may not work for Guitong Securities anymore. Next week, you can go directly to the counter and find other sales staff to handle it. What, you don't work here anymore? Chu Yang was slightly stunned, and then looked at the work clothes on the other person that looked like new. No wonder he felt that this girl was a little strange today. He couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday. Oh shit, it can't be because of that pancake? It has nothing to do with you. It's because of some personal reasons, and I also want to change jobs for another company. Guessing Chu Yang's thoughts, Lin Shiyu smiled and shook her head. But deep in her smile there was an unspeakable helplessness. There were some reasons that she naturally found it inconvenient to explain to Chu Yang. Looking at Lin Shiyu's expression, Chu Yang frowned slightly. Thinking of the Mr. Zhao on the day of opening the account and the Mr. Lu yesterday, he vaguely guessed something. I couldn't help but feel some emotion. It seems that these unspoken rules in the workplace are everywhere. The man in front of him had his own persistence in his heart and was unwilling to compromise with the evil forces. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's evaluation of Lin Shiyu in his heart became higher. He looked at Lin Shiyu and suddenly said, Ms. Lin, are you interested in working in my company? Ah, your company? Lin Shiyu was stunned when she heard this. She really didn't know that the other party actually had a company. After all, judging from Chu Yang's age and dress, he doesn't look like a company boss at all. Chu Yang nodded and said seriously, well, I happen to be short of an assistant. I think Miss Lin should be able to do the job. If Miss Lin is willing, she can start work now. After coming out of Guitong Securities, Chu Yang walked directly towards China Merchants Bank not far away. Just now, Lin Shiyu did not agree directly, but did not refuse either. She just said that she would think about it. Chu Yang understood very well. After all, the other party is able to work as a manager in the Guitong Securities Center Business Hall, so his academic qualifications and other conditions are naturally not bad. Coupled with his outstanding appearance and temperament, there should be many positions in large companies for him to choose from. He may not be able to look down upon the assistant position that he is talking about. Chu Yang left his cell phone number and said that he could call him directly after he had thought it over. The opportunity has been given to the other party. Whether she can seize it depends on herself. Chu Yang went to China Merchants Bank and applied for a new bank card. He then transferred the 9.22 million Chinese yuan he had just withdrawn into the card. After all, the bank card used before was specifically for paying tuition fees, and the balance can be seen in the school. Chu Yang didn't want to appear too shocking at school. Isn't it nice to live quietly and occasionally pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? However, after seeing Chu Yang's account balance, the bank staff's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He also took the initiative to upgrade Chu Yang's bank card to a platinum card with the last 6 digits being 8. Chu Yang did not refuse. He knew that this platinum card was very convenient to use and had many privileges in terms of transfer limits and settlement methods, but it had certain threshold requirements for personal account assets. After leaving China Merchants Bank, Chu Yang took a taxi directly to the Auto City next to the International Convention and Exhibition Center. It's time to buy a car. After all, it's really inconvenient without a car. In the most conspicuous location of the Auto City, a huge 3-pointed star logo is extremely eye-catching in the sun. There are big letters Mercedes-Benz written below. Chu Yang walked straight into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. After walking around the showroom, perhaps because of his age and the clothes he was wearing, several decent-looking female salespeople just glanced at him and instantly lost interest. No one came forward to introduce himself to him. However, Zhu Yang was also happy to have some peace and quiet, as he was alone in the exhibition hall looking at the current popular car models. He is no stranger to cars and even has some research on them. As for men, there are few who don't love beautiful women in cars. Suddenly, a black car with a strong aura came into his sight. Damn, Maybach 62S? Looking at this luxury stretched car that was over 6 meters long, Zhu Yang's eyes lit up. He was not unfamiliar with this car. He had seen it many times on the internet in his previous life. Moreover, this was the car driven by Ma Baba, the founder of the Ali Group. After founding Tianyang Capital in his previous life, he had originally planned to buy one, but the car had been discontinued at that time. Even the ultra-luxury independent brand Maybach no longer exists. Now he certainly wouldn't choose this car, which must be driven by a driver, but he couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. How much is this car for? Zhu Yang stopped a female salesperson and asked. 12 million, what? You want to buy it? Glancing at Zhu Yang, the saleswoman said with a wry smile, a hint of undisguised sarcasm in her voice. What she despises most is those customers who clearly cannot afford the product but still like to go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to ask questions. Especially since he asked about the most expensive car in the store right away. Feeling the saleswoman's attitude, Zhu Yang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Sir, if there is nothing else, I have to go and get busy. After looking at Zhu Yang again, the saleswoman felt even more contemptuous. After saying that, she didn't wait for Zhu Yang to speak, but turned around and met another middle-aged man with a big belly. Why does it feel like this is a cliched face-slapping plot from a novel? Zhu Yang was speechless. Chapter 37. Can I pick up the car today? Zhu Yang shook his head helplessly. Mercedes is one of his favorite car brands. But if all salesmen have this attitude, he doesn't mind changing to another company. First, sir, do you need me to introduce you? Just then, a young female salesperson came over, looking a little reserved. It should be that he has just entered the industry not long ago. But her appearance is still very good. Although there is still some gap between her and Yang Zihan, she is at least one level higher than the previous one. Well, let me introduce this car. Zhu Yang nodded and pointed to the Maybach 62S. Okay, sir. This is the latest ultra-luxury sedan from Maybach, a high-end sub-brand of Mercedes-Benz. In addition to using the top-of-the-line 6.6 TV12 engine power system, the 12 sturdy double-width grille bars combined with the inner grille also embody its unique and magnificent spirit. At the same time, the length of this car reaches 6.2 meters, and the wheelbase reaches nearly 3,827 millimeters. The interior space performance is far beyond the ordinary luxury cars. Due to the ultra-high-end brand positioning of the Maybach brand, the only competitors of this car in the market are the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Bentley Mulsanne. Although the young female salesperson looked a little reserved, she was very professional in her introduction and explained the features of the Maybach 62S in detail one by one. There was no disdain for Zhu Yang's age or dress. The female salesperson just now saw this scene and sneered and curled her lips. This Zhou Xiaoxiao is really stupid. No wonder she hasn't sold a single car after working for more than half a month. In her opinion, young men like Zhu Yang were obviously paupers, and it was obvious that they were just here to hang out, so there was no way they could afford a car. But then again, if it weren't for such a stupid teammate, how could such a good client fall into my hands? Thinking of this, she quickly turned around and flattered the middle-aged man with a big belly beside her. Boss Chen, the Mercedes-Benz E260 sedan you're looking at is available in our store right now. If you can order it today, I can help you apply for a 30,000 yuan discount. Only a 30,000 discount? The middle-aged man was still not satisfied with the price. He shook his head and continued to bargain. Although this Mercedes-Benz E260 is the lowest equipped E-Class sedan, it costs more than 400,000 Chinese yuan, which is not a small amount for him, so he naturally wants to lower the price to the lowest. After listening to the introduction of the young female salesperson, Zhu Yang nodded and said lightly, "What's the price?" "Sir, the official guide price of this car is 12 million Chinese yuan, but our 4S store now has a terminal discount, and the discounted price is 10.7 million Chinese yuan. Zhu Yang nodded slowly, without showing any surprise on his face. In fact, 10.7 million is not expensive for this car. If nothing unexpected happens, the Maybach brand will be completely discontinued next year, and this car will become its last swan song. Only the top few wealthy people have it. The price of the new car was even driven up to over 15 million Chinese yuan. Especially after the Ali Group's Lao Ma changed his car to this one, this car directly became a symbol of status for many wealthy people, and even the price of second-hand cars skyrocketed. Xiao Xiao, come here and take care of Mr. Chen first. I'm going to ask the manager to apply for a discount on this E260 for Mr. Chen. The female salesperson walked over and spoke directly to the young female salesperson named Xiao Xiao. There was a hint of pride on his face, as if he was showing off that he had sold another car. Although his price was cut by another 20,000 yuan, so the sales commission he could get was not much, but he sold another car after all. At least he was much better than the new rookie Zhou Xiaoxiao. Sister Su, I have clients here. The young saleswoman Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head somewhat awkwardly, indicating that she was introducing a car to Chu Yang. What client? Do you think he can buy a car or something? The female salesperson glanced at Chu Yang and shook her head in disdain. Go and take care of Boss Chen. If you perform well, I'll give you some performance points at the end of the month. Otherwise, be careful of getting fired for zero performance. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face changed and she became a little hesitant. She found this job with great difficulty, but now more than half a month has passed and she has not sold a single car. If it's still like this by the end of the month, I might really be fired. She thought about it for a while, and then said to the saleswoman, Sister Su, can I ask this gentleman if he needs anything else? Then he turned around and said politely to Chu Yang. Sir, is there anything else you need now? The female salesperson became impatient, pointed at the Maybach 62S next to her, and sneered at Chu Yang. Just tell us whether you want to buy or not. We are very busy and have many important customers to serve. I'm not buying this car right now. Looking at the Maybach 62S that the female salesperson was pointing at, Chu Yang shook his head calmly. Of course he wouldn't buy this car now. Not to mention anything else, the yellow license plate alone means that he, who only has a C license, cannot drive. This kind of car definitely needs a professional driver to drive it. He. The female salesperson sneered and gave Zhou Xiaoxiao a look that said, did you see that? What she meant was that she had seen many young people like this who liked to show off. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt helpless. In fact, she knew that although many people asked about this car every day, only a few people could afford it. Besides, the man in front of him looked to be in his 20s only. How could he possibly afford any car in the showroom? It was just her good professional ethics that allowed her to serve Chu Yang politely. You're not buying it now? What? You mean you want to buy it later? The female salesperson glanced at Chu Yang, who had a calm expression, and couldn't help but make another sarcastic remark. Chu Yang ignored him, but smiled faintly at Zhou Xiaoxiao and pointed at a sapphire blue coupe not far away. Is that CLS63 AMG available? Can I pick it up today? Chapter 38 Gift. The sapphire blue coupe is next to the Maybach 62S. Its fastback shape and low body design give it a sporty aesthetic. The huge three-pointed star logo on the front of the car and the extremely aggressive headlights give people a feeling that it is not easy to mess with. Although it looks very similar to the regular CLS 300 coupe, but the bright red brake calipers, perforated ceramic brake discs, 20-inch big feet, and the AMG logos everywhere on the body make it clear at first glance that this car is no ordinary one. Is that CLS 63 AMG available? Can I pick it up today? After hearing Chu Yang's words, the female salesperson and Zhou Xiaoxiao were both stunned. Even Boss Chen standing next to him widened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Although he didn't know the exact price of the CLS 63 AMG, his appearance showed that it was much more expensive than the E260 he was going to buy. Are all young people so arrogant nowadays? Puff. The female salesperson reacted and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She thought this young man was really funny and was addicted to pretending to be cool. Can I pick up the car today? That sounds quite like it. Although the CLS 63 AMG is cheaper than the Maybach 62S, it is definitely one of the highest-end models in the store, and its price is far beyond that of ordinary Mercedes-Benz sedans. Otherwise it wouldn't be placed in this highest position. Even Mr. Chen next to him may not be able to afford it, let alone a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded politely. Sir, this CLS 63 AMG is in stock in our store. The official suggested retail price is 1.988 million yuan, but because it is the latest model, there is no discount for the time being. In fact, Zhou Xiaoxiao's last sentence was intended to give Chu Yang a way out. After all, they were all young people, and she couldn't bear to see him lose face. Swipe the card. Chu Yang didn't say much and handed over the bank card directly. This. When the saleswoman nearby saw the platinum card of China Merchants Bank, she was stunned and opened her mouth but could not utter a word. She naturally knew that one must have an account balance of more than 5 million Chinese yuan to be eligible for this kind of platinum card. So, the other party was not pretending just now. It turns out that I am the joke. Moreover, he bought such a top-of-the-line sports car with a road price of more than 2 million without even asking the price. The other party's strength must be beyond my imagination. Thinking of this, the saleswoman's body trembled, and the look she showed towards Chu Yang, instead of fear and regret, became extremely respectful, and she even slightly bowed her body. Zhou Xiaoxiao was also startled, but she reacted immediately and took the bank card respectfully. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I will go and process it for you now. The processing time for the new car was a bit long, so Chu Yang had a free lunch in the store. I have to say that the lunch in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store is quite good. However, Chu Yang's appetite shocked many people. Looking at the food trays piled higher than herself on the dining table, the waitress's face almost turned green. If you didn't know that the other party had just bought a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan, you would have thought that he came here just to eat and drink for free. Apparently, many people around had the same idea and frequently cast their eyes over. After a hearty meal, Chu Yang returned to the rest area on one side of the exhibition hall. Just then, a young female salesperson, Zhou Xiaoxiao, came over with a stack of information, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 30s. Mr. Chu, the formalities have been completed for you. This is Manager Zhao from our 4S store. Zhou Xiaoxiao handed the bank card and information to Chu Yang, and then introduced them. The middle-aged man was secretly surprised to see that Chu Yang was younger than he had imagined. With his experience, he naturally knew that anyone who could buy a 2 million luxury car with just a few words at this age must have a very powerful background. Hello Mr. Chu, it's an honor to serve you. Manager Zhao hurried forward and extended his hand respectfully. Mr. Chu, because this CLS 63 AMG is the latest flagship coupe product of Mercedes-Benz, according to the manufacturer's policy, there is indeed no discount. But as an apology, we have prepared a license plate specifically for you. Do you think you are satisfied? Chu Yang shook hands with the middle-aged man, then looked at the license plate number on the information. There was a letter in front and 4 numbers in the back, all of which were 6. Chu Yang was secretly surprised that the other party was willing to invest so much. A license plate like this, especially one from Hangzhou, would cost at least hundreds of thousands of Chinese 10 yuan years later. Even now, it is estimated to be no less than 50,000 yuan. Chu Yang nodded. Thank you, Manager Zhao. I hope we can cooperate more in the future if we have the opportunity. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Manager Zhao was delighted and the smile on his face became even brighter. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Because he knows that making friends with a truly capable young person may bring benefits to the store's performance beyond imagination. Especially when I just heard Zhou Xiaoxiao say that the other party didn't even ask the price, but directly swiped the card to buy this top-level coupe worth nearly 2 million. But asked about the Maybach 62S for a while. What does this mean? This means that the other party is very likely to get this Maybach 62S worth more than 10 million in the future. Manager Zhao, I have to praise Miss Zhou. I am very satisfied with her service today. Chu Yang glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao, smiled and nodded. Then he glanced at the uneasy saleswoman not far away without leaving any trace. As for the others, haha. Manager Zhao had been in the business world for a long time and immediately understood what Chu Yang meant. He quickly said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I apologize for the poor hospitality in our store today. Please rest assured that our 4S store has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Having said that, he first glanced coldly at the female manager, then turned to look at Zhou Xiaoxiao, and said with approval, Xiaoxiao, your performance today is very good. Your performance this time will be doubled, and you will be given an extra bonus at the end of the month. Zhou Xiaoxiao was flattered. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, thank you, Mr. Chu. Chu Yang sat in this brand new Mercedes-Benz CLS 63 AMG top-level coupe and pressed the start button. Accompanied by a powerful engine sound, the car slowly left the car city. Chu Yang quickly became familiar with the operation and regained the feeling of driving in his previous life. In fact, this car is very classic, with a sloping roofline, frameless doors, and 4-door design, all of which are very appealing to young people. especially the pair of Devil's Eye taillights, which can be regarded as the pinnacle of the CLS series. Xu Yang had been coveting this car for a long time in his previous life, and he often browsed the pictures of this car on the Autohome BBS to satisfy his craving. Later, after achieving success, I was able to buy this car, but found out that it had been discontinued. The new model is ugly. Xu Yang's driving skills were already pretty good, and with his excellent physical reaction abilities after his rebirth, he quickly brought out the performance of this top-of-the-line sports car. During this time period, there are not many vehicles on the streets of Hangzhou. I saw a sapphire blue coupe speeding like lightning, weaving flexibly among the vehicles, and finally stopped downstairs of Hangzhou City Building. Chapter 39, Meet Again. Hangzhou Building is one of the top high-end shopping malls in Hangzhou, where various types of domestic and international mid to high-end brands are concentrated. After stopping the car in the parking lot of Hangzhou Building, Xu Yang got out of the car. Standing in front of the Hangzhou Building, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh when he looked at his old sportswear and the Adidas sneakers that were a little torn. Just now in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, it's no wonder that the female sales staff didn't want to pay attention to me. My outfit is indeed quite exquisite. The main reason was that he had been busy making money in the past 10 days after his rebirth, and he really hadn't had time to change into a decent outfit. It's good to be low-key. But if you have the means but still dress yourself up like a beggar and pretend to be poor, then you must be really sick. The reason why he did not continue to invest the more than 9 million yuan in the stock market was to use it specifically to improve his life. Making money is just a matter of time for him now, there is no need to rush. Xu Yang was just about to walk into the Hangzhou Building when he inadvertently saw a familiar figure and he was stunned. It was a young woman in her 20s who got out of a black BMW 7 Series sedan not far away. The woman was wearing a black business suit, she was quite tall, and her long chestnut hair was tied up at the back. Her facial features are very delicate and she has light makeup on her face. She has some of Lin Shiyu's professional temperament and some of Yi Xiaozhu's cold and unworldly quality, but she is not as pure as the other two. Every move she makes gives people a feeling of being soft and weak. But I have to say that this woman's appearance and temperament are both top-notch, and are incomparable to ordinary women. The driver was a man in his 30s, not very tall, wearing a branded suit and a pair of expensive gold-rimmed glasses, giving off a very gentlemanly feeling. He got out of the cab, turned around and smiled at the young woman. "Sia, let's go in." The young woman nodded slightly and said softly, "Okay, Mr. Liu." Looking at the backs of the two people, Xu Yang was silent for a long time, and finally let out a breath slowly. That's right, these two people are the financial beauty who pushed him off the cliff before his rebirth. His future wife in the previous life, Qin Xia. And the second in command of Tianyang capital, Lu Jianrun. This scene just now has also proved Xu Yang's previous guess. Before Qin Xia became his woman, she had already colluded with Lu Jianrun. Even close to himself, Lu Jianrun's entry into Tianyang capital was all a good show carefully planned by these two people. Xu Yang sneered in his heart and glanced at the backs of the two people in the distance. It seems that the two have just known each other for a short time. After all, Qin Xia had only been working at Antai Securities for a short time, and the conversation between the two just now also illustrated this point. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Jianrun should be pursuing Qin Xia now. After all, Qin Xia's appearance and temperament are there, and as her immediate superior, it is hard for Lu Jianrun not to be moved. Thinking of this, Xu Yang curled up a cold smile and walked towards the Hangzhou City Building. Go directly to the men's clothing brand area on the 3rd floor. Xu Yang was familiar with the brands here. Under the surprised gaze of the waiter, he walked into the Ferragamo counter. However, the service staff here have good business qualities. Although they were puzzled when they saw Xu Yang's clothes, they still smiled politely on the surface. Xu Yang ignored all this and simply chose a suit. I picked up a belt and a pair of shoes at random. Then, under the waiter's conflicted gaze, she walked straight into the fitting room. This gentleman. The young female salesperson opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she saw Xu Yang had already walked into the fitting room, and she could only smile bitterly. However, trying on clothes is every customer's right. You can't stop someone from trying on clothes just because their clothes are worn out, right? I just hope this decent-looking man doesn't get his clothes dirty. You know, Ferragamo's clothes are expensive, and any one of them costs more than several thousand yuan. And the pieces that the other party just selected are the highest-end series in the store. However, when Xu Yang walked out of the fitting room, the young female salesperson couldn't help but be stunned, staring at Xu Yang with her infatuated eyes. Handsome. It's so handsome. It was the first time she saw someone wear Ferragamo clothes in such a good way. Xu Yang was wearing a dark blue suit with a light blue striped shirt underneath and a pair of ordinary black formal leather shoes, which completely concealed his youthful and childish appearance. The angular facial lines, a high nose bridge, the neat short black hair, the upright figure of nearly 180 centimeters, and the extremely charming and experienced eyes made the female sales staff around him stunned. In fact, although Xu Yang used to be quite handsome, he was not as exaggerated as he is now. What's more, the improvement of his physical qualities after his rebirth made his already handsome appearance even more distinct. And the inexplicable aura he exudes gives people an indescribable feeling. Wow! Well, so handsome. The young female salesperson finally came to her senses, looked at Xu Yang again, and couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. It's a pity that he is a pauper. The young saleswoman shook her head with some regret. If the other person wants to be your boyfriend, should you agree? Is it to choose a good-looking appearance? Or choose interesting, material? Alas, it is really difficult to choose between fish and bear's paw. The young female salesperson felt extremely conflicted. Chapter 40, The King of Watches. Feeling the attention from everyone around him, Xu Yang raised his eyebrows. In fact, with his current mentality, he doesn't really like the feeling of being the center of attention. After all, his soul is no longer that of a boy in his 20s. According to the size of the suit, Xu Yang picked out 2 sets of casual clothes that looked ordinary, and handed them to the saleswoman without trying them on. Please help me pack these. Ah. The young female salesperson has just gritted her teeth and decided to give up the bear paw for the sake of a good-looking appearance. As a result, when he heard Xu Yang's words, he opened his mouth wide, and it took him a long while to react. He quickly nodded respectfully and said, Okay, please wait a moment. As she carefully packed her clothes, she felt inexplicably shocked. Damn, I thought he was a handsome loser, but turns out he is actually tall, rich, and handsome. Now you don't have to choose between fish and bear's paw. None of them belong to you. He casually bought clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars in one go, and he paid with his platinum card. This kind of man is not something she can ever hope to have. Seeing Xu Yang's handsome back as he left in a suit, the young saleswoman couldn't help but feel sad. Xu Yang naturally didn't know that the young female salesperson had just staged a romance drama in her mind. He carried 2 packaging bags and went directly to the Patek Philippe counter on the first floor. Next to it is a Richard Miller. At this time, the price of Richard Miller has not yet been driven up to the sky, and there is still a certain gap compared with the old watch king such as Patek Philippe. However, Xu Yang doesn't like this brand very much, which relies on advertising and so-called high-tech new materials to skyrocket its prices. After all, as someone who works in the financial industry, he is very familiar with speculation. Hello sir, how can I help you? Glancing at Xu Yang who was walking over, the mature female salesperson's beautiful eyes couldn't help but sparkle with a strange light. Such a handsome man is rarely seen even in this Patek Philippe counter. Plus, this high-end Ferragamo suit is definitely very expensive and looks perfect on him. Especially the young yet experienced temperament of the other person, to young women like them, it was like poison, making people unconsciously attracted. Show me this 5270p. Xu Yang glanced around the display case and pointed at a men's watch with a dark blue dial. Yes sir. The mature female salesperson was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this young and handsome man could call out the model of this watch off the top of his head. She took out the watch and handed it to Xu Yang carefully. Xu Yang took it casually, looked at it for a few seconds, and put it on his wrist with great skill. The design of this watch is simple yet calm and elegant. The metallic platinum case looks very comfortable, and the dark blue dial has a faint luster under the light, giving people an extraordinary sense of nobility. Well, it still has that familiar feeling. That is right, this is the watch Xu Yang wore before his rebirth. Although it is not the most expensive among Patek Philippe models, it is one of the most classic models. Xu Yang has already gotten used to wearing it. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Sia, this is a counter dedicated to famous watches. Go and see if there is anything you like. I'll give you one. Xu Yang frowned slightly, turned around and took a look, and the person who spoke was Lu Jianrun. Xin Sia stood beside him, holding an LV bag in her hand, which must have been something she had just bought. After hearing Lu Jianrun's words, a hint of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she still showed a shy expression on the surface. Mr. Lu, please don't do that. This will cost you too much money. It's not a big deal, Sia, I'm so happy that you can accept my gift. Lu Jianrun smiled and shook his head. Qin Xia was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in all these years. When he saw Qin Xia for the first time, he had already made up his mind to take her down no matter what. Hearing that the other party's tone did not completely reject him, he couldn't help but feel even happier. He pulled Qin Xia's arm and walked towards the Lingin's counter nearby. Qin Xia turned around and looked at the Patek Philippe counter with an innocent expression on her face. "Mr. Lu, I think the watches in this store are pretty nice." Lu Jianrun was stunned at first, but when he saw the brand name Patek Philippe, his anus couldn't help but tighten. Shit, of course he knew this brand, it's the king of watches Patek Philippe. He remembered the brand slogan as "No one can truly own a Patek Philippe watch, it is just kept for the next generation." Damn, even the advertising slogan is so awesome, how can the price be cheap? Although he is now the general manager of Antai Securities' Hangzhou Central Business Hall, his annual salary is only a few $100,000. The brand Patek Philippe is obviously not something he can afford. However, when the beauty spoke, he could only puff up his face and force a smile. "Well, okay, let's go and take a look." Qin Xia nodded innocently, but a hint of cunning flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was obvious that she knew that this brand was very expensive. The two walked to the counter. Qin Xia saw Chu Yang standing aside, a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, and then she couldn't help but look at him twice more. She rarely saw such a handsome and elegant man. And so young. Although she may not be as rich as Mr. Lu, whose figure is a little out of shape, it does not stop her from admiring him a few more times. Chu Yang keenly felt Qin Xia's gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he didn't see the two of them, and continued to study the watch on his wrist. This cold attitude made Qin Xia even more curious about him. Chapter 41: Qin Xia's response. As if he had noticed Qin Xia's strange look towards Chu Yang, Lu Jianrun looked at Chu Yang with some displeasure. "Xia, let's check our watches." Okay, Mr. Lu." Qin Xia's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly retracted her gaze and looked at the watch in the display case. After just 2 glances, her eyes stopped on a small watch with a rose-red dial and could not move away even a little bit. "Mr. Lu, this watch is so beautiful." She wasn't pretending, but this watch was really beautiful and especially suited her aesthetic. Lu Jianrun's heart skipped a beat, but he still forced a smile at the mature female salesperson. "Please take out this watch so we can have a look." "Okay." The mature female salesperson smiled and nodded politely, took out a small rose-red watch and handed it to Qin Xia. Qin Xia took the watch and put it on her wrist carefully. Her wrist is very white and looks very beautiful under the light, and this small rose-red watch, worthy of being a Patek Philippe product, makes her wrist look even more perfect. "Oh, so beautiful." Qin Xia looked at the rose-red watch on her wrist with some obsession, her eyes full of admiration. After looking for a while, she turned around and looked at the mature female salesperson and asked, "Hello, how much is this watch?" "Hello, this is our Patek Philippe 4947G001, which belongs to the Complex Function Timepiece series. The counter price is 329,800 yuan. How much?" Hearing this number, Qin Xia was stunned. Although she knew that watches of this brand would definitely not be cheap, she did not expect them to be so expensive. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family. Although she usually felt a bit petty bourgeoisie and yearned for the life of a wealthy family, this was her first time to come into contact with such a truly high-end top brand. "Beautiful lady, this watch is priced at 329,800 yuan in our counter." This was obviously not the first time the mature female salesperson had encountered such a scene, so she repeated it again out of courtesy. Hearing the price, Lu Jianrun secretly clicked his tongue and even took a step back. Although he coveted Qin Xia's beauty, there was no way he would buy her a watch worth more than 300,000 yuan. Are you kidding? A watch costs more than 300,000 yuan? With this money, you can buy a new BMW 3 Series, isn't it great? After hearing the price clearly again, Qin Xia swallowed hard, reluctantly took the watch off her wrist, and returned it to the mature female salesperson. She was not stupid, and she knew very well how much it would cost to buy such a watch with Lu Jianrun's ability. In other words, this level of consumption is simply not something the other party can afford. "Excuse me, do you have 7130G here?" At this moment, Chu Yang's voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Yes, sir. This is the one." The mature female salesperson smiled and took out a small light blue watch from the counter and handed it to Chu Yang. Although this watch has a simple design, it looks much more elegant than the rose-red watch that Qin Xia just saw. Xu Yang took it and glanced at it casually, then nodded and handed it back, pointing to the 5270p. Please help me put these two watches together. What? The mature female salesperson suspected that she had heard it wrong. $2? Yes, both watches together. Xu Yang nodded, then took out his bank card and handed it over, saying lightly, just swipe the card. Looking at the China Merchants Bank Platinum card handed over by the other party, the mature female salesperson trembled and was suddenly ecstatic. Only then did she realize that she had really met a big client. Due to the high price of Patek Philippe watches, it usually takes several days to sell one. This is the first time she has encountered a situation where two watches were sold at one time. What's more, although these two watches are not the highest-end ones of Patek Philippe, they are definitely not low-end series. At least it is much more expensive than the rose-red watch that woman just chose. For this achievement alone, the commission she can get is very considerable. Thinking of this, she became even more excited and even spoke nervously. First, sir, this 5270p is priced at 866,800 yuan, and this 7130G is priced at 468,800 yuan, which adds up to 1,335,600 yuan. Having said that, she looked at Xu Yang with some trepidation and said cautiously, If you are sure to buy it, I will swipe your card for you now. Well, swipe the card. Xu Yang nodded casually. Watching Xu Yang buying these two watches worth more than 1 million yuan was like buying something worth more than 100 yuan. That lavish attitude made Qin Xia's delicate body tremble slightly, and her eyes were full of surprise when she looked at Xu Yang. There was an indescribable charm on the other person's already handsome face. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Jianrun, who was beside her and also had a shocked expression on his face. Originally, in her eyes, Mr. Lu was already a very successful man. However, at the age of 30, he became the general manager of Antai Securities' Hangzhou Central Business Hall with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. But compared to this person, no. There is no comparison between the two. Whether it is appearance or net worth. Even in terms of age, this person is nearly 10 years younger. It is true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. Taking in Qin Xia's expression, and glancing at Lu Jianren beside him, Xu Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Thinking of how this pure as snow financial jade girl in the previous life had colluded with his good subordinate and put on a good show in front of him for several years, he felt even colder in his heart. Chapter 42 Limited Edition Bags. However, although Xu Yang's heart was cold, he didn't show it on the surface. Only a playful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the mature female salesperson swiped the card, she carefully packed the two watches, filled out some information, and then handed them to Xu Yang respectfully. Sir, here are your bank cards and two watches. Maybe the surprise came too suddenly. Her breathing was still a little rapid, her face was flushed, and the deep cleavage on her slightly heaving chest looked even more obvious. Yes, thank you. Xu Yang nodded, gave a gentle smile to the mature female salesperson, and reached out to take the watch and bank card. No, you're welcome. Seeing this charming smile, especially when my little hand accidentally touches the other person's big hand. The mature female saleswoman's body trembled suddenly, and her pair of round and slender legs could not help but tightly press together. Seeing the blushing cheeks of the mature female salesperson and her strange expressions and movements, Xu Yang couldn't help feeling a little strange. But he didn't think much about it and turned around and walked outside. But when he passed by Qin Xia, he suddenly stopped, turned around and gave Qin Xia a warm smile, praising her. This beauty, you are so beautiful. Ah. Qin Xia didn't expect that this young, rich, handsome man would actually praise her. Her heart began to beat violently uncontrollably. Looking at his handsome face and listening to his charming voice, her pretty face couldn't help but feel hot. Thank you, thank you. Lu Jianrun on the side frowned, especially when he saw Qin Xia's pretty face with a spring look. He felt as if there was something green on his head, but he couldn't say much. After all, the other party just praised Qin Xia and didn't do anything excessive. Xu Yang smiled and nodded at Qin Xia, then turned and left. Looking at the other person's charming and handsome back, Qin Xia couldn't help feeling a little lost. After leaving Hangzhou building, Xu Yang withdrew some cash from the ATM downstairs and then drove towards the college. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter the School of Finance. Even ordinary teachers' cars are not allowed to drive into the college. Generally, only the cars of school leaders can enter. Therefore, there is a large dedicated parking lot not far from the school gate, making parking very convenient. Shu Yang parked the car in the parking lot, then walked towards the school gate carrying a set of clothes. I had just taken a few steps when I heard a series of beep beep horn sounds coming from not far away, and then a white Honda sedan stopped in front of me in a very ostentatious manner. Zhang Xiaoying and Ma Zichang got out of the car. Zhang Xiaoying was also carrying a new LV bag in her hand. Only then did they notice Chu Yang, who was wearing a suit, and were shocked by his handsomeness. Damn, how come this guy suddenly became so handsome? Especially Zhang Xiaoying, there was even a hint of fascination in her eyes. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's expression, Ma Zichang's heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward and said sarcastically, "Hey, Mr. Chu, the clothes he's wearing today are high-end imitations bought from the wholesale market, right? But the style is pretty good. It must have cost several hundred yuan, right?" His eyes fell on Chu Yang's wrist again, and his smile became even more exaggerated. He was quite knowledgeable about watches, so he recognized the brand of this watch at a glance. TSK, Patek Philippe? Mr. Chu was really arrogant. It's either Richard Miller or Patek Philippe. This watch must cost at least $500, right? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. After a brief infatuation, Zhang Xiaoying remembered that the brand name clothes on the other party were all fake. Thinking of what happened that night, a feeling of hatred surged in her heart again. She had originally planned to use her own blood to hook up with a real rich husband, but ended up being deceived by this hateful liar. What is even more hateful is that I was so proactive that night. Basically, all the gameplays are unlocked for each other, and even more. So every time she saw the other person, she felt extremely humiliated. Zhang Xiaoying sneered, with contempt and disdain in her mouth. What I despise most is those people who like to pretend to be rich even though they have no money. What's the point of pretending? Only when you actually use them can you know that real luxury brands are simply not comparable to those high-end imitations. Having said that, she deliberately shook the LV bag in her hand. That is. Ma Zichang also smiled proudly and said arrogantly, "See? This is the limited edition LV bag I gave to Xiaoying. Do you know how much it costs? I'll scare you to death. The price of this bag is enough to buy hundreds of those knockoffs you're wearing." Limited edition LV bag? Chu Yang took one look at the pink LV bag in Zhang Xiaoying's hand and almost laughed out loud. He looked at Ma Zichang with a playful look. This guy is really good. He actually knows how to learn from me. But it's okay to learn from yourself, but it's a bit unkind to laugh at yourself afterwards, right? Chu Yang raised a playful smile, walked up to Zhang Xiaoying, and whispered something. Then Zhang Xiaoying was obviously stunned, and looked at the bag in her hand with some suspicion, and then her face changed instantly. Chapter 43, I wish Director Wang continued to be strong. Looking at Zhang Xiaoying and Ma Zichang who were already quarreling, Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and turned around and walked directly towards the college. Walking in the college, Chu Yang in a suit attracted countless eyes, and even a few girls came up to him and asked for his QQ number. Few people recognized that this handsome dog was the licking dog before. Chu Yang didn't really like the feeling of being stared at like an animal, so he changed into an ordinary-looking casual outfit as soon as he returned to the dormitory. But even so, it is much better than the previous Adidas outfit, and has a kind of restrained maturity. Fuck, Chu Yang, that suit you just wore is really good. Where did you get it from? There was no one in the dormitory at this time, only Guo Changdong was sitting in front of the computer playing League of Legends. Hearing the noise, he casually glanced at Chu Yang who came in, and waited until the game was over before turning around and saying in surprise, "I get work clothes as an insurance salesperson. Why, do you want to go?" Chu Yang said casually as he hung his suit in the closet. "Selling insurance? Forget it. I'd better stay in the dormitory." Guo Changdong shook his head and clicked on a new game. Chu Yang put the stack of cash into his pocket, then left the dormitory and went straight to the college's administrative office building. Today is Thursday, and he plans to pay his tuition. Su Yuru had told him that the tuition fee should be paid to the finance department before this Wednesday, but he forgot about it yesterday. Chu Yang came to the door of the finance department, knocked, and walked in. "Student, what's the matter?" A middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses raised her head, glanced at Chu Yang and asked, "Hello, teacher. I'm Chu Yang from the class of 2011 in the Department of Economics and Management. I'm here to pay my tuition." Chu Yang explained and then handed over a stack of cash. "Chu Yang?" The middle-aged female teacher was slightly stunned, then she remembered something and asked with some doubt. Student Xu Yang, haven't you already paid your tuition? Did you make a mistake? Have you paid it? Xu Yang looked confused. Yes, I handed it in yesterday. The middle-aged female teacher nodded affirmatively, then remembered something. Oh, by the way, it was teacher Su Yuru who handed it over to me. I remember it very clearly. Teacher Su? Xu Yang was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Okay, thank you, teacher. After coming out of the finance office, Xu Yang walked directly towards Su Yuru's office building. When he walked to the office door, he heard a creaking sound of tables and chairs shaking from inside, and Xu Yang walked forward and knocked on the door. The shaking of tables and chairs suddenly stopped. After a while, the office door was opened a crack, and a middle-aged man's face stretched out from the crack. Seeing that it was Xu Yang, he frowned impatiently. What's up? Seeing this middle-aged man, Xu Yang was stunned. Isn't this the director Wang who used the blue talisman last week? No wonder the noise just now was so familiar. He instantly understood what had just happened in the office. Hey, Director Wang, I'm looking for Teacher Su. Teacher Su is not here. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently, then slammed the door shut. Xu Yang shook his head helplessly, then walked forward and knocked on the door again. The door opened again, and Director Wang stuck his head out impatiently, staring at Xu Yang with his panda eyes. What happened again? Director Wang, this is the case. I need to talk to Teacher Su about something important, so I want her cell phone number. No. Well, if not, I can only stand at the door and wait for Teacher Su. Xu Yang showed an innocent expression. You. Director Wang was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He could only take out his mobile phone and find Su Yuru's contact information. 136057, remember it. I've got it. Thank you, Director Wang. I wish you continued vigor and continued courage. Director Wang didn't hear Xu Yang's next words clearly. He slammed the door again and sat down at his desk impatiently. Fuck, if this kid keeps stalling for a while longer, the effect of my blue talisman giant energy pill will wear off. Come on, come up. Teacher Su doesn't have a class this afternoon. She's not in the office at this time. Where could she be? Isn't she hiding behind the door of the office inside and eavesdropping again? While Xu Yang was guessing, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number he had just written down. The call was quickly connected, and Su Yuru's soft voice came out. Hello, who are you? Teacher Su, I'm Xu Yang. Xu Yang? What's the matter with you calling me? Teacher Su, where are you now? I will return your tuition to you. Tuition fee? Su Yuru was obviously stunned for a moment, then said softly. Don't worry about the money. Wait until it's convenient for you. Okay, that's it. After saying that, Su Yuru was ready to hang up the phone. Xu Yang said quickly. Teacher Su, I'm free now. I've already taken out the tuition money. You can't let me carry so much money with me all the time, right? So tell me where you are now. Su Yuru couldn't resist Xu Yang, so she could only say helplessly. Okay then. I'm at the Peninsula Coffee on the east side of the college right now. Just give me a call when you get there. Peninsula Coffee. Xu Yang knew this coffee shop, which was right next to the park east of the School of Finance. However, the consumption was relatively high, so students rarely went there. After hanging up the phone, he walked directly out of the college. After leaving the college, Xu Yang did not drive but walked directly east. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at the door of Peninsula Coffee Shop. I have to say that the scenery around this cafe is really nice, especially since it is backed by a park, full of lush greenery and the air is incredibly fresh. Although the cost is a bit high for ordinary students, it is definitely a great place for adult couples to date or conduct business negotiations. Xu Yang couldn't help but nodded secretly. He took out his cell phone and was about to call Su Yuru, but he inadvertently saw a familiar beautiful figure being harassed by a man in his 30s by the window in the Peninsula Cafe. It's Su Yuru. Chapter 44, A Strange Man. The man who was harassing Su Yuru was about 30 years old, wearing a suit. He looked good, but his expression was a bit rogue. Seeing Su Yuru being harassed and the man even showing some intention of taking action, Xu Yang's eyes turned cold and he walked in quickly. Inside the Peninsula Cafe. Yang Dongqing, you have no shame, but I still have it. Get out of the way right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Suyuru's face turned pale and she spoke coldly to the man opposite her. Thinking of what the other person had just said, she felt like her lungs were about to explode, and her full, upright chest kept rising and falling. "You're welcome? Ha, I want to see how you can be rude to me." The man opposite showed a lewd smile, took another step forward, got closer to Suyuru, and looked at Suyuru's body greedily. "Hee, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many days, your figure has become even more charming. You. Shameless." Seeing the other party's rogue face, Suyuru was so angry that she could hardly speak. "You, get out of here." "Roll? Where to roll? How about we roll on the bed again?" The man smiled shamelessly and stretched out his hand to grab Suyuru's slender and soft waist. Seeing the other party's disgusting hand reaching out, Suyuru's face turned even paler and she quickly stepped back. But there was a glass wall behind her and she had nowhere to retreat. Bang! Just when the man's hand was about to touch Suyuru's waist, a figure flashed by, and then there was a crisp pop sound, and the man's arm was instantly knocked away. The man only felt a huge force coming at him. He staggered back a few steps and finally managed to stand firm. Then a tall young figure stood in front of Suyuru. This is naturally Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned around and smiled at Suyuru, who looked surprised. "Teacher Su, are you okay?" "No, I haven't." Suyuru shook her head with a complicated expression. "Fuck, who are you fucking?" The man then saw Chu Yang's appearance clearly. Seeing that the other party had attacked him and was now standing in front of Suyuru, he couldn't help but get angry and embarrassed. "Can you say that again?" Chu Yang's face turned cold. He turned around and looked at the other person. His icy cold eyes fell on the other person, making the man shiver uncontrollably. The current Chu Yang not only has the aura of a superior accumulated for decades in his previous life, but all aspects of his body have been greatly strengthened after his rebirth. There is an indescribable aura in his every move. Especially when you get serious. Most people really can't resist it. Being swept by Chu Yang's cold gaze, coupled with the other party's clean and neat attack just now, the man began to speak incoherently. It took him a while to suppress the fear in his heart, and then he thought of something, and immediately took another step forward, pointing at Suyuru and said loudly. "Fuck, she's my wife, this is our family affair. What the hell is it to you? Wife?" Chu Yang was stunned and dumbfounded for a moment. He never imagined that this beast in human clothing who harassed Teacher Su and even made a move on her would actually be Teacher Su's husband. Then myself. It seems that there is really no question to ask. He couldn't help but turn around and look at Suyuru. Suyuru was looking at Chu Yang's back in a trance. She didn't know why, but this young man who suddenly stood in front of her had an indescribable temperament that gave her a sense of security she had never had before. Seeing Chu Yang looking over, she came back to her senses and quickly explained. "Don't listen to him. He and I have divorced a long time ago. There is no relationship between us anymore." Having said this, she looked at the other person again, her eyes full of disgust. "Yang Dongqing, do you still have any shame? You actually have the nerve to say that I am your wife? My ex-wife is also considered a wife, okay?" The man named Yang Dongqing might know that he was in the wrong, especially with the intimidating Chu Yang standing beside him. He did not dare to use those rogue methods on Suyuru again, so he could only be soft on Suyuru. Besides, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. "Xiaoru, let's." "Ha, a husband and wife for a day will be bound by 100 days of grace? So you want to introduce me to your leader?" Suyuru laughed at herself, and then her pretty face was covered with frost, and her voice was filled with endless coldness. "Yang Dongqing, I'm going to emphasize this to you one last time today. From now on, there will be no relationship between the two of us. Don't contact me again. Xiaoru, you misunderstood. Mr. Wu is a real young talent. I can't compare to him. I am also considering your happiness." Yang Dongqing wanted to say something, but he only felt a chill coming from the side. He looked up and saw Chu Yang looking at him with cold eyes. He couldn't help but shudder. "Introducing your wife to your boss?" Chu Yang didn't expect that there would be such a top-quality product in the world. He looked at this disgusting man and said coldly. Roll. Chapter 45, Exquisite Suyuru. Seeing Yang Dongqing leave in a somewhat dejected manner, Suyuru finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her whole body finally relaxed completely. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Chu Yang, with a bitter smile on her pretty face. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Shu Yang shook his head indifferently and said with a smile. What's the big deal? Life is long, and everyone has encountered a few scumbags. Especially for someone as beautiful as you, Teacher Su, the probability of encountering scumbags will naturally increase exponentially. Puff. Su Yuru was immediately amused, and she glanced at Chu Yang charmingly, saying coquettishly. So what you mean is that I deserve to meet a scumbag? Well, I didn't say that, but if Teacher Su insists on thinking so, then that's not impossible. Seeing Su Yuru's charming and lovely appearance, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth and laughed dryly. When Su Yuru heard the name Teacher Su, she remembered that the person in front of her was her student. Thinking about how she had just acted like a little girl in front of her student, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. What is that sound? Su Yuru looked at Chu Yang with some confusion. Chu Yang couldn't help but reveal an embarrassed expression. His appetite had increased a lot recently and he had been busy all afternoon today, so his stomach couldn't help but protest. Puff. Su Yuru understood immediately, and couldn't help but smile again. She picked up the bag on the table. Come on, to show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Chu Yang shook his head. Well, Mr. Su, let me treat you today. I haven't thanked you for the tuition yet. I told you I'm treating you. Let's go, I know a place that's delicious. Su Yuru rolled her eyes charmingly. She didn't even know how this guy managed to collect enough money for tuition, yet he wanted to treat her to a meal. After saying that, she walked outside. Chu Yang could only follow. When she reached the entrance of Peninsula Coffee Shop, Su Yuru walked directly to a beige Volkswagen Beetle. He opened the car door, then turned around and waved to Chu Yang. Seeing this cute Volkswagen Beetle, Chu Yang was stunned. I didn't expect that this sexy and mature teacher would choose this car. When he got into the car and looked at the various cute dolls in the car, Chu Yang was even more surprised. Hangzhou City, Monru French Western Restaurant. Sitting in this elegantly decorated, quiet Western restaurant, listening to the melodious light music and feeling the romantic lights, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. Although the prices at this Western restaurant are not the highest, it is a top choice in terms of decoration and environment. I didn't expect this beautiful teacher to be so tasteful and romantic. I just don't know how I could have fallen for that weird guy in the first place. Chu Yang was puzzled when Su Yuru suddenly stood up. Chu Yang, wait here for me. I'll go get something from the car. Okay, Teacher Su. Hearing the words Teacher Su, Su Yuru was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, she said. Don't call me Teacher Su outside. Just call me sister, or just call me by my name. Yes, okay Sister Yuru. Chu Yang nodded directly. Su Yuru nodded with satisfaction and walked outside. After watching Su Yuru's sexy figure leave, Chu Yang began to look at this Western restaurant carefully. But after just a few glances around, he discovered a problem. Most of the people around were couples who came here to eat Western food. Then Teacher Su, bring me here. Thinking of the other person's sexy body that was so mature that it seemed like water would drip out if pinched, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little distracted. What are you thinking about? Su Yuru's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. No, nothing. Chu Yang shook his head quickly as if by reflex. Well, I got a bottle of red wine. Would you like to drink some with your sister tonight? Su Yuru put a bottle of red wine on the table, then sat down opposite Chu Yang and blinked at him with her beautiful eyes. Looking at the red wine on the table and listening to Su Yuru's words, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of the scene of drinking with Yang Zihan that night, and his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Why, you don't know how to drink? Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Su Yuru couldn't help but feel a little strange. Yes. Let's ask the waiter to sober up the wine first. Chu Yang nodded, then looked at the bottle of red wine and found that it was actually a bottle of 2002 Petit Latour red wine. Although the price was not very high, it was definitely a classic model of red wine. The taste is very good. It was also a type of red wine that he often drank in his previous life. In his heart, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Su Yuru. Obviously, the other party is a woman with a very refined life and good taste. Seeing Chu Yang coming up and finishing 2 large portions of French pies at lightning speed, Su Yuru couldn't help laughing. However, her gaze towards Chu Yang became softer. This child. How long has it been since I had a full meal? Chapter 46, Confession. Watching Chu Yang finish 2 large portions of French pies in a flash, Su Yuru handed a tissue to Chu Yang and said softly, "Would you like another serving?" Chu Yang shook his head somewhat awkwardly. "Well, no need. I ate a little less at noon, and now I'm almost done." "Well, let's start drinking." Su Yuru nodded gently, picked up the decanter and poured red wine for Chu Yang. Perhaps because she was in a bad mood, Su Yuru drank very quickly. Half of the bottle of red wine was quickly drunk. That snow-white face was already covered with blushes, and the pair of beautiful eyes were full of water, looking even more charming under the light. The content of their conversation gradually increased. After hesitating for a while, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Su, that person just now. You mean that scumbag Yang Dongqing?" Su Yuru's beautiful eyes flashed with pain. She picked up the wineglass and drank it all. Then she told the story of her previous failed marriage. After listening to Su Yuru's story, Chu Yang realized that this beautiful teacher actually had such a tragic love experience. That Yang Dongqing was her college classmate and also her senior. When he first met Su Yuru, a beautiful junior schoolmate with an extraordinary temperament, he began to pursue her madly. At first Su Yuru did not agree. But under his persistence, Su Yuru finally accepted his pursuit. At the beginning, Yang Dongqing was really nice to her. He is caring and considerate in every way, and looks like a perfect man. Especially after he learned about Su Yuru's family situation, he was always willing to respond to her requests and showed great care for her. Su Yuru gradually came to believe in him completely and immersed herself in the emotional web he had woven. Although her family had always opposed the two being together, Su Yuru still agreed to Yang Dongqing's proposal. Right after graduation, she married the other person without hesitation despite her family's opposition. "I even broke up with my family because of this." But what she didn't expect was that after successfully marrying her, Yang Dongqing finally revealed his true side to her. She never imagined that behind the well-dressed appearance, he could have another side that was worse than a beast. Not only was he no longer as gentle as before, he also cursed at her at will and even abused her many times. Lazy and gluttonous, despicable and perverted, a beast in human form, and heartless, these words are not enough to describe this scumbag. Especially after he repeatedly asked Su Yuru to ask her father for help and was rejected, he directly abused her and tortured her in various ways. Su Yuru couldn't stand it anymore, and with great regret, she resolutely chose to divorce the other party. Finally, the divorce procedures were completed some time ago. Today, she received a call from Yang Dongqing, who asked her out and said that there were some procedures that needed to be discussed with her. But she never expected that after they met, the first thing the other party said was to introduce her to his boss, Mr. Wu, which directly made Su Yuru furious. What followed was the scene that Chu Yang saw. "Come on, Sister Yuru, cheers." Feeling the atmosphere was a bit dull, Chu Yang picked up the wineglass and said with a smile, "Anyway, I'll drink this glass of wine to help you get rid of the scum and regain your freedom." "Well, thanks, cheers." Su Yuru's expression looked better then. She raised her glass and clinked it with Chu Yang's, then drank nearly half of the glass of red wine. Seeing the other party drinking like this, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He only drank 2 glasses of this bottle of strong red wine, and most of it was drunk by the other person. "Chu Yang, thank you, thank you." Maybe it was because of the alcohol, Su Yuru's tongue became bigger when she spoke. Her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes were rippling, and she looked at Chu Yang with a dazed look. Thank you for helping me deal with that bastard today, and thank you for drinking with me today." She really meant what she said. Just now at Peninsula Coffee, Chu Yang stood in front of her, giving her a sense of security she had never felt before. It also made that bastard Yang Dongqing leave in disgrace. And now, she finally found someone to talk to about her unhappy things. Although she felt a little uncomfortable when she mentioned these things, it made her feel completely relieved deep down inside. What she didn't expect was that although Chu Yang was only a sophomore, his conversation and knowledge were far beyond that of ordinary young people. Even many successful and mature men she had met could not do what Chu Yang did. For some reason, there seemed to be an indescribable aura about Chu Yang today, which made her a little fascinated. It seems that the other person's words and actions exude an indescribable charm. No, that's not right. This little guy is my student. I must have drunk too much. Su Yuru raised the corner of her mouth, looked at Chu Yang opposite her with drunken eyes, and muttered to herself. Chu Yang didn't hear her words clearly, but seeing her drunken look, he couldn't help but smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sister Yuru, can I take you back? Seeing that the other party did not respond, Xu Yang knew that Su Yuru was really drunk and quickly waved to the waiter. Waiter, pay the bill. The waiter came over and said politely. Excuse me, sir, this lady has already paid the bill. Xu Yang was stunned, and then he remembered that Su Yuru had left once just now, saying that she was going to the bathroom. That should be when I went to pay the bill. Shaking his head helplessly, Xu Yang stood up, walked to Su Yuru's side, and helped her up. Su Yuru was still wearing the same black tight skirt today, with black stockings and high-heeled leather shoes, which made her already straight and round thighs look even more slender and sexy. On top is a chiffon shirt, the fabric is very soft. Feeling this soft and mature body half leaning on him, Xu Yang couldn't help feeling a little dry in the mouth. He tried hard to suppress his body's strong reaction and walked towards the beetle. Before she reached the front of the car, Su Yuru opened her beautiful eyes slightly, glanced at the surroundings, then shook her head at Xu Yang and pointed to the neighborhood next to her. 6, Building Number 6, Unit 1, 201. Chapter 47, The Most Skillful Hunter. Xu Yang was confused, and only then he realized that in front of the gate of the community next to him, there were 4 big words Shuayuan Garden written. Oh shit. He had heard before that the residential area for faculty and staff families of the School of Finance was this Shuayuan Garden community. It turned out to be right next to this restaurant. No wonder this beautiful teacher dared to drink while driving, it turns out she doesn't need to drive. Under the strange gaze of the security guard, Xu Yang helped Su Yuru walk into the community. I have to say that the environment of this community is really good. Probably because it is a residential area for university staff, the greening aspects are even much better than those so-called garden house communities more than a decade later. After much difficulty, they found Unit 1 in Building 6. Su Yuru's body was almost hanging on him, with her beautiful legs even sandwiched between his thighs. In addition to the warm fragrance, there is also soft jade. Xu Yang couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. However, it was obviously difficult to walk upstairs in this posture. Looking at the stairs, Xu Yang couldn't help but frown. Sister Yuru? Teacher Su? Su Yuru. Seeing that the other person's beautiful eyes were still closed, with no intention of waking up, Xu Yang gritted his teeth, put his arm around Su Yuru's shoulders, then put his other hand around her thigh and picked her up. That's right, it's the princess hug posture. Considering Xu Yang's current physical condition, this amount of weight is obviously nothing. He picked up Su Yuru easily and walked up to the second floor in a few steps. After searching the other person's body for a while, he finally found the key. After putting Su Yuru on the sofa, Xu Yang got up to pour hot water and took a look around the room. This is a 2-bedroom house, but it is very large and the living room is very spacious. The room was very tidy, without any clutter, and the floor was spotless. There is also a large study room next to it, which, in addition to some antique bookshelves and desks, also has a guqin. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance. It smells very similar to Su Yuru's. Teacher Su, come and drink some hot water. Xu Yang sat on the side of the sofa with hot water, trying to help Su Yuru up. The other party lay directly in his arms, her pretty face flushed with intoxication making her look even more charming, her beautiful eyes finally half opened drowsily, and she murmured. Xu Yang, thank you, thank you. Seeing Su Yuru's charming appearance and feeling her extremely charming eyes, Xu Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and instantly felt even more uncomfortable. Teacher Su, drink some hot water. Xu Yang quickly diverted his attention and handed the cup of water to Su Yuru's mouth. Su Yuru took a sip of water, then leaned on Xu Yang again. Xu Yang, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Because of drinking, Su Yuru's voice at this moment was far from her usual mature and steady voice. Instead, it was soft and tender, more like a little girl acting coquettishly. Very powerful. It was just a little bit short of igniting Xu Yang. Xu Yang swallowed hard, took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, stood up awkwardly, helped Su Yuru up and walked towards the bedroom. Put Su Yuru on the bed and gently covered her with a quilt. Looking at the beautiful face that had fallen into deep sleep, Xu Yang finally turned around and walked out. Grass. It's simply tempting to commit a crime. Putting the stack of cash on the coffee table, Xu Yang gently closed the door and walked downstairs. The alluring look of Su Yuru just now kept appearing in his mind. He found that his heart was beating fast and his body was very honest. It was as if I couldn't control myself and wanted to go back to that bed. Xu Yang took a deep breath and walked quickly outside the community, trying to divert his attention. After all, this is my teacher, and he is so drunk. Even a scumbag should have a bottom line. In the room. Hearing the sound of the door closing outside and the footsteps coming downstairs, Suyuru slowly opened her eyes. There was something so clear in that pair of beautiful eyes. Where was the trace of drunkenness from just now? She sat up slowly and glanced at the hot water on the bedside table. She felt warm in her heart. Thinking of the scene just now, her pretty face turned red again, looking extremely attractive under the dim light. The scene in the afternoon where Chu Yang stood in front of her appeared in her mind again. Suyuru couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, and then she sighed with regret. This fool. Thinking back to how Chu Yang had carried her upstairs so easily just now, and the strange feeling of his big hands groping for the key on her body, she couldn't help but press her straight, slender, round legs together tightly. Chu Yang was sitting in a taxi at this time, so he naturally didn't know what was happening. Otherwise, he would probably have to ask his master to turn back immediately. Chu Yang was browsing the news on his phone when he suddenly saw an interesting article title. The most brilliant hunters often appear as prey. Hey, what does this mean? He was about to click on the article when the driver stopped the car and pointed ahead. Classmate, we're at the finance college. The starting price is 8 yuan. Okay, thank you, master. Chu Yang turned off his phone before he had time to read the article. He took out a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the driver, saying no change needed, then got off the car. Shui Yuan Garden is actually very close to the Finance Institute. About 2 kilometers. Just as Chu Yang was about to walk towards the college, his cell phone rang. Chu Yang took out his phone and took a look. It was a call from Yang Zihan. As soon as the call was connected, Yang Zihan's somewhat resentful voice came out. Huh, little brother, you haven't contacted me for 2 whole days. Chu Yang then remembered that he had indeed not contacted the other party in the past 2 days. He couldn't help but say apologetically. I'm sorry, Sister Zihan, I've been busy with some things these past 2 days. Before he could finish, Yang Zihan's playful voice came out from the phone again. Hee, I was just kidding you. Actually, I've been busy these past 2 days. There's an event at the Art Academy. By the way, where are you now? I just returned to the college and am right in front of the college gate. Then wait for me. I'm nearby and will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang thought of Yang Zihan's pair of long and straight beautiful legs, as well as her charming appearance in certain scenes. The fire in his heart that had just died down not long ago started burning again. He remembered something and turned to walk towards the parking lot not far away. Chapter 48, Is the Stone Cold? It was just the beginning of autumn, and Hangzhou was a southern coastal city, so the evening breeze was only slightly chilly. Although it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, both the School of Finance and the School of Art had relatively relaxed management of students. So there are still many students on this road in front of the school gate. Especially many young couples often like to go out at this time. I strolled around for a while, then headed to the hotel street to indulge in my teenage hormones. Chu Yang. Chu Yang had just walked out of the parking lot when a surprised voice came from not far away. He saw a tall and beautiful figure standing on the side of the road, waving her arms vigorously at him. This attracted the attention of the boys around her. Then they all cast envious glances at Chu Yang. They had only seen beauties of this level a few times in the entire university town. Sister Zihan, are you cold? Chu Yang walked to Yang Zihan and found that she was only wearing a JK short skirt with a white t-shirt on top. Her pair of snow-white and crystal-clear slender legs were directly exposed to the air. It is bright and very tempting. Yeah, a little bit. Yang Zihan nodded, then threw herself into Chu Yang's arms and put her 2 little hands into Chu Yang's pockets. Chu Yang laughed in silence and held the other's soft little hand with his big hands. Under the streetlight, the 2 people hugged each other tightly, and their reflections were stretched out very long by the streetlight. By the way, this is for you. Chu Yang suddenly remembered something, took out a delicate and small lady's watch from his trouser pocket and handed it to Yang Zihan. He just went to the car to get the watch, and as for the watch box, he threw them directly into the car. Ah! Yang Zihan was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Is this, for me? Seeing Chu Yang nod, she quickly took the exquisite and small light blue watch and liked it more and more the more she looked at it. She didn't know the brand of the watch and just assumed that Chu Yang bought it in a regular store. After all, she was very clear about the other party's financial situation, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to transfer money to him. But the more I hold it in my hand, the more I feel that this watch is cleverly designed, exquisite yet elegant, and the quality seems to be very good. It probably won't be cheap. Yang Zihan happily put the watch on her wrist. Under the streetlight, her snow-white and slender wrist, matched with this exquisite watch, the light blue dial looked very eye-catching under the light. The woman beside the wine shop is like the moon, with white wrists covered with frost and snow. Xu Yang couldn't help but think of this line of poetry. Yang Zihan carefully put away the watch, turned around and asked. "This watch is so beautiful, it must be over $1,000, right?" "That's about right." Xu Yang smiled and nodded. Yang Zihan leaned against Xu Yang's chest, feeling somewhat touched, and said softly, "Xu Yang, thank you." Looking at this girl who was so easily moved, Xu Yang didn't say anything. He just exerted a little force with his hands and held her tightly in his arms. After hugging for a long time, Yang Zihan suddenly raised his head, pointed inside the Finance Institute, and whispered in Xu Yang's ear. "Little brother, I want to go around your school." Feeling the other person's hot and moist breath, Xu Yang curled up the corners of his mouth and directly pulled Yang Zihan towards the academy. At the southernmost part of the Finance Institute Park is a rockery. Although it is a rockery, it is made up of several extremely large natural rocks. It towers on the south side of the small park and looks like a real hill. This rockery is also one of the landmark buildings of the Finance Institute. Below the rockery is an artificial lake, facing the playground in front. There is no road between the small park and the rockery, only a huge stone connecting them. Because the terrain is rather steep, very few people would climb up the rockery. But today, two figures came to the bottom of the rockery. "Little brother, I want to go there." Yang Zihan pointed to a natural barrier in the middle of the rockery. Forehead. Xu Yang was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but praise the unique idea of this beautiful senior sister. "Good." Xu Yang nodded, then took Yang Zihan in his arms and walked towards the big rock. With Xu Yang's absolute physical fitness, the two of them didn't have to spend too much effort and successfully came behind the natural barrier. The campus was somewhat quiet under the night sky. Apart from the swaying shadows of the trees, only the occasional bird calls can be heard. The entire small park seems to be in silence. Especially the bare rockery, which looks even quieter. There were only a few students running at night on the distant playground, and the lights of the library building reflected on it made it look extremely harmonious. Although the evening breeze was a little chilly, the young men who were exercising were still sweating profusely. Yang Zihan held onto the natural barrier and faced the playground. Her forehead was covered with sweat and she bit her red lips tightly. Xu Yang stood behind her, repeatedly exercising the endurance and explosive power of his waist. Occasionally, I patted the softness in front of me. "Is the stone cold?" "Well, not bad, well." Nearly 2 hours later. Xu Yang supported Yang Zihan, who was already somewhat exhausted, and walked out of the small park. Yang Zihan was still half hanging on Xu Yang like a koala. Her cheeks were as red as blood, her forehead was covered with sweat, and the ends of her hair were completely wet. His chest rose and fell as he took deep gulps of fresh air. It was as if I had just finished a 3,000-meter race. But it seems to be better than last time. Walking to the side of the playground, Xu Yang suddenly stopped and looked down at Yang Zihan. What's the matter?" Yang Zihan was a little confused. "Did you wear it on purpose?" Xu Yang pointed at the JK miniskirt she was wearing. Yang Zihan's pretty face turned even redder and she nodded gently. "I changed it just before I came out." "Your stamina?" Hee, I've been exercising recently." So let's go to the hotel now." "Ah. I have something to do at the academy tomorrow." The next morning, Xu Yang ran as usual and then went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. As soon as I walked out of the cafeteria, my cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. I pressed the answer button and a familiar voice came from the receiver. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Lin Shiyu." Chapter 49, Dealing with Lin Shiyu. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Lin Shiyu." Hearing Lin Shiyu's voice, Xu Yang's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly raise. He had already guessed the reason why the other party called. Sure enough, Lin Shiyu continued. "Mr. Chu, I have considered what you said before. When can I start work?" "Any time." Then I'll go to the company to find you now? Shu Yang thought for a moment, then said, just go to the downstairs of Tianyuan building and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu hung up the phone, her expression still a little complicated. In fact, she was also very conflicted about whether or not to work for the other party's company. After all, with my academic qualifications, I can choose any state-owned enterprise, foreign enterprise, or large listed company. The other party is just a young man in his 20s, although he is indeed talented in stock trading. But when it comes to stock trading, luck is often very important. It is difficult to be successful in the long term, let alone stable. Given the other party's age, how big can the company be in terms of scale and strength? What's more, I went to the other company to work as an assistant. Reason told her that she should choose to work for a large company, at least one like the Guitong Securities. But there was a faint voice in her heart telling her that this young man was definitely not simple, and it made her want to follow him and start a business. Whenever she thought about the fact that the other party was only 20 years old, and could easily manage tens of millions of funds and manipulate the main forces in the palm of his hand, she couldn't help but feel excited. Coupled with the other person's calm and confident temperament, she couldn't help but want to believe him. Finally, she decided to take a gamble. So I made this call. Tianyuan Building? Lin Shiyu naturally knew this place. It is one of the top financial buildings in Hangzhou, located in the core business district of Hangzhou. It is surrounded by major banks and securities companies. The building also houses several of Hangzhou's top private equity institutions. The other party's company is actually located in Tianyuan Building, so its scale must be quite large, right? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyu's mood couldn't help but improve. It seems that my choice was not wrong. After hanging up the call with Lin Shiyu, Shu Yang walked directly towards the dormitory building. Since he was officially recruiting his first employee, he planned to dress something formal today. However, before he reached the dormitory building, he found that many of his classmates were looking at him with strange eyes. Some girls even gathered together and pointed at themselves. Shu Yang couldn't help but feel confused. I looked at myself and it wasn't that handsome suit. Could it be that I have become more handsome recently? Shu Yang was confused. Finally, I couldn't help but take out my phone and turned on the front camera. Well, it's really handsome. But it hasn't changed much from before. Shu Yang walked into the dormitory confused. But before he could sit down, Wang Kai and his friends came over and looked at him with sympathy. Yangzi, don't be upset. We still have our brothers here. Fuck, that bastard Ma Zichang is really too much. Don't worry, Yangzi, I will beat him up when I see him. Brothers all support you and are frantically registering secondary accounts to help you clarify. Shu Yang was confused and interrupted several people. Fuck, can you guys tell me what happened? Yangzi, you don't know yet? Zhou Wei looked surprised, walked to the computer and pointed at the screen. This was posted by that bastard Ma Zichang last night. It's currently ranked number 1 on the school BBS. Shu Yang came back too late last night and got up too early today, so no one saw him. I thought he was hiding on purpose. Shu Yang looked over and saw that the top post on the Finance Institute BBS was glowing red, and the title was Exposing the Swindler in the Finance Institute. He rented luxury cars and gave away fake wine to pretend to be a rich man to defraud money and sex, and even did not let the cleaning lady go. Poster SID, Xiaoqiang who loves singing. It rhymes pretty well. Shu Yang was stunned. He opened the post and took a few glances. He found that it was about renting a luxury car, giving fake red wine as gifts, and pursuing girls. And also attached a few pictures. The photo was of the bottle of 1982 Lafite that cost 99 yuan, and there was also a not-so-formal inspection report attached to it. There is another photo of myself getting out of a Mercedes-Benz CLS 63 AMG coupe. It looks a little blurry, but I can vaguely recognize it as myself. There are also a few photos of himself downstairs in the girls' dormitory when he was pursuing Jiang Xiaoying. Although the name was not mentioned directly, even a fool would know it was him. And the first few replies below directly typed out his name. Isn't this Chu Yang? Isn't he a bootlicker? How did he become a liar and a scumbag? I can prove that the content of the post is true. I am Jiang Xiaoying's roommate. Shu Yang did give her 2 bottles of fake red wine and even rented an Audi car. I was also Jiang Xiaoying's roommate, and I can testify that I drank several glasses of that fake red wine. After I went back home, I went to the toilet all night and ended up staining the entire toilet red. I understand what the above person said. What I want to know is, where is the cleaning lady? Is there any video? Well, please don't misunderstand me, I just want to know the truth. I'm looking for a video of the cleaning lady. If you have one, please send it to 3838@qq.com. There were thousands of replies below, and except for a few small accounts occasionally speaking for Chu Yang, public opinion was almost one-sided. Everyone was accusing Chu Yang of being hypocritical and shameless. He failed at being a bootlicker and started to be a liar. He was really bringing shame to the Finance Institute. Chu Yang had already understood that this was probably because Ma Ziqian was angry and humiliated after being exposed by him yesterday, so he came to take revenge on him. After casually glancing at the comments below, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then he closed the post, stood up and changed his clothes while smiling at Zhou Wei and others. You don't have to worry about the trumpet. I will take care of this matter. Can you solve it? Several people were stunned, then they stepped forward and pushed Chu Yang down on the bed. Fuck, Yangzi, please don't be impulsive. Chu Yang's face was filled with black lines. 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. An hour later, Lin Xiyu drove her Toyota Corolla to the downstairs of Tianyuan building. She bought this car when she first came to Hangzhou, mainly for commuting to get off work. It is economical and fuel efficient, and it drives well too. After parking the car, Lin Xiyu waited for a while downstairs of Tianyuan building, but she didn't see Chu Yang. Just when she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to call Chu Yang, the cell phone rang. It was Chu Yang's call. She picked up the phone quickly. Mr. Chu, I'm already here, just downstairs of Tianyuan building. What? You're across the street? Antai building? Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Xiyu hung up the phone in confusion and looked across the street. Then I saw the old building opposite, which was only 10 stories high at most, with the words Antai building written in large black characters with peeling paint on it. Probably because it's been so long, the original color of these words can no longer be seen. Looking at Chu Yang, who was smiling and waving at her on the opposite side of the road, Lin Xiyu was alone and disheveled in the wind. Chapter 50 Rent All. Lin Xiyu crossed the road and walked to Chu Yang, only to find that he was very handsome today. Especially compared with the past, that suit perfectly brings out the other person's temperament. He is so handsome. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but have a few little stars in her eyes. Then the matter of changing the name of Tianyuan building to Antai building was forgotten. Ms. Lin, let's go upstairs. Chu Yang nodded to Lin Xiyu, turned and walked into the Antai building. Okay. Lin Xiyu finally reacted, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she quickly followed Chu Yang. Entering the elevator, Lin Xiyu was about to press the elevator button, looked at Chu Yang and asked. Boss Chu, which floor is our company on? She has changed the way she addresses him and now directly calls Chu Yang Mr. Chu. Which floor? Chu Yang was slightly stunned, then asked back, well, which floor do you want to be on? Lin Xiyu was very upset. What do you mean I want to be on which floor? Seeing Lin Xiyu's expression, Chu Yang coughed dryly. Well, it's like this. Actually, the office location of our company has not been determined yet. Today we will talk to Antai Group and rent a place. Lin Xiyu looked at Chu Yang with a messy face. The company doesn't even have an office yet, are you serious? She swore that if it wasn't for the suit he was wearing, she would have turned around and left. As if he felt that he had indeed gone too far, Chu Yang quickly said. But don't worry, you can choose any floor of this building. Taking a look at the old walls and the historic elevator, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but feel 10,000 cute alpacas running through her heart. Chu Yang pressed the button for the 5th floor. Fortunately, although this elevator is a bit old, its quality is still quite good and it stopped steadily on the 5th floor. The 5th floor is the office of Antai Group's headquarters. Hello, may I ask what can I do for you too? Seeing that Chu Yang and Lin Xiyu were both young but had extraordinary looks and aura, the young men in the office did not dare to neglect them and stood up quickly. Chu Yang nodded and said calmly. Hello, we are here today to discuss the leasing of this office building with your company. You want to rent an office building? The young man was stunned at first, then he couldn't help feeling happy. There were originally several small companies renting the upper floors of this building, but they all moved out some time ago. The group is worried that no one is willing to rent. If this matter is done well, he will definitely make a great contribution. Xu Yang nodded and said simply. Yes, if it's suitable, we can consider renting all of them together, and we can sign the contract today. Can you make the decision? Rent all of them? The young man was stunned. It took him several seconds to react. He said excitedly. Please wait a moment. I will ask our general manager to come over right away. After saying that, he trotted towards an office inside. After a while, a dignified middle-aged man walked in. The young man just now stood behind him, looking a little reserved. It seems that this person should be the general manager of Antai Group. Antai Group is one of the famous old established enterprises in Hangzhou, with interests in multiple fields including securities, real estate, and commerce. As the general manager of the entire Antai Group, the other party's status and position are extraordinary. He is definitely not comparable to Lu Jianrun, the general manager of Antai Securities Hangzhou Central Business Hall. The middle-aged man wore a pair of glasses and had a look of faint majesty. He looked at Xu Yang and the other man, and was a little surprised at their youth. But after accidentally seeing the watch on Xu Yang's wrist, his pupil shrank slightly, and his gaze towards Xu Yang suddenly became serious. You too, I'm Zhou Guoqiang, the general manager of Antai Group. I heard that you want to rent the office floors above us? Xu Yang nodded first, then shook his head. But not on the upper floors. What? You just said you wanted to rent out all the upper floors. The young man next to him couldn't help but get anxious when he heard this. Xu Yang smiled faintly and explained. That's right, but when I say rent all of them, I don't mean just these few floors upstairs. I want to rent the entire Antai building. The young man was stunned. The whole building? How is that possible? Rent the entire Antai building? Lin Shiyu also started to have doubts in her heart. Regardless of whether the other party was willing to rent it out, she really couldn't understand what the purpose was for Xu Yang to rent such a whole dilapidated building. Is it necessary to use such a large space to deal in stocks or finance? Although this place is just opposite the Tianyuan building, it is stuck next to an old hospital and parking is difficult around it. Definitely not a good place. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. The middle-aged man also frowned and looked at Xu Yang with burning eyes. My meaning is very simple. Hasn't your Antai Group's new headquarters building been completed? It should be under renovation now. I guess you will move in soon. Xu Yang raised his eyebrows and said straight to the point. You probably won't use this building anymore. If that's the case, why don't you just rent the entire building to us, Tianyang Capital? Tianyang Capital? The middle-aged man and the young man were both stunned. They had never heard of this company. However, judging from the name and the aura of the other party, this company is obviously not simple. It seems to be a company from outside the city. Tianyang Capital? Lin Shiyu was also secretly surprised. This was a good name. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, she wanted to laugh. They must not know that this so-called Tianyang Capital didn't even have an office. However, after hearing Xu Yang's words, the middle-aged man was shocked. The new headquarters building of Antai Group has indeed been completed, and the group's top management has decided to move there next month. However, this matter was just decided at the group's high-level meeting yesterday afternoon and has not been announced to the public. How did the other party know? After all, the previous statement to the outside world has always been that the old group headquarters will be retained at the same time. But this matter is no longer important. If this old Antai building can be rented out directly, it will definitely be beneficial to the Antai Group without any harm. Not only can we get more cash flow, but we can also avoid the risk of this old building being abandoned. For myself, it is definitely a great achievement. By then, I will have more say in the group's board of directors. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he had already thought about the pros and cons in an instant. Chapter 51, Su Yuru's Fury. Academy of Arts. Girls' dormitory building. Yang Zihan was lying on the bed and getting a good sleep. Although she had been exercising more recently, Xu Yang still gave her a lot of trouble last night. Especially that pair of beautiful legs, which were numb and tingling last night, but now they are sore and soft. This dormitory is the most luxurious double room in the art academy, and only she and Mu Yorong live there. Recently, Mu Yorong has been busy at the company and rarely comes back. In a daze, Yang Zihan heard the dormitory door seem to be pushed open. Ah, who is it? Yang Zihan opened his sleepy eyes, yawned and looked outside, only to see Mu Yorong walking in hurriedly. Yorong? Why are you back? Zihan, hurry up, have you checked the campus BBS? Mu Yorong walked directly to the computer desk, turned on the computer, then turned around and asked. Campus BBS? There isn't one. What's wrong, Yorong? Yang Zihan shook his head in confusion, then sat up from the bed and stretched his body. She was only wearing 2 pieces of underwear, showing off her beautiful figure, especially her snow-white skin as white as mutton fat jade, which was very charming under the dark pink light. What's wrong? Mu Yorong rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. You don't know yet, do you? That awesome little brother you like is actually a big liar. Xu Yang is a big liar? How is that possible? Yorong, please stop joking. Yang Zihan didn't even think about it and just shook his head in disbelief. Xu Yang lied to her? How is that possible? It's something you brought to your door on your own initiative. Even the 50,000 yuan was transferred to the other party by myself. Seeing her best friend like this, Mu Yorong stopped talking and directly opened the Finance Campus BBS on her computer, then pulled Yang Zihan over. Take a look. Yang Zihan looked over reluctantly, and then his expression changed drastically in an instant, and the more he looked, the uglier it became. Seeing Yang Zihan's gloomy face, Mu Yorong sighed. I told you, that guy doesn't look reliable and is not worthy of you at all. Without waiting for her to finish, Yang Zihan gritted his teeth and said. It must be that bastard Ma Ziqiang. How dare he slander Xu Yang? He's dead. Ma Ziqiang? Mu Yorong was confused. It took her a while to realize that her silly best friend was still speaking for the liar. She couldn't help wanting to vomit blood. I had no other choice at the beginning, and I tried every possible means to save my life. Unfortunately, I met such a scumbag. And such an excellent best friend of mine was actually bewitched and was so devoted to that scumbag. Then she saw that Yang Zihan was actually replying to speak for Xu Yang, and he was using his real account. Zihan. Are you crazy? Mu Yorong quickly grabbed Yang Zihan. Do you know how popular your account is? Do you still want to enter the entertainment industry in the future? Besides, you'll only make the post more popular. And it will also bring more enemies to that guy. After hearing Mu Yorong's last words, Yang Zihan bit her red lips and did not continue replying. But her plump breasts were still rising and falling, and it was obvious that she was very angry. Seeing that Yang Zihan finally listened to her, Mu Yorong breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly glanced at the watch on Yang Zihan's wrist. Hey, Zihan, where did you buy this watch? It looks pretty nice. She directly pulled Yang Zihan's arm, and then her eyes widened instantly. What? Patek Philippe? Xu Yang gave it to me yesterday. It's nice, isn't it? It cost more than 1,000 yuan. Speaking of watches, Yang Zihan's mood improved a little, and she said with a pout. Mu Yorong was shocked at first and was about to take a closer look at the watch, but when she heard that it was a gift from Xu Yang, she instantly lost all interest. He just put Yang Zihan's arm down. Just as what was said in the post, that guy would make some fake brand name items to give to girls. More than 1,000 yuan? This guy is honest this time. But this kind of knockoff watch is probably worth a few hundred yuan at most. Looking at her best friend who looked so happy, Mu Yorong could only shake her head helplessly. She secretly decided in her heart that she must find an opportunity to expose the guy's true face and absolutely not let the two of them be together. Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics. Su Yuru walked into the office refreshed. She slept well last night. Although she was slightly disappointed in reality, she was satisfied to a certain extent in her fantasy. Sitting in front of the computer, she opened the browser casually and inadvertently saw the post on the campus BBS. Liar and scumbag? The popularity is so high? Su Yuru clicked on the post out of curiosity, but the more she read it, the uglier her expression became. Especially after seeing the replies below that mocked and insulted Xu Yang. She resisted the urge to reply with curse words and simply picked up her phone to call the information department in charge of managing the campus BBS. Then asked the other party to delete the post immediately without any question. As a result, the director of the information department was shocked. It was the first time he saw the usually gentle teacher Su get so angry. Taking into account the other party's special identity, the director of the information department quickly said that the post would be deleted immediately and the account that posted it would be banned. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuru breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the post on the BBS had been completely deleted. Thinking of the content of the post just now, she couldn't help but be speechless again. That must be fake. Otherwise, could it be that I am not even as good as a cafeteria lady? Shu Yang naturally didn't know about this. At this moment, he was still in the Antai building with Lin Shiyu, negotiating with the Antai group about renting the Antai building. What? 10 years? When Zhou Guoqiang heard Chu Yang say that he wanted to rent it for 10 years, he was stunned even though he was a shrewd man. Generally, companies rent office buildings for no more than 2 to 3 years. After all, unlike personal use, business operations need to consider the ever-changing situation. So when Zhou Guoqiang heard Chu Yang say that he wanted to sign a 10-year lease contract directly, he couldn't help but doubt the other party's true intention. Chapter 52, Annual Salary of 1 million. Yes, that's 10 years. Chu Yang nodded calmly, looking calm and composed. If Tianyang Capital did not have several important investments and its cash flow was not restricted, we would not have considered buying the building directly instead of renting it this time. Well, hearing Chu Yang speak so directly, Zhou Guoqiang couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that he was overthinking. Indeed, let alone renting it for 10 years, even if the other party wanted to directly buy this old building and the land underneath it now, Antai Group would agree directly, and would even be eager to do so. The location is good, after all, it is surrounded by the core central business district of Hangzhou. In addition to the most representative Tianyuan building, the headquarters buildings of several major banks are almost all located around here. Normally speaking, this location is absolutely worth every inch of money. After all, many powerful group companies want to build a headquarters building around here, and then put the company's name on it, which is definitely the best way to show their strength. But the old hospital next door directly affects the value of this place. Not only is there no parking space, but because of this old hospital, many small shops and vendors have sprung up, making the entire surrounding area a mess. The most important thing is that the Antai building is stuck in the middle of the hospital and there is no way to build it separately. Antai Group has communicated with the hospital many times, hoping to purchase this land, but has never been able to do so. Because this hospital is directly under the Zhejiang provincial government and is under the official management of the Zhejiang provincial government, it's not something that one person can decide. Moreover, the hospital's old director is a stubborn old man who refuses to give in on any matter, big or small. This is also the reason why Antai Group went to such a far place as Qianjiang New District to build a new headquarters building. In the end, Zhou Guoqiang agreed to Chu Yang's request and rented the house for 10 years at a price of 2 million yuan per year, with the rent paid annually. This price is not low, and for the Antai Group, which is currently facing operational difficulties, 2 million per year is a considerable cash flow. After agreeing with Zhou Guoqiang to sign the contract next Monday morning, Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu said goodbye and left. When the two were going downstairs, the elevator stopped at the second floor, and then a familiar figure appeared in front of the elevator door. Is it you? Qin Xia looked at Chu Yang with some surprise. She didn't expect that she would meet him again, and in her own company building. The first and second floors of the Antai building are the office locations of the Antai Securities Center Business Hall, which is also where Qin Xia works. Seeing Qin Xia come in, Chu Yang also showed a surprised expression, then smiled and nodded. Seeing Chu Yang smiling at her, Qin Xia's heartbeat quickly quickened. While I was curious about why the other person was here, I was also struggling with whether I should take the initiative to ask for the other person's contact information. After all, she regretted it for a long time after the last time at Hangzhou building. She always remembered the other person praising her gentle smile. Of course, what is more important is his calmness when purchasing those two sky-high priced watches. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. Chu Yang gave Qin Xia another charming smile, then turned around and walked outside. Looking at Chu Yang's leaving back, Qin Xia felt even more lost. Ms. Lin, I know you are very curious about why I rented such an old office building for 10 years. I have my reasons for doing this, and you will understand it in the future. After walking out of Antai building, Chu Yang turned around and looked at Lin Shiyu, smiling. But before Lin Shiyu could speak, Chu Yang interrupted her and raised his eyebrows. Ms. Lin, from today on, your job is to be my full-time assistant. You just need to do what you are supposed to do. Lin Shiyu almost went berserk. She naturally understood what Chu Yang meant, which was to let her do her job well, not ask questions that she shouldn't ask, and not meddle in things that she shouldn't meddle in. What do you think of yourself? Isn't this too disrespectful to yourself? After all, I graduated from Harvard University with a double master's degree in finance and management. Do you really think you can't find another job? Lin Shiyu raised her eyebrows and was about to say that she would quit, but she saw Chu Yang directly handed over a platinum bank card. As for your salary standard, let's temporarily set it at 1 million yuan per year, and provident fund and bonuses will be calculated separately. Also, the company will provide you with a car for less than 500,000 yuan. You can choose the model yourself. Do you think this is okay? If you are not satisfied, you can tell me directly. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Having said that, Chu Yan looked at Lin Shiyu with some confusion. No, nothing. Lin Shiyu finally came to her senses from her confused state and quickly shook her head like a rattle. Oh shit. 1 million annual salary? And a 500,000 yuan car? With this kind of treatment, let alone letting her be an assistant, even letting her be a nanny is acceptable. Not to mention that she is a master's degree holder. Even if she was a PhD from Harvard University and had just graduated and returned to China, her annual salary would not be able to reach this figure. Chu Yang nodded and asked, "Do you think this salary standard is okay? If you are not satisfied, you can directly raise the issue." Satisfied. Lin Shiyu swallowed hard, then looked at Chu Yang solemnly and said with a resolute look, "Boss Chu, please rest assured that I will work hard to be a qualified assistant. Well, there are 5 million Chinese yuan in this card. I'll keep it with you as the company's working capital." Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction and then arranged. There are a few things you need to do next. The first thing to do is to go to the Industrial and Commercial Administration Department this afternoon to register a company. The name is Tianyang Capital. The second thing is to go to Oriental Securities to open a securities account. You can just use your identity information. Remember to activate all permissions such as the growth enterprise market. The third thing is to help me check the detailed information of Mutian Group, especially the equity relationship diagram and equity changes in the past 2 years. The fourth thing is, next Monday you should bring your company information here to sign the contract. Pay attention to the terms of the contract. As for the fifth thing. Having said that, Chu Yang paused. Lin Shiyu wrote down a few things one by one, and then seeing that Chu Yang didn't continue, she couldn't help but ask. Mr. Chu, what is the fifth thing? Chu Yang smiled slightly and pointed at the Toyota sedan opposite. The fifth thing is that you go to the car city this weekend and change this car. It's less than 500,000 yuan, and you can choose the model yourself. You can pay with this card. I'll text you the password later. I'm going back first. Call me if you have anything. Chu Yang pointed at the bank card in Lin Shiyu's hand, then turned and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz CLS 63 AMG not far away. Looking at Chu Yang's handsome back and the bank card in her hand, Lin Shiyu had a very unreal feeling. I already have an annual salary of 1 million? You know, even though she was a manager at Guitong Securities before, her annual salary was only 200,000 Chinese yuan, and that also included provident fund bonuses. I thought that after I quit my job, the salary in my new job would definitely not be as good as before in the short term, but I didn't expect that I would get an annual salary of 1 million. Even now, the other party has not even looked at her academic information. Although she did not sign any employment agreement with Chu Yang, and the other party only told her the salary and benefits verbally, for some reason, Lin Shiyu had an inexplicable sense of trust in Chu Yang. What's more, this amount of money may be a huge sum for ordinary people, but for that man, it is nothing at all. This can be seen from the fact that the other party just handed 5 million to me. Lin Shiyu came back to her senses after a long while. She glanced at her Toyota sedan not far away and couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. The reason why Chu Yang trusts Lin Shiyu so much is because he believes that she is a smart person. What is more important, believe that the other party will make the right choice. Sitting in the car, Chu Yang looked up at the imposing Tianyuan building opposite him. He turned around and looked at the large anti-building that he was about to rent, as well as the extremely noisy dermatology hospital next to it, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to start the car, the scene in front of the hospital building caught Chu Yang's eyes. He couldn't help but frown, got out of the car and walked towards the hospital. Chapter 53, A Man's Knees Are Made of Gold. Doctor, I'm kneeling down in front of you. My father is dying. Please, just operate on him first. Don't worry, I will find a way right away and I will definitely collect the surgery fee before tomorrow. In front of the hospital building, a burly man in camouflage uniform was kneeling on the ground, pulling at a male doctor's white coat, begging desperately. He was carrying an old man on his back. His legs were severely injured and his pants were completely soaked with blood. The bright red blood was still dripping onto the ground. Looks shocking. The old man is dying. There's nothing we can do. Our hospital has its own rules. Once you pay the fee, we will arrange the surgery. Besides, if every patient was like you, our hospital wouldn't be able to operate. The male doctor shook his head indifferently, shook off the burly man's hand, didn't even look at the old man, turned around and walked into the building. The burly man knelt there in despair, crying like a child. Woo! Dad, I am an unfilial son. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. He never imagined that his old father, who had suffered a lifetime, would encounter such a sudden misfortune when he came to Hangzhou to visit him for the first time. The driver who caused the accident could not be found, and the little money he had on him was not enough to cover the expensive surgery costs. Turbid tears flowed down the burly man's dark cheeks. He didn't even bother to wipe them away. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone to call his sister in his hometown, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a voice sounded beside his ears. Get up, go in, and pay the money. Ah. The burly man raised his head while crying, and saw a young man who looked like a student standing behind him, looking at him with a frown. Behind him followed a beautiful woman with an elegant temperament. The person who spoke was naturally Chu Yang, and he called Lin Shiyu over as well. The scene just now happened to fall into his eyes, and the extremely indifferent attitude of the male doctor made him feel indescribable anger in his heart. Once upon a time, I also faced this kind of indifference. Thinking of that scene, Chu Yang couldn't help but clench his fists, and a bone-chilling chill emanated from his whole body. Just when the burly man looked confused, Chu Yang walked straight up to him and helped him up. Come on, go in and pay. But I have no money. The burly man said somewhat embarrassedly. I have. Chu Yang said this lightly, and then took the lead to walk into the hospital building. The burly man was stunned at first, then he took a deep breath, quickly stood up, and followed Chu Yang quickly with his father on his back. He knew that he had met a good person. Watching his father being taken to the operating room, the burly man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the tears from his face, then turned around and knelt down in front of Chu Yang. Then he said solemnly, My dear brother, from now on my life belongs to you. You can take it whenever you need it. Seeing the scene, Chu Yang's expression remained normal, but Lin Shiyu on the side was startled and couldn't help but slightly open her red lips. Chu Yang stepped forward and helped the burly man up, then shook his head slowly. Everyone has difficulties. Today I just happened to encounter one. This 200,000 yuan is nothing to me. Take good care of your father now. Consider this money as a loan from me. You can contact me when it's convenient for you in the future. After saying that, Chu Yang left his contact information to the other party, then turned and left. The reason why he helped the other person was simply because he had experienced a similar thing in his previous life. I just know the pain of despair. And 200,000 is really nothing to him now. Looking at Chu Yang's back as he left, the burly man clenched his fists, his eyes moistened again. Walking out of the hospital gate, Chu Yang felt that Lin Shiyu's eyes were looking at him with something wrong, so he stopped in his tracks. What? Something wrong? Lin Shiyu quickly shook her head. She was just a little curious that this man actually spent 200,000 yuan on a stranger. And it is obvious that the other party has no ability to repay. Is it because he is too rich? No. Lin Shiyu secretly shook her head in her heart. She knew that many rich people would not be so kind. What else more, the richer people are, the more they care about their wealth and will never spend money on anything worthless. This guy. It's really hard to understand. On the way back to the college, Chu Yang stopped by Hangzhou Building and bought 2 Apple 5th generation tablets, each with 64 gigabytes. At this time in 2012, 64 gigabytes of memory was the ceiling in the mobile phone industry. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to the dormitory, and Zhou Wei was the only one in the dormitory. Viagra, where are they? He went out to eat. He said he was hanging out with some girls from Xiao Kong's girlfriend's dorm. Zhou Wei sat up from the bed, holding a thick magazine in his hand, with the words Electronic World written on the cover. His daily hobby is to study these electronic products. Social gathering? Why didn't you go, Wei Go? After hearing about the social gathering, Chu Yang suddenly realized, The only things that could make Kwa Chandong, a dead otaku, go out so late at night, other than food, are probably girls. It doesn't seem interesting. Besides, I don't want to go if they didn't invite you. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, Xu Yang nodded. He knew that these guys must have not informed him because his current bad reputation would affect his socializing with those girls. Zhou Wei didn't go, half of the reason was because he didn't go. As for the other half of the reason, it should be that he really has no interest in other girls. Because his mind has always been on Zhu Minmin from the next class. Others may not know, but Xu Yang knows that Zhou Wei has always had a crush on Zhu Minmin. However, in his previous life, he didn't confess his feelings to the other party until his senior year, but he was one step too late. The other person has become someone else's girlfriend. Touching his shriveled belly, Xu Yang turned around and pulled Zhou Wei up from the bed. Come on, Wei Ge, let's go out and have fun tonight. Chapter 54, Luwelu. After pulling Zhou Wei out of the dormitory building, the two walked directly towards the entrance of the college. When I walked downstairs to the library, I saw a familiar figure walking towards me with his head lowered. She was still wearing the same old-school uniform, with her beautiful hair covering her face, revealing only a pair of big, dark, and bright eyes. It was Su Ruoshi. Have you had dinner yet? Under Zhou Wei's surprised gaze, Xu Yang stepped forward and stood in front of her. Ah. Su Ruoshi was startled, and only breathed a sigh of relief after she found out it was Xu Yang. Not yet. Let's go eat together. Xu Yang raised his eyebrows and said without allowing any refusal. You invited me last time, I'll invite you back this time. No, that's not necessary. Su Ruoshi quickly shook her head, but was glared back by Xu Yang. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded. Luwelu? Zhou Wei was stunned when he saw the unusually decorated classical restaurant in front of him and the three large golden characters on it. There are not many high-end restaurants in the university town surrounding the School of Finance, but if there is one, it must be this Luwelu Chinese restaurant. Beyond the mountains there are green mountains, beyond the buildings there are buildings. When will the singing and dancing in the West Lake stop? Because of this poem, Luwelu has become famous for a long time, and there are only two of them in the whole city of Hangzhou. One is by the West Lake. The other one is in the university town. The taste of this Luwelu in University Town is even more authentic than the one in West Lake that mainly caters to tourists. However, most students are not familiar with this restaurant, or subconsciously, they do not regard this restaurant, which is said to cost thousands of dollars, as a product of the University Town. In fact, there are indeed very few students coming here to consume. Just like the Peninsula Cafe on the other side of the park. Yangzi, we. Zhou Wei was about to say something when he saw Xu Yang pulling Su Ruoshi into the restaurant. His throat moved, but he finally gave a bitter smile and could only follow behind and walk in. Su Ruoshi had never been to such a high-end place before. Looking at the simple yet obviously sophisticated decoration in the hall, she felt a little restrained when she walked. However, Xu Yang did not think of this place as a high-end place at all. He just found a window seat with a prime location upstairs, and then pulled Su Ruoshi and Zhou Wei to sit down. Sir, would you like to order now? The waiters here had obviously received special training and their service was very good. When they saw Xu Yang nod, they quickly handed the menu to Xu Yang. Zhou Wei glanced at the menu and was shocked by a number on it. Then he suddenly winked at Xu Yang. Well, Yangzi, we should. Well, I know you are all hungry, so today I will treat you to the most authentic West Lake vinegar fish. Oh, and there are also Longjing lobster, Dongpa braised pork, and vegetarian roast goose. I want all of these, and serve them as soon as possible. Xu Yang ignored Zhou Wei's expression and ordered several dishes in one breath, then said. And 2 more bottles of Melanchan Erguo too. Ah. The waitress was stunned. Why? No? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes. Please wait a moment. The waitress apologized quickly. The store does have liquor that costs more than 10 yuan a bottle, but it has never been ordered. Yangzi Yu. Seeing the waiter nod and leave, Zhou Wei widened his eyes and wanted to say something. But he glanced at Su Ruoshi beside him and finally did not speak again. But in my heart, I have already prepared to eat instant noodles with Xu Yang next. There weren't many people in the restaurant tonight. Apart from Xu Yang and his group's table, there was a relatively large booth not far away by the window, where several young men with good looks and temperament were sitting. There was also a middle-aged man who had an aura of superiority that was difficult to conceal. Zhou Wei can drink quite a lot. After his rebirth, Chu Yang's alcohol tolerance is definitely not small. So the two of them drank much faster than last time. They chatted and drank, and soon the bottle of erguatu was finished. Su Ruoshi naturally didn't drink. She lowered her head and concentrated on peeling crayfish. From time to time, she would put the peeled lobster meat on the plate in front of Chu Yang, just like a gentle little wife. Way good, do you have any dreams in this life? After drinking another half glass of white wine, Chu Yang's face was already slightly drunk, and he looked at Zhou Wei. Dream? Zhou Wei was obviously stunned. Chu Yang laughed and nodded. Yes, it's like lying on a beautiful woman's lap while drunk and taking control of the world when awake. Lying on the lap of a beauty while drunk, and ruling the world while awake? I don't have such an idea. Zhou Wei couldn't help but smiled bitterly and shook his head, then continued. If I really have a dream, it would be to work for Huawei Company after graduation. Huawei Company? Chu Yang poured another full glass of wine and picked it up. Zhou Wei clinked his glasses with Chu Yang, nodded, and said half-jokingly. Well, let's do our part for our domestic brands. He drank the beer in the glass, then let out a long breath, with a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. You know, my father is an old technician at Chunlan Electronics Factory. Although the factory closed down later, he has always been obsessed with the rise of our domestic technology brands. This is also his lifelong dream. My father has always been paying attention to China's major technology companies. He has often told me in the past 2 years that the hope for China's high-end technology can only lie in Huawei. At this point, Zhou Wei's eyes flashed with determination, and he said firmly. So, I want to work at Huawei Company after graduation. Chu Yang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the other party had always wanted to work at Huawei in his previous life. Moreover, although he majored in economics and management, he still studied a bunch of electronic magazines every day. So this is the reason. Chu Yang knew that Zhou Wei was from eastern Shandong and was very filial to his parents, so he also attached great importance to his father's dream. Moreover, he himself likes to study electronic products, and this is also his dream. Come on, Yangzi, have a drink. Zhou Wei was obviously feeling the alcohol. He staggered up the glass, clinked it with Chu Yang's, and then drank it all in one gulp. Chu Yang drank the wine in the glass, looked at Zhou Wei who looked determined, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the other party was really determined to go to Huawei. He remembered that in his previous life, the other party was ultimately unable to enter Huawei Company and instead went to an insurance company. However, he had always been using Huawei brand mobile phones. Became a loyal fan of Huawei mobile phone. It was not until later when Huawei Company was subject to a technology blockade by the United States that Zhou Wei was depressed for a long time. Thinking of this, Chu Yang looked at his good brother with a determined look on his face, and his heart moved slightly. He thought for a moment, then looked at Zhou Wei and said, Wei Gu, have you ever thought about starting your own company in the future and producing the most advanced mobile phone products in the world? Starting my own company? Producing the most advanced mobile phone products? Ha, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Zhou Wei ate his food while smiling and shaking his head. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel helpless. He then remembered that Zhou Wei was just an ordinary college student after all. This kind of thing does sound a bit far-fetched to the other party. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, Have you ever thought about what would happen if Huawei didn't succeed in the end? Chapter 55, Mysterious Woman. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Huawei didn't succeed in the end? After hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhou Wei was stunned at first, and then fell silent for a while. He studies electronic magazines every day, so he knows that there is still a big gap between China and the United States and other developed Western countries in terms of cutting-edge technology. Especially in core areas such as chips and semiconductors. His father also said that this field requires time to develop and it is definitely not something that can be caught up in a day or a night. He picked up the glass and drank it all, and finally said nothing. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Chu Yang shook his dizzy head and asked the boss to get 2 bottles of Taishan original beer. After pouring wine for each of them, Chu Yang patted Zhou Wei on the shoulder. Wei Gu, do you believe in me, brother? Of course I believe it. If I need help, would you be willing to help me? Of course I do. Zhou Wei nodded without hesitation. Chu Yang nodded somewhat moved, and said under the influence of alcohol. Well, Wei Gu, you like electronic technology so much, have you ever thought about starting your own business in the future? Start a business? Well, for example, setting up a technology company and producing mobile phones ourselves. What? Setting up a company? Producing mobile phones? Zhou Wei looked at Chu Yang in confusion. He really didn't know what was going on in the other person's brain. Xu Yang nodded affirmatively and said seriously. Yes, that's right, but producing mobile phones is just the beginning. If we want to truly develop independently, there are still many things we need to do. Seeing Zhou Wei's petrified expression, Xu Yang drank another glass of wine and continued. Wei Ge, you may not know that our domestic high-tech seems to be developing very well, but in key areas we are still being strangled by those Americans, especially in the field of semiconductor chips. Zhou Wei, who was standing by, initially thought Xu Yang was just talking drunkenly, but the more he listened, the more frightened he became. He studies electronic magazines every day, and with his father's teachings, he naturally knows the current situation of chip technology in China. But he never expected that Xu Yang, who usually didn't care about the field of science and technology, would know so much about these. In fact, Xu Yang knew that even if he was reborn, it would still be extremely difficult for him to break through the technological blockade deliberately implemented by Western developed countries on his own. The only thing you can rely on is your forward-looking vision. There isn't much else to rely on. Still starting from scratch. But some things need someone to do them. Xu Yang sighed slightly in his heart, then thought of something and continued. Of course, there will be more opportunities in the internet field in the future, and the internet industry will undergo a major reshuffle. The now prosperous Ali Group will inevitably decline, and many new Internet Plus or Plus Internet new economic formats will soon be born. For us, now is the best time. Since we have this opportunity, we must seize the opportunity of the times and block the position of old companies like Ali. Xu Yang finished speaking with great pleasure, then drank the remaining half glass of wine. Looking at my good brother who was still a little confused, I feel filled with pride. This was the first time since his rebirth that he expressed his true thoughts. At this moment, a faint cold snort came from the side. Humph, you've blocked the position of the Ali Group, you're quite arrogant. Xu Yang looked up, only to see a young man wearing glasses looking at him gloomily in a booth not far away. Then Zhou Wei's somewhat surprised voice sounded. Is it Senior Yi Xiaozhu? Xu Yang then realized that in addition to the middle-aged man sitting at the head seat at the table, there were actually two familiar faces among the young people. One of them is the most beautiful girl in the School of Finance and Economics, Yi Xiaozhu. The other one was the president of the student union of the School of Art, whose name seemed to be Ouyang Jia. There were also two young men whose faces were also filled with confidence, or rather arrogance. When his eyes fell on the middle-aged man, Xu Yang's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. With his current amazing memory, he has recognized that this person should be an official leader of Zhejiang province. The level is definitely not low. Given his status, how could he appear in such an occasion with such a group of young people? Xu Yang was slightly surprised, but when his eyes fell on the seat next to the middle-aged man, he was even more shocked. It was a young woman in a black evening dress, about 27 or 28 years old. She had a cool look and elegant appearance, and her every move revealed an aura of a superior. And looking at the middle-aged man's attitude towards her, there was actually a hint of respect. Chapter 56, Serious Treatment. The decoration of Luela was very exquisite, but the restaurant is not very large. The two sides were very close to each other, with only a small booth in between. At this moment, everyone cast their eyes on Xu Yang, obviously having heard his shocking remarks just now. The young man with glasses had a gloomy expression on his face. Xu Yang's words just now made him very unhappy. Yi Xiaozhu was as otherworldly as ever. She just glanced at Xu Yang indifferently without any fluctuation in her expression. Hey, is that you? Ouyang Jia was stunned when he saw that it was Xu Yang. Xu Yang continued eating and ignored the other person. How come, Brother Ouyang knows this entrepreneurial genius who can easily surpass our Ali Group? The man with glasses snorted coldly, a little unhappy. He's a friend's younger brother. I know him, but not very well. Ouyang Jia nodded, with a teasing smile on his face. Seeing a flash of displeasure in the other party's expression, he quickly explained. Don't worry about it, Brother Jiang. Actually, this guy has been quite popular on the campus BBS recently. Campus BBS? The man with glasses frowned. Ouyang Jia nodded and glanced at Yi Xiaozhu. Yes, to be exact, it was the campus BBS of the School of Finance and Economics. Miss Yi should know about this. When he heard the word School of Finance and Economics, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the man with glasses. As a top student at a Zhejiang University, in his eyes, the School of Finance and Economics is no different from a fake university. Yi Xiaozhu's slender eyebrows slightly frowned, then shook her head and said lightly, I don't know. In fact, she had indeed read the post and recognized Chu Yang. She even felt extremely disgusted with boys like Chu Yang who were idle all day and didn't focus on their studies. However, as the president of the student union of the School of Finance, she did not want to discuss the students of her college in front of people outside the school. Since Miss Yi doesn't know, then I'll tell you about it. Ouyang Jie pointed at the suit on Chu Yang and then roughly described the content of the post. Hearing the other party's vivid description, Zhou Wei's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He was about to stand up, but was stopped by Chu Yang. Chu Yang seemed not to have heard Ouyang Jie's words. There was still a faint smile on his face as he finished the food on his plate. After hearing his description and thinking of Chu Yang's nonsense words just now, when they looked at Chu Yang again, there was an indescribable contempt on their faces. Obviously, she already regarded the other party as a weird boy who could brag to the sky. The man with glasses was a little angry at first. As a top student who graduated from Zhejiang University and one of the youngest executives of the Ali Group, he had full confidence in the future development of the Ali Group. So he was very unhappy with Chu Yang's recent judgment about the Ali Group. But after hearing what Ouyang Jie said, the corners of his mouth curled up with disdain, and then he looked at Yi Xiaozhu with some amusement. Chairman Yi, I never thought that your School of Finance and Economics would have such an excellent student. Yi Xiaozhu frowned and was about to say something, but she only heard the young woman in a black evening dress speak lightly. Uncle Gua, it seems that the quality of students in some colleges and universities still needs to be improved. Hearing her words, the middle-aged man was startled and nodded quickly. Yes, Miss Su, some college students today do lack certain guidance, especially in their outlook on life and the world. Please rest assured, Ms. Su. Our Zhejiang Provincial Education Department will pay attention to this matter and will never let something like this happen again. In addition, we will also strengthen criticism and education for the students involved, and will deal with them seriously if necessary. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young woman nodded slightly. There is no need to deal with them seriously. After all, no substantial harm has been caused so far. However, criticism and education are necessary. The conversation between the few people was not lowered at all, and because the distance was very close, it was heard very clearly by Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. But it frightened Zhou Wei so much that he stood there in a daze. Su Ruoshi was also frightened and her pretty face turned slightly pale. These people called this middle-aged man Mayor Gua. The identity of that young woman is obviously even more complicated. Dealing with an ordinary college student like Chu Yang is just a matter of a word. It wasn't until the other party finally said that it was just criticism and education that Zhou Wei and Su Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still a little worried. The young woman's gaze fell on Su Ruoshi beside Chu Yang. She frowned slightly and whispered something to Yi Xiaozhu. Yi Xiaozhu's face changed, but she still nodded. Zhou Wei and Su Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief after watching the few people get up and leave without even looking back at them. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Chu Yang's face was calm. He picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. Then he found a pile of cleanly peeled lobster meat on the plate in front of him. He turned to look at Su Ruoshi, only to find that she was looking at him with big eyes. The plate in front of her, next to the pile of lobster shells, was clean and empty. I'm full. Since you peeled these, you have to eat them. Chu Yang pushed the lobster meat directly over to her, and put a large piece of hot Westlake vinegar fish on her plate, not allowing her to refuse. Also, eat all of this fish. Don't waste it. Su Ruoshi looked at the fish on the plate pitifully. Under Chu Yang's threatening gaze, she could only pick up her chopsticks and eat it in small bites. After leaving Luelo, Chu Yang and Zhou Wei's steps were a little shaky. Su Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward and supported Chu Yang. Zhou Wei couldn't help but feel a little envious when he saw Su Ruoshi wiping the corners of Chu Yang's mouth gently like a young wife. Although he wanted to ask Chu Yang how he paid the bill, he didn't intend to be a light bulb. As soon as he entered the college gate, he said goodbye and ran hurriedly towards the dormitory building. Looking at Zhou Wei swaying back, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and looked at the quiet girl beside him, and said with rare tenderness, "Walk with me." Su Ruoshi held Chu Yang's arm and nodded slightly. The gentle evening breeze blew by, ruffling Su Ruoshi's hair and revealing one side of her beautiful snow-white cheek, which made Chu Yang stunned. Chapter 57 I Love You. Shu Yang drank a whole bottle of erguotu and was already feeling a little tipsy. He looked at that spirit-filled face, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. I remember that in my previous life, throughout my college years, no one noticed the amazing looks of this silly girl. Maybe it was because she was careful to protect herself, and had always kept such a beautiful face well hidden under her hair. Seeing Chu Yang staring at her, Tsuruwashi's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Yang. Let's go to the artificial lake. He directly took Tsuruwashi's hand and walked towards the artificial lake. Ah! Tsuruwashi's face was as red as if she had a fever. It was the first time for her to hold hands with a boy. She hesitated for a long time, but finally did not pull her hand back. The artificial lake under the rockery is not large, but under the bright moonlight, the lake surface is like a mirror reflecting the clouds and the moon in the sky, forming a dark ink painting with some autumn melancholy. The breeze was blowing gently, the water was rippling slightly, and Chu Yang's heart was unusually peaceful. Turning around and looking at Tsuruwashi with a blushing face, Chu Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Thinking of the scene just now at Luelu, he suddenly asked, "Do I look like a liar to you?" Tsuruwashi looked at Chu Yang with some confusion, as if she didn't quite understand what he meant, but still shook her head firmly. "Does that make him look like a scumbag?" Chu Yang asked again. Tsuruwashi seemed to be thinking about the corresponding appearance of the word scumbag in her little head, but then she shook her head. Chu Yang laughed in silence, and looked at this extremely cute little girl again. "If I were a scumbag, would you still be so nice to me?" Tsuruwashi seemed to feel that her little head was not enough. She stared at Chu Yang blankly, and after a while she nodded gently. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. He raised his head and strode forward, pulling the other person's hand and almost shaking it. After walking around the artificial lake and looking at couples sitting by the lake in groups of 3 or 4, Chu Yang suddenly lowered his head with an extremely gentle look. "Student Tsuruwashi, why are you so nice to me?" Tsuruwashi was obviously stunned by the question and was speechless for a long time. Chu Yang didn't wait for her to answer, and directly pulled her forward. Tsuruwashi couldn't keep up with Chu Yang's pace. She tried to speed up while muttering in a voice that only she could hear. "Because you're so nice to me." After walking around the artificial lake for 2 full laps, Chu Yang shook his head somewhat boredly. "This artificial lake is still too small. There's nothing much to see. How about we go back?" Tsuruwashi nodded, then thought of something and suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the small park nearby. "What?" Seeing that Tsuruwashi actually wanted to go to the small park, Chu Yang was shocked. He immediately remembered the scene when young Zihan took him to the small park for the first time. Damn, are all girls nowadays so wild? But he soon figured out that this silly girl probably just wanted to stroll around the park. "Well, let's go inside and take a look." Chu Yang nodded, took Tsuruwashi's hand and walked in with a righteous look on his face. Seeing this silly girl looking around curiously, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Never been here before?" Tsuruwashi nodded shyly. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "I guess in the entire college, the number of girls who have never visited the small park is as rare as the number of boys who have never watched a romantic movie. This girl is really different." But suddenly thinking that the other party had to go to work every day, Chu Yang seemed to understand something. He opened his mouth and wanted to tell the other person that he could help her in the future so that she wouldn't have to work so hard. But after hesitating for a moment, he finally didn't say it. Chu Yang thought about it, then asked with a smile, "Silly girl, where is your hometown?" "In Sichuan." "Sichuan?" "Yes, I've been to Sichuan. The scenery there is beautiful and the people are nice." Have you been to Sichuan?" When Tsuruwashi heard Chu Yang say that he had been to Sichuan, she immediately looked up, her big eyes filled with surprise. Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, people in Sichuan can eat spicy food, and it's spicy. The scenery there is also beautiful, with mountains, water, and giant pandas. If you don't believe me, let me tell you a few words in Sichuan dialect. You're so pretty, you idiot. I love you. Ah." After hearing Chu Yang's words, Tsuruwashi was surprised and happy, especially when she heard the last sentence. Her pretty face turned red so much that blood almost dripped out. When talking about her hometown, Tsuruwashi became visibly happy and started talking more. After chatting for a while, Chu Yang finally knew that the silly girl's hometown was in Shidu, but it was a small mountain village on the edge of Shidu. The people there are simple and honest, but they share the common characteristics of remote mountainous areas in the West, that is, poverty and backwardness. This silly girl grew up with her grandmother, so you can imagine her financial situation. Especially coming to Hangzhou, a city that ranks among the top in terms of consumption in China, to study at university. Looking at the old-school uniform on the other person, and thinking of the scene of this silly girl eating steamed buns and drinking seaweed soup in the cafeteria, Xu Yang secretly made a decision in his heart. The moon is very round tonight. Under the moonlight, Xu Yang held Su Ruwashi's little hand, and their shadows were stretched very long. Before they knew it, they had walked deep into the park. The surroundings also became extremely quiet. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the jungle not far away. Chapter 58, Treasure. Oh, don't stop. I'm so tired, go up there. Well, there seems to be someone over there. What are you afraid of? If you come here at this time, you must be a fellow traveler. Ah, didn't you want me to go up there? No, wait a moment. The boy seemed to have strength back suddenly. The leaves tremble again. The charge horn sounded again. Hearing the strange sound coming from not far away, Su Ruwashi's little face was full of question marks. A pair of big eyes looked over and saw the shadows of trees swaying and branches and leaves trembling in the dense branches not far away. Before she could see clearly, Xu Yang turned sideways to block her view. What are you looking at? It's not suitable for children. Ah. Su Ruwashi was stunned at first, and it took her a while to understand what was going on. Her pretty face instantly turned red as blood. Seeing the other person's cute appearance, Xu Yang couldn't help but get excited. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he pulled Su Ruwashi in front of him and put his arms around her waist. Very slender, but very soft. This was Xu Yang's first feeling. Su Ruwashi was startled at first, then she found that because of Xu Yang's actions, she was facing the same forest. She quickly buried her head in Xu Yang's chest and dared not look at him again. Seeing the other person's shy look, Xu Yang felt amused. He held her tighter and walked forward while half hugging the silly girl. A light breeze blew, and Xu Yang only felt a pleasant fragrance entering his nostrils. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Given this silly girl's conditions, she definitely wouldn't use makeup. And the smell is very pleasant, far beyond those so-called luxury brand perfumes. Feeling the amazing fullness on his arm, Xu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She is really a treasure girl. Finally they left the small park, and Xu Yang reluctantly took his hand away from the other person's waist. Su Ruwashi still had her head lowered, but her snow-white neck was already stained with a layer of pink. Walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory. Su Ruwashi raised her head and looked at Xu Yang, then whispered. I'm going back. Wait, take this. Like a magician, Xu Yang took out a packaging box of the 5th-generation Apple mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruwashi. Ah. Su Ruwashi was startled and quickly shook her head. I gave it to you for topping up my phone bill. If you don't want it, I'll give it to other girls. Xu Yang glared at her and stuffed the phone directly into her hand. There's a SIM card in there, it's convenient for you to contact me. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Looking at Xu Yang's tall back as he walked away, Su Ruwashi stood stupidly downstairs for a long time. It wasn't until she saw Xu Yang walk into the boys' dormitory building that she withdrew her gaze. For some reason, she felt that Xu Yang was very different recently. It's like he's become a different person. In the past, he hardly even talked to her. Is it because of that girl? Su Ruwashi's expression was a little complicated, but when she thought of the scene with Xu Yang tonight, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Holding the mobile phone given as a gift when she topped up her phone bill like a treasure, Su Ruwashi walked upstairs cautiously. And this scene that just happened downstairs in the dormitory happened to fall into the eyes of Jiang Xiaoying upstairs. That's Fruit 5? Jiang Xiaoying was standing on the balcony and saw the mobile phone that Xu Yang handed to Su Ruwashi. She recognized it at a glance. This bastard. Thinking about how Xu Yang was reluctant to buy her a fruit phone, but turned around and gave that country bumpkin girl the latest Fruit 5, Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but grit her teeth in hatred. But at the same time, she was also a little puzzled. She knew Xu Yang's conditions better than anyone else, and it was impossible for him to take out money to buy such an expensive mobile phone. Could it be that phone is also a fake? Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoying felt a little better. Monday afternoon. On the 6th floor of Antai Building, in an extremely spacious office. Boss Chu, this is our Tianyang Capital's business license and company registration information. This is the new securities account I opened at Orient Securities last Friday. All the trading permissions that can be opened have been opened. This is the building lease contract I signed with Ontai Group this morning. All the supplementary clauses in the contract are in accordance with your requirements. Lin Shiyu opened 3 brand new folders, placed them in front of Chu Yang, and introduced them one by one. Then she turned around and moved a pile of more than a dozen file boxes in front of Chu Yang. Boss Chu, these are the detailed information of Tianmu Group, including all the equity changes of Tianmu Group since its establishment. Because there is too much information, it may be a little inconvenient for you to read it, so I specially prepared an electronic scanned version and put it all in this USB drive. Having said that, Lin Shiyu placed a small and exquisite metal USB flash drive in front of Chu Yang. Yeah, not bad. Chu Yang nodded, then looked at Lin Shiyu. What else? Besides? Lin Shiyu was slightly stunned, and it took a long while before she remembered something. She lowered her head and took out a car key from her bag. Boss Chu, this is the Volkswagen CC I bought this weekend. Volkswagen CC? Chu Yang was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that this beautiful assistant is quite good at saving money for herself. He gave the other party a credit limit of 500,000 yuan, and he thought Lin Shiyu would choose a BMW 5 Series or Audi A6L. Although this Volkswagen CC looks very beautiful, it is much cheaper than the other 2 cars. The top-end model is only around 300,000 yuan. The reason why I chose Volkswagen was probably because of my assistant status. Chu Yang nodded slowly without saying anything more. Lin Shiyu remembered something and handed another file bag to Chu Yang. By the way, Mr. Chu, this is my personal employment file, including my academic certificate and other materials. Please take a look. Chapter 59, Climbing Relationships. Handing her own file to Chu Yang, Lin Shiyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. She had already anticipated the other party's surprised expression after seeing her academic information. Chu Yang nodded, took the file bag, opened it, glanced at the several academic and degree certificates inside, and then put them back. Seeing Chu Yang's normal expression, Lin Shiyu felt confused. She originally wanted to see the other party's shocked expression after knowing her conditions. It would be even more perfect if he could exclaim, "This 1 million annual salary is worth it." But this. Why no response? Didn't you see your 2 Harvard University diplomas? Don't know English? That's not right, it is clearly written on another international student certificate. Your education is decent, and you meet the criteria to be my assistant. Chu Yang handed the file bag back and nodded casually. Lin Shiyu, who has always been elegant, couldn't help but swear in her heart. Well enough? Is it? From what he said, it seems that it is a bit difficult for me, a Harvard University graduate, to be his assistant? What's more, it is such a small company that was registered by itself. If it weren't for the $1 million annual salary, I would have made him know what a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo is. Resisting the urge to beat up Chu Yang, Lin Shiyu took over her own file with great frustration. Feeling that Lin Shiyu's eyes were looking at him strangely, as if containing an indescribable complex emotion, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel confused. Have I become more handsome again? He guessed the reason with some doubt. Looking at the neatly organized documents in front of him again, Chu Yang couldn't help but nodded secretly. Lin Shiyu's workability and efficiency were indeed quite good. Compared to his male assistant in his previous life who graduated from Cambridge University and obtained doctoral degrees in management, economics, and finance. Huaxia Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 6888 received a large bank to securities transfer transaction of 20 million yuan at 1403 on October 28, and the current balance is 22,668,850 yuan. After looking at the text message on his mobile phone, Chu Yang nodded. This was the withdrawal of 20 million yuan from his Guotong Securities account. Is there a computer here that I can use? Chu Yang looked around the office and found that it was empty except for a desk and a few somewhat shabby filing cabinets. Lin Shiyu shook her head awkwardly, then thought of something, turned around and walked quickly downstairs. Boss Chu, my laptop is in the car. I'll get it for you now. After logging into the newly opened securities account on Lin Shiyu's laptop, Chu Yang transferred the 20 million funds that had just arrived into the account without any hesitation. Lin Shiyu, who was watching from the side, was a little frightened. At the same time, I felt a little touched. This securities account was opened using her identity information, which means that this is equivalent to transferring a huge sum of 20 million directly into her account. This shows how much trust the other party has in her. Xu Yang didn't think too much about it. He simply transferred 20 million Chinese yuan into it, then raised his wrist to check the time. 2:15 in the afternoon. There are 45 minutes left before trading stops. There should still be enough time. He closed his eyes slightly, and quickly recalled the historical trends of several stocks in his mind. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, quickly selected the two stocks Jinhai shares and Yulanchen on the stock selection interface, and then opened them. Currently, both checks are still green, one is 4 points below the water level, and the other is 2 points below the water level. Xu Yang did not hesitate and started buying two checks in batches. It took about 10 minutes and many purchases before Xu Yang finally relaxed. He purchased these two checks for 5 million and 15 million respectively. Because the plate for the Yulanchen check was bigger, he bought more. After all, tens of millions of dollars is not a small amount for most stocks. If you are not careful, you will be noticed by the main force and even targeted. This is why he needs to buy in batches. Looking at the two stocks that rose rapidly almost at the same time not long after Xu Yang bought them, Lin Xiyu on the side was stunned again. Although she has become somewhat numb to the opponent's evil operations, Lin Xiyu still feels extremely shocked every time. Is this really something a human can do? Ms. Lin, there is something I need you to do. Xu Yang's voice sounded from beside him, and Lin Xiyu came back to her senses and hurriedly said respectfully, Boss Chu, please speak. Our company needs to build a mature trading team. Do you have any recommendations? Operation team? Lin Xiyu was not surprised by Xu Yang's idea. After all, when it comes to stocks, professional traders are essential. She thought for a moment and said hesitantly, Mr. Chu, I have a few suitable candidates, but their trading skills are not top-notch. Well, at least they are still far behind the top teams like Xinhai Private Equity. Xu Yang smiled slightly and shook his head. No problem. They just need to do some basic professional operations. They don't need to have a high level of trading skills. But one thing is crucial. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu, these people are trustworthy and have high professional qualities. Knowing what Xu Yang meant, Lin Xiyu quickly expressed it. The members of the operation team have been determined. He also arranged for Lin Xiyu to immediately recruit a group of logistics personnel to thoroughly tidy up the entire building, and then Xu Yang walked directly towards the elevator. Is it you? The elevator stopped on the second floor, and just like last time, another surprised voice was heard. But this time it was not Qin Xia, but Lu Jianrun, who had gained a little weight. He still wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a designer suit, and at around 30 years old, he looked like a successful man. Otherwise, in the previous life, it would have been impossible to deal with a woman of Qin Xia's level. Hello, I am Lu Jianrun, General Manager of the Central Sales Department of Anti-Securities. Seeing that it was Xu Yang, Lu Jianrun hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out his hand. Tianyang Capital, Xu Yang. Xu Yang stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. Tianyang Capital? Lu Jianrun was obviously stunned, and then a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Is it the company that rented our Antai building? So, Brother Chu, you work upstairs in our building? The last time he saw Xu Yang buying two watches worth more than 1 million yuan in one go, he wanted to build a relationship with him. After all, a young man who can so easily take out more than 1 million to buy two watches must come from an extraordinary family. He was planning to leave Anti-Securities and start his own private equity business. Knowing more sponsors is very important to him now. Well, I'll stay here for now. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. That's great. We brothers are neighbors upstairs and downstairs. If you need any help from me, just ask me. After all, I am the general manager of Anti-Securities, so I can still have a say in this building. Lu Jianrun was delighted and established a relationship directly, patting his chest and saying so. For a smooth-talking person like him, such polite words can come out of his mouth easily. In his opinion, although the other party is a rich second generation, he is still young after all. Young people care about face the most. As long as you grasp this point and build a good relationship with the other party, you will definitely not have to worry about taking money from the other party in the future. Then thank you in advance, Brother Lu. Xu Yang sneered in his heart, but his face was full of emotion. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic Lu Jianrun, Xu Yang went straight back to the university town. After parking the car in the parking lot, Shu Yang walked to the side of the road, preparing to go to the food street to eat something. But all I heard was the sound of tires braking against the ground, and then a horn beeped behind me. Shu Yang turned around and looked. But I only saw a familiar Porsche convertible sports car parked behind me. A beautiful woman wearing sunglasses was sitting in the car. He was looking at himself with cold eyes. Thank you for your support. There will be more exciting content in the future, which will be updated on time at 6 p.m. every day. Please give me 5-star praise and votes. If the results are good, I must add more chapters? Chapter 60 Little 1. When Shu Yang saw this woman, he was slightly stunned. Get in the car. Mu Yorong parked the car beside Shu Yang, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered 2 words coldly. Shu Yang frowned, but still opened the car door and got in. Without waiting for Shu Yang to fasten his seatbelt, Mu Yorong suddenly stepped down hard. The small Porsche convertible sports car sped away like an arrow from a bow. The moment he started, Shu Yang was almost thrown out. But he reacted quickly, controlled his body in an instant, and sat firmly in the seat. Feeling the rapid speed of the car, Shu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This person obviously has bad intentions. However, seeing her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her beautiful face that was still charming despite being cold, Shu Yang couldn't help but recall the scene in the Fall in Love with Her hotel that night. Soon, the car stopped at a remote roadside. Sitting in this Porsche convertible sports car, looking at the empty surroundings, Shu Yang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could this woman be looking for excitement again? Looking for myself again? Thinking of this, and looking at Mu Yorong's snow-white waist exposed to the air, Shu Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva quietly, and his whole body instantly stood up. However, the other party's next words completely extinguished his anger. Leave Zihan immediately. Mu Yorong glanced at Shu Yang coldly and said expressionlessly. Seeing the other person's somewhat obscene expression just now, she felt even more disgusted. Oh? Shu Yang raised his eyebrows, his playful eyes fell on the other person's charming face, and said lightly. This matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Seeing Shu Yang's attitude, Mu Yorong's face became even colder. I'm Zihan's best friend, so I have to consider her. At this point, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes, and her cold gaze fell on Shu Yang, and she asked back. Besides, do you think you are worthy of Zihan? Not worthy? Feeling the disdain in Mu Yorong's eyes, Shu Yang couldn't help but get a little angry and smiled coldly. Hee hee, I've even slept with the eldest daughter of the Mutian group, how can I not be worthy of her? You! Fire seemed to be spitting out of Mu Yorong's beautiful eyes, and she was vomiting blood crazily in her heart. If that night hadn't been. How could I let this bastard take advantage of me? Thinking of his crazy behavior that night, Mu Yorong couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry. Seeing Mu Yorong's angry expression, Shu Yang added fuel to the fire and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I understand, Miss Mu, you are not jealous because you saw me and Zihan together? That's right, after all, that night we... Why don't you just die? Before Shu Yang could finish, Mu Yorong could no longer bear it and started to get angry. As for a man like you, even if I were blind, I would never fall in love with you. Her full, upright chest kept rising and falling, showing her anger. Shu Yang didn't take Mu Yorong's words to heart at all. Instead, his eyes fell on her chest, with a playful smile on his lips. Tolerance is greatness. As expected, the ancients were not deceiving me. You. Hearing Shu Yang's rude words, Mu Yorong was so angry that she was speechless. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family and the first heir of the Mutian group, she had never suffered such injustice. She originally thought that Shu Yang would definitely not dare to be rude to her, and would even be respectful to her. After all, she is young Zihan's best friend, and she is also the eldest daughter of Mutian group. For an ordinary college student from a second-tier college, Mutian group is something they can only look up to throughout their lives. This is also the reason why she dared to come to Shu Yang alone. But he didn't expect that the other party knew his identity and still dared to act rudely towards him. This bastard. Seeing the other party's unbridled smug expression, Mu Yorong was anxious and angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, she had a feeling of evil. She smiled coldly and said to Shu Yang with disdain. Ha, a boy like you who doesn't even have enough physical strength dares to eat from the bowl and look at the pot? What? Not strong enough? Shu Yang was stunned and looked at Mu Yorong in shock. If he remembered correctly, the two of them fought fiercely for 3 rounds that night. Each round takes no less than an hour. Not physically fit? Is this woman serious? Seeing Chu Yang's dumbfounded expression, Mu Yorong finally felt relieved and looked at Chu Yang with some pity. Little guy, you should eat more wolfberries when you get home. Little guy? After hearing Mu Yorong's words and looking at her pitying eyes, Chu Yang was about to explode. You can say he is poor, you can say he is ugly. But if you say he is small, he really doesn't accept it. Little one? It seems you didn't have a good experience last time. Chu Yang had a sneer on his face, and he moved forward a little, staring at Mu Yorong with a playful look. Then do you want to verify now whether it is the little guy? After hearing Chu Yang's words, Mu Yorong didn't know what she was thinking about, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Seeing Chu Yang's actions and feeling his extremely aggressive gaze, she couldn't help but panic and quickly shrank back. What do you want to do? Chu Yang felt amused in his heart, but on the surface he still had a lecherous look on his face and pressed his body forward again. Mu Yorong's face turned pale instantly, and her pretty face turned pale with fear. You dare, don't come over here. Chapter 61, Don't Delay Her Future. Just when Mu Yorong was frightened out of her wits, suddenly a cell phone rang. Both of them were stunned. It's Zihan. When Mu Yorong saw the name on the phone screen, she couldn't help but feel happy, as if she had seen a savior. She glared at Chu Yang and directly pressed the answer button. Yang Zihan's clear voice came from the phone. Yorong, why haven't you arrived yet? I've been waiting at the entrance of the academy for a while. Ah. Mu Yorong then remembered that she and Yang Zihan had made an appointment to go shopping together. As a result, she forgot about the matter because of being delayed by this bastard. I'll be there soon. Zihan, wait for me for a moment. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yorong glared at Chu Yang fiercely. This bastard is really too much. The toad wanted to eat the swan meat. Not only did he pester his best friend, but he even dared to do that to himself. Chu Yang moved his body and stretched his hand to the side of the seat. This scared Mu Yorong again. What do you want to do? But Chu Yang only took the seatbelt and buckled it into the buckle, and said helplessly. Sister, I'm wearing my seatbelt. With the speed you were driving just now, I was afraid I would be thrown out. Looking at Mu Yorong's embarrassed expression, Chu Yang added. Don't worry. Although I, Chu Yang, am not a good person, at least I won't force a woman on such matters. For example, that night. Don't you ever mention what happened that night again. Mu Yorong exploded instantly, glared at Chu Yang fiercely, and stepped on the accelerator, as if venting something. The white Porsche convertible sports car popped out like lightning, bringing the performance of the 3.0T turbocharged engine to the extreme. Soon the car stopped in front of the School of Finance and Economics. Chu Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and just got out of the car, but he heard Mu Yorong's faint voice coming from behind him. Zihan is going to enter the entertainment industry after graduation. With her musical talent, her future development is limitless. And with your conditions, the gap between the two of you is objectively real, and you can't avoid it. So I hope you can consider her and not delay her future. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, she stepped on the accelerator and sped away in an instant. Looking at the Porsche convertible going away, Chu Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Entertainment industry? The next morning. When Chu Yang came to Antai Building again, he couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Shiyu's efficiency. I saw that in the entire building, except for the bottom 3 floors which were still temporarily used by the Antai Group. All floors above the 4th floor have been cleaned thoroughly. All the offices on the 5th and 6th floors are brand new. In addition to replacing all the furniture with brand new office desks, chairs, sofas, coffee tables, etc., they are also equipped with computers, printers, and other office equipment. A dedicated studio was also set up. The room is over 100 square meters, with more than a dozen dedicated office desks lined up in order, and nearly 10 sets of professional trading equipment placed on them. Boss Chu, I have equipped this studio according to the standards of a standard operation team. Do you think this is okay? Lin Shiyu stood behind Chu Yang and introduced. Good. Looking at this luxurious studio, Chu Yang nodded casually, and then asked. When will those traders come over? I'll let them know to come over for the interview this afternoon. Do you have time this afternoon? Interview? Chu Yang shook his head. No need, just make the decision yourself. Ah. Lin Shiyu was stunned. The trader was different from ordinary staff. He was someone who had access to the company's most core secrets. Especially for a stock market monster like Xu Yang, once the stocks he selected were leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. I didn't expect that the other party would trust me so much and let me directly decide the choice of the trader. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but be moved, and nodded seriously, secretly deciding to select the most suitable person. Well, after you confirm the candidates this afternoon, you can arrange for them to start working normally from tomorrow. Xu Yang said lightly. Then he turned and left the studio and walked towards his office. The studio Lin Xiyu arranged for Chu Yan was on the 6th floor, the same one he had yesterday. But now it has a brand new look. On a luxurious solid wood desk is a top-of-the-line Apple all-in-one computer, and next to it is a high-end ThinkPad laptop. There is a huge leather sofa, and on the coffee table is a set of high-end looking ceramic tea sets. There are also several exquisite pots of wealth and fortune trees placed in several corners. Xu Yang turned on the computer, logged into his securities account, and directly sold out all the 2 stocks Tianhai shares in Hulanchen which had hit the daily limit again today. I checked the balance, 24.7 million Chinese yuan. In 2 trading days, the profit was about 24%, which is not bad. I searched my memory again, but found that there were no particularly suitable tickets for these 2 days. After thinking for a while, Xu Yang bought all the shares of Leshai.com again. He knew that the banker behind the Leshai.com stock was very large, and the market was worth more than 10 billion yuan. His 20 million yuan could not affect the banker's layout at all. After having lunch with Lin Xiyu at an Italian restaurant downstairs in Tianyuan building, Xu Yang walked out with some discomfort. He really can't get used to this stuff. Especially lunch. With his appetite, it feels like eating 5 plates of spaghetti in a row. It's amazing. He would rather eat 5 pancakes. Assistant Lin, please turn the 9th floor of our building into a company restaurant. After walking out of the Western restaurant, Xu Yang suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Lin Xiyu. Well, Chinese and Western food are separated and of a higher quality. All expenses are borne by the company, and company employees can eat for free all day. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Xiyu was slightly stunned, then nodded quickly. Then he thought of something and secretly decided to arrange a chef who was good at making pancakes in the restaurant. You go back to the company first, I'll go to the hospital. After separating from Lin Xiyu, Xu Yang walked directly into the hospital next door and then headed towards the inpatient building. Mr. Chu. As soon as I walked into the inpatient building, a surprised voice came from not far away. I saw Yang Daha holding a kettle, standing next to the water heater and waving at me. How is the old man recovering? Xu Yang walked over and asked. Judging from the other person's expression, he already knew that the operation should go smoothly. Sure enough, Yang Dahu nodded excitedly. The operation was successful, but because of the injury to the spine, I still need to stay in the hospital for a while. At this point, he looked at Xu Yang with gratitude. The doctor said that luckily the surgery was done in time. If it had been done half an hour later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Mr. Chu, I. Seeing that Yang Dahu's eyes were red again, Xu Yang interrupted him quickly. Let's go and see the old man. After Xu Yang walked into the ward, he found that it was an old ward with 8 people. Not only was the space extremely limited, but there was also an unpleasant, pungent smell in the air. Xu Yang frowned. He knew that the other party had chosen the ward with the worst conditions in order to save money. The old man was lying on a small bed at the innermost part, near the window, with his body hunched over, his body wrapped in bandages, and 2 plaster-like objects tied to his legs. Standing next to him was a girl with a pair of pigtails, who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, wiping the old man's arm. Yang Dahu put down the kettle, walked quickly to the bed, and said to the girl, Little sister, is Dad awake? Come quickly to meet our benefactor. Chapter 62, 2 living people replaced. Brother, this is. The little girl raised her head, revealing a round oval face. She glanced at Xu Yang cautiously with her dark eyes, with a hint of timidity in them. At this moment, the old man on the bed coughed and tried to open his eyes. Ahem. Dahu, is the benefactor coming? Yes, Dad, this is Mr. Chu. Yang Dahu hurried to the bedside. Hurry, help me up. The old man became even more excited and tried to sit up by holding onto the bed. Xu Yang frowned slightly, walked to the bedside and shook his head at the old man whose face was still a little pale. Old man, if you are not feeling well, please don't move around. But the old man still shook his head stubbornly, and let Yang Dahu and the little girl help him sit up, looking at Chu Yang with gratitude. I am an old man, and I thought I couldn't survive this disaster, but I didn't expect to meet a benefactor. According to our Langya Yang family's ancestral teachings, if someone gives us even a drop of kindness, we must repay them with a spring of gratitude. At this point, the old man shook his head in shame and sighed. But I also know that given our family's current situation, we really can't repay the benefactor's kindness. Looking at the righteous old man, Chu Yang shook his head and comforted him. Old man, you don't have to take this matter to heart, and don't feel any burden. I've already talked to Brother Yang about this before. This matter is nothing to me. The old man shook his head, his expression filled with indescribable solemnity. Mr. Chu, I have another request from you, old man. I hope you can agree to it. Chu Yang nodded. Old man, please speak. The old man looked at Yang Dahu and the little girl beside him and said slowly. Our Yang family has always lived in the Langya mountain area of Shandong province. We have never been out for so many years. After Dahu retired from the army, he came to Hangzhou for the first time to make a living, but it was difficult to make a living here. Although Tingting is a smart girl, she is still young after all. Given my current physical condition, I won't be able to continue taking care of her after I go back. At this point, the old man looked at Chu Yang with a cloudy look. So, I want to entrust these two siblings to Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Yang frowning, the old man said firmly. Mr. Chu, please rest assured. You are the one who will take care of these two siblings. No matter what happens in the future, even if they have to endure hardships and starve, I promise that they will not complain at all. Looking at the serious old man, Chu Yang took a deep breath, feeling extremely complicated. How could he not know that although the other party said that he entrusted the brother and sister to him, in fact, it was just to repay him? Feeling the hope in the old man's eyes and his disabled body, Chu Yang was silent for a long time and finally nodded. Seeing Chu Yang agreed, the old man's pale face was suddenly filled with joy, and he quickly said to Yang Dahu and the little girl. Quick! Dahu, Ting Ting, come over here and thank Mr. Chu. Looking at Yang Dahu and Yang Ting Ting kneeling in front of him, Chu Yang could not help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that the other family was so strict with rules and etiquette. It seems that they must be an old family from Langya in eastern Shandong. Arranging these two people was not a problem for him at all. Now that Tianyang capital had been established, there were places for people everywhere in the company. And these two people will definitely be extremely loyal to me in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had only tried to help the other party that day, but he had never expected that two living people would be killed. After leaving the hospital, Chu Yang returned to his office in Antai building, sat at his desk, took out a thick document and began to study it. It was the detailed information about Mutian Group compiled by Lin Xiyu. As soon as he opened the information, the three words Mutian Yuan caught Chu Yang's eyes. According to the information, the other party is the chairman of the Mutian Group and the group's largest shareholder. He owns 30% of the shares of the Mutian Group alone. It seems that this person should be Mu Yorong's father. Thinking of that charming figure, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. However, when he saw the number 30%, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. You know, Mutian Group is a listed company, and the circulating shares in the secondary market are generally not less than 50%. Apart from Mutian Yuan, the largest shareholder, the distribution of other shares is also relatively dispersed. In this case, Mutian Yuan, who owns 30% of the shares, is the company's absolute largest shareholder. Normally, there is no problem with holding a controlling stake. So what exactly caused the equity turmoil in Mutian Group in the previous life? Chu Yang vaguely remembered that during that turmoil, the stock price of Mutian Group soared continuously. But the Mu family suffered heavy losses and even lost the controlling stake in the Mutian Group. Unable to figure out the reason, Chu Yang could only shake his head and continue looking through the information. When Chu Yang saw the words Landy Group written behind the second largest shareholder, he was slightly stunned. Chapter 63, Punishment. Blue Land Group. Of course he knew about this real estate company which had a very important status in Hangzhou. Especially after several years of the golden period of real estate, Blue Land Group has even developed into the most powerful real estate company in Zhejiang province. But right now, the other party's market value is only about 5 billion Chinese yuan. Hotel enterprises and real estate companies have a close relationship in development. So it is normal for such a real estate company to own 15% of the shares of a hotel company like Mutian Group. Eastern Sea? When Chu Yang saw the name of the third largest shareholder of Mutian Group, he was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Eastern Bloc. Xu Yang thought about it for a moment and quickly remembered the other party's identity. This Dongfang Hai should be the chairman of Zhejiang Dongfang Group. Oriental Group is also one of the famous hotel companies in Zhejiang province. Although its status is not as good as that of Mutian Group, its development momentum in recent years has been amazing. However, compared with the Mutian Group, which focuses on developing high-end star-rated hotels, the hotels under the Oriental Group are mainly mid- and low-end express hotels, and have only begun to enter the high-end hotel field in the past year. The chairman of Dongfang Group is actually the third largest shareholder of Mutian Group? Xu Yang's expression became a little strange. It can be seen from this material that 2 months ago, Dongfang Hai purchased 10% of the shares of Mutian Group from another retired veteran of Mutian Group through equity transfer. As for the remaining shareholders, except for a group vice president named Mu Tianlin who still owns 5% of the shares, the rest are all retail investors in the stock market. After seeing this and taking a look at the current equity structure chart of Mutian Group, Xu Yang already vaguely understood something. As the founder of Tianyang Capital, he knows everything about company equity. Xu Yang put down the information in his hand and called Lin Shiyu in. Have the team members been confirmed? Mr. Chu has already been confirmed. There are 5 people in total. They are all veteran traders with good reputations. I have just asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement. They can start working from tomorrow. There was a hint of joy in Lin Shiyu's expression, and she was obviously very satisfied with these 5 people. Xu Yang nodded and arranged. Notify them to clear their positions in leshai.com on Friday when the price reaches the daily limit, and then start buying Mutian shares in batches. Also tell them that the operation methods must be concealed and not cause too much fluctuation in the market. School of Finance and Economics. Su Yuru walked to the door of the dean's office and knocked on the open door with some confusion. Dean, you're looking for me? It's Teacher Su, please come in quickly. Inside the office, an old man with gray hair at the temples had a gentle smile on his face and waved to Su Yuru who was standing at the door. He is the former dean of the School of Finance and Economics, Wu Guoliang. When Su Yuru walked into the office, she found that Ji Xiaozhu, the president of the student union and also a talented student in the college, was standing next to the desk. Teacher Su, there are 2 things I need to discuss with you. Wu Guoliang nodded at Su Yuru, his voice extremely gentle. Well, Dean, please go ahead. Su Yuru nodded, but she was secretly wondering what the matter was that had to be arranged personally by the head of the college. The first thing is about the student named Chu Yang in your class. Because his influence is too bad, after discussion among several of our school leaders, we are going to give him a punishment. It's either a probation or a public criticism. I called you here to ask for your opinion. What? You want to punish Chu Yang? Su Yuru was stunned, and then reacted very strongly. President Wu, I strongly disagree with this matter. I have read that post carefully, and the content is pure slander. Besides, Chu Yang usually performs very well in all aspects. If a student is punished just because of a post that is obviously suspected of defamation, I think this is unfair. Her voice was loud and she spoke urgently, her pretty face already flushed. Obviously the mood was very unsettled. Teacher Su, don't get excited. Just talk slowly. Come, have a glass of water first. Wu Guoliang didn't seem too surprised by Su Yuru's intense reaction. Instead, he stood up, poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Su Yuru. Then he explained with a smile. Teacher Su may not know that the reason for the punishment in this matter was not actually the intention of the college. It's not the academy's intention? Then whose intention is that? Su Yuru finally calmed down and looked at Wu Guoliang with some confusion. Teacher Su, this is actually what Mayor Gua meant. Without waiting for Wu Guoliang to answer, Yi Xiaozhu on the side suddenly spoke up and recounted what happened that day. What? Are you saying that Su Ruwatching from the National Youth League came to Hangzhou specifically to be in charge of this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition? Su Yuru was shocked after hearing this. Others may not know this, but she knows that Su Ruwatching is the core representative of the younger generation of the Su family in Yanjing. Before he was 30, he had already held an important position in the National Youth League. As for the Su family in Yanjing, ordinary people can only look up to them. Seeing Yi Xiaozhu nod, Su Yuru's face couldn't help but become extremely ugly. She was naturally aware of how terrifying the Su family's influence was. It was probably for this reason that Mayor Gua specifically asked the college to take action against Chu Yang. After a long silence, Su Yuru finally let out a breath and slowly shook her head at Wu Guoliang. Dean, I still disagree with punishing Chu Yang. Chapter 64 Jiangning Electric Appliance. After hearing Su Yuru's words, Wu Guoliang shook his head helplessly and said with embarrassment, Teacher Su, I understand your desire to protect your students, but the academy is also under pressure from this matter. After hearing what Wu Guoliang said, Su Yuru felt even more depressed. In fact, she knew that even if she disagreed with the punishment of Chu Yang, it would be difficult to change the college's decision. After all, this is an instruction issued by the Hangzhou city leaders. It is impossible for the college leaders to go against the requirements of the city leaders just because of an ordinary student like Chu Yang. But Wu Guoliang continued. What's more, the main competition area of this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition is located in our city of Hangzhou, and Mayor Gui is also the main leader in charge of this work. He has given us a task, requiring every university in Hangzhou to come up with a few decent entrepreneurial projects. Teacher Su, you know the situation of our college. We are indeed weak in the area of college student entrepreneurship. Let alone a few, we don't even have a single entrepreneurial project with real potential. By then, Mayor Guo will probably be even more dissatisfied with our college, and may even take the opportunity to attack our college. At this point, Wu Guoliang showed a helpless expression to Su Yuru and sighed. Teacher Su, you also know that our School of Finance and Economics is now in a critical period of upgrading to a University of Finance and Economics. If this incident hadn't happened, the Academy would have fully respected your opinion on Chu Yang's matter. After all, you are his responsible teacher. Before he could finish, Su Yuru's delicate body trembled violently, and she asked quickly. Dean Wu, are you saying that if the matter of this entrepreneurship competition is resolved, the college will not punish Chu Yang? After hearing Su Yuru's words, Wu Guoliang couldn't help but feel happy, but on the surface he remained calm and just nodded reluctantly. If we can find a good project to participate in, we won't have to worry too much about Mayor Guo's attitude. After all, our college is managed by the Provincial Department of Education, not the Hangzhou city government. When Su Yuru heard Wu Guoliang say this, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately said without hesitation, Principal Wu, leave the university student entrepreneurship competition to me. You mean, I'll leave the competition to you? Wu Guoliang showed a puzzled expression and looked at Su Yuru. Yes, please rest assured, I promise to do my best to complete the task. Su Yuru promised firmly, fearing that the other party would disagree. Since Teacher Su said so, I naturally believe it. Wu Guoliang nodded, then turned to look at Yi Xiaozhu, who had a strange expression on her face. Xiaozhu, let's leave the competition project to Teacher Su, and we won't deal with Chu Yang for the time being. How do you think? Ah. Okay. Yi Xiaozhu didn't react for a moment, then nodded stiffly. Seeing Wu Guoliang agree, Su Yuru was overjoyed and felt relieved instantly. Thank you, Dean. I will go back now to prepare for the entrepreneurship competition. After expressing her gratitude, Su Yuru turned around and walked out of the office. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something, turned around and looked at Wu Guoliang, and asked with some doubt. By the way, Dean, didn't you just say there were two things? What is the other thing? Well, Wu Guoliang was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Actually, the other thing is about the college student entrepreneurship competition. I've already talked about it. Oh, okay, I'll go back first then. Su Yuru walked out of the office in a daze, still confused and feeling that something was a little off. In the dean's office. After Su Yuru left, Yi Xiaozhu looked at Wu Guoliang with some doubts. Dean, what did you just do? What she had reported to the other party before was clearly that Mayor Guo had instructed her to do, and that she only needed to criticize and educate Chu Yang. There was no mention of any need to punish Chu Yang. Ha ha. Seeing Su Yuru's back completely gone, Wu Guoliang finally couldn't help laughing, then looked at Yi Xiaozhu and said meaningfully. Xiaozhu, do you know the identity of this teacher Su? Seeing the other party shaking his head in confusion, Wu Guoliang smiled faintly. Your major is finance. You should be familiar with the name Su Jindong, right? Su Jindong? Yi Xiaozhu was slightly stunned, and then her eyes widened instantly. You mean, the founder of Jiangning Electric, Su Jindong? Wu Guoliang nodded slowly. Yes, this guy can be said to be a true business genius. He quit his job in the 1990s and started his own business from scratch. In just over a decade, he became the leader in our domestic electrical appliance retail industry, and even replaced the once prosperous Huame electrical appliances. Now Jiangning Group is not only unstoppable in the offline electrical appliance retail industry, but is also actively investing in the development of online e-commerce and other fields. Its development momentum is amazing. And this teacher Su Yuru from our college is the daughter of Mr. Su Jindong. Chapter 65 Wu Guoliang's Purpose. Looking at this talented student who rarely showed a shocked expression, Wu Guoliang smiled faintly. He knew Su Yuru, the daughter of a wealthy family, quite well. Although the other party has an extraordinary background, she is usually very low-key, and you can't even tell that she is the eldest daughter of Jiangning Group. He has always been approachable and is very serious and responsible towards students. And he is a highly educated talent who graduated from a prestigious university like Yenching Normal University. He is considered to be the most outstanding young teacher in the college. If there really was no other way this time, he would not have used this method. I see. At this time, Yi Xiaozhu had already figured it out. Dean, I understand. You want Jiangning Electric to participate in this college student entrepreneurship competition. Or, let Jiangning Electric invest in a startup project at our college. Wu Guoliang nodded, a helpless expression appeared on his already wrinkled face. Yes, you know this national entrepreneurship competition. Although it is a college student entrepreneurship competition, the ones who can really win the awards in the end are all those entrepreneurial projects that are supported by large companies. You just said that several other universities in Hangzhou have their own good entrepreneurial projects, and Zhejiang University even has an entrepreneurial project invested by the Ali Group. I think it's called Salted Fish. It's said that the market potential is amazing. Students from our School of Finance and Economics have been busy preparing for postgraduate entrance exams in recent years, and there is really nothing they can show for their entrepreneurship. But as long as Teacher Su is willing, Jiangning Group can support any entrepreneurial project in our college, and the results of this competition will be guaranteed. Even if it's not as good as the startup project invested by the Ali Group, at least it won't lose to the other universities. At this point, Wu Guoliang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Over the years, he has devoted all his energy to the development of this college, and the School of Finance has become one of the famous postgraduate schools in Zhejiang Province. But I didn't expect that the wind direction would suddenly change. Alas, I didn't expect that the country would suddenly start to pay attention to college students' entrepreneurship. This time, even the leaders of the Su family, the National Youth League, came here specially. It can be seen that the importance of this national college students' entrepreneurship competition will definitely be one of the important indicators for the assessment of college development. Our School of Finance is in a critical period of upgrading to a University of Finance and Economics. We cannot be careless. After hearing what the other party said, Yi Xiaozhu finally understood. She looked at the tired-looking old man with great admiration, and then couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. As the president of the student union of the School of Finance, and also the main person participating in this entrepreneurship competition as a student representative, I was not able to contribute to this competition. Oriental Building. Okay, Mr. Shi, please rest assured, I will arrange everything properly. After hanging up the phone, Dongfang Hai thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call was not connected until the third time, but Dongfang Hai did not dare to show any impatience. Because he knows better than anyone else the powerful strength and extraordinary status of this person in the field of stocks and securities. Hello, is this Mr. Su from Xinhai Private Equity? Who? Hello, Mr. Su. I am Dongfang Hai from Hangzhou Dongfang Group. We have met before. Well, Chairman Dongfang, what's going on? It's like this. I want to cooperate with Xinhai Private Equity on something related to stocks. Oh? If I remember correctly, your Oriental Group should not be listed yet? It's the stock of another company. Mr. Su, I would like to invite you, Xinhai Private Equity, to help me operate a stock with a small market value. Chairman Dongfang is joking. Our Xinhai Private Equity is a formal investment institution. If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. Bye. Hearing the faint voice coming from the phone, Dongfang Hai couldn't help but get anxious and said quickly. Please wait a moment. Mr. Su, it was Mr. Sherbatian who asked me to contact you. This matter was actually Mr. Sher's idea. Oh? Mr. Sher? Hearing Sherbatian's name, the other party's attitude obviously changed. After a few seconds of silence, the other party's faint voice came again. If you want to discuss cooperation, you and Mr. Sher should come to Donghai together and we can have a face-to-face meeting. I have time tomorrow night. Okay, Mr. Su. After hanging up the phone, Dong Fanghai took a deep breath and a cruel smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yang naturally didn't know about these things. At this time, he and Yang Zihan were having a great time on the big bed in the hotel. Because of its close distance, it is still the fall in love with her couple hotel. However, this time, at Yang Zihan's suggestion, the two chose a top-end romantic round bedroom. The room is very large, and the rose-red lighting is extremely seductive. In addition to a warm round bed, the room is also equipped with a variety of high-end toys such as a happy chair, an S-sofa, and a zero-gravity chair. Some of these things were new to Chu Yang, who had lived two lives, and he didn't even know how to use them. However, Yang Zihan did not realize the purpose of these high-end toys, and was studying them like a curious baby. When she knew the purpose of these things, she screamed ah, blushed and collapsed in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang discovered that Yang Zihan's recent training had achieved certain results, which could be seen from the fact that he dared to actively challenge himself. Moreover, after a big round of battle, although Chu Yang still won. But Yang Zihan, who had already been defeated once, barely rested and took the initiative to challenge again. Chapter 66, Farewell Night. In 2012, this type of couple-themed hotel was still a relatively new thing. This fall in love with her couple's hotel has been in business for a short time. The rooms are brand new and the hygiene is very good. Above the round bed is a huge mirror. Chu Yang, who was lying on his back on the bed, could clearly see the beautiful scene on the bed through the mirror. The skin is as smooth as cream. The black hair is flying. The white and smooth back is like a rare and beautiful piece of warm and fragrant jade, exuding a crystal luster, making people love it. And that pair of long and beautiful legs with amazing elasticity is even more breathtaking. The sweet sweat has already soaked her forehead, neck, and slender waist. Seeing the other person's beautiful eyes lost in thought and whispering softly, Chu Yang felt that his body and soul had been thoroughly cleansed. Finally, after a suffocating feeling, Yang Zihan completely collapsed on Chu Yang. Looking at Yang Zihan, who was out of breath and had no strength left, Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly. There is also a slight regret. I originally wanted to experience those unique high-end toys with him, but it seems I can only do it next time. After a long while, Yang Zihan moved his body and moved closer to Chu Yang's arms. Junior brother, the college arranged for me to go to Yinjing Film Academy for exchange and study. It will probably take 2 months for me to come back. Yang Zihan lay in Chu Yang's arms and said softly with some reluctance. That's a good thing. When are you leaving? Are you going alone? Chu Yang knew that Yinjing Film Academy was considered the top university in the field of art in China, and its reputation was much higher than that of Zhujiang Academy of Arts. Yang Zihan's ability to go to Yinjing Film Academy for exchange and study will be very beneficial to her future career development. I'm leaving tomorrow, with a teacher from our vocal music department. But it's too long, and it will be winter vacation by the time I come back. Yang Zihan pursed his lips and hummed. I didn't want to go at first, but the college leaders insisted that I go. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? This kind of opportunity is very rare. I guess everyone in your academy is fighting hard for this spot, right? Chu Yang patted the elastic part of the other person and said speechlessly. He suddenly understood why this girl took the initiative to invite him to the hotel today. Humph, I just can't bear to part with you. Yang Zihan snorted softly. I actually hope someone else takes this spot, so that I can spend more time with you. But the Yinjing Film Academy specifically asked me to go, and I can't change anyone. Chu Yang nodded, feeling somewhat touched. In his impression, Yang Zihan had given everything for his acting career in his previous life. But now, he is willing to give up the opportunity to study at a prestigious school like Yinjing Film Academy for himself. Chu Yang thought of something again, touched the other person's head, and chuckled. It's okay. I'm going to Yinjing soon, and I can visit you at the Yinjing Film Academy. Real? Seeing Chu Yang nodded affirmatively, Yang Zihan instantly became happy, and his originally depressed mood was instantly swept away. Well, I'll wait for you in Yinjing. When you come, just contact me and I'll pick you up. After being excited for a while, Yang Zihan thought of something again, drew circles on Chu Yang's chest with his fingers, and said with some sadness. Little brother, I may have to prepare to sign a contract with an entertainment company next year. I guess we will have fewer opportunities to meet by then. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Chu Yang to say anything, Yang Zihan suddenly raised his head, gave Chu Yang a naughty smile, stuck out his soft little tongue, and then lowered his head. Chu Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his whole body instantly felt numb. That night, Chu Yang felt Yang Zihan's craziness for the first time, and even took the initiative to ask to try those professional toys with a shy face. Chu Yang knew that this was Yang Zihan's way of expressing his love and reluctance for him. And the regret of not being able to be with myself when I devote myself to the acting career in the future. I had almost no sleep that night. After several crazy moments, the two finally lay down on the bed in each other's arms, exhausted. Through the gauze-like curtains, you can see that the sky in the distant east is already slightly brighter. Sister Zihan, you have such a great figure. How did you grow it to be so perfect? Yang Zihan leaned sideways and pressed on Chu Yang's arm. Because of the squeezing, it is slightly deformed. But it can be seen that both the shape and elasticity are perfect. Hearing Chu Yang's praise, Yang Zihan was delighted, but she said shyly, "No way, what I have is nothing. Don't you know that she is really great?" Having said this, she realized that she seemed to have said too much, and quickly changed her words. "Her figure is really good." When Chu Yang heard Yang Zihan say that Mu Yorong was big, his heart was moved. He didn't know Mu Yorong's identity that night, but the most profound memory she left on him, apart from her charming temperament that brought disaster to the country and the people, was the astonishing scale of the place. But he said, "Your fat best friend? Stop kidding, can her figure compare to yours? Hee, Yuronka is not fat at all, but just the right size. Really, you haven't seen it before, even I envy her figure." Hearing Chu Yang praising her, Yang Zihan felt very sweet in her heart, but she still rolled her eyes at Chu Yang and explained for her best friend. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and pinched Yang Zihan's cheek. "Sister Zihan, you're praising your best friend so much in front of me, aren't you afraid that I might become interested in her?" I'm not afraid. We have always been close sisters. If you can really catch up with your own, I will be so happy." Yang Zihan smiled playfully at Chu Yang and stuck out her cute little tongue. Thinking of something again, she stopped laughing and looked at Chu Yang seriously and said, "After I leave, if you encounter any problems, you can ask Yurong for help. Maybe you don't know this, but she is the eldest daughter of the Mutian Group." Mutian Group? The high-end hotel group that has already gone public? Chu Yang deliberately showed a surprised expression. Yang Zihan nodded and explained. "Well, although Yurong is still in college, she has already served as the assistant to the chairman of the Mutian Group. Her father has also entrusted her with many matters in the company. So Yurong is usually not in the college, but busy in the company. But I heard from her that she is busy preparing for the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition recently." Hearing these words, Chu Yang was slightly stunned. National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition? Yang Zihan nodded and explained. "Well, this time the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition is held in our city of Hangzhou. It is said that the young leaders of the National Youth League have made a special trip to our city of Hangzhou. The project of our School of Art is jointly managed by Yurong and our school's student union president Ouyang Jia. It seems to be a senior hotel project. I guess your School of Finance and Economics also has a project participating." "Oh, so that's how it is." Chu Yang couldn't help but think of the scene at Luelo that day. Yi Xiaozhu and several other student union presidents, the middle-aged official leader, and the young woman who was obviously more extraordinary. National Youth League? The corners of Chu Yang's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Chapter 67, Layout of Mutian Shares. Friday. Antai Building. In the studio on the 6th floor, a middle-aged man in his 30s and three young men were sitting in their seats with serious expressions. They are the 4 professional operators selected by Lin Xiyu. Among them, the middle-aged man named Zhou Yu is the leader. At this moment, the computers on everyone's workbench have been turned on, and various disk information is displayed on several large display screens. They were waiting for Lin Xiyu's arrival. Because Lin Xiyu had told them before that today was the first day they would officially start working and operate the business. Due to confidentiality reasons, the specific operations need to be told to them before the market opens. As professional traders, they are naturally aware of this basic rule. Moreover, they were all in high spirits and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. After all, the treatment offered to them by Tianyang Capital was beyond their imagination. Not only did it far exceed their previous treatment in other companies, it even exceeded many of the top private equity firms in the industry. Brother Yu, do you think our mission today will be very difficult? After not seeing Lin Shiyu for a long time, a young man in a white shirt couldn't help but look at Zhou Yu and ask nervously. Another young man with dark skin also said excitedly. Yes, the treatment the company gives us is really great. Wow, the basic annual salary is 500,000, plus bonuses. This treatment is more than twice as high as the previous fund company I worked for. Finally, the youngest man, who looked to be around 20 years old at most, nodded. Well, maybe you don't know yet, but it is said that the 9th floor is still under renovation for the work restaurant, which will have separate Chinese and Western restaurants. Assistant Lin said that we can all go there for free. Seeing the excited people, Zhou Yu couldn't help laughing in his heart, but he still coughed with a serious expression. Stop chatting and get serious. Since the company is paying us such a high salary, the work tasks must be difficult. When the mission comes, we must be fully alert. There must not be any mistakes. Okay, UGE. The three of them said in unison, with a look of tenacity on their faces, and it was obvious that they were ready for a tough battle. Just then, Lin Shiyu, dressed in a professional suit, finally appeared in front of the studio. Assistant Lin, you are here. Finally seeing Lin Shiyu walk into the studio, the middle-aged man quickly stood up. Well, this is your main trading account from now on. Lin Shiyu nodded, walked to Zhou Yu's computer, placed an A4 note with account information in front of Zhou Yu, and said, according to Mr. Chu's arrangement, your task today is to clear out the stock of Leshai.com in your account at the daily limit. What? Clearing the stocks at the daily limit? Zhou Yu and his companions were stunned. Especially after Zhou Yu logged into his account. Several people looked at the Leshai.com stock in their account holdings, which had already made a profit of more than 50% and was now worth 36.1 million Chinese yuan. They took another look at the market, which was still at the daily limit and even had millions of orders blocked, and they were dumbfounded. Even Zhou Yu, who was in the lead, looked confused. Is this also called a mission? Or is this task too easy? Although I don't know why they cleared out their positions in Leshai.com at the daily limit, for a stock like this that is strongly capped, even if you randomly find someone, you can probably sell all your positions at the daily limit. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of several people, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but look at the board and was also stunned. Only then did she understand why they reacted like this. She could only cough dryly. Well, this is the task assigned by President Chu, just do it. After the task is completed, President Chu has other arrangements. After saying that, Lin Shiyu turned around and left the office. Only Zhou Yu and the other three were left staring at each other. Boss Chu, I have just cleared all the checks from Leshai.com. This transaction has made a profit of 51.25%, and the total profit is 12.1 million. The total amount of funds in the account is 36.4 million Chinese yuan. Do you want to arrange for them to start building a position in Mutian shares now? In Chu Yang's office, Lin Shiyu stood in front of the desk and reported with admiration. She was shocked by the other party again. This transaction did not use off-market financing, but was a pure principal transaction. In just 4 trading days, the profit was over 50%. The direct profit amount exceeded 10 million. It's simply horrifying. 36.4 million? Chu Yang frowned and glanced at the stock information of Mutian shares on the computer. The current total market value of the check for Mutian shares is not high, but it is around 2 billion Chinese yuan. But even so, more than 30 million yuan of funds can only buy less than 2% of the shares. It seems that the speed of making money is still a bit slow. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Lin Shiyu. Take out 5 million from the 36 million and transfer it to my bank account. Let them use the remaining funds to buy Tianmu shares starting from next Monday. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange it right away. Not long after Lin Shiyu left, Chu Yang's phone prompted that he had received a deposit of 5 million yuan. Chu Yang logged into his Guotong Securities account again, and then transferred the 5 million yuan directly from the bank card to the securities account. At the same time, he opened a 10-fold margin quota again. Then I found a few stocks with strong performance in my memory and analyzed them on the computer. On Monday, Chu Yang arrived at the hospital early in the morning, and Lin Shiyu followed behind him. I just received a call from Yang Dahu, saying that he was processing the discharge procedures for the old man. When I walked into the ward, I found Yang Dahu and the little girl were packing their things, and the bed was empty. Chapter 68 Gentle Chu Yang. This ward is no longer the same as before. After leaving that day, Xu Yang arranged for Lin Xiyu to come and change the old man to a VIP ward with better conditions. However, the old man strongly opposed it. In the end, Lin Xiyu finally persuaded him to move in. "Where's the old man?" Looking at the empty bed, Xu Yang asked with a frown. "Mr. Chu, you are here." Seeing Xu Yang, Yang Dahu's expression was obviously a little unnatural, but he still explained. "It's like this, Mr. Chu. My father said that his health has almost recovered. He is not used to living here all the time, so he was discharged from the hospital and returned to Ludong." "Returned to Ludong?" Xu Yang's face suddenly darkened, and he stared at Yang Dahu with cold eyes. "You're just going to let the old man go back alone like this?" Under this cold gaze, Yang Dahu's sturdy body trembled involuntarily. He swallowed hard, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded from the side. It was my uncle who took Dad back. "Dad, please don't let us send him off. Let us follow your arrangements, Mr. Chu, as soon as possible." The person who spoke was the little girl with pigtails next to her. She blinked her big eyes, and there was still a hint of timidity in her eyes. After she finished speaking, she quickly lowered her head and looked at her toes. "She looks like a socially anxious girl." After hearing her words, Xu Yang's expression returned to normal. Although the old man has recovered well, he definitely needs someone to take care of him in his current situation. He nodded slightly and turned to look at the little girl. "What's your name, little girl?" Hearing the name little girl, the little girl frowned, but still answered honestly. "Yang Ting Ting." "Well, Dahu, Ting Ting, then come with me, let's go out and talk." After Chu Yang finished speaking, he turned and walked outside. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Yang Dahu felt an indescribable surprise in his heart. He didn't expect that this young boy could just burst out with such extraordinary aura that was as real as substance. It seems that what my father said was right. The other party is obviously not an ordinary rich boy. Thinking of this, he became more determined. He picked up his luggage and hurriedly followed behind, pulling the little girl Yang Tingting. "Served in the military?" After walking out of the hospital gate, Xu Yang stopped, took out a pack of Hontishan cigarettes, and handed one to Yang Dahu. "Well, I served in the army for 10 years and just got discharged." Yang Dahu nodded and took the cigarette. 10 years? Xu Yang was slightly stunned after hearing this. "You didn't change your job?" "Well, I encountered some problems in the army and made some mistakes, so I was discharged from the army early." A complex look flashed across Yang Dahu's eyes, and then he looked at Xu Yang with some worry. He had been punished in the army before, and was rejected by many companies for this reason when he was looking for a job, so after coming to Hangzhou, he could only work as a laborer on a nearby construction site to earn some money. Xu Yang seemed to know what the other party was worried about, but he didn't say much, but asked, "Can you drive?" Yang Dahu was stunned at first, then nodded quickly. "Well, I've been driving cars in the army for a few years, and I can drive both big and small cars." Xu Yang put the cigarette in his mouth, took out a lighter to light it, and then handed the lighter to Yang Dahu. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, nodded and said lightly, "Then just follow me and drive." Yang Dahu couldn't help but feel delighted and nodded quickly. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chu." Xu Yang glanced at Lin Xiyu. "Assistant Lin, rent a few single apartments around the company and use them as dormitories for the company's employees. Give one to each of Dahu and his siblings." "Okay, Mr. Chu." Lin Xiyu nodded quickly. She had long been accustomed to Xu Yang's generosity and was not surprised at all by this arrangement. Yang Dahu was shocked when he heard this and shook his head quickly. "No need, Mr. Chu. My sister and I can live in the place we rented before." Xu Yang glanced at him and said lightly, "This is for your job's sake. Besides, the food and lodging of our Tianyang capital drivers are covered by the company. Also, the salary standard for our company's drivers is 10,000 yuan per month, and the year-end bonus is calculated separately. Do you have any objections?" He knew that the house the other party rented was an old bungalow in the shantytown. Not only was it old and dilapidated, it was also at least 10 kilometers away from here. After hearing Xu Yang's words, Yang Dahu was completely stunned. A driver can earn 10,000 yuan a month? He didn't even dare to think about it. "Mr. Chu, this is inappropriate." It took Yang Dahu a long time to react. He quickly shook his head and was about to say something, but was glared back by Xu Yang. Just keep your mouth shut. There was indeed an indescribable feeling of being moved in my heart. Xu Yang ignored Yang Dahu's complicated expression and turned to look at Yang Tingting beside him. His expression immediately softened, as if he was facing his own sister, and his voice was unusually gentle. He had wanted to have a younger sister since he was a child, but he never got his wish. Tingting, are you still in school now? No, I've already graduated. The little girl shook her head and said crisply. It doesn't matter, you can still continue to study in high school after graduation. Xu Yang said with a smile. In his opinion, considering the age of this little girl, she is at most in the first year of high school. Thinking about Yang Dahu's family's financial situation, he probably didn't continue to study in high school after graduating from junior high school. He turned to look at Lin Xiyu and arranged. Assistant Lin, please find a high school nearby for Tingting and arrange for her to enroll as soon as possible. If public schools are difficult, private high schools will also be fine. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange it right away. Lin Xiyu nodded. This was not a difficult thing, especially for a private high school. All she had to do was pay the high tuition fees. No, I've already read it in high school. Yang Tingting shook her little head and said crisply. Ah? You've already finished 3 years of high school? This time it was Chu Yang who was surprised. He looked at Yang Tingting in surprise, and then found that there was an IBM laptop that looked very old in the luggage in her hand. This little girl looks no more than 15 or 16 years old. How come she is starting school so early? But since I have already finished high school, it will be difficult to arrange university if I don't take the college entrance examination. Xu Yang thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Xiyu and arranged. How about this, Assistant Lin, you can arrange for Tingting to come to work in the company, and she can do the logistical work. After he finished speaking, he looked at the little girl again and asked lovingly. Tingting, do you have any objection to this arrangement? The little girl quickly shook her head, her little head shaking like a rattle. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange this right away. Seeing Chu Yang's unusual gentleness, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but feel a little amused, but she nodded quickly on the surface. Listening to Chu Yang's arrangements, Yang Dahu looked a little strange, as if he wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a long time, he finally didn't speak. Chapter 69, Mu Tianyuan's Confidence. Not far from Antai Building is the Muyun International Hotel, which is also one of the top 5-star luxury hotels in Hangzhou. It is said that staying in the hotel's highest-end cloud suite for one night would cost nearly 100,000 Chinese yuan. Behind the hotel is a towering commercial building with 4 large gold-plated characters Mutian Building written on it. At this time, a Porsche convertible sports car stopped downstairs of the building. A beautiful figure in a high-end professional suit got out of the car and walked into the Mutian Building. Hello, President Mu. Mr. Mu, you're back. Mr. Mu. Seeing this figure, the staff in the building all hurriedly greeted him respectfully. But they knew that although the eldest daughter of the Mu family was still in college and was only 22 years old, her talent and ability in the business field were extraordinary. Many of the group's new development projects were proposed by the other party, and have achieved very good results so far. The chairman of Mu Tian Group is her father Mu Tianyuan, so these people naturally know how to treat him. You naughty girl, you still remember to come back. You were away for the past few days, and there were so many things going on in the group that your father was almost busy to death. In the chairman's office on the 17th floor, a gentleman with a distinguished demeanor saw Mu Yorong walk in. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but he complained. He is Mu Yorong's father and the chairman of Mu Tian Group, Mu Tianyuan. Dad, you know I've been busy with this entrepreneurship competition recently. Mu Yorong pouted and said, with a look of grievance on her charming little face. At this point, a hint of hope flashed in her eyes again. And if this project can achieve good results in this entrepreneurship competition, it will also be a great publicity opportunity for our Mu Tian Group. After hearing what Mu Yorong said, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Oh? Isn't it just a college student entrepreneurship competition? Can it have such a big influence? Mu Yorong shook his head and explained. Dad, you don't know that this national college student entrepreneurship competition was directly approved by the highest level of government. Although the host city is our city of Hangzhou, the participants are from major universities across the country. Although it looks like a competition between various universities, in fact, many large corporate groups are involved. It is said that even the Ali Group supports the competition this time. Oh? Even the Ali Group is involved? Mu Tianyuan was shocked. With a giant like the Ali Group getting involved, one could imagine the influence of this entrepreneurship competition. Thinking of this, he began to take this entrepreneurship competition seriously and asked quickly, "Yaron, do you have a good chance of winning the award for this elderly health hotel project you prepared this time?" Mu Yaron shook her head helplessly. "I don't know either. The main thing is that the opponents this time are very strong. I hope I can get a ranking." At this point, she remembered something. "By the way, Dad, is there something you want me to come over for?" Mu Tianyuan nodded and said slowly, "Well, the group will hold a shareholders meeting early next month. I plan to nominate you as a director of the group at this shareholders meeting and officially join the board of directors." "Ah, join the board of directors?" Mu Yaron was shocked. The board of directors is the highest decision-making body of the group. Once she enters the board of directors, it means that she will become one of the core leaders of the Mutian group in the future. But Dad, I'm still young after all. Is this appropriate? Will the shareholders agree?" Mu Tianyuan smiled faintly, shook his head and said, "Age is not a problem. Everyone has seen your abilities over the past few years, and Dad is getting a bit old now. The group will eventually be handed over to you in the future. As for the shareholders..." At this point, Mu Tianyuan showed an extremely confident expression. "Don't worry, Dad is the largest shareholder of the group. In addition to our own people in the Mu family, Dad's words still count in the group. Alas, you are a girl after all, and Dad doesn't want to see you suffer too much, so you still have to find someone to rely on in the end." Dad. Hearing Mu Tianyuan mention these things again, Mu Yaron couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Mu Tianyuan suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Yaron, how about the kid from the Dongfang family? The old fellow Dongfang Hai has been trying to get my attention recently. It's obvious that he wants you to be the daughter-in-law of the Dongfang family." "You mean Dongfang Hao?" When this name was mentioned, Mu Yaron's face immediately turned cold. "Humph, Dad, just persuade him to give up this idea as soon as possible. Even if I, Mu Yaron, never marry anyone in this life, I will never marry that bastard." Okay. All up to you." Seeing that his daughter was really angry, Mu Tianyuan was a little confused, but he nodded quickly. "But Dongfang Hai bought 10% of our group's shares from a retired group elder some time ago. He is now the third largest shareholder of our group." "What?" Hearing Mu Tianyuan's words, Mu Yaron was stunned. "Why did Dongfang Hai buy shares of our Mutian group?" Chapter 70, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I heard him say that he wants to get closer to us. I guess he wants to use this opportunity to help his son and you get together. After all, if you two really get together, the Dongfang family will benefit in the end." Mu Tianyuan said half-jokingly. Seeing that Mu Yaron's face was about to turn cold again, he quickly changed his words. "But as long as you don't agree, even if he buys all the shares of our Mutian group, I won't agree." Mu Yaron shook his head, his expression becoming somewhat serious. "Dad, I mean, does the Dongfang group have any other purpose in purchasing the shares of our Mutian group?" "Other purposes?" Mu Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, then he instantly understood what Mu Yaron meant and shook his head confidently. "You mean the control of the group?" "Don't worry, that's even more impossible. You know, your father and I own 30% of the group's shares. Together with your uncle Tianlin, the two of us already own more than half of the shares on the board of directors. Not to mention the small amount of shares held by Dongfang Hai, even if we add the 15% held by Blue Land Group, there is no possibility at all." Seeing Mu Tianyuan's confident face, Mu Yaron finally felt relieved. Xu Yang has not been going to class recently and has basically spent all his time studying stocks in his office in Antai building. As a mature soul in his 30s, he was not used to sitting in the classroom and listening to classes with those little kids. What's more, now is the critical period for him to make primitive accumulation in this life. Because the amount of funds in the account is quite large now, the operation is far less flexible than at the beginning. However, Xu Yang had been in the financial field for many years in his previous life. Coupled with his clear memory of market trends after his rebirth, he was able to firmly grasp the market opportunities and the chain reactions of individual stock trends under the impact of his own funds. Both Yang Dahu and Yang Tingting have also started their normal work. Yang Dahu's job is very leisurely, and he usually just follows Xu Yang around. The little girl Yang Tingting is quite busy. She is responsible for the logistical services of several traders in the studio every day. The studio has also opened several special accounts, and Zhou Yu and others are absorbing funds from the Mutian share stock every day. Friday morning. Xu Yang was sitting in the office, and Lin Xiyu was standing in front of the desk reporting on her work. What? Are you saying that there is another batch of funds in this check for Mutian shares to absorb the shares? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows, his eyes suddenly became serious, and he looked at Lin Xiyu. Yes, Mr. Chu. Zhou Yu said that the other party's operation method is very sophisticated. If it weren't for a mistake that happened today, it would be difficult for them to find out. Lin Xiyu's face looked a little ugly. Zhou Yu and others were recommended by her. Although their level was not top-notch, it was considered good among general private equity institutions. I didn't expect that this time I couldn't even figure out the other party's method of absorbing funds. Xu Yang frowned, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked. Do you know the other party's background? What is the ratio of chips in his hands now? Zhou Yu said that this was the first time he had seen such a sophisticated method of absorbing funds, so he didn't know the details of the other party, but one thing he could confirm was that the other party was definitely one of the top private equity institutions in the industry. Lin Xiyu shook her head, her expression somewhat heavy. I heard from Zhou Yu that based on the market performance in the past few days, the other party should have more chips than us, about twice as much as us. Xu Yang nodded and asked. How much leverage do we have now? As of this morning, Zhou Yu and his team have already bought 70% of the positions, accounting for about 1.5% of the total share capital of Mutian shares. Lin Xiyu looked a little guilty. A 70% position was already considered a heavy position, and with more than 20 million in funds, this was no small amount. And it was not until now that they discovered that there was another obviously more powerful fund in it, which could be considered a serious mistake. If we hadn't discovered it today, we might have been eaten to the very end. That's how the stock market works. One wrong move can easily lead to a complete loss. 1.5%, so the other party only has about 3%. Xu Yang frowned, as if thinking about something. As if he had figured something out, his brows gradually relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. At this moment, Lin Xiyu's cell phone suddenly rang, and Xu Yang waved his hand, motioning her to answer the call. Lin Xiyu nodded and pressed the answer button. But after hearing a few words, her expression changed instantly, and her pretty face became even paler. Mr. Chu, Zhou Yu said that just now the other party has started to crash the market. As a graduate with a master's degree in finance, Lin Xiyu naturally understood what it meant for the other party to dump the market at this time. He must have discovered our existence. It is even possible that they have already been discovered, but have just waited until now to harvest them. With the opponent's superb trading skills and unfathomable strength, plus the chips that are twice as much as ours, it goes without saying that Zhou Yu would be completely defenseless. You can only choose to cut your losses and leave, or to carry the sedan chair for the other party. And with only a few million funds left in the account, it's not even enough to support the other party. It seems that this time, I can only leave at a loss. Lin Xiyu's pretty face was completely bloodless, and her beautiful eyes were actually filled with a sparkling light. She never expected that the first failure of this genius boy in front of her would be at her hands. If Zhou Yu hadn't discovered it too late, this wouldn't have happened. Mr. Chu, yes, I'm sorry. Chapter 71, Being a Monkey. I'm sorry? What's there to be sorry about? Xu Yang had just opened the Mutian shares market, looked up at Lin Xiyu with some confusion, and smiled faintly. This is a great deal. Tell Zhou Yu and the others to keep buying until all the funds in their accounts are used up. Continue to buy? Lin Xiyu was stunned. If I continue to buy, won't I be pressed to the ground by the other party? But. Seeing Xu Yang's face turn cold, Lin Xiyu could only nod and took a deep breath and said, Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll notify Zhou Yu and the others right away. Assistant Lin, are you sure you want to continue buying now? In the studio, Zhou Yu looked at Lin Xiyu with an unpleasant expression. He has been in the stock market for many years and is naturally aware of the mistakes made by these people this time. And what it means to continue buying now. That would be tantamount to directly declaring war on the other side. Whether in terms of funding or technology, they have no advantage at all. It can be said that they are not even qualified to fight against the other side. Well, this is what Mr. Chu meant, you can just execute it. Lin Xiyu nodded and said without question. Zhou Yu was silent for a while, and finally nodded and waved to the other three. Keep buying until your position is fully occupied. Demon City. Jean Mao Tower. A middle-aged man with an air of superiority was standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Donghai city. His experience in the Chinese stock market is regarded as a myth by many people, and he is even given the title of the #1 private equity investor in China. Because with his extremely keen sense of smell in the stock market and extremely fierce methods, he single-handedly founded China's top private equity institution Xinhai Private Equity. It was even once called the barometer of the Chinese stock market. What retail investors don't know is that this person who can call the shots in the stock market actually has many unknown inside stories behind him. Perhaps it is for this reason that he prefers others to call him Chief Leader Su. He slowly turned around and looked at the young man with glasses and others not far away, and said lightly, "How was it? What was the reaction?" "Boss, panic selling has already begun, but those idiots haven't seemed to react yet and are still buying." The young man with glasses curled his lips in disdain. As one of the top traders in Xinhai Private Equity, the other party's skills were obviously not good enough in their eyes. "You still dare to buy it?" The middle-aged man's mouth curled up with a hint of cruelty. "Then keep smashing, and eat the food as you smash, until the other party spits out the food." In fact, according to the agreement between him and Dongfang Hai, he only needed to buy more than 4% of the chips, and then continue to pull the daily limit to shrink the trading volume. They promised that Mutian Group would take action later to ensure that the price would rise smoothly. However, as the chief leader of the private equity industry, the middle-aged man will naturally not be willing to carry the sedan chair for others. Moreover, if it wasn't for the relationship with an old friend, he would not have bothered to take on a small company like this with a market value of only a few billion. Now that we have accepted it, we naturally have to maximize the benefits. So after discovering on the first day that Zhou Yu and his team were weak opponents with average skills, he had already decided to treat them like monkeys. Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics. Su Yuru was sitting in the office, holding a mobile phone in her hand, her pretty face full of hesitation and nervousness. Because she was determined to be with Yang Dongqing, she ignored her father's dissuasion and secretly held a wedding with Yang Dongqing on her own. As a result, Su Jindong, who had an extremely strong personality, became furious when he found out about it. After a big quarrel, the two almost severed their father-daughter relationship. After they got married, although Yang Dongqing asked her many times to go to Su Jindong to apologize, she never went. Later, Yang Dongqing was dissatisfied with her and abused her in various ways. She endured it silently and never complained to her family. Even after she divorced Yang Dongqing, she was unwilling to face her father. And now, because of Chu Yang's matter, she took the initiative to take over the entrepreneurship competition without any hesitation. She was well aware that taking on this matter meant seeking help from her father. "Oh, what a little enemy of mine." After struggling for a long time, Su Yuru sighed and finally dialed the number. Just after the number was dialed, a hoarse voice came out from the phone within a few seconds. "Hello, is this Xiaoru?" Hearing this voice, Su Yuru's body trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. She changed this number later and never told her family. And the other party could recognize him at a glance, obviously he had been paying attention to him. Su Yuru opened her mouth with red eyes, but no words came out. When the other party heard Su Yuru not speaking, he was silent for a while and then said, "Why aren't you talking? Have you had lunch? I'll be in Hangzhou soon, how about we have lunch together?" Su Yuru's throat moved, and she finally said okay. At this time, in Magic City, Jiangning Electric's Magic City branch. Su Jindong, who was presiding over the meeting, first went out to answer a phone call, and then when he returned to the meeting room, he directly announced that the meeting was temporarily cancelled. "Then tell the driver to go directly to Hangzhou City as quickly as possible." The executives of Jiangning Electric were simply dumbfounded. It was the first time they saw this side of Mr. Su, who was always very serious at work. Chu Yang's comfortable days didn't last long. On Monday, he suddenly received a call from Su Yuru, saying that his consecutive absences from classes had been noticed by the college and they wanted to talk to him. Chu Yang had no choice but to rush back to the college and come to the door of Su Yuru's office. As soon as he walked into the office, he saw Director Wang from last time sitting at the desk outside, and a heavily made-up female teacher was standing next to his desk. The two of them were chatting about something while exchanging glances. Chu Yang glanced at the desk that was obviously a little slack and couldn't help but laugh. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Director Wang had obviously recognized the student who had ruined his plans last time, and said with some displeasure. Chapter 72 Registration. Director Wang's name is Wang Yukai. Although his name means talented, his academic qualifications are far inferior to Su Yuru. But his position is the Dean of Academic Affairs of the School of Economics and Management. He is responsible for the department's routine teaching supervision, assessment and examination work, and also cooperates with the college's political and educational department to carry out disciplinary inspections. So most students are trembling with fear in front of him and dare not even breathe. The last time Chu Yang ruined his plan, and he was not as respectful to him as other students, which made him quite unhappy. Hearing the displeasure in Director Wang's tone, Chu Yang didn't care at all. He smiled and blinked at him. Director Wang, the videos you recorded are very good. They are very enlightening for our adolescent students. But I think it's better not to save it on the computer. It's not very safe. Wang Yukai was stunned at first, then his face suddenly changed. The heavily made-up female teacher at the side turned pale, staring at Wang Yukai, trembling as she said, You damned bastard. I told you not to record the video, but you insisted on doing it. Look at this, now it's over. The bald Wang Yukai swallowed hard, glanced at the computer on his desk, then turned to look at Chu Yang, and said nervously, You looked at my computer? Seeing the two men's reactions, Chu Yang felt relieved. Sure enough, this old pervert already had this habit. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a time when the college was repairing computers, and a large number of self-directed and self-acted love videos leaked out from director Wang Youtsai's computer. And they are all in 1080p high-definition quality. Later, these videos were quickly spread on the internet and became the famous A Certain University Office Door incident at the time. Seeing Chu Yang looking at him calmly and smiling, Wang Yukai was certain that the other party must have watched the video in his computer, otherwise how could he know? This little bastard might even have secretly made a copy. Thinking of this, Wang Yukai felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. He originally thought that no one would dare to touch his computer, so he found a hidden corner in his hard drive and saved a copy of the videos so that he could secretly watch and reminisce about them. However, he never expected that this daring student would dare to touch his computer. If this matter were to get out, he would probably lose his job as the Dean of Academic Affairs and might even be expelled from the college. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then tried to force a smile towards Chu Yang. Hey, classmate, I don't know your name. Seeing Chu Yang frowning slightly, he quickly explained. No, classmate, please don't misunderstand me. Although we have only met twice, I feel that we are very compatible. Get along? Chu Yang glanced at him with a half smile. Wang Yukai nodded somewhat awkwardly. Hey, classmate, I'm the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Department of Economics and Management. If you encounter any difficulties in the college in the future, you can come to me. The heavily made-up female teacher at the side also looked at Chu Yang quickly and said in a coquettish voice. Yes, classmate, if you need individual tutoring, you can always come to me. Oh. Thank you very much, I'm Chu Yang from the class of 2011. Chu Yang felt amused and nodded. Chu Yang? Wang Yukai felt that the name seemed familiar and remembered it immediately. What, you are the Chu Yang in the post on the college BBS? Seeing Chu Yang nod, Wang Yukai couldn't help but say awkwardly. Student Chu Yang, Teacher Su has already helped you solve your problem. Otherwise, I would have gone to the school leaders to speak on your behalf. My business? Chu Yang was slightly stunned. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Wang Yukai was a little puzzled, but still explained. Yes, I heard that the college was going to punish you, but Teacher Su firmly opposed it and took the initiative to take on the task of this entrepreneurship competition. Only then did the college agree to exempt you from the punishment. Punishment? Chu Yang was stunned and recalled the conversation between those people in Luelu that day. He began to understand a little. For him now, this so-called punishment is naturally nothing at all. If he didn't want to experience college campus life occasionally, he would have dropped out long ago. But I didn't expect that this matter would implicate Teacher Su. Thinking of the scene where Su Yuru was embarrassed by the college leaders, a bone-chilling chill flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. It seems that some things need to be accelerated. Thinking of how much Su Yuru had done for him, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel moved and turned around to walk inside. Wait a minute. Wang Yukai quickly stopped him and asked nervously. Student Chu Yang, that matter. What is it? Chu Yang turned around, showing a blank expression, and shook his head innocently. I know nothing. Okay, thank you very much, little brother. Only then did Wang Yukai breathe a sigh of relief and finally feel at ease. What were you and that old pervert talking about out there? Seeing Chu Yang walking in, Suyuru asked with some confusion. She was wearing a black turtleneck tight sweater today, and her long chestnut hair was simply tied behind her, outlining her plump and full curves to the fullest. Below is a pair of blue tight high-waisted jeans, and two slender and round sexy legs are tightly wrapped in light blue denim fabric. Coupled with the exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio when sitting on a chair, the lethality is simply terrifying. Chu Yang was stunned by what he saw and couldn't help feeling a little dry in the mouth. Old pervert? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that this beautiful teacher knew a lot about Director Wang. Chu Yang looked at Suyuru's mature, sexy and attractive figure again, and felt his heart tighten when he thought about the old guy staying in the same big office with Suyuru every day. It seems necessary to give that old guy a beating. Nothing, just chatting. Chu Yang responded casually, then looked at Suyuru and asked. Teacher Su, do you have something to talk to me about? Humph, of course there is something. Suyuru glared at Chu Yang and snorted. What's wrong with you lately? How long has it been since you went to class? Several teachers have reported to me that you've been absent from class. And that Zhou Wei, he always answers for you. If Teacher Li hadn't called both of your names that day, I would have thought he was Chu Yang. Fortunately, these teachers only told me now. If we report this to that old guy outside, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to handle. After hearing Suyuru's words and looking at her haggard face, Chu Yang felt warm in his heart. He looked straight at Suyuru and said softly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Suyuru looked confused. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and then suddenly said. Teacher Su, I want to sign up for this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. Chapter 73, Competition. What? You want to participate in this entrepreneurship competition? After hearing Chu Yang's words, Suyuru was stunned. She knew very well that although the name of this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition was called College Student Entrepreneurship Competition, it was actually not something that ordinary students could participate in. After all, the importance that the top officials attach to this competition is obvious, and the influence of this competition is definitely significant. Therefore, the projects submitted by each university are key entrepreneurial projects selected after careful consideration. This is also the main reason why the old dean took so much trouble to get the Jiangning group behind her involved. After all, no matter how amazing the talents of ordinary college students are in business, they cannot compete with projects supported by large companies that already have absolute advantages in the market. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. Teacher Su, if I participate in this entrepreneurship competition, I don't have to attend classes in the classroom on time, right? Suyuru suddenly realized, I was wondering why this kid suddenly wanted to participate in the entrepreneurship competition, so this is the reason. She suddenly thought of this entrepreneurial project again, and her heart was moved slightly. If Chu Yang can participate in this entrepreneurial project, it will definitely be of great benefit to his future development. After all, this entrepreneurial project was directly supported by Jiangning Group, and a large amount of funds were invested in its operation. Now, it just happened to lack a college student as the project leader. Thinking of this, Suyuru couldn't help but feel happy. She had previously planned to ask the student union of the college to arrange a special person to be in charge of this entrepreneurial project. If this entrepreneurial project can achieve success in this entrepreneurial competition, the project leader will definitely benefit greatly from it. Now that I think about it, since there is such a good opportunity, why not give it to this little guy? Thinking of this, Suyuru nodded. Well, sure. You will be in charge of the college's entrepreneurial project. This entrepreneurial project is an e-commerce project called Jiangning E-commerce. Jiangning E-commerce? Chu Yang was slightly stunned and looked at Suyuru with some surprise, wondering in his heart the relationship between this project and Jiangning Group. Then he shook his head at Suyuru and said, No, Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. What I meant was that I wanted to participate in this entrepreneurship competition myself. Under Chu Yang's insistence, Suyuru finally agreed to his request. Let him submit his own entrepreneurial project as one of the two projects participating in the School of Finance and Economics competition. There's no hope anyway, so there's no harm in signing up for one more event. The only pity is that the other party cannot represent Jiangning Group in this project. Because the opening ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition will be held in half a month, and before that, relevant information and plans of the entrepreneurial project need to be submitted. So after coming out of Suyuru's office, Chu Yang immediately returned to Antai building, then called Lin Shiyu into the office and made careful arrangements. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll find out right away. Although Lin Xiyu was somewhat puzzled by Chu Yang's arrangement, she immediately turned around and implemented it. The next morning. Antai Building. Lin Xiyu walked into Chu Yang's office with a stack of documents. Boss Chu, I talked to Huaxiao Liantong yesterday. Currently, remote positioning and remote unlocking can be achieved using the latest 4G technology. They have cooperated with automobile companies on this equipment before. According to their introduction, the size of this remote control chip can be made very small, mainly in terms of mechanical structure. At this point, Lin Xiyu handed the document in her hand to Chu Yang. This is the information I looked up last night. There are currently 3 major domestic manufacturers of remote automated mechanical control structures. This is their detailed introduction and cooperation model. Chu Yang took the document and read it carefully. After half an hour, he nodded. Yes, this information is very detailed. It seems that there are no technical obstacles at present. The biggest problem lies in cost control. According to the quotations from these 3 companies, the purchase cost of each piece is as high as 600 yuan. Add in the 4G communication equipment of the connecting company, and I'm afraid the production cost of each bicycle will be more than 1,500 yuan. Having said that, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. Bicycle? Lin Xiyu was even more confused and had no idea what the other party meant by bicycle. That price is definitely not acceptable. Chu Yang shook his head. According to the current price level, the production cost of each bicycle needs to be controlled within 1,000 Chinese yuan. The quality of the vehicle body cannot contain any moisture, and the requirements are even higher than those for ordinary bicycles. Then the cost of controllers and 4G data equipment must be reduced. Assistant Lin, please contact the largest bicycle manufacturers around Hangzhou, including Yangzhou and Fenghuang, to learn about the details of OEM production, mainly in terms of quality and price. As Chu Yang was talking, he copied a file from his computer to a USB drive and handed it to Lin Xiyu. Here are the design drawings and approximate parameter requirements. At this point, Chu Yang saw the confusion on Lin Xiyu's face and couldn't help but smile. Assistant Lin, the project we are going to work on next is called Pineapple Bike. Chapter 74, Flash Crash, Mutian Shares. Magic City, Xinhai Private Equity. The middle-aged man walked into the operating room and his eyes fell on the young man with glasses who was typing on the keyboard. How's it going? Have they shown up yet? The young man with glasses looked a little unhappy and shook his head helplessly. Not yet. However, the retail investors who originally bought at high prices have basically left. Apart from those guys, the rest are small funds that have recently come in to buy at the bottom. Hearing that the other party had not chosen to leave, the middle-aged man frowned and asked again. How many chips do we have now? The young man with glasses glanced at the computer screen. The combined total of several accounts probably accounts for about 6% of the total shares. Those guys recently bought some more shares, so their current stake should be around 2%. At this point, the young man with glasses was speechless. These guys only have so little stuff, and they refuse to sell it. Moreover, the more we pay for it, the more they buy. It's like they're trying to compete with us. Competing with us? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. To deal with such a small amount of funds of tens of millions, he has hundreds of ways to make the other party regret their decision. He walked to the computer and looked at the screen, then waved to the young man with glasses. Keep smashing the market until the price reaches the limit down. Okay, boss. The young man with glasses chuckled, knowing that this time they were going to have to use ruthless tactics, and started to operate quickly on the keyboard with the other people. Suddenly, on the trading board of Mutian shares, there were multiple sell orders of tens of thousands of shares, which were frantically crashing the market. The stock price plummeted straight down, and it seemed like it was going to plummet. Seeing such a horrific trend, the few remaining retail investors who were trapped and held on until today were so scared that they cried and finally sold all their positions at a loss. Many retail investors who were originally waiting on the sidelines to buy at the bottom were even more frightened and did not dare to enter the market for a while. So there was almost no resistance. In just a blink of an eye, Mutian shares was hit by the limit down. It is even blocked by hundreds of thousands of sell orders. And the number of orders is still increasing. Soon it exceeded 300,000 lots. Seeing this number of orders, almost everyone knows that this stock is definitely hopeless. You know, although the current share price of Mutian shares is low, it is still 4.35 yuan per share. Therefore, the total amount of sell orders on the limit down board alone exceeded 100 million Chinese yuan. However, Mutian shares is just a listed company with a market value of less than 2 billion yuan, and its circulating shares are only about 40%. In other words, the number of sell orders has reached more than 5% of the company's total shares. If we only count the circulating shares, it would reach more than 10% of the circulating market. This is an obvious phenomenon of capital rushing into the stock market. I don't know how many more limit downs there will be next. The shocking trend of Mutian shares, which was almost a flash crash, also caused an uproar in the stock market for him. Fuck. I'm so scared. I just wanted to buy at the bottom, but it hit the limit down in just 1 minute. It's too fierce. What happened to this check? It has been falling for a week straight, and instead of rebounding, it actually hit the limit down. This trend is obviously caused by the main force leaving the market, and the bottom fishing funds are trampling on each other. However, the fundamentals of this check are obviously very good, and the development potential of this company also looks very good. Why did the main force leave the market at a low level? Looking at the company's announcement, it said that it will hold a shareholders' meeting next Saturday. I guess there's some bad news? I just don't know what kind of negative news could have such a strong impact. Could it be that the performance collapsed? Mutian Building. In the chairman's office. Dad. What's going on with our company's stock price? Is there any bad news? Mu Yorong rushed into Mu Tianyuan's office with a look of panic on her face. At this time, Mu Tianyuan was also reading the commentary article about the group's stocks in the financial news. He was puzzled and shook his head in confusion. That's impossible. Our group is developing very well in all aspects. Especially the new projects you proposed. They have achieved good market results. The group's financial report will probably be very good in the future. As the chairman of the company, Mu Tian knows the development of Mu Tian Group better than anyone else. So he knew very well that based on the actual situation and development potential of Mutian Group, the stock of Mutian shares had been seriously undervalued before. Normally, the market value of Mutian Group should be at least around 5 billion Chinese yuan. And now, in just 1 week, the Mutian Group, which originally had a market value of less than 2 billion, has been reduced to just over 1 billion. If the procedure was not too complicated and time was not running out, Mu Tianyuan himself would want to increase his holdings of the group's shares on the stock market. After hearing what Mu Tianyuan said, Mu Yorong finally felt relieved, but her pretty face was still full of doubt as she murmured. Then, how could this happen? Mu Tianyuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying helplessly, I guess it was maliciously shorted by some bankers. After all, this kind of thing is very common in the stock market. However, this will not have any actual impact on our company's operations. The next morning, Antai Building. Boss, the price has hit the limit down again. The young man in the white shirt swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice. I see. Zhou Yu looked at the board with a gloomy expression. As expected, before the market opened, the stock of Tianmu shares hit the limit down during the call auction. The selling side is still the same as yesterday, with a huge volume of 300,000 sell orders blocking the market. Looking at this trend, I don't know how many more limit downs there will be, which makes people feel suffocated. What do you think Mr. Chu was thinking? He actually asked us to lock our positions and not move them. If we had sold them earlier, we wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss now, right? We can't even sell them if we want to. Seeing the boss's appearance, the dark-skinned young man became a little excited. The youngest young man also nodded in agreement. Yeah, this check is not really going to explode, right? Otherwise, how could the other party do this? If it was just targeting us, it wouldn't be like this. Zhou Wei's face was as gloomy as water. He said nothing and just shook his head silently. The stock market is ever-changing and no one has an absolutely accurate answer. Even if the banker is preparing to go long, he can go short at any time, so never blindly speculate on the banker's intentions. This is what his master once told him. And today, Zhou Yu understood these words so deeply for the first time. But I never expected that under such circumstances. Looking at the green number 37.9% on the account position interface, Zhou Yu felt so heavy for the first time. Although the lockup was ordered by Mr. Chu, whom he had never met, he always felt that he had an unshirkable responsibility for this mistake. Ah! At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. The dark-skinned young man widened his eyes, looking shocked, and pointed at the board and said in a trembling voice, "You, look at this." Several people couldn't help but look over, and were immediately stunned, staring at the board with wide eyes. How is this possible? On the market, the nearly 300,000 sell orders were eaten up by 15 super buy orders of 10,000 lots each. The trading volume is instantly magnified to the extreme. Apparently, some people noticed this surprising movement, and many small orders quickly followed suit. The remaining 100,000 sell orders began to decrease rapidly again. Chapter 75, Removing the Fuel from the Cauldron. Demon City. In the studio of Shanghai Private Equity, a few young men wearing glasses were looking at the market with boredom and chatting. In the past 2 years, under the leadership of middle-aged men, they have been invincible in the stock market and have successively stepped on several private equity institutions that were originally well known in the industry. Apart from the loss suffered by the Zhidong Sherba some time ago, it can be said that if gods stand in the way, gods will be killed, and if Buddha stands in the way, Buddha will be destroyed. It also made the 4 words Shanghai Private Equity infamous in the Chinese stock market. This made them relax a little. Brother Guangfeng, the market value of Mutian shares is only a few billion. The plate is so small, why did the boss choose such a check this time? A young man in a denim jacket glanced at the information on the board and asked in confusion. Small plate? The young man with glasses just smiled. Hey, don't underestimate the small size of the plate. The boss told me that this check can cause trouble later on. Fuck, really? The other people were all shocked and couldn't help but look at the young man with glasses with some excitement. The number of monster stocks at this time was far less than that a few years later. For a trader, being able to participate in the operation of a hot stock is definitely something to be proud of. Moreover, once the monster stocks rise, the profits can be said to be astonishing, and bonuses are naturally indispensable for them. I don't know the specific situation, but you all know how powerful the boss is. We just need to follow his instructions. Before the young man with glasses named Guangfeng could finish his words, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded, and the young man in the denim jacket was seen trembling and pointing at his computer screen. No, it's bad, hurry up and look. The young man with glasses felt nervous and looked at the market quickly, just in time to see the scene of 15 huge orders of tens of thousands of shares being bought in an instant. His heart was beating wildly, and he reacted instantly. He quickly called the middle-aged man. Boss, this is bad. Someone is buying at the limit down price and has bought 150,000 of our shares in one go. Some retail investors are also following suit and buying, and the limit has loosened a bit. What? The middle-aged man's heart sank, and he quickly opened the trading board on his computer. Looking at the terrifying buy orders totaling 150,000 lots, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. In order to force the funds to leave the market, he specifically put 300,000 chips on the limit down board, just to show off his muscles and create panic. After all, in this situation, it is impossible for anyone to take the huge risk to buy the stock at the bottom when there is no good news about it. But he never expected that such an unpopular small cap stock that had not been hyped for many years would have big funds dare to participate at this time. And he ate up half of their chips in one breath. This was tantamount to cutting off the source of funds for Shanghai Private Equity, as all the chips they had collected with great difficulty during this period of time were wiped out. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss since he established Shanghai Private Equity. The other party's big move obviously means they have big plans. Could it be that the news leaked? Looking at the dwindling orders, the middle-aged man remembered the agreement between him and Dongfang Hai. He had no time to think about it and hurriedly said, "Cancel the sell order immediately and start buying shares." Grab chips? The young man with glasses didn't react for a moment and thought he had heard it wrong. He didn't know about the agreement between the middle-aged man and Dongfang Hai. The middle-aged man repeated it again in a firm tone. Yes, cancel the order immediately and grab the shares. The sooner the better. Ontai Building. Chu Yang was sitting in the office, drinking tea leisurely while looking at the stock market of Muten shares. That's right, the huge buy order of 150,000 lots just now was his work. Over the past week, he used the 5 million in funds, plus a 10x leverage, and accurately bought and sold dozens of stocks based on the clear trends in his memory. The stock market has been doing pretty well recently, with dozens of stocks hitting the daily limit every day. So although the rate of return is not as amazing as before when the amount of funds was smaller, it is still quite terrifying. I can make a profit of about 10 points almost every day. Add to that a 10x leverage, and you can make nearly 100% profit every day. So in just 6 trading days, after Chu Yang cleared out the last stock this morning, the balance of funds in his account had reached 75 million Chinese yuan. He just bought the 150,000 shares of Mutian shares at the bottom with only about 60 million yuan of funds, and even the matching capital was not used. Really? Looking at the trading screen of Mutian shares, the remaining 100,000 sell orders were withdrawn instantly, and then the stock price was quickly pulled up. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. He clicked the mouse and placed 2 more buy orders for 10,000 lots. These 2 buy orders of tens of thousands of shares acted like a catalyst, instantly making the original upward trend even more rapid. In just a few minutes, the share price of Mutian shares was pulled straight to the daily limit. Although there are only a few 100,000 orders, they are very firmly locked, with no sign of opening. All the retail investors were stunned by this scene and started discussing it in the stock forum. Looking at the market that had reached its limit and was as stable as a rock, Chu Yang finally relaxed completely and picked up the teacup to taste the tea. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Boss Chu. Then Lin Shiyu walked quickly into the office with an unconcealable joy on her face. Boss Chu, did you see that? Mutian shares have stopped falling, and just now they were pushed up to the daily limit. I heard from Zhou Yu and the others that there should be new funds coming in. Although the daily limit this time is a bit strange, it is closed very steadily. I think there will be room for further increases. Chu Yan nodded calmly, then pointed to his stock account. Assistant Lin, please prepare the relevant materials and inform Mutian Group that we will attend this shareholders meeting. Chapter 76 Extraordinary. We're going to the shareholders meeting? Lin Shiyu was slightly stunned and did not understand what Chu Yang meant for a moment. But when she saw the account position information on the computer screen, her beautiful eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. It took her a long while to react. Chu, Mr. Chu, could it be that just now, it was you? Seeing Chu Yang nod slightly, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but take a breath and swallowed hard. After a long while, she finally accepted this. And I couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just now, he and Zhou Yu and others were ecstatic about the new funds coming in to buy at the bottom, and they were speculating about the origin of the new mysterious funds. After all, the origin of someone who can come up with such a large amount of funds to buy the bottom of Mutian shares must be not simple. But he never expected that the other party would be Chu Yang. Well, you should prepare the relevant materials and notify Mutian Group in advance. Seeing Lin Shiyu's stunned look, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded quickly. Chu Yang nodded and asked. By the way, how is the matter I let you know before? Lin Shiyu finally calmed down and replied. Boss Chu, I sent the design drawings and parameter requirements to 3 bicycle manufacturers. Yangzhou and Fij said they can produce them. I have paid the deposit for each of them. The prototype can be produced in half a month at the earliest. Also, the person you asked me to investigate is probably Wu Lei. He studied at the School of Computer Science at Zhejiang University and has won many awards at the Topcoder World Programming Competition. But later on, I made some mistakes and ended up in police custody. I was also expelled from school. Having said that, Lin Shiyu looked at Chu Yang with some curiosity. She didn't understand why the other party would be interested in such a person. Wu Lei. It's really him. Hearing this name, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel happy, his eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking about. The next morning. To everyone's surprise, Mutian shares opened at the daily limit. Perhaps they smelled something unusual, and many individual investors lined up to place buy orders. Looking at the more than 1.5 million buy orders on the daily limit, Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and he picked up his phone to call Lin Shiyu. After a while, Lin Shiyu walked in and looked at Chu Yang with indescribable admiration in her eyes. Obviously, she already knew that Mutian shares continued to rise strongly to the daily limit. Boss Chu, you're looking for me? Chu Yang nodded. Well, when you have time, go to the Industrial and Commercial Department and register a new company as a wholly owned subsidiary under Tianyang Capital. Demon City. Xinhai Private Equity. A middle-aged man named Su was sitting at the desk in the center of the studio with a very gloomy expression on his face. Boss, the situation seems to be out of our control. The young man with glasses named Quangfeng glanced at the market with 1.5 million buy orders and said cautiously. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. This is not nonsense. Ever since the stock price was bought at the lower limit yesterday, the market has been out of their control. How much did we buy this morning? How many chips do we have now? The young man with glasses looked at the account and said with an unpleasant expression, "Boss, we only bought 5,000 lots this morning, and there are several large orders ahead of us. We now have a total of 140,000 chips in our hands, all of which have been concentrated in one account, accounting for about 3.8% of the total share capital." 3.8%. Hearing this number, the middle-aged man's face became even uglier. Just before yesterday, they had already obtained 6% of the shares, but now, they have not even reached the 4% agreed upon with Dongfang Hai. He took a deep breath, raised his head and said to the young man with glasses, "Start lining up to grab orders from tomorrow morning. We must get 4% of the company's total share capital in the shortest possible time." After that, the middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Lightning, help me investigate an account. This time I want the other party's detailed information." For the next few consecutive trading days, Mutian shares seem to have turned on a plug-in, with a continuous strong limit up. Moreover, many retail investors have discovered that they cannot buy even if they queue up to place orders in the early morning. At the first moment of opening, there were already millions of buy orders blocking the market. In this case, the number of sell orders on the daily limit is decreasing, and the trading volume has shrunk to the extreme. Many people have already smelled something unusual. Mu Tianyuan, who was not familiar with the rules of the stock market, was quite happy when he saw the group's stock price rising continuously at first, thinking that the recent development of Mu Tian Group was recognized by the market. But after seeing the fifth daily limit, Mu Tianyuan finally felt something was wrong and quickly called the chairman's secretary in. "Go check the current shareholding situation of our group's shareholders, especially the record of equity changes in the recent period." Chapter 77, Decadent Man, Stone Technology. According to regulations, the secretary of a listed company can apply to the stock exchange to inquire about the company's latest shareholder information. In the afternoon, the chairman's secretary placed a thick stack of documents on Mu Tianyuan's desk. "Chairman, this is the list of all shareholders of our company as of yesterday's stock market close, as well as the recent changes in equity. Please take a look." Mu Tianyuan nodded and started reading. The first page is the list of the top 10 shareholders. As a result, after just one glance, his pupils shrank sharply. I saw two unfamiliar names suddenly appear on the list of top 10 shareholders. And they ranked 5th and 6th respectively. Mu Tianyuan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Chuyang? Jinhai Investment Company, Ltd. Seeing these two unfamiliar names and the fact that the equity ratio behind them had reached more than 4%, a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart for the first time. In Mu Tianyuan's impression, the top 10 shareholders of the group, in addition to himself and his cousin Mu Tianlin, as well as the 4 major shareholders of Greenland Group and Dongfanghai. The rest are some senior executives in the group, and their shareholding ratios are very low, only about 1% in total. This is also the reason why he has always been very confident about the group's equity. After all, the Mu Tian Group has always been a family business of the Mu family. With his own 30% of the shares, plus his cousin Mu Tianlin's 5%, he already accounts for more than half of the shares of the major shareholders. Blue Land Group holds 15% of the shares and Oriental Ocean holds 10% of the shares. Apart from the 4 largest shareholders, the shares held by other executives have little impact at all. The combined shares held by these two newly emerged major shareholders have reached 8%. To a certain extent, this has posed a potential threat to the company's controlling rights. Mu Tianyuan took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, picked up another recent record of equity changes and started flipping through it. In just a short while, he saw that the two new top 10 shareholders had acquired 4.5% and 4% of the shares respectively through secondary market purchases a few days ago. This should be the fundamental reason why Mu Tian Group's stocks have been hitting the daily limit recently. Mu Tianyuan's heart was pounding. The shareholders' meeting was about to be held. If the other party had any other intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he quickly called his secretary in. After a while, the young secretary walked into Mu Tianyuan's office again. "Chairman, I have just learned that this Jinhai Investment Company is an investment company in Demon City. The other party not only holds shares in our group, but also holds shares in many other companies. So there should be nothing wrong with this company. It should just be involved in speculating on our group's stocks. As you know, this kind of speculation is common in the stock market. As for the shareholder named Chu Yang, there is no information about him on the internet. It's as if he just appeared out of nowhere. After hearing what the secretary said, Mu Tianyuan's tense heart finally calmed down. It seems that there should be no problem with Jinhai investment. I just don't know who this Chu Yang who appeared out of nowhere is. However, with only 4.5% of the shares in the other party, the threat to the controlling rights is much smaller. But thinking of his daughter Mu Yorong's words, and that smiling tiger Dongfang Hai, he began to secretly guard against Chu Yang, the new major shareholder. At this time, Chu Yang was shopping in the computer city with Lin Shiyu. Yang Dahu also followed behind the two of them. Boss Chu, if you need to buy a computer, I can just come and buy it for you. Looking at Chu Yang, who was looking around in the computer city, Lin Shiyu said with some confusion. In her opinion, Chu Yang has been possessed by the stock god recently. His time is too precious and should all be used to study stocks. Well, but we're not here to buy computers today. Chu Yang shook his head, searching for something in the computer city. Not buying a computer? Lin Shiyu was even more confused. Chu Yang ignored her, but his eyes suddenly lit up and he walked straight towards an inconspicuous shop in the corner. Lin Shiyu hurriedly followed behind, and then saw that this was a very small shop, with an area of no more than 10 square meters. There was a sign hanging on it with the 4 big words Stone Technology written on it. Below are words such as website construction, program development, game plugins, mobile phone jailbreaking written on it. A man about 30 years old was sitting in front of a computer inside, typing something quickly on the keyboard. The beard on his face had grown a little long, and he looked a little decadent, and he seemed to have no spirit at all. Wu Lei. Seeing this man, Chu Yang called out tentatively. The other party did not respond, as if he did not hear it, and continued to type quickly on the keyboard. Hearing the word Wu Lei, Lin Shiyu was stunned and vaguely understood the purpose of Chu Yang's visit. Then he looked at the man carefully again, feeling a little surprised. Is this decadent guy the computer software genius from Zhejiang University? It doesn't look like anything. At this moment, 2 boys who looked like high school students ran over and walked directly to the man. Brother Lei, how about the CF plugin I want? My brothers have said that as long as it works well, we will buy one each. The somewhat decadent man finally stopped typing, raised his head, and revealed a somewhat sickly pale face. He pointed to the computer beside him and said calmly, "Okay, give it a try." The leading boy was delighted when he heard this. He quickly sat down in front of the computer, logged into the CF game, and started testing. After just a moment, the boy raised his head excitedly. Awesome, class. Brother Lei, this cheat you wrote is just too awesome. I'll need one for half a year first. How much is it? 30 a month, 180 for half a year. Okay, here's 200 yuan. The decadent man nodded, took the $200 bills handed over by the boy, and then gave him a $20 bill in change. After the boy took the money, he couldn't wait to pull the other boy and run to the internet cafe next to the computer city. Lin Shiyu was dumbfounded by this scene. The decadent man ignored what Chu Yang and the others said, sat back in front of the computer and continued typing on the keyboard. Lin Shiyu frowned. Boss Chu, he. Chu Yang smiled faintly and looked at the decadent man. Ha, a software genius from Zhejiang University, a winner of the Top Coder World Programming Contest, is he willing to write game plugins here? Chapter 78, Ali, Zhang Fan. As Chu Yang finished speaking, the decadent man's keyboard typing stopped obviously. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang and the others, then said calmly, "What's the matter?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and went straight to the point. Mr. Wu Lei, my name is Chu Yang. I am the head of Tianyang Capital and the founder of Tianyang Technology Company. I came here today to invite you to join our Tianyang Technology. Not interested. Without waiting for Chu Yang to finish speaking, the decadent man said 3 words coldly without any hesitation, then lowered his head, and the sound of typing on the keyboard rang out again. Boss Chu, he. Lin Shiyu frowned and was about to say something, but Chu Yang stretched out his hand to interrupt her, looked at the other party and continued. Then I wonder if senior brother Wu Lei is interested in this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition? Seeing that the decadent young man still had no reaction, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and continued. It is said that the Zhejiang University project has received support from the Ali Group, and the person in charge of this project is called Zhang Fan. Hearing the word Zhang Fan, the decadent man's body trembled noticeably, and his hand movements suddenly stopped. He clenched his hands into fists and his whole body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. After a long silence, the decadent man finally turned around and looked at Xu Yang, but did not speak. Xu Yang showed a sincere smile and said lightly, "We at Tianyang Technology also have a project participating in this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. I just don't know if senior brother Wu Lei is interested in joining in?" The decadent man named Wu Lei took a deep breath, stood up, and said only one word. "Good." Looking at the decadent young man sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Shiyu was very puzzled. Although the other party had won awards in the World Programming Contest before, that was many years ago after all. Now this guy has dropped out of Zhejiang University for many years and doesn't he even have a bachelor's degree. Now he is just a small boss who writes game plugins. Is it worth spending so much effort to invite him? And the other party still has this attitude. Feeling Lin Shiyu's doubt, Xu Yang smiled slightly but did not explain. Because only he knew that in his previous life, this decadent young man who made a living by writing game plugins. A year later, he was invited by Wang Xing, the founder of Midwan, to join Midwan Company and was directly appointed as the head of the technical department. After this person joined Meituan, the interface of the Meituan app underwent a revolutionary change and it also pioneered many innovative models. Meituan Takeout developed rapidly, squeezing out takeout platforms such as Qiandu Takeout from the market, and even eventually defeated ELE.ba Takeout, the pioneer of online takeout that was once under the Ali Group and was at its peak. It can be said that Meituan was still an ordinary group buying website at that time. The reason why it was able to achieve breakthrough development and achieve $1 trillion market value a year later was absolutely due to Wu Lei's contribution. And there is a deeper reason behind this, which is the grudge between this person and Jiang Fan of the Ali Group. It is said that when Wu Lei was in college, he had a very beautiful girlfriend, but she was snatched away by Jiang Fan, the president of the Zhejiang University Student Union. The reason why he was expelled from Zhejiang University was precisely because of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was able to serve as the president of the Student Union of Zhejiang University, so his background and ability were naturally extraordinary. After graduation, he went directly to join the prosperous Ali Group as a senior executive. So after Wu Lei entered Meituan Company, he worked like crazy, just to defeat the Ali Group. Before his rebirth, Xu Yang, as the head of Tianyang Capital, had focused on investigating and understanding the Meituan Company. These were also what he saw in some information at the time. Although it may not be completely accurate, judging from the reaction just now, it should be pretty close. At least there must be a lot of grudge between the other party and Jiang Fan. Looking at Wu Lei's somewhat sickly, old and decadent profile, thinking of the scene on Luela when the young man who looked down on him, Xu Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Ali Group, Jiang Fan. Yang Dahu parked the car downstairs of Antai building, and Xu Yang and others got out of the car. Brother Wu Lei, this is the office building of our Tianyang capital. Tianyang Technology is on the 8th floor, and your office is also there. Xu Yang pointed downstairs and smiled at Wu Lei. Wu Lei glanced at the Antai building, but still had a cold face and did not speak. Xu Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and said to Lin Shiyu beside him, "Assistant Lin, please take Brother Wu Lei to his office." "I'll be there in a moment." "Okay, Mr. Chu." Lin Shiyu responded, then smiled at Wu Lei and said, "Mr. Wu, please follow me." Wu Lei still had no expression on his face as he followed Lin Shiyu into the elevator. 10 minutes later, Xu Yang arrived at the 8th floor. When I walked into the office, I saw Wu Lei standing in the office with a somewhat cold expression, while Lin Shiyu was standing beside him somewhat awkwardly. "Brother Wu, why don't you take a seat? This will be your office from now on. If you are dissatisfied with anything, just let me know." Xu Yang asked in surprise, and then he thought of something. "By the way, Brother Wu, you will be the director of our Tianyang Technology Program Technology Department from now on. You will be responsible for all software program development work in the company. The annual salary is tentatively set at 1 million Chinese yuan. What do you think?" Snort. Wu Lei snorted coldly. "I'm not interested. Let me know when you actually participate in the entrepreneurship competition." After saying that, he turned around and walked outside. Xu Yang then realized that the other party must have thought that he was lying to him, and hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, the project we are participating in this time is called Pineapple Bicycle, and the work that your programming technology department has to do now is to develop the client software for this project." Wu Lei then stopped, turned around and looked at Xu Yang suspiciously, with a hint of doubt in his expression. Xu Yang was also somewhat helpless. He could only ask Lin Shiyu to get the registration materials for the entrepreneurship competition. He also gave a brief introduction to the operating model of Pineapple Bike before Wu Lei finally believed what he said. Moreover, when hearing about the operating model of the Pineapple Bike project, the other party looked obviously surprised. But his attitude towards Chu Yan was still extremely cold. Walking out of the office, Lin Xiyu finally couldn't help but said, "Boss Chu, this guy takes himself too seriously. Besides, there are many talented programmers like this. If you need them, I can recruit some." Chu Yang nodded. "Well, Assistant Lin, you are going to recruit some software programmers recently. They will be assigned to the Program Technology Department on the 8th floor." Thinking of Wu Lei's attitude just now, his eyes couldn't help but turn cold. He is indeed talented, but if his attitude is problematic, then there is no need to use him. What this world lacks most is talent, especially for him after his rebirth. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Xu Yang couldn't help but think of the shareholders' meeting of Mutian Group tomorrow. Chapter 79, Attending the Conference. Oriental Building. Mr. Shi, we have already contacted Xinhai Private Equity. Mr. Su will arrange for someone to be there tomorrow. Okay, everything will go according to plan tomorrow. Please rest assured, Mr. Shi, I, Dongfang Hai, will definitely abide by the agreement. After tomorrow's shareholders meeting, the land of Mutian Group in Binjiang New District will be transferred to Landi Group. In addition, all hotel construction projects of Dongfang Group and Mutian Group will be handed over to your Landi Group. After hanging up the phone, Dongfang Hai finally calmed down and looked up at his son Dongfang Hao. Get ready tomorrow and come with me to attend the shareholders meeting of Mutian Group. Okay, Dad. Dongfang Hao was delighted and nodded quickly. He had just heard the conversation between Dongfang Hai and Sherbatian. Although he didn't know the details, he had a vague guess that at the shareholders meeting of the Mutian Group tomorrow, they would definitely make a big move. Mutian Group's shareholders meeting is usually held in the conference room of Mutian Building. This time is no exception. Early the next morning, special staff were already standing downstairs in the Mutian Building to welcome the shareholders attending the meeting. I saw a middle-aged man with a fierce face walking out of a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, followed by two burly bodyguards. "Mr. Shi, long time no see." Mu Tianyuan hurriedly went up to him with a smile on his face. This person is the well-known figure in Hangzhou's real estate industry, the CEO of Landi Group, Sherbatian. "Chairman Mu, how are you? I heard that our Mutian Group has been developing very well recently and several projects have achieved good results." "Congratulations." Sherbatian nodded at Mu Tianyuan and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, Mr. Shi, but I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your niece." Mu Tianyuan smiled and shook his head. He knew that Mr. Shi had previously wanted a piece of construction land from the Mu Tian Group in the Binjiang New District, but because Mu Yurong wanted to build a new project there, he refused. Mr. Shi, the tyrant, is well known for his tyranny in the business community of Hangzhou. Few people dared to refuse him. So even though the other party didn't say much on the surface this time, he must be feeling a little unhappy. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind them. "Mr. Shi, Chairman Mu, long time no see." Mu Tianyuan turned around and saw Dongfang Hai walking towards him, followed by a handsome young man, who was his son, Dongfang Hao. He couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Today is the shareholders meeting of Mu Tian Group. Those attending the meeting are all shareholders or group executives of Mu Tian Group. It seems a bit against procedure for the other party to bring his son to attend. But he didn't say much. After all, they were all major shareholders of the group, and there was no need to be fussy about such a harmless matter. "Chairman Dongfang, I heard that several mid-range business hotels recently launched by your Dongfang Group have achieved good market results." "Congratulations." Seeing Dongfang Hai approaching, Mu Tianyuan said with a smile, "Chairman Mu, you are too kind. The hotel projects that Yurong has just launched are truly amazing. They really opened my eyes." Dongfang Hai laughed, then nodded respectfully to Sherbatian. "Mr. Shi, you are here too." "Yeah, I just arrived too." Sherbatian smiled and nodded, then said meaningfully to Dongfang Hai, "Brother Dongfang, Chairman Mu gave birth to such a good daughter. Do you think we should give him a good beating?" Dongfang Hai was slightly startled, then quickly reacted. "Ha, that's right, we must kill him. Ha, I should be the host today." Mu Tianyuan didn't think much about it and laughed heartily. "Mr. Shi, Chairman Dongfang, don't worry. After the shareholders meeting is over, we will go to Muyun International in front and have a good drink." Just as a few people were chatting happily, a tall young woman walked out of a Volkswagen coupe not far away. The young woman had a cool and beautiful face, was wearing a black suit, and was holding a black leather briefcase in her hand. Although he is only in his 20s, he gives people the feeling of a business elite. Coupled with her beautiful face and 170 centimeters tall figure, this immediately attracted the attention of Dongfang Hao, who was standing by. He had no resistance to this kind of OL beauties, but he didn't expect to meet a top-notch beauty here who was no less beautiful than Mu Yorong. Seeing this young woman coming over, the staff nearby quickly went to greet her. "Mr. Shi, Chairman Dongfang, you go up first, I'll be there later." Seeing that the staff members seemed a little strange, Mu Tianyuan sent Shi Badian, Dongfang Hai, and Dongfang Hao, who was still reluctant to leave and looked back every few steps, into the building, and then turned and walked towards the young woman. Thinking of Dongfang Hao's smirking expression just now, Mu Tianyuan finally understood why his daughter hated him so much. "I also secretly regretted my previous idea of bringing the two together. Chairman, this is..." Seeing Mu Tianyuan coming over, the staff hurriedly walked up to him and whispered something. "What? The fifth largest shareholder?" After hearing what the staff said, Mu Tianyuan was startled and quickly raised his head to look at this young woman with extraordinary appearance and temperament. "Chairman Mu, right?" But the young woman only smiled politely and handed a document to Mu Tianyuan. "Hello, I am Lin Shiyu, the assistant of Mr. Chu Yang. I am here today to attend the shareholders meeting on behalf of our CEO Chu. Here are my authorization documents, please take a look." Hearing the name Chu Yang, Mu Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat. He took the materials and took a look at them, and finally confirmed the other party's identity. Really? The other party finally came. After his heart raced, Mu Tianyuan still put on a smile. "Ms. Lin, welcome to our group's shareholders meeting. The venue is in the conference room on the 20th floor." "Well, thank you, Chairman Mu." Lin Shiyu nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly, then walked into the building. Looking at Lin Shiyu's calm back, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but frown. Although the other party is young and just an assistant, he is obviously not simple. And this fifth largest shareholder, whose origins were unknown, did not show up in person today, which was obviously a bit unreasonable, and this made him a little worried. At this moment, a young man wearing glasses got out of a black BMW 7 Series sedan and walked up to the group. "Hello, I'm Li Feng from Jinhai Investment. I'm here today to attend the shareholders meeting on behalf of the company." Chapter 80 Opposition. The shareholders meeting officially started at 9 a.m. in the conference room on the 20th floor. Mu Tianyuan sat in the middle of the circular conference table, with Shi Badian and Dongfang Hai sitting on both sides of him. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting next to Shi Badian, and he looked somewhat similar to Mu Tianyuan. He is the general manager of Mu Tian Group and Mu Tianyuan's cousin, Mu Tianlin. Then came Lin Shiyu, the young man with glasses, several board members of Mu Tian Group, and major group executives. Some small and medium-sized shareholders who came to attend the meeting sat in ordinary seats at the back. Sitting in the front row of the company's executives was a young woman who was no more than 20 years old. It was Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong had obviously dressed up specially today. She wore a brand new professional suit and had light makeup on her face. The originally long and thin eyebrows appeared more angular, more heroic, and less charming. The long black hair was simply tied behind her back, and paired with the black professional suit, she gave people a confident and capable feeling. If you look closely, you'll find that beneath her seemingly calm expression, she actually has a hint of nervousness and excitement. Mu Tianyuan, who was in the middle, looked around and paused for a moment when his eyes fell on Lin Shiyu. Then he said into the microphone, "Well, I declare that this shareholders meeting is now officially starting. The first thing to do is to review the proposal regarding the acquisition of the Blue Sky Hotel by a subsidiary of the group." Seeing that as usual, all shareholders voted unanimously to pass the first proposal, especially Lin Shiyu, who directly raised her hand in agreement without any ripples. Mu Tianyuan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. "It seems that I was worrying too much." He nodded, and continued. "Let's discuss the second proposal, which is about Ms. Mu Yorong joining the group's board of directors and becoming a member of the board of directors." After he finished speaking, he looked at everyone and smiled slightly. Everyone should know that in the past 2 years, many projects that Yorong was responsible for have achieved very good results in the market and have played a vital role in the future development of the group. So as the chairman of the group, I propose that she be allowed to join the group's board of directors so that she can make a more outstanding contribution to the group's next development. Hearing Mu Tianyuan's words, Mu Tianlin's pupils shrank slightly, and an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. Mu Tianyuan didn't notice it, but looked at everyone and continued to smile. If everyone has no objection, then this second proposal will be passed. Hearing his words, Mu Yorong was delighted, and a smile finally appeared on her originally cold face. Suddenly, she was extremely charming. Dongfang Hao, who was watching from the side, was stunned. But before Mu Tianyuan could finish, a faint voice sounded. Chairman Mu, if I remember correctly, your daughter is still in college. It seems a little inappropriate for her to join the group's board of directors at such a young age, right? Mu Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Dongfang Hai looking at him with a smile, and his brows couldn't help but frown. For a moment, he couldn't figure out why the other party would oppose him at this time. But he still nodded and explained to Dongfang Hai. Chairman Dongfang, I have just explained this matter. In the past 2 years, Rome has made an indelible contribution to the development of Mutian Group, especially the several projects she is responsible for, which have already achieved success in the market. Before he could finish, Dongfang Hai interrupted him. Hey, you are the chairman of the Mutian Group, so you have the final say in the group's affairs. Who knows if you gave the good projects to your daughter? At this point, Dongfang Hai smiled sinisterly and pointed at Dongfang Hao, who was not far away. Besides, I think my son Dongfang Hao is also very talented in business, especially in the field of high-end hotels. The achievements of our Dongfang Group in recent years are all due to him alone. Then I will also recommend him to join the board of directors of our Mutian Group. What do you think, Chairman Mu? You. After hearing Dongfang Hai's rogue words, Mu Tianyuan was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He never expected that at this time, this guy would actually stand up against him. And he can say such shameless words. Looking at Dongfang Hai's rogue face, Mu Tianyuan took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and said lightly. Since Chairman Dongfang has put forward his opinion, why don't we all vote by raising our hands? The result of the vote will determine whether this proposal is passed. Okay, I object anyway. Dongfang Hai just smiled coldly to express his opposition. Mu Tianyuan ignored him and looked at other people. He was extremely confident in his heart. Over the years, there had never been any accidents at the Mutian Group's board meetings. His proposals have never failed. But at this moment, a voice sounded again. Well, Chairman Mu, I think what Chairman Dongfang said makes some sense. My niece is still young after all. Chairman Mu is a little anxious. Sherbatian just shook his head slowly, looking regretful. What? Mu Tianyuan's body trembled, and he looked at Sherbatian in disbelief. He never expected that the group's old partner would actually stand on Dongfang Hai's side at this time. After all, Dongfang Hai is only a new shareholder of Mutian Group, and this is his first time to attend the shareholders' meeting. However, Sherbatian is an old shareholder of Mutian Group, and his Landi Group has been cooperating with Mutian Group for a long time. As far as he knew, Sherbatian and Dongfang Hai should not be familiar with each other. It seems that the other party should not stand on the side of Dongfang Hai in terms of emotion and reason. Seeing the half-smiley expressions of Sherbatian and Dongfang Hai, Mu Tianyuan's heart suddenly jumped, and a strong feeling of uneasiness surged into his heart again. Seeing this scene, Mu Yorong's pretty face turned pale. What she had been worried about before seemed to be coming true. Mu Tianyuan was silent for a while, and seemed to finally understand something. He looked at Mu Tianlin, who was still silent, and said lightly. Tianlin, what's your opinion? Seeing a flash of panic on the other person's face, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected. Mu Tianlin gritted his teeth and finally raised his head to look at Mu Tianyuan. Brother, don't blame me. What you have done in recent years is really too much. Mutian Group is our entire Mu family's property, but you treat it as your own. You even disagreed with your nephew wanting to work in the group. What's funny is that I'm the general manager of a group and the fourth largest shareholder, but I can't even arrange a job for my own son. But what about you? First, not only did they let your daughter serve as the chairman's assistant, but now they even want her to join the board of directors directly. Do you think this is fair? You don't have to say it, I understand. A trace of pain flashed across Mu Tianyuan's eyes. He took a deep breath and said slowly. Tianlin, don't you know what your own son is like? Just a few months after joining the group, he got several female employees in the group's hotels pregnant. Do you think that if people like him continue to stay in the group, our group can still develop well? After hearing what Mu Tianyuan said, a complex expression flashed across Mu Tianlin's face, but feeling the gaze of Badian on the side, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care what you said. Anyway, I support Mr. Shi's decision today." Mu Tianyuan's heart sank and he closed his eyes in pain. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. He remembered something and slowly turned around to look at Lin Xiyu, who was the fifth largest shareholder. "Since we are already here, let's express our views together." Chapter 81, The Rampant Eastern Sea. Looking at this young woman whose expression was still calm, it seemed as if she was not at all surprised by what had just happened. There was bitterness in Mu Tianyuan's mouth. Really? Everything that happened today was planned by the other party long ago. Once the other party gains control of the Mu Tian group, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Mu Tianyuan seemed to have aged by more than 10 years in an instant. In his opinion, even the people from the Mu family and his cousin had already sided with the other party. The purpose of this person coming here today is naturally obvious. The combined shares held by Badian, Dongfang Hai, and Mu Tianlin have reached 30%. Adding the 4.5% held by the other party, the total is 34.5%. Even if all the shares held by the remaining group executives were on his side, it would only be 1%, and there would be no chance of winning. At this moment, the young man with glasses named Li Feng stood up and shook his head. "We at Jinhai Investment also think that what Chairman Dongfang said makes sense. A mature enterprise needs a mature leader. So we also oppose this proposal." Hearing the words of the young man with glasses, the smug look on Dongfang Hai's face became even more intense. But Mu Tianyuan felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his heart was filled with complete despair. He originally thought that the Jinhai Investment Company was just optimistic about the development of the Mu Tian Group, so it bought the group's shares. In an occasion like today, such investment companies should remain neutral and not get involved. But they never expected that the other party was also with Dongfang Hai and the others. Mu Yurong looked at this scene with a pale face, and she seemed to have lost all her spirit. She finally understood that the other party had made sufficient preparations, and his strength was probably beyond her imagination. "Hey, Chairman Mu, you heard it, right? No one seems to agree with your proposal. I think we should forget about my niece Yurong joining the board of directors for now." Dongfang Hai smiled smugly at Mu Tianyuan, then looked at Mu Yurong with a playful expression and said with a half smile, "Of course, if your niece is willing to be the daughter-in-law of our Dongfang family, I can reconsider this matter." "You're dreaming." Without waiting for him to finish, Mu Yurong snorted coldly, her pretty face as cold as frost. "Even if I, Mu Yurong, never join the group's board of directors in this life, I will never marry that scumbag." After hearing her words, Dongfang Hai's face turned purple with anger. Dongfang Hai's face darkened as well, and he said with a sinister smile, "Hee, it seems that niece Yurong still has misunderstandings about our Dongfang family. In that case, Chairman Mu, as one of the major shareholders of the group, I would like to take advantage of this shareholders' meeting to propose, on behalf of the other major shareholders, to replace the group's board members and re-elect a new chairman. This should not violate procedures, right? You." Hearing the other party's words, Mu Tianyuan's face instantly turned paler. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about happened. Mu Yorong's delicate body also trembled violently. She finally understood that this matter was much more serious than she had imagined. It's not as simple as whether she joins the board of directors. Once the chairman is re-elected, it means, my father Mu Tianyuan will completely lose actual control of the group. As a family business of the Mu family, the Mu Tian group will probably no longer have anything to do with the Mu family. Thinking of this, Mu Yorong's pretty face suddenly turned extremely pale, without a trace of blood left. At this moment, a faint female voice sounded. "I'm sorry, I support Chairman Mu's proposal." Everyone was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Mu Tianyuan was also stunned, especially when he found out that the person who was speaking was Lin Xiyu. He thought he had heard it wrong. Dongfang Hai frowned and glanced at the unfamiliar Lin Xiyu. He thought that the other party was a senior executive of Mu Tian Group. He smiled coldly and said, "This is a conversation between our group's major shareholders. You small shareholders are not qualified to interrupt." Mu Yorong didn't know Lin Xiyu's identity. She just looked at this young woman whose appearance and temperament were comparable to hers with some confusion. At this time, Mu Tianyuan had already reacted, especially after seeing that there seemed to be no relationship between Dongfang Hai and Lin Xiyu. Thinking of a certain possibility, his heart couldn't help but start beating violently. Wait, this person is also one of the major shareholders of our group, so he is naturally qualified to express his opinion. Major shareholder? Hee, Mu Tianyuan, you are not angry, are you confused? Dongfang Hai glanced at Lin Shiyu indifferently and sneered. He had studied the previous shareholding situation of Mutian Group countless times, and there were only a few major shareholders. There was no woman so young among them. Mu Tianyuan ignored him and waved to the chairman's secretary. The secretary immediately understood and introduced to everyone. This person is the authorized agent of our Mutian Group's fifth largest shareholder, holding 4.5% of the group's shares and has the right to exercise shareholder rights. What? The fifth largest shareholder? Dongfang Hai and Sherbatian were just stunned. Xinhai Private Equity did not tell them that someone was buying Mutian Group's stocks at a low price, but only got 4% of Mutian Group's shares as agreed. Li Feng on the side vaguely guessed something. He glanced at Lin Shiyu not far away and his expression became a little gloomy. Lin Shiyu smiled faintly at Mu Tianyuan. Chairman Mu, although I don't know the development of the Mutian Group, our President Chu has already explained that we at Tianyang Capital fully support the arrangements made by Chairman Mu and Miss Mu Yorong today. Tianyang Capital? Dongfang Hai finally recovered from his shock. When he heard these four words, his heart sank. The other party was obviously well prepared. 4.5% of the shares? Dongfang Hai quickly began to calculate in his mind. According to the company law of China, resolutions of the general meeting of shareholders must be passed by more than half of the voting rights held by shareholders attending the meeting. Mu Tianyuan owns 30% of the group's shares, plus 4.5% of Tianyang Capital, which adds up to 34.5% of the shares. On their side, Sherbatian owns 15% of the group's shares, plus his own 10%, Mu Tianlin's 5%, and Jinhai Investments 4%, which together is exactly 34%. Just a 0.5% difference. And this 0.5% is obviously the key to determining the outcome of the battle today. Thinking of this, Dongfang Hai's breathing became a little rapid. He quickly winked at Mu Tianlin and then set his gaze on those group executives whom he didn't care about just now. The 1% of shares held by these executives is the key to whether or not we can successfully take control of the Mutian Group today. Mu Tianyuan had obviously thought of this, and he quickly winked at Mu Yorong, then looked at the group executives. But at this moment, Lin Shiyu's voice rang out again. Chairman Mu, there is one thing I need to clarify. In addition to our CEO Chu owning 4.5% of your group's shares, I also own 2% of your group's shares. Chapter 82 Mu Yorong's Curiosity. Chairman Mu, there is one thing I need to clarify. In addition to our CEO Chu owning 4.5% of your group's shares, I also own 2% of your group's shares. So I came here today, not only to represent our CEO Chu, but also to attend this shareholders meeting on my own behalf. When Lin Shiyu's voice fell, Mu Tianyuan was stunned again, and then looked at the chairman's secretary not far away with some doubt. The chairman's secretary quickly looked at the list of shareholders in his hand, and then couldn't help showing a surprised expression, and nodded to Mu Tianyuan. Chairman Mu, what Miss Lin Shiyu said is correct. She is also one of the major shareholders of our group, owning 2.15% of the group's shares. After hearing the other party's words, Mu Tianyuan was suddenly overjoyed and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He knew that with this 2.15% stake, the plans of Dongfang Hai and others were completely hopeless. After hearing what the chairman's secretary said, Dongfang Hai's heart sank to the bottom and he was completely deflated. If there was only a 0.5% difference in shares, there would still be a glimmer of hope today. But if the other party adds this 2.15%, their plan will no longer be possible. Knowing that it was impossible to do anything, he snorted coldly, stood up, glanced coldly at Lin Shiyu who was not far away, turned around and walked out. Sherbatian was still sitting there, his face as gloomy as water, as if he had not experienced any emotional fluctuations because of what had just happened. Mu Tianlin sat aside feeling somewhat nervous, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. Mu Yorong looked at Lin Shiyu with admiration. The other party just said one sentence and saved their Mu family's control over the Mu Tian group. This is simply too amazing in her eyes. Seeing Dongfang Hai stand up and walk out, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart, pretending to keep him, saying, Chairman Dongfang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The shareholders' meeting has not yet ended. There are still several proposals that need to be voted on. Snort. Dongfang Hai snorted heavily and walked outside without looking back. Dad, wait for me. Dongfang Hai was at a loss when he saw this, so he quickly stood up and followed. Looking at the backs of the two men, and then at Sherbatian, who was still sitting there in a sullen manner, Mu Tianyuan smiled slightly. Mr. Sher, are you okay? Shall we continue the meeting? Sherbatian laughed dryly. Hey, Chairman Mu, that old guy Dongfang Hai must have had a seizure just now. He actually said something as ridiculous as replacing the chairman. But don't worry, even if we really had to vote just now, I, Sherbatian, would firmly stand on your side, Chairman Mu. After all, our two companies have been working together for so many years. I know better than anyone how important you are to the Mutian Group. Oh? Mu Tianyuan showed a surprised expression and said with a half smile, then I really have to thank Mr. Sher for supporting me, Mu Tianyuan, especially for supporting our Mu family. Having said that, he glanced at Mu Tianlin standing aside without leaving any trace. Chairman Mu, you are too polite. Sherbatian smiled awkwardly, then remembered something and said quickly. By the way, Chairman Mu, didn't you just propose to let Nis Yurong join the group's board of directors? I just thought about it again and felt that Nis Yurong has indeed made an indelible contribution to the group's recent development, and the development of Mutian Group also needs young fresh blood. So I have no opinion. Oh? Since Mr. Sher agrees, then we have approved this matter? Of course I passed. Then we will review the third proposal, which is about the group's investment plan for the development of high-end senior apartment projects. Next, Mu Yurong successfully entered the board of directors of Mutian Group, and then Mu Tianyuan proposed two important project proposals. These two projects are proposed for the first time and are likely to have a profound impact on the development of Mutian Group. After the shareholders' meeting ended, Mu Tianyuan sneered as he watched Sherbatian, Li Feng, and others walking away. He thought of something again, and hurriedly pulled Mu Yurong to Lin Shiyu, who was about to leave. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Ms. Lin, I won't say any more polite words. I, Mu Tianyuan, will always remember what happened today. Lin Shiyu glanced at Mu Yurong, secretly surprised at her youth and beauty, especially her natural charm. Then she shook her head at Mu Tianyuan and said, Chairman Mu, you are too polite. I am just following the instructions of our President Chu. Boss Chu? Mu Tianyuan was slightly stunned, then said solemnly, Please also tell President Chu that if there is anything that can be done with our Mutian Group in the future, please just let us know. We, father and daughter, will definitely obey your orders. Okay, I'll pass it on to President Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded, then turned and walked outside. Seeing Lin Shiyu leave, Mu Yurong finally couldn't help but ask, Dad, who is this Miss Lin? Why is she helping us today? Watching Lin Shiyu's back completely disappear outside the conference room door, Mu Tianyuan frowned and began to think. After a long while, he still couldn't figure it out and could only shake his head. I haven't figured it out yet, but I heard from Miss Lin that the other party seems to be called Tianyang Capital. I guess they are also looking to invest in our Mutian Group. But one thing is certain, this Miss Lin and Mr. Chu behind her should have no ill will towards us. But after this lesson, we must be extremely careful in the future. Especially for Dongfang Hai and Sherbatian, you must always be careful and vigilant. Having said that, Mu Tianyuan suddenly remembered something, turned around and looked at Mu Tianlin, who was sitting there with a nervous look on his face, and snorted coldly. Mu Tianlin was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Brother, I can't help myself. Chapter 83 Test Drive. School of Finance and Economics. Just as the Mutian Group was holding its shareholders' meeting, Chu Yang and Zhou Wei were testing the pineapple brand bicycles that had just been trial produced. Yangzi, why does this bicycle look a little strange? Zhou Wei looked at the small and unique bicycle in front of him with some surprise. There is a shallow storage basket in front, and there seems to be a glass bottom. The seat is large and soft, but there is no room for passengers in the back. The whole car body is a combination of white and green, giving people a simple and refreshing feeling. There is also a cute pineapple logo on it. It was the first time he had seen a bicycle with such a unique design. The crisp sound of de-de-de from the chain rang out. Chu Yang rode around downstairs of the dormitory. Feeling the lightness of the bike and the comfortable riding experience, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good. That's the feeling. In fact, in the last life, when competition in the shared bicycle market was fierce, Tianyang Capital considered investing in Mobike, which was in a leading position at the time but had a very tight capital chain. Chu Yang also specifically studied the design structure of shared bicycles, which was the most competitive advantage of Mobike at the time. However, after fully analyzing the market competition situation at that time, it finally handed it over to Meituan Company. There are only two reasons why the competition in the field of shared bicycles in China is fierce. One is the gap in relevant patent protection rights. The other is that large internet giants have entered the market to disrupt the situation. Crazy subsidies have led to serious internal competition, and a single shared bicycle project cannot be profitable on its own in the short term. The fundamental reason is that the huge number of shared bicycle users is undoubtedly the best traffic base for the internet ecosystem. It is also the key entrance to the future Internet of Things ecosystem. Thinking of the almost brutal competition in the shared bicycle industry in his previous life, Xu Yang couldn't help feeling helpless. Full competition is beneficial to industry development and consumer rights protection. But if an industry is over-competitive or even maliciously competitive, it will only lead to the failure of the price mechanism, irrational allocation of resources, and even a direct reduction in the efficiency of social and economic operations. In the previous life, many shared bicycle companies that entered the market early went bankrupt, which also reflects this point. And these shared bicycle companies that have closed down in large numbers can't even afford to pay the users' deposits. In his previous life, Xu Yang had done in-depth research in the field of internet economy and was able to single-handedly establish Tianyang Capital. He naturally knew the reasons. He shook his head, and without thinking anymore, he rode the pineapple bike in front of Zhou Wei. "Come on, Wei Ge, how about you try it?" Xu Yang got out of the car with ease. Because Zhou Wei was 185 centimeters tall, he adjusted the seat higher. Zhou Wei was even more surprised when he saw the strange switch for adjusting the seat under the seat. It was the first time he saw a bicycle whose seat height could be adjusted so easily. Zhou Wei got on the bike with some curiosity and started pedaling. Then he was stunned for a moment. Oh shit! It's so easy to ride. It's so light and effortless. Even with his weight of more than 180 kilograms, he didn't feel any effort at all. Zhou Wei enjoyed riding more and more and simply couldn't stop. Accompanied by the crisp sound of d-d-d-d of the chain, he made a big circle in the academy. Because it was Saturday, there were many students on campus. Many people looked over at Zhou Wei, a burly man, riding a small, oddly shaped bicycle happily as if he was letting himself go. Then everyone was curious about what was wrong with this guy, that he could ride a children's bicycle so happily. And he can ride so fast. Brother Wei, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of damaging the car? When Chen Xiaokan walked out of the dormitory building, he saw Zhou Wei, who was riding happily, at first sight, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. It's okay, Yangzi said this car can handle 200 kilograms of weight without any problem. Zhou Wei got off the bicycle reluctantly, and began to study the switch under the seat for adjusting the seat height with some curiosity. Then he lowered the seat easily and pushed the bike in front of Chen Xiaokang. Do you want to try it? It feels so good to ride. Is it that good? Chen Xiaokang got on the bicycle with some suspicion, then just pedaled twice and his eyes lit up. Oh shit! What kind of magical car is this? It's so damn good to ride. He just rode around, then quickly rode in front of Xu Yang and asked excitedly. Brother Yang, where did you get this car? How much is it? Chen Xiaokang felt that he had discovered a huge business opportunity. He had never seen a bike that was so easy to ride before. If we make a batch and sell them in the university town, wouldn't we make a lot of money? Seeing the light in Chen Xiaokang's eyes, Xu Yang knew what he was thinking. I bought it from the Philco bicycle factory, but it's not cheap. How much is it? Chen Xiaokang asked with some disapproval, how much can such a small bicycle be worth? Probably more than 1,000 per car. Xu Yang said casually. What? More than 1,000? Chen Xiaokang was stunned by Lei's gaze, and all the thoughts he had just had disappeared in an instant. Joke. Nowadays, you can buy a mountain bike of ordinary brands for only 700-800 yuan. Who would spend more than 1,000 yuan to buy a children's bike like this? Why did you buy it when it's so expensive? Chen Xiaokan looked at Xu Yang in confusion, as if he was being taken advantage of. I don't think anyone would want this thing even if I sold it second hand. It can't even carry one person. Xu Yang smiled slightly. This one is just a sample. I plan to buy a few more for rental. Rent? Chen Xiaokan's eyes widened. Xu Yang nodded. Well, $1 an hour, what do you think? Are you crazy? Chen Xiaokang shook his head speechlessly. Even though he was knowledgeable, it was the first time he heard of someone renting out bicycles. And they charge by the hour. $1 an hour. Why not grab it? People come here specifically to rent the bikes, and then have to return them after riding. The round trip alone probably takes more than an hour. Not to mention the price, renting a bicycle and riding back and forth is a huge waste of time. Although this bike is really easy to ride, how could anyone be willing to rent it? Looking at the uniquely shaped children's bicycle in the distance, and seeing Chu Yang standing there with a serious expression, Chen Xiaokong couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that this guy was really driven stupid by Jiang Xiaoying? Chapter 84, The Frustrated Lin Shiyu. Chu Yang did not explain much to Chen Xiaokong and the others. He just told Zhou Wei about participating in the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition and asked him to prepare to go and help soon. Zhou Wei naturally nodded and agreed without hesitation. However, when he heard that Chu Yang was going to use this bicycle rental project to participate in this entrepreneurship competition, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he didn't say much. This kind of college student entrepreneurship competition is all about participation. When Chu Yang returned to Antai building, Lin Shiyu was already waiting for him in the office. Boss Chu, the shareholders meeting just ended. You are right. Today, Dongfang Hai and Sherbatian teamed up to force Mu Tianyuan to abdicate. Lin Shiyu recounted what happened at today's shareholders meeting and became even more curious about Chu Yang. Even Mu Tianlin did not expect that Dongfang Hai and others would attack him at the shareholders meeting. How did Chu Yang know about it? He even arranged for himself to come forward in advance and easily resolved Mu Tianyuan's crisis. After listening to Lin Shiyu's description, Chu Yang nodded and asked, "Well, you mean, there is a company called Jinhai Investment attending the meeting today? And it holds 4% of the shares of Mutian Group?" "Yes, Mr. Chu, the young man who represented this company at the meeting is called Li Feng. I have just checked. The registered address of this company is in Mo City. It seems to have some connection with Xinhai Private Equity." When Lin Shiyu was looking up this company, she found that although Jinhai Investment Company was established not long ago, many online news reports said that this company had a close relationship with Xinhai Private Equity. There are even rumors that this company is one of the investment companies under Xinhai Private Equity. So she couldn't help but feel a little worried. When she was a manager at Guitong Securities, she often heard about the horrors of Xinhai Private Equity. It can be said that the four words Xinhai Private Equity are like a mountain in China's securities market, almost insurmountable. No one dares to offend. Especially Mr. Su from Xinhai Private Equity, who can be said to be a legend in the eyes of a generation of stock investors, and also a nightmare in the hearts of many people. Is this Xinhai Private Equity? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, already understanding a little. It seems that the one that has left Zhou Yu and others helpless on the check from Mutian shares recently is actually the famous Xinhai Private Equity. The other party should have reached some kind of agreement with Dongfang Hai. No wonder, Chu Yang had heard about the methods of this chief leader Su in his previous life. Although the other party had already gone bankrupt when Tianyang Capital was established, the four words Xinhai Private Equity have become a thing of the past. Boss Chu, it is said that the person from Xinhai Private Equity has extraordinary means. Many private equity institutions that accidentally offended them have been severely targeted. Should we take shelter for a while? Lin Shiyu hesitated for a moment, still speaking with some trepidation. The one from Xinhai Private Equity? You mean Su Yang? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Hearing the word Su Yang, Lin Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. At this time, few people in China's private equity sector dared to say this name directly. Seeing Lin Shiyu's somewhat anxious expression, Chu Yang smiled faintly. Don't worry, just follow my instructions. By the way, you just said that at today's shareholders meeting, in addition to Mu Yorong joining the group's board of directors, Mu Tian Group also officially announced 2 key projects? When Chu Yang asked about this, Lin Shiyu immediately nodded excitedly. Yes, Mr. Chu, both projects have great development potential, which is definitely a big plus for the check from Mutian shares. Plus the actual control dispute at today's shareholders meeting, I guess Mu Tianlin and Dongfang Hai will rush to buy the group's shares, right? When do you think it would be appropriate to sell the Mu Tian Group's shares that we hold? In her opinion, with the equity dispute at this shareholders meeting, coupled with the news of major positive news, the check for Mutian shares will definitely soar to the sky. The more than 30 million shares in her account had more than doubled before the shareholders meeting, reaching a market value of 65 million. If there is another wave of daily limit increase, wouldn't it be huge profit? Thinking of this, she secretly admired Chu Yang again. I didn't expect that the other party could actually detect the abnormality of Mutian Group. He just asked me to collect some equity information and discovered the problem. Just as Lin Xiyu was imagining the horrific profits that would follow, Xu Yang shook his head. Notify Zhou Yu and the others to clear all the Mutian shares in your account on Monday. Clear the warehouse? Lin Xiyu was stunned and looked at Xu Yang in disbelief. Xu Yang nodded again. Well, you can just clear the position after it opens high, no need to wait until it reaches the daily limit. Lin Xiyu was like a deflated ball, but she did not dare to go against Xu Yang's arrangement. She could only nod in frustration, and then asked unwillingly. Boss Chu, can you tell me why? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows and said lightly. When bad news comes out, it's good news, and when good news comes out, it's bad news. You should have heard this saying, right? Although the key project of Mutian Group is a major positive, it is not to the point where institutional funds are scrambling to buy shares. Moreover, it is impossible for the senior executives within the group to not know about this matter before. But. Seeing that Lin Xiyu was still a little unconvinced, Xu Yang knew what she wanted to say and interrupted her directly. Are you talking about the fight for controlling rights at the shareholders' meeting? Do you think that Mu Tianyuan will definitely buy more company stocks in order to maintain his position as chairman? Even Dongfang Hai and his people will continue to buy shares of Mutian Group to compete with Mu Tianyuan? Difficult, isn't it? Lin Xiyu asked with some confusion. She didn't know why, but she felt that Xu Yang was looking at her as if she were an idiot. You are so naive. Looking at Lin Xiyu's cute, confused expression, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. If after today's shareholders' meeting, Mu Tianyuan still needs to increase his holdings in the secondary market to guarantee his controlling stake, then he is not worthy of being the chairman of Mu Tian Group. As for Dongfang Hai and the others, he. After hearing what Xu Yang said, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but feel that she was really an idiot. She still didn't understand what the other party meant. I am a top student who graduated with a master's degree in finance from Harvard University. Why is there such a big gap between me and the other party? Lin Xiyu pouted in dissatisfaction, and a strong sense of frustration surged into her heart again. When she looked up at Xu Yang's handsome face, she was a little stunned for a moment. Xu Yang did not notice the abnormality in Lin Xiyu's expression, but continued to make arrangements. One more thing. You should learn about the current Bitcoin trading platforms and register a few trading accounts. Chapter 85 Project Preliminary Review. Bitcoin? Lin Xiyu was slightly startled. Having studied abroad in the United States, she was not unfamiliar with this name. She knew that this digital cryptocurrency generated based on a specific algorithm and with decentralized characteristics was not paid much attention when it was first born in 2009. Few people actually use it as currency. There was even an American engineer who used 2,000 bitcoins to beg a baker to buy a hamburger in 2010. However, in the past 2 years, the security of Bitcoin has gradually been verified and has gradually entered the public eye. Its price has also increased from less than 1 cent per coin to $5 per coin some time ago. It has also reached the highest position in history. Well, let Zhou Yu and his team find a suitable opportunity to buy Bitcoin. The price doesn't have to be the lowest, but the operation must be concealed. Xu Yang nodded, without further explanation, and arranged. At the same time, after clearing out Mutian shares, I will put my main positions in the 2 stocks of Zhongyou Technology and Zongjingbao. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go inform Zhou Yu and the others right away. Hearing Xu Yang's words, Lin Xiyu's heart skipped a beat and she nodded quickly. Then he walked quickly out of the office. She now has reached the point of blindly trusting Xu Yang's judgment of the stock market. Looking at Lin Xiyu's back, Xu Yang was thinking about something. He originally asked Lin Xiyu to attend the shareholders' meeting on his behalf because he didn't want to expose himself too early. Because Xu Yang knew very well. Although he was reborn, he had a foresight that most people did not have, and with his terrifying memory, he could easily acquire huge wealth in the capital market. But this does not mean that he can truly reach the top with this. Especially for those truly powerful beings in China, no matter how much personal wealth they have, without sufficient strength to support it, it may just be a number. Therefore, for him who has just been reborn, the best way is to develop slowly. However, now that he is facing the behemoth Xinhai Private Equity, Xu Yang, who is familiar with the rules of the capital game, knows very well that he will soon be exposed to the leader Su. It seems that my plan to live a comfortable life is going to fail. Some things need to be accelerated. Looking at the market value of Mutian shares in his stock account, which has reached 130 million Chinese yuan, and the 50 million available funds that have doubled again in the past week, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. From his rebirth to now, it has been only a little over a month. Adding the shares in Lin Shiyu's account, his assets have reached 2 small goals. This speed of amassing wealth is terrifying. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Xu Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from the beautiful instructor Su Yuru. He collected his thoughts and pressed the answer button. Su Yuru's hurried voice came from the phone. Xu Yang, the competition committee just notified us that they will conduct a preliminary review of the project materials at Zhejiang University this afternoon. All registered projects must pass the preliminary review before they can participate in the competition. In addition, the opening ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition will be held at Zhejiang University tomorrow morning. All project leaders are required to arrive in advance. On-site preliminary review? Xu Yang was slightly stunned, and then immediately realized that this was probably to screen out some entries that did not meet the standards. Okay, Mr. Su, I got it. I will go to Zhejiang University this afternoon to participate in the preliminary examination. Well, where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up and go over there together? Thank you, Mr. Su, but no need, I can go there by myself. Well, don't forget to bring all the materials for the competition. Also, remember to go to the Zhejiang campus of Zhejiang University. Hearing Xu Yang's refusal, Su Yuru seemed a little disappointed. She gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Bauhinia Port Campus? Xu Yang put down his phone, thought for a moment, then picked up the project information of Pineapple Bicycle and walked out of the office, saying to Yang Dahu beside him, "Let's go to Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics." After Zhou Wei received Xu Yang's call, he went straight to the gate of the college. Then he saw Xu Yang, who was already sitting in the car waiting for him. Sitting in this obviously expensive Mercedes-Benz coupe, Zhou Wei glanced at Yang Dahu, who was driving in front, and then looked at Xu Yang with some confusion. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not ask any more questions. In fact, after the last time at Luelu, he had already vaguely felt that something was wrong with his good brother. Not only does he rarely go back to college, but he's like a completely different person compared to before. Everyone else thought that Xu Yang was traumatized by Jiang Xiaoying's incident, coupled with the campus BBS incident, so he was unwilling to come back and face other people's ridicule. But Zhou Wei knew in his heart that based on his understanding of Xu Yang, the other party would never choose to escape so easily. Maybe there are other reasons. But none of this matters. He believes in Xu Yang, and that's enough. Thinking of this, Zhou Wei suddenly relaxed. He looked at the luxurious interior of the Mercedes-Benz curiously and asked casually, "Yangzi, where are we going?" "Go to Zhejiang University to participate in the preliminary review of the projects for this entrepreneurship competition." Xu Yang felt warm in his heart as he took in Zhou Wei's expression, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. Zhejiang University is the only first-class university in Zhejiang province. Even in the whole of China, it is second only to Yanbei University and Jinghua University, and is on par with top universities such as Shanghai Jiaotong University and Huadan University. Especially in recent years, thanks to the rapid development of Hangzhou's internet industry and strong financial support from all parties, the strength of Zhejiang province's universities has further advanced by leaps and bounds. It has even been ranked first in the country many times in scientific and technological inventions, internet economic entrepreneurship incubation, etc. It is far from being comparable to ordinary second-tier colleges like the Finance College. The Zhejiang campus is the main campus of Zhejiang University, located next to the scenic CC wetland. As Xu Yang and Zhou Wei walked into the campus, an endless lake came into their sight. Zhou Wei was dumbfounded. "Fuck, this lake is too big, right? Yangzi, this is Zhejiang University? Why does it feel like this lake alone is larger than the entire area of our finance institute?" Looking at Zhou Wei, who was looking around nervously, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, for Zhou Wei, who studied very hard throughout high school and finally got admitted to the School of Finance, Zhejiang University is indeed a relatively sacred place. Looking at the lively little square in the distance, Xu Yang walked forward quickly. "Let's go, that should be where the project is initially reviewed." There was a row of tables in the small square. Some college students were sitting behind the tables collecting materials. They should be the student union cadres who were assigned to help. Several middle-aged men who looked like leaders sat in the back, reviewing the submitted materials. Because there are many participating schools, the square seems a bit crowded at this time, and there are some familiar faces among them. Xu Yang didn't want to waste any more time here, and just when he saw an empty table, he quickly walked up and handed the materials in his hand over. But at this moment, another hand blocked in front of him. Then, an unquestionable and faint voice sounded. Help my friend to review first. Chapter 86 Weird Project. Help my friend to review first. A young man with glasses and wearing a neat suit stood in front of Xu Yang and put the documents in his hand on the table. Seeing this figure, the boy in charge of collecting materials hurriedly said respectfully, Okay, Chairman Jiang. Xu Yang frowned. He had already recognized him. This was the young man who was with Ouyang Jia on the upper floor outside the building that day. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should be the one who stole Wu Lei's girlfriend and used some means to send Wu Lei to the police station. That is the current president of the Student Union of Zhejiang University, Zhang Fan. Is it you? Zhang Fan turned around and was about to leave, but inadvertently saw Xu Yang and Zhou Wei behind him, and recognized Xu Yang. He was slightly stunned, and then he remembered the day when Xu Yang spoke wildly on the top of Luelu. Hey, you're actually here to participate in this entrepreneurship competition? Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at the project materials in Xu Yang's hand. After seeing the project name on the cover, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Sharing bike rentals? Renting bikes? Pfft, this can't be the entrepreneurial project you mentioned that can threaten the Ali Group? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Fan managed to stop laughing with great difficulty. He then remembered something and turned to the two people not far away and said with a smile, Chairman Ouyang, your acquaintance is actually participating in this entrepreneurship competition. It seems that he really has lofty ambitions. Especially this entrepreneurial project, it's so creative, I can't help it, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing the other party's sarcastic expression, Zhou Wei's face turned red, but Xu Yang shook his head at him, indicating that it was okay. Brother Jiang, what kind of entrepreneurial project is this? It's so funny? Another voice was heard, and two figures, a man and a woman, were seen walking over from not far away. The boy was handsome, dressed in fashionable luxury brand clothes, with a wicked smile on his face, and looked just like those top male stars. The girl had a beautiful face. Although she was also a student, she was wearing a proper professional suit. The simple white shirt and black hip skirt can't hide her curvy figure, and a pair of snow-white, round and sexy legs are revealed under the skirt. Although she was not wearing stockings, there was no flaw on her crystal-clear skin as white as mutton fat jade. Coupled with the fact that there was a hint of charm in the other person's cold expression, all the boys around her stared at her. Ouyang Jia had already recognized Xu Yang. Thinking of the reason why Yang Zihan rejected him and the intimate posture between them, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Then Zhang Fan pointed at the information in the other person's hand and laughed so hard that he couldn't speak. Chairman Ouyang, guess what this person's entrepreneurial project is? It turns out to be renting out bicycles. This is simply the most creative entrepreneurial project I have ever seen. What? Renting bicycles? Ouyang Jia was stunned at first, then he glanced at the project title on the document in Xu Yang's hand, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The corner of his mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm, looking at Xu Yang. Student Xu, this entrepreneurship competition is not about small business, not just any random project can join. And even if you're just running a small business, you should at least be generous and rent out an electric car or something, right? Electric car? Zhang Fan couldn't help it again, he gave Ouyang Jia a thumbs up and laughed again. Xu Yang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Is it you? Mu Yurong couldn't help but frown when she saw that it was Xu Yang. She didn't expect that an ordinary student from a second-tier college like her would actually sign up for this entrepreneurship competition. She knows better than anyone the difficulty of this national college student entrepreneurship competition. It is not the kind of formal competition that you would see in the past. Not to mention ordinary second-tier colleges like the College of Finance and Economics. If the project does not have real substance and is not backed by a large enterprise, even in a key institution like the Academy of Arts, there is no possibility of winning an award. Although he had no good feelings towards this guy, but thinking of what Yang Zihan had said to him before he left, Mu Yurong took a step forward, pulled Xu Yang aside, and said softly, This entrepreneurship competition is not that easy. You should not waste your energy. Go back quickly. There is no need to be laughed at by them here. Seeing that it was Mu Yurong, Xu Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised, but when he thought of the competition project information that Zhang Fan had just held in his hand, he instantly understood. It seems that the other party is also here to participate in this entrepreneurship competition, and the participating project should be the Elderly Health Hotel project. I didn't expect this girl to have some vision. Shu Yang naturally knew that the field of high-end health hotels did have good development prospects in the next few years. However, after hearing what Mu Yorong said, he smiled faintly, shook his head and said, "Wasted effort? I don't think so. I think my project is pretty good." "You? Good? As for your weird project of renting bicycles?" Seeing Chu Yang's self-righteous look, Mu Yorong couldn't help but get angry. When Zhang Fan saw that Mu Yorong actually pulled Chu Yang aside, the smile on his face instantly turned cold. He had long coveted Mu Yorong, the famous business genius and beauty in Hangzhou. The natural charm of the other party especially made the experienced man's heart beat fast. He had been pursuing Mu Yorong for a while but was always treated coldly by her. However, he did not expect that she would know this strange guy and even seem to care about him. At this moment, the student's voice came from the side. "Brother Jiang, your project materials have passed the review." Zhang Fan turned around and took the project materials, then walked in front of Mu Yorong and smiled what he thought was a very handsome smile. "Ms. Mu, your project has passed the preliminary review. I just said it, there must be no problem with the project you proposed." "Thanks." Mu Yorong took the materials from Zhang Fan and said thank you lightly, with no expression on her cold face. "Miss Mu, you are too polite." Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Then he remembered something, turned around and smiled coldly at Chu Yang beside him, and said in a formal tone, "Student, where is the teacher in charge of the entrepreneurship competition in your college?" Even such a weird project was accepted for the competition. Didn't they conduct the most basic screening? As the president of the student union at Zhejiang University, he was used to treating other students in a condescending manner. What's more, the main organizer of this entrepreneurship competition is Zhejiang University. Chapter 87 Ouyang Jia's Anger 5-star praise plus extra. As a student of Zhejiang University, I have a natural sense of superiority when facing students from other universities in Hangzhou. What's more, this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition is the home ground of Zhejiang University. As Zhang Fan could become the president of the student union of a famous university like Zhejiang University, his family background must be extraordinary. So when facing Chu Yang, Zhang Fan naturally adopted a condescending attitude. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "It seems that this has nothing to do with you, right? Or can you represent the competition committee this time?" "You." Zhang Fan's face turned pale and blue, and he was choked and unable to speak for a while. "Representing this competition committee?" He didn't dare to say that. This National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition is an event that is highly valued by the official top leaders, and the competition committee is composed of leaders of the National Youth League and official leaders of Zhejiang Province. Even Zhejiang University was only responsible for providing the venue. Although he is the president of the student union of Zhejiang University, he is just a contestant in this entrepreneurship competition. After saying that, Chu Yang ignored the other party and walked directly to the table and placed the materials in his hand on the table. The boy who was collecting the materials looked at Zhang Fan at the side with some hesitation. He had heard the conversation between the few people just now, so he was afraid that Chairman Jiang would vent his anger on him. "Why, you're not reviewing the project materials? Or does my project fail to meet the review standards just by looking at the name?" Seeing that the other party didn't look at his materials, a hint of coldness flashed in Chu Yang's eyes, and his whole aura suddenly changed, and a powerful aura of a superior was released. "No, no." The boy who was collecting the materials trembled when Chu Yang's cold gaze swept over him. He felt as if the air around him suddenly became colder. He quickly picked up the materials and began to look at them. After confirming that the materials were complete, he quickly turned around and walked to the middle-aged men behind him. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang snorted lightly, and the aura on his body disappeared instantly, returning to his previous state. In his previous life, as a successful man who founded Tianyang Capital and had a net worth of nearly 10 billion, Chu Yang's aura was naturally far beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, as a true superior, this aura has become plain and simple, and can be controlled at will. Even after rebirth, within this young body is still the mature soul of a nearly 40-year-old. And with Chu Yang's vision and goals, he naturally wouldn't take Zhang Fan, Ouyang Jia and other little brats seriously. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have temper. Feeling Chu Yang's sudden unusualness, a hint of surprise flashed across Mu Yorong's beautiful eyes. She had only felt this feeling from her father, the chairman of the Mu Tian group. But that feeling was fleeting, and she couldn't help but shake her head secretly, thinking that she must have been wrong. The other party is just an ordinary college student from a second-tier university. How can he be compared with my father? This weird bicycle rental project also wants to pass the preliminary review? It's just asking for trouble. Jiang Fan sneered, turned around and walked away. I think it would be good if I could pass the preliminary review. That way, I would have the opportunity to teach him what real entrepreneurship is during the competition. Ouyang Jie followed behind with a playful look on his face. Then he turned around and looked at Mu Yurong, who was still standing there. What do you think, Miss Mu? Mu Yurong ignored him and frowned at Chu Yang again, but in the end she didn't say anything. He said something to Ouyang Jie, then turned around and walked out of the campus with the materials. I'll be here tomorrow for the opening ceremony. Looking at Mu Yurong's beautiful back as she walked away, Jiang Fan could not help but snort coldly. He had already noticed that Mu Yurong's attitude towards him and Ouyang Jie had obviously changed since she mocked Chu Yang. Chairman Ouyang, how come Miss Mu knows that mediocre guy? She seems to care about him a lot. Brother Jiang, you misunderstood. It was all because of Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan has always claimed that the top-notch guy just now was her younger brother. Ouyang Jie briefly described the relationship between Chu Yang and Yang Zihan. So that's how it is. Hearing that there was no relationship between Mu Yurong and Chu Yang, Jiang Fan felt better, and then he asked curiously. If I remember correctly, Chairman Ouyang, aren't you pursuing Yang Zihan? Why are you targeting her brother so much? Younger brother? Ouyang Jie sneered, his eyes flashed with unspeakable hatred, and his handsome face was distorted for a moment. Hey, have you ever seen a sister and a brother check into a couple's hotel? Yangzi, that guy is too arrogant, isn't he? If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have beaten him up. Seeing Jiang Fan and his companions walking away, Zhou Wei said angrily. His face was still a little red, and he was obviously still angry. Chu Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He knew that Zhou Wei was a typical Shandong man with a very upright character. Sometimes he couldn't stand such things as bullying. Well, don't pay attention to them, we are just here to participate in the entrepreneurship competition. The entrepreneurship competition. Hearing these words, Zhou Wei's face instantly turned bitter. Yangzi, although what those guys said just now was a bit excessive, your bicycle rental project is indeed somewhat. Otherwise, let's just forget it. Xu Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly and was about to say something, but he saw the boy in charge of collecting materials leading a middle-aged man with an imposing manner walking towards him quickly. This middle-aged man was about 40 years old, dressed simply, in standard institutional attire, but a hint of majesty inadvertently revealed between his brows. The boy pointed at Xu Yang and introduced him respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, took the materials and walked directly to Chu Yang and asked. Excuse me, are you the person in charge of this pineapple bike project? Seeing Chu Yang nod, the middle-aged man was delighted and said excitedly. Student, can you give us a detailed introduction to the specific model of this pineapple bike? What do the words matching vehicles based on location information and retrieving vehicles without a fixed location mean? Chapter 88, The Identity of a Man 5-Star Praise plus more. The middle-aged man seemed a little excited, which seemed inconsistent with the majesty that unconsciously revealed between his brows. Chu Yang smiled faintly and explained the details of the pineapple bike project one by one. The more the middle-aged man listened, the more frightened he became, and the expression on his face changed from curiosity at first to shock later. He works in the Development and Reform Office of Zhejiang Province and has done special research on urban green travel. He naturally knows how important this project will be to urban green travel reform if it is successful. Especially for people traveling in the city, it will be much more convenient. He never expected that such a young college student could come up with such a creative project and consider so many details of the project so thoroughly. This is clearly a new thing that is born for the first time, a startup project that is only in the early stages of planning, but the other party's description makes it seem as if it is a mature market product. This little guy is definitely not simple. Seeing Chu Yang's calm and composed expression, the middle-aged man who had seen countless people couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. By the way, classmate, what's your name? Are you a student at Zhejiang University? Chu Yang shook his head. My name is Chu Yang, and I'm currently a sophomore at Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics. Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics? The middle-aged man was stunned and even more surprised. He had also heard of this College of Finance and Economics, but it was just an ordinary second-tier college. In recent years, it had been trying to apply to be upgraded to Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics, but it has not been approved yet. He didn't expect that such a creative entrepreneurial project would come from such a little-known second-tier university. And this young man in front of him who looked extraordinary was actually just a student from an ordinary second-tier college. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then asked, "Student Xu Yang, when do you plan to start the pineapple bike project? Are there any difficulties with funding?" In his opinion, it is difficult for an ordinary second-tier college like Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics to seek strong support in terms of funds. What's more, this is a brand new industrial model that requires a lot of initial investment. When Xu Yang said that the bicycle samples have been trial produced and mass production will start soon, the middle-aged man was shocked. Then he took a deep breath, took out a business card and handed it to Xu Yang, and said solemnly, "Student Xu Yang, I'm Guo Jindong from the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office, and I'm also a member of the competition committee for this entrepreneurship competition. I'm very optimistic about your pineapple bike project. If you need my help in the future, you can always call me." After saying that, he reached out, patted Xu Yang on the shoulder, then turned and left. This scene just now not only made the boy who was responsible for collecting materials dumbfounded. Zhou Wei, who was standing by, was stunned and murmured, Yangzi, there are people who are optimistic about your bicycle rental project. Who is this uncle?" Xu Yang glanced at the business card in his hand, his eyes lit up, then he raised his head and looked at the receding figure, and said lightly, "Wei Jindong, the head of the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office." Zhou Wei was stunned at first, then his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, What? You mean, the uncle just now is the director of the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office?" Seeing Xu Yang nod, Zhou Wei couldn't help but gasp, then swallowed hard. Hiss. This was the first time in his life that he had met such a big leader. As a native of eastern Shandong, Zhou Wei is very familiar with the levels within the official system. He naturally knew what being the director of a provincial reform and development office meant. That was a real department-level leader. And it's one of the top-ranked ones. Xu Yang didn't care about Zhou Wei's reaction at all. For ordinary people, it was indeed shocking enough to be a department-level leader. But for him, who founded Tianyang Capital in his previous life, this level of leadership is nothing. However, the other party's identity should play a big role in the development of the Pineapple Bicycle Project. Chapter 89, The Guo Family of Zhejiang Province 5-star praise plus additional content. After sending Zhou Wei back to the finance college, Xu Yang returned to Antai building. Lin Xiyu followed Xu Yang into the office. "Boss Chu, the vacant factory area you mentioned is about 5 kilometers away from the university town, and it is under the management of the University Town Management Committee. I have already communicated with the management committee. The annual rent is 500,000 Chinese yuan, with no other fees. How long do you think the lease should last? In addition, Feech Company said that if we can purchase more than 1,000 bicycles at one time, the price of each bicycle can be reduced to 1,150 yuan. This is the price of the whole vehicle, which includes our customized remote mechanical control system and 4G data equipment. 500,000 Chinese yuan per year?" Xu Yang was a little surprised. The area of the vacant factory site was as large as 30 acres, which was nearly 20,000 square meters. The price was ridiculously cheap. But he soon realized that the domestic electronics manufacturing industry has been in a period of decline in recent years. The industrial zone to the north of the university town is mainly composed of electronic product manufacturers. In the past 2 years, many electronic product manufacturers there have gone bankrupt. These idle factories were almost unpopular, so the prices plummeted. "Let's talk to the University Town Management Committee and see if we can buy it directly. The price should be within 30 million. Xu Yang thought for a moment and then said, "Also, we have directly told Feech Company that we will directly purchase 10,000 vehicles in the first batch, and the number of subsequent orders should be even greater, but the price of each vehicle must be reduced to less than 1,000 yuan. If you agree, we can sign the agreement and start production right now. If you don't agree, then we can only find other bicycle companies to do the work." 10,000? Lin Xiyu was stunned. She only knew that Xu Yang designed this bicycle and asked her to register Pineapple Technology Company, Limited, probably for the purpose of participating in this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. Do you need to purchase 10,000 bicycles just to participate in a competition? She could only say that she really couldn't understand what young people were thinking today. Xu Yang nodded lightly. Well, this is just the first batch of orders. If nothing goes wrong, the number of subsequent orders may exceed their imagination. What he didn't say was that if Fei Ge Company could really win all the OEM orders of Pineapple Bike, the company's performance would probably take off in the future. Only, just the first batch? Lin Shiyu's expression was petrified. Ignoring the confused Lin Shiyu, Xu Yang stood up and made a pot of tea, then took out the business card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Gui Zhendong? Lin Shiyu saw the name on the business card and showed a surprised expression. Seeing Lin Shiyu's expression, Xu Yang couldn't help but ask. Why, Assistant Lin, do you know this person? Yeah, I've heard of it. Lin Shiyu nodded. This Director Gui used to work for the Hangzhou city government and was the third-ranking official in the city government. At that time, he did a lot of practical things for the city of Hangzhou and had a very good reputation among the people. Then he was directly promoted to the position of Director of the Zhejiang Provincial Development and Reform Office last year. It was a rocket promotion. However, considering his work performance and the support of the Gui family, this is also normal. Gui family? Xu Yan looked at Lin Shiyu with some confusion. Yes, it is the Gui family of Zhejiang province, which is also one of the most powerful families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Lin Shiyu nodded and continued. There are several important people in the Gui family who hold government posts at high levels. The most representative of them is Director Gui Zhendong's brother, Gui Zhenxiang. Gui Zhenxiang? Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This name was certainly familiar to him. He had even come across it several times in his previous life. Minister Gua, who is currently in charge of publicity and coordination in Zhejiang province, is undoubtedly one of the top 10 figures in Zhejiang province. In the following few years of his previous life, he was promoted successively and finally became the top official in charge of Su province. People of this level are really far away from ordinary people. In his previous life, Xu Yang was the head of Tianyang capital. When he invested in several key projects in Su province, he had met Gui Zhenxiang, who was already the number one figure in Su province, several times, but those were only official occasions. I just didn't expect that Director Gui would be this person's younger brother. Seeing Xu Yang's shocked expression, Lin Shiyu was not surprised. After all, although the Gui family cannot be compared with the top Chinese families in Yanjing, it is no longer comparable to ordinary business families. For example, the Mu family where Mu Tianyuan is located is simply not comparable to the Gui family. Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Chu, Chairman Mu Tianyuan just called and said that he plans to let you serve as an independent director of Mu Tian Group. Let me ask for your opinion. Independent director? A hint of amusement appeared on Xu Yang's lips. He knew that Mu Tianyuan was trying to show goodwill to him, but at the same time, he didn't want him to get too involved in the group's affairs. An independent director refers to a director who does not hold an office within the company, has no direct connection with the company's managers and operations, but is a director who makes independent judgments on the company's operations and management and can offer opinions. Simply put, it is a sinecure, but the position in the company is quite high. It seems that Chairman Mu has already resolved the internal affairs of the Mutian Group. Xu Yang smiled slightly, then nodded to Lin Shiyu. Call him back and tell him I agree. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded in response and was about to leave when Xu Yang called her back. By the way, Assistant Lin, how is Wu Lei doing? Chapter 90 Big Shot. That strange guy comes here every day recently, and then sits in the office and types on the keyboard. I went to see him a few times, but he ignored me. Lin Shiyu curled her lips, obviously not happy with this arrogant guy, and then she remembered something. Oh, by the way, this afternoon he finally came over to talk to me and asked me about the preliminary review of the projects in this entrepreneurship competition. I said I didn't know, and he turned around and left. Seeing Lin Shiyu's speechless expression, Xu Yang couldn't help but smile and shook his head. It seems that Wu Lei still cares about this entrepreneurship competition. That's good. At least on the Pineapple Bike project, the other party should spare no effort. As for after the entrepreneurship competition, if the other party is still so arrogant, there is no need for me to use him. Although the other party does have some strength in software programming, the thing that this world lacks the most is talent. Especially for myself after Rebirth. A hint of coldness flashed across Xu Yang's eyes, and then he looked at Lin Shiyu. How's the program technology department doing? The programming and technical department is already fully staffed. I have recruited nearly 10 professional programmers on LinkedIn, 2 of whom were hired from the Ali Group at high salaries. Lin Shiyu said as if to take credit, and then she remembered something. Well, by the way, Mr. Chu, Zhou said he was not used to having someone serve them tea and water, so I assigned Tingting to the programming and technical department to do logistics work. Xu Yang nodded. Yang Tingting was still young and couldn't do other jobs. It would be good for her to do some service work first to gain some training. Mu Tian Group. Xu Yang's guess was correct. After the shareholders' meeting ended in the morning, Mu Tianyuan directly asked Mu Tianlin to hand over 5% of his shares and signed the equity transfer agreement. After seeing that Sherbatian and Dongfang Hai's plan had failed, Mu Tianlin realized that he no longer had anyone to rely on and had no choice but to agree. But Mu Tianyuan did not treat him badly. After signing the agreement, the money for this part of the shares was directly transferred to his account according to the market price. After the completion of this transaction, Mu Tianyuan's shares have reached 35% of all shares of the group. If we add the 6% held by Tianyang Capital, it can be said that it is almost impossible for other people to threaten Mu Tianyuan's actual control over the Mu Tian Group. At the same time, Mu Tianyuan is preparing to issue a portion of shares through private placement to be used for 2 new key projects promoted by Mu Tian Group. The investing institution is naturally the company he actually controls. This in turn diluted the shares held by other shareholders, thus further ensuring his controlling stake in the Mu Tian Group. At this time, Mu Tianyuan was sitting in his office. After receiving Lin Shiyu's call and hearing that the mysterious President Chu was willing to be an independent director of Mu Tian Group, he felt even better. I sipped my tea leisurely and even couldn't help humming a little tune. Just at this moment, Mu Yorong, feeling a little depressed, walked into the office. What's wrong, Yorong? Did you encounter any problems in the initial review of your project? Feeling that his daughter's mood seemed a little wrong, Mu Tianyuan quickly stood up and asked. No, it has passed the review. Mu Yorong shook her head. She was a little upset because of Chu Yang's matter. Although she thought that guy was annoying, for some reason, when she saw Jiang Fan, Ouyang Jie and others mocking him, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Seeing his daughter's strange expression, Mu Tianyuan's heart moved, and he asked calmly. Which boy is it because of? Mu Yorong nodded, then shook her head. She felt that she must have felt a little sorry for Yang Zihan because that guy was humiliated in front of her because of what Yang Zihan had told her before he left. Seeing Mu Yorong nodded, Mu Tianyuan was shocked and said quickly. Is he your classmate? If you have a chance, you can bring him back to show Dad. Dad will help you check it out. What the hell is going on here? Mu Yorong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes at Mu Tianyuan and said speechlessly. Dad, you're overthinking it. I just want to develop our group's projects well. I don't have any plans for a relationship for now. And even if I were to fall in love, I would definitely want to find a man who is better than me in every aspect. Only then would I be willing to marry him. After hearing what his daughter said, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that his daughter had been arrogant since she was young and looked down on ordinary men. Alas, it will be difficult for you to get married with your request. If I can't get married, I'll stay with you forever. What's wrong, Dad, don't you want to support me? Mu Yorong pouted and said unwillingly. Seeing Mu Tianyuan's helpless smile, she snorted again. There are so many outstanding men out there, there must be one I like. If you don't want to support me, I'll just find someone to marry when the time comes. Speaking of this, for some reason, Xu Yang's annoying face appeared in her mind again. Thinking of the other party's weird bicycle rental project, Mu Yorong was speechless again. The next morning, Xu Yang received another call from Su Yuru early in the morning. The other party said that a big shot might be present at the opening ceremony of today's entrepreneurship competition, and it was clearly required that all participants must attend, including the team leaders. Xu Yang originally did not want to attend the opening ceremony, a boring event whose form was far more important than its meaning, but he also did not want to affect Su Yuru, so he had to drive to pick up Zhou Wei and then head to Zhejiang University. As for the big shot Su Yuru was talking about, Xu Yang didn't care at all. What big names can appear at the opening ceremony of such an entrepreneurial competition? At most, he is just an official leader of Hangzhou City or Zhejiang Province. It is even possible that it was Director Guo who gave him his business card. However, such a director of the Provincial Reform and Development Office, who is at the department level, is indeed a big shot in the school. Chapter 91 Opening Ceremony. After parking the car in a parking space not far from Zhejiang University, Xu Yang and Zhou Wei walked directly into Zhejiang University. As soon as he entered Zhejiang University, Xu Yang was slightly stunned. He found that in just one day, the campus of Zhejiang University was significantly different from that of yesterday. Not only are the corners cleaned up, but the trees and plants on campus have also been specially trimmed. Even the security guards at the gate put on brand new security uniforms and stood upright in the guard booth. Is it true that a big leader is coming? Xu Yang shook his head in confusion, but didn't think much about it. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock, so he walked quickly towards the playground. The playground was already quite lively at this time. Below the spacious rostrum, rows of chairs were neatly arranged. It was obvious that they had been specially arranged, which must have been a tough job for the student union officers. In addition to the leading teachers and participating students sitting in the front according to their different colleges, all the freshmen of Zhejiang University this year were lined up neatly and standing in the back. As Xu Yang walked through the crowd, he could not help but glance at these freshmen with some sympathy. He knew that these poor freshmen must be being watched. Xu Yang! This way! Su Yuru was sitting in a seat in the middle back. When she saw Xu Yang, she quickly stood up and waved. Xu Yang nodded, waved to Zhou Wei behind him, and walked towards him. Yangzi, Yi, the school beauty Yi. Zhou Wei suddenly pulled Xu Yang and said excitedly. Xu Yang then discovered a cold figure sitting next to Su Yuru. A simple plain white long skirt with a high ponytail tied at the back. It was the talented campus beauty of the finance college, Yi Xiaozhu. There were two boys sitting next to Yi Xiaozhu, both of them sitting there a little stiffly. From time to time, he would secretly glance at Yi Xiaozhu standing beside him, looking like a teenage boy. Obviously, she is a beautiful lady and a gentleman's dream. But they should also know the gap between them and this person, so they just secretly glanced at him a few times. Xu Yang, Zhou Wei, this is our college's student union president, Yi Xiaozhu. You should have heard of her, right? This time, our college's participating project, Jiangning Igua, is mainly managed by the college's student union. Let Xu Yang sit in the empty seat on her right, Su Yuru introduced Xu Yang. Then he looked at Yi Xiaozhu who was standing beside him. Xiaozhu, these are Xu Yang and Zhou Wei from our class, you should know them. Yi Xiaozhu didn't even look at Xu Yang, but just glanced at Zhou Wei beside Xu Yang and nodded slightly. Zhou Wei was so excited that he couldn't speak for a moment. Xu Yang didn't take it seriously. He looked around, but his gaze stopped on the 2 rows of seats in the front that were obviously different. I saw a few young men with good temperaments sitting there. Especially the man and woman who were the leaders, their expressions showed confidence and arrogance. There wasn't even a teacher leading the team. Those are the participating teams from Yanbei University and Jinghua University. Feeling Xu Yang's curious gaze, Su Yuru explained. Oh? Yanbei Jinghua and other 2 universities will also participate in this entrepreneurship competition? Xu Yang was stunned when he heard this. These 2 universities have a very special status in China. This kind of unprofessional entrepreneurial competition is hosted at Zhejiang University. Normally, the other party should not bother to participate. Su Yuru nodded and explained. Well, it is said that the top officials of this entrepreneurship competition attach great importance to it. Naturally, these 2 top universities, Yanbei Jinghua, will also respond to the national call. I heard that although they each only have 1 project to participate in the competition, and they prepared it temporarily, their development potential is extraordinary. Behind them are Qiandu Company and Jingxi Group. At this point, Su Yuru looked at Xu Yang and said with a smile. Xu Yang, I didn't expect your entrepreneurial project to pass the preliminary review. I remember the name of your project seemed to be Pineapple Bicycle, right? She didn't know much about the project Xu Yang had signed up for. In her opinion, the reason Xu Yang participated in this entrepreneurship competition was just to make up for the credits he had lost due to skipping classes. As for getting good grades, don't even think about it. With so many powerful teams participating, it's not easy to pick any one of them. Even Xu Yang's ability to pass the preliminary examination was beyond her expectations. Xu Yang nodded and didn't say much. When Yi Xiaozhu heard the strange name Pineapple Bike, she frowned slightly, seeming a little curious. She was a little confused as to why Teacher Su called this famous scumbag in the college over, but now she found out that this guy actually participated in this entrepreneurship competition. And it even passed the preliminary review. However, when she thought about the content of the post and the rumors about Xu Yang in the academy, the curiosity in her heart instantly disappeared. At this moment, the entire playground suddenly became quiet. Several people couldn't help but look up, and saw a group of leaders with extraordinary momentum walking up to the podium and sitting down one after another. Xu Yang also looked over and was stunned. He had seen two of the leaders on the stage before. One of them was the middle-aged man who approached him yesterday to learn about the pineapple bike project and took the initiative to hand him his business card. He is also the head of the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office, Guizhendong. And today, the other party was just sitting at the edge of the podium. The other was a middle-aged man with a square face, who looked vaguely like Guizhendong. But his whole aura is more restrained, and only the deep gaze in his tiger eyes gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. It is none other than Guo Zhinshan, the minister of the Zhejiang Provincial Propaganda and Education Department, who is ranked in the top 10 of the official ranking of Zhejiang Province. Seeing this person actually walked onto the podium, Xu Yang was completely stunned. He really couldn't understand how such a small opening ceremony of the college student entrepreneurship competition could attract leaders of this level to attend. Xu Yang became even more confused when he saw that this official boss, who was known to be all-powerful in the whole Zhejiang province, did not sit in the center of the rostrum, but walked over to the side and sat in a seat. The Chinese government has always been very particular about seating positions. Could it be that there is someone more senior than this person among those present? At this moment, Xu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw a young woman in a black dress walking onto the podium. She had a cool look and elegant appearance, and her every move revealed an aura of a superior. Under Xu Yang's incredulous gaze, this beautiful young woman, who was no more than 26 or 27 years old, actually sat down leisurely on the main seat in the middle of the rostrum. Chapter 92, Money and Power. How is this possible? Xu Yang was stunned to see this young woman with impeccable temperament and appearance actually sitting down on the main seat in the middle of the rostrum, and then whispering something with Guo Zhinshan beside her. He had recognized this woman. She was the young woman who sat next to Mayor Gui in Luelo that day. But he really couldn't believe that this young woman, who was only in her 20s, could be on par with someone like Guo Zhinshan in the official system. You must know that the Chinese government attaches great importance to qualifications. If you lack qualifications, no matter how outstanding your abilities are, you cannot be promoted or appointed in violation of regulations. In other words, within the official Chinese system, there is a very direct relationship between age and level. But Xu Yang didn't know how to explain all this. Even during the conversation between the young woman and Guo Zhinshan, Xu Yang also vaguely discovered that Minister Guo, who was so powerful, actually seemed to be somewhat respectful to this young woman. That's right, respect. At this moment, the last old man with white hair and beard slowly sat down on the right side of the young woman, and the entire playground became a little quieter. Oh my God, it's Principal Ming! A girl nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Teacher Su, is this old man Principal Ming Tingxiang? Yi Xiaozhu also rarely asked, with a hint of reverence and admiration on her jade-white face. Su Yuru nodded. Well, this is President Ming Tingxiang of Zhejiang University. He is also an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and holds an extraordinary position in the domestic education community. It can be said that President Ming has made an indelible contribution to the development of Zhejiang University to where it is today. This old man rarely shows up on weekdays. I didn't expect him to attend today's opening ceremony. At this moment, a somewhat old but very powerful voice sounded from the rostrum. Good morning, everyone. I am Ming Tingxiang, president of Zhejiang University, and also a member of the competition committee of this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. First of all, congratulations to everyone here for successfully passing yesterday's preliminary review and officially participating in this entrepreneurship competition. Using theory to guide practice and summarizing experience in practice is the consistent educational philosophy of our country. I still remember that 10 years ago, our Zhejiang University first proposed to support innovation and entrepreneurship among students, and successfully incubated a number of influential innovative enterprises. Some time ago, the top leaders of the country formally proposed the innovation-driven development strategy and emphasized full support for college students' entrepreneurship, and specially arranged this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. It can be said that this entrepreneurship competition is an excellent opportunity and challenge for each of you contestants and each of your participating projects. The old man's voice rang out from the rostrum, attracting everyone's attention, especially the students of Zhejiang University, who all looked at the old but unusually tall man with reverence. The old man's speech was extremely simple but profound. Xu Yang couldn't help but nod frequently after listening to it, feeling quite benefited. This entrepreneurship competition is a grand event for you young people. I will leave the rest of the work to you young people. Having said this, the old man cast his eyes on the young woman beside him and said with a smile, "Now, your senior from Yenbei University, who is also the representative of the National Youth League today, Ms. Su Ruwaching, will host today's opening ceremony." National Youth League? Hearing the old man's words, Xu Yang couldn't help but look at the background wall behind the podium. On the huge background wall, in the middle was written the words "the first National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition," and below it was written, "Organizer, Huaxia National Youth League. Co-organizer, Zhejiang Provincial Government. Organizer, Zhejiang University, Hangzhou City Government." Xu Yang suddenly realized that this person was actually the representative of the National Youth League. No wonder he was able to sit in the main seat in the middle. It is normal for this kind of entrepreneurial competition among young college students to be organized and hosted by the National Youth League. But he still had some doubts. Although the leaders of the National Youth League were indeed younger than those of other official departments, they couldn't be that young, right? After all, the level is there. Hello, students. I am Su Ruwaching, a 2007 graduate of Yenbei University. Today I am honored to be here on behalf of the National Youth League to be in charge of this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer Zhejiang University and Hangzhou City officials for their strong support. The young woman's voice was soft but powerful, and every word could be clearly heard by everyone. That's right. He just graduated in 2007 and has been in the system for no more than 5 years. How high can his level be? Xu Yang shook his head speechlessly. He really couldn't understand. Since this entrepreneurship competition was so important, why would the National Youth League let such a little girl who hadn't even grown all her hair be in charge? And there are such a group of big leaders accompanying. Wrong. Xu Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he realized that he had overlooked something. If this young woman was just an ordinary representative of the National Youth League, how could a person of such high rank as Gui Xinxiang come in person to accompany her? It is extremely abnormal for a person of Gui Xinxiang's level to personally attend the opening ceremony of the University Student Entrepreneurship Competition. What's more, there is the old president of Zhejiang University who rarely appears in public. National Youth Corps. Su Ruwaching. Su? Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be someone from the Su family? Although he was reborn, his understanding of the Su family and Yanjing in his previous life still made him feel a chill in his heart. Since ancient times, Chinese merchants have never fought against officials. Money seems to never stand up to power. The Su family in Yanjing, to a certain extent, represents one of the pinnacles of the power pyramid in China. The Guo family, to which Gui Xinxiang belongs, is already one of the most powerful families in Zhejiang province, but if compared with the Su family, it is still not enough. Even though Xu Yang had founded Tianyang Capital in his previous life and had a place in the business world, the gap between him and the Su family in Yanjing was still as huge as an insurmountable chasm. Thinking of this huge statue, Xu Yang couldn't help but look at the podium again. He saw that the young woman looked confident and spoke fluently and powerfully, which made her seem like she was not an ordinary person. Guo Xinxiang, on the other hand, smiled and nodded frequently, looking at the young woman with an expression of seriousness and respect that was difficult to conceal. Not only him, except for the old principal who just smiled indifferently and looked at the audience, the other people on the rostrum were sitting stiffly at this moment, turning their bodies slightly and nodding frequently from time to time, just like primary school students listening to their teacher's lecture. Seeing this scene, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh, but he also basically confirmed the identity of this young woman. He also remembered what he heard from several friends who held official positions in their previous life. Although there was only one female in the current generation of the Yanjing Su family, she was extremely talented and capable. She obtained a doctorate in management from Yenbei University at the age of 22. After entering the system, he had already held an important position in a State Department when he was less than 30 years old, and he broke several official records of youngest. Since she is the eldest daughter of the Su family, it is normal for her to be arranged to sit in the main seat today, and the reactions of these people are not excessive at all. Chapter 93 Schedule. Chapter 93 and Chapter 94 are put together. Teacher Su, this person's identity should not be simple, right? Xu Yang glanced at Su Yuru, who was looking at the podium with a shocked expression, and asked calmly. Well, the leader of the National Youth League is said to be one of the youngest department-level cadres in the country. Su Yuru nodded and did not mention anything about the Su family. In her opinion, the existence of the Yanjing Su family is too far away from ordinary students like Xu Yang. It was because of her father Su Jindong that she accidentally learned about the horror of the Su family. Even the Jiangning group is nothing compared to the Su family. Not far ahead, Mu Yurong, Ouyang Jia and several other students from the Academy of Art were sitting there. This woman is amazing. She is so young and yet she is able to sit on the podium and give a speech to us. A girl exclaimed, with a look of admiration on her face. Of course, he is the leader of the National Youth League and the youngest department-level cadre in China. Ouyang Jia on the side smiled proudly and said in a boastful manner. A few days ago, he specially invited the presidents of the student unions of several of our universities to have a meal at Luwelo to seek their opinions on the schedule of our entrepreneurship competition. At that time, our deputy mayor Gui of Hangzhou was also there. Feeling the admiring gaze of the girl next to him, Ouyang Jia felt even more proud. At this time, the young woman's voice came from the podium again. According to the decision of the competition committee, the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition will officially begin today. Now I will announce the schedule and scoring criteria for this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. From today to December 20th, during this one-month period, each participating team can freely operate and develop in the market according to the characteristics of their respective projects. Then each participating team needs to submit written materials on the development of their respective projects, along with various real operating data, to the competition committee's review group before December 21st. There are 5 judging panels for this competition, which are composed of members of the competition committee, experts and scholars, investors, etc. The judging items include product services, project prospects, financial operations, social benefits, team quality, etc. From December 22nd to 23rd, the judging panels will conduct a preliminary review of the 118 participating entrepreneurial projects and select 20 projects to advance to the finals of this entrepreneurial competition. On December 24th, the final of this entrepreneurship competition will be held here, and the various judging panels will jointly give the final scores to the 20 qualified projects on site. Hearing the young woman's words, many participating teams were instantly in an uproar. Many project leaders' faces changed drastically. Xu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This schedule is obviously unreasonable, and can even be said to be a bit outrageous. Especially for some projects with slow market response. In just 1 month, this type of project cannot achieve any obvious market effect. Naturally, it cannot compare with other entrepreneurial projects in terms of financial operations and market performance. The same is true for some projects that are not fully prepared. For example, even if an ordinary college student has a good entrepreneurial project, it is difficult to make any real progress in just 1 month. After all, an ordinary college student has limited funds and connections, and in terms of development in a limited time, he or she cannot compare with those projects that have the support of well-known companies behind them. Only 1 month? Su Yuru on the side also frowned and turned to look at Yi Xiaozhu on the side. Xiaozhu, isn't the time too tight? Are there any problems over there? Yi Xiaozhu didn't seem surprised by the schedule and shook her head slightly. Teacher Su, don't worry. Jiangning Group has already built the website for Jiangning Igwa. We just need to start operating it directly. Su Yuru finally felt relieved, and then she remembered something and quickly turned to look at Xu Yang on the other side. Xu Yang, what about you guys? Are you a little tight on time? It doesn't matter, we just try our best. Xu Yang shook his head indifferently. In fact, this has a huge impact on the pineapple bike project. After all, there is only 1 month, and it might be difficult to produce those 10,000 customized bicycles. But Xu Yang didn't care. For him, it is naturally good to be able to achieve results in this entrepreneurial competition, which may be beneficial to the subsequent publicity and promotion of pineapple bike. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get any results. He signed up for the competition just to help Su Yuru complete the task. And now he already knew that the project that Su Yuru had assigned to Yi Xiaozhu and the others was actually backed by Jiangning Group, so getting a place in this competition shouldn't be a problem. Then Xu Yan thought of something, with a hint of amusement. The competition time is only set for 1 month. It seems that the schedule this time is quite interesting. I guess this young leader with a prominent background made this decision on his own. I hope he won't be scolded too badly by the participating teams. His meaning was very clear. Miss Su was still too young and had no understanding of the actual situation in entrepreneurship, so she came up with such an outrageous schedule. Humph, this is what we, the student union presidents, proposed after discussing it together. After hearing Xu Yang's words, Yi Xiaozhu on the side snorted lightly and said coldly. Besides, this type of entrepreneurship competition is already subject to various objective constraints. 1 month is already a reasonable period. The presidents of the student unions of several other universities also think so. Xu Yang was speechless. He thought that this legendary genius in the academy would be so smart, but he didn't expect him to be so stupid. For people like Zhang Fan and Ouyang Jie, they are the project leaders of their respective schools, so naturally the shorter the competition time, the better. Because they have made sufficient preparations and have strong corporate support behind them. For them, the shorter the schedule, the more obvious their advantage will be. The greater the possibility of winning this entrepreneurship competition. And this legendary first genius of the Finance Institute didn't even think of this. It's not as big as Mu Yorong's. How can she be so stupid? Xu Yang glanced at the upright part above Yi Xiaozhu's plain white skirt and shook his head helplessly. Looking at Su Ruoqing, who was standing on the podium with a confident look on her face, Xu Yang was speechless again. The eldest daughter of the Su family is also very capable. After arriving in Hangzhou as the leader of the National Youth League, she directly approached students to understand the situation and solicit their opinions. This is indeed in line with the working idea of no research, no right to speak. But she did not take into account the particularity of the people she was seeking opinions from. They were all the project leaders of various universities. Moreover, even the most basic point of the entrepreneurial project development time is not taken into consideration. It seems that this person has really stayed there for a long time. And despite such an unreasonable schedule, no one on the competition committee raised any objections, which also indirectly reflected the Su family's terrifying nature. After the opening ceremony, Xu Yang, Su Yuru and others walked out of the playground together. Listening to the complaints and misunderstandings of many participating teams around him about the schedule of this competition, Xu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly but said nothing. Yi Xiaozhu, who was standing by, frowned repeatedly. She obviously hadn't expected that this schedule would cause such a big reaction. Just then, a group of people came from not far away, and the leader was Guo Zhendong. After seeing Xu Yang, this official boss actually walked directly towards them. Under the surprised gazes of Su Yuru and others, Guo Zhendong walked up to Xu Yang and said with a gentle smile, "Student Xu Yang, the schedule for this competition is indeed a bit tight. If your pineapple bike project encounters any difficulties during its development, you can call me directly." "Thank you, Director Guo, I will bother you if I need anything." Xu Yang nodded quickly and expressed his sincere gratitude. Guo Zhendong nodded slightly, then turned and left with the people behind him. "Xu Yang, who was that just now?" Seeing the middle-aged man with an obviously unusual identity walking away, Su Yuru couldn't help but ask. "Teacher Su, he is Director Guo Zhendong of the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office, and also a member of the competition committee for this competition." Without waiting for Xu Yang to answer, Zhou Wei on the side couldn't help but speak. "Director Guo. Director Guo Zhendong?" Su Yuru was completely stunned. She naturally knew this former number 3 figure in Hangzhou City, and the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office where he now worked was one of the most powerful departments in Zhejiang Province. This is especially true for Zhejiang Province, which has a rapid economic development momentum. How could such a person know about Xu Yang's entrepreneurial project? And judging from the other party's attitude, he seems to take it very seriously. Yi Xiaozhu standing by was obviously confused as well. Is there anyone actually interested in this guy's entrepreneurial project? Although she didn't know Guo Zhendong's specific identity, she could guess from what he had just said that his identity should not be simple. Antai Building. Some time ago, Lin Shiyu registered and established Pineapple Technology Company, Limited at the instruction of Xu Yang as the entity company to operate the Pineapple Bicycle Project. Currently, Pineapple Technology has only one physical department, which is the Program Technology Department. Xu Yang even allocated the entire 9th floor office of Antai Building to the Program Technology Department, which shows how much he values this department. In a spacious office on the 9th floor, several young men wearing black-framed glasses were sitting in front of computers, typing away on the keyboards. A tall and thin young man was leading the group. "Boss, Assistant Lin said that the rude guy is actually the director of our Program Technology Department?" "Why? That's right, can that guy be compared with you, Brother Tao? Brother Tao, your technical level was ranked among the best in the Ali group before." "No, that person is not as simple as you think." The tall and thin young man who was called Brother Tao by several people shook his head. "I checked. His name is Wu Lei. He was a software programming genius at the Zhukuzhen College of Zhejiang University. He has won many awards in the Top Coder World Programming Competition. I found a few programs he wrote online. His level is definitely better than mine, and may not even be much worse than the one from the Ali group. The one from the Ali group? You mean Mr. Kai? Seeing the other party nod, everyone widened their eyes with an expression of disbelief. Mr. Kai from the Ali group is the most powerful technical expert in the entire Ali group. He is even well known among internet companies in the whole of China. It can be said that Mr. Kai has made an indelible contribution to the success of Ali Group today and its crushing of its competitors in multiple e-commerce platform competitions. Can that paralyzed man surnamed Wu be compared with Mr. Kai? Several people looked at each other in shock. At this time, in the innermost independent office on the 9th floor, Wu Lei was sitting in front of the computer, staring at a string of code on the screen, thinking hard about something, his brows twisted into the shape of a character. Chapter 94, Legendary Figures. After Wu Lei joined Pineapple Technology, Chu Yang only gave him one task, which was to write the Pineapple Bicycle client app and the back-end management system. It may be because Chu Yang said that this Pineapple bike is a project to participate in this entrepreneurship competition and compete with Jiang Fan. So even though Wu Lei was indifferent to Chu Yang, Lin Xiyu and others, he has been completing this work seriously recently. Normally, this kind of client software is not difficult for him, a former programming genius from Zhejiang University. It is just a matter of hands-on work. But after building the basic framework, Wu Lei discovered that the back-end management system of this Pineapple shared bike was not as simple as other software. In particular, it is necessary to upload the GPS location information of each bicycle in real time and manage and distribute it synchronously in the background. This is the first time that this has appeared in current internet programs. At that time, Meituan Company had not yet entered the takeout market, and the takeout model of Eli.me Company was simply that merchants delivered the food themselves, and there was no real-time display of the delivery status. Not only that, Chu Yang also mentioned the electronic fence system and the background functions of Pineapple Bike in a very advanced way. That is, a transmitter is buried in the designated parking area, and the fence function is realized by interacting with the vehicle's Bluetooth lock, assisting users in requiring standardized parking. This further increases the difficulty of writing the back-end management system of Pineapple Bicycle. Wu Lei's character can be said to be very stubborn, even a little paranoid. Especially when it comes to programming. At the beginning, he regarded this work as just a routine operation and did not pay much attention to it. But when he discovered the challenge, he immediately gave it his all. Later, I even stayed in the office and devoted all my energy to it. But after working all night for 2 days and 2 nights, this programming genius who has won many awards in the World Programming Competition stared at the computer screen with red and swollen eyes, but still failed to make a breakthrough. Wu Lei stared at a string of codes on the computer screen with a frown on his face. He thought hard for a long time but still had no clue. I looked at the time in the lower right corner of the screen and it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He pursed his cracked lips and picked up the teacup to drink some water, but found that the water in the teacup was already empty, and even the kettle beside it was already empty. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Wu Lei glanced at the half-open door of the office without saying a word. He looked at the computer screen again and continued to think hard. There was no sound from inside. After a few seconds, the door was gently pushed open, and a little girl with 2 ponytails walked in carrying a kettle. Yang Tingting looked at Wu Lei with some curiosity. He had red eyes, a decadent face and looked listless, then switched the kettle over. Inadvertently glancing at the contents on the screen, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her eyes, just like a mature old hunter seeing the most exotic prey. "Do you need help?" A somewhat childish voice sounded. Wu Lei was stunned for a moment, then he looked up with some confusion and looked at the little girl who came to bring him hot water and clean the house every day recently. He didn't understand what the other person meant. The little girl blinked her big dark eyes and pointed at the computer screen. Wu Lei was still somewhat confused. The little girl shook her head helplessly, took the computer keyboard in Wu Lei's puzzled look, and then her pair of snow-white and slender hands began to type quickly on the keyboard. "What?" Wu Lei's slightly red and swollen eyes suddenly widened and he stood up suddenly from the chair. And when he saw what the other party was typing, his pupils suddenly shrank. The whole person just stood there in a daze. This. How is it possible? The problem that had troubled him for 2 days and 2 nights was easily solved with just a few simple codes from the other party. It only takes a few minutes in total. The other party's ideas on constructing and applying programming languages were clearly more than one level higher than his. Well, this back-end system is quite interesting. This is the first time I have encountered it. The little girl curled her lips slightly, then habitually typed out a string of code and completed the finishing work. After seeing the code that the little girl habitually typed out at the end, Wu Lei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated again, and he stared at her in shock. The eyes are extremely fiery. You are Wolf, Langya, Lord? Hearing Wu Lei's words, Yang Tingting looked at him in surprise. Her little face was full of surprise. She had not expected that this guy could guess her identity. Seeing Yang Tingting's expression, Wu Lei became more certain of his guess. His whole body shook again, and his standing posture became a little stiff. The look he gave Yang Tingting was filled with nothing but passion and admiration. He never expected it. This genius in the field of programming languages in China is truly extraordinary. 2 years ago, he single-handedly blocked the hacker attack from the United States, and also made a shocking move to plant the Chinese flag on the official website of the White House. It turned out to be a little girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. But why would the other party appear here? And he kept serving me tea and water. Thinking of the terrifying influence of the word wolf-fong in the field of computer programs in China, Wu Lei couldn't help but smile bitterly. If those people knew about this, they would probably drown themselves in spit alone. Boss Chu, Feech Company has agreed. If our order quantity can reach 10,000 units, the OEM price of each bicycle can be reduced to 920 yuan. At the same time, they also said that if the order quantity reaches 10,000 vehicles, they will free up 2 special production lines for our order, which will more than double the production speed. After Chu Yang arrived at the office, Lin Shiyu followed him in and told him about the situation at Feech Company. Okay, contact Feech Company right away and ask them to start production as soon as possible. Also ask how long it will take to deliver. Chu Yang nodded. As for the matter of the factory, I have to go to Yanjing next and probably won't be back until next week. Let's try to settle it before I come back. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded. Chu Yang logged into his stock account on the computer, took a look at his holdings of Guanyue Pharmaceutical, which was still at the daily limit today, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This Guanyue Pharmaceutical stock has hit the daily limit for the second time as it won a lawsuit over the trademark ownership dispute of a popular red can of herbal tea. If nothing unexpected happens, this check will have more than 5 daily limit increases in the future. In addition, the market value of this check is over 10 billion yuan, which is definitely a good opportunity to double Chu Yang's current capital. Naturally, he will not sell it easily as before. Chu Yang casually turned off the trading software, and then looked at Lin Shiyu again. By the way, how is the program technology department doing? Chapter 95, The Old Man's Real Gift. The newly recruited programmers have officially started work. They got into the working state very quickly and are currently writing relevant programs according to your arrangements. At this point, Lin Shiyu remembered something. But something seems to be wrong with Wu Lei. He has been staying in his office for the past 2 days and has not come out. I heard from the security guards that the lights in his office are always on at night. Oh? Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised, but he also knew that the software management system of the Pineapple Bike project might be a little ahead of its time, and it would probably be difficult to write the program. So I stood up and walked out of the office. Let's go and take a look. When Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu walked to the door of Wu Lei's office, they found that the door was open. When they saw the scene inside, they were both stunned. I saw that little girl Yang Tingting was sitting in front of the computer, which was Wu Lei's original position, typing on the keyboard at a dazzling speed. Those pair of snow-white and slender little hands look like they are dancing. Wu Lei stood aside a little stiffly, slightly bent over, staring at the computer screen with an extremely serious look and an indescribable respect on his face. Chu Yang's mind was full of question marks. This was the strangest scene he had ever seen since his rebirth. Lin Shiyu behind him widened her eyes. It was the first time she saw Wu Lei, a guy who was arrogant because of his talent, show such a side of himself, and it was to a little girl. So it can be operated this way. I understand. Looking at Yang Tingting's operation, Wu Lei's eyes lit up. Then his expression became even more admiring, as if he was a student humbly asking for advice from his teacher. Yang Tingting raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and just as she was about to show off her skills, she spotted Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu outside the door out of the corner of her eye. Instantly, like a frightened deer, he quickly stood up from his seat, walked carefully to the side, and said respectfully, "Chu, President Chu." Chu Yang frowned slightly, his eyes fell on the childish Yang Tingting. He then looked at Wu Lei, who looked a little unnatural, and finally his eyes fell on the program code writing page on the computer screen. What, you mean, Tingting is an expert in computer software? After hearing what Wu Lei said, Lin Xiyu widened her eyes again and looked in disbelief at the little girl with 2 ponytails who lowered her head and dared not speak. No. Wu Lei shook his head. Seeing the other party shaking his head, Lin Xiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She said, how could a little girl from the Langya mountain area in eastern Shandong province, who was no more than 15 or 16 years old, be a computer expert? But Wu Lei continued. Master? I think this term is somewhat insulting to Lord Langya. Master Langya's talent and attainments in programming languages are simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Especially because she has always been purely researching technology, not driven by any interests, and never represents any interested parties, so she is also the god in the hearts of all programmers in our country. And not only in China, even on a global scale, Lord Langya is definitely the best in the field of computer programming. The more Wu Lei spoke, the more excited he became. His breathing became rapid. He no longer looked as cold and arrogant as usual. Even his originally fair face was visibly flushed. Wolf Fong? When Xu Yang heard this word, he was shocked and turned around to look at young Tingting, who was lowering her head. In his previous life, when he was investing in the Kuaishou platform, he heard a big shot from ByteDance mention this name, and that person's face was full of reverence when he mentioned this name. Especially when mentioning the glorious deeds of this Lord Wolf Fong, who single-handedly fought against American hackers. The only regret is that no one has ever known the true identity of this Lord Wolf Fong. It is said that in addition to the major internet giants, relevant official departments have also specially invited this person many times, but were rejected by the other party without exception. After that incident, the other party rarely appeared on the internet. This Langya master, who is as famous as China's #1 programming genius Zhou Baijun, is actually such a teenage girl? Xu Yang still couldn't believe it. It was not until Yang Daho, who came up from downstairs, told me that young Tingting was indeed extraordinary in computer programming. She had shown extraordinary talent since she came into contact with an old computer at a very young age. At the age of 13, he was recommended to Huaxia University of Electronic Science and Technology and graduated early in just 3 years. Xu Yang couldn't help but gasp. Finally, I accepted this fact. He finally understood what the old man had entrusted to him. It seems that this old man really gave himself a big gift. The value of this little girl can no longer be measured by money. Thinking of the little girl's obscurity in her previous life and the young family's financial difficulties, he couldn't help but frown. I guess the old man didn't want this newly graduated girl to continue to show herself too much on the internet due to some considerations. But after this accident and meeting me, he changed his original decision. Looking at this little girl with a harmless expression, looking down at her toes with some trepidation. Thinking about how he originally wanted the other party to go to high school, and later even made this famous Lord Wolf Fong work as a waiter, Xu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. I guess no one would have thought that the Wolf Fong, who was so famous in the field of computer programming, would be such a cute little girl? Suddenly thinking of something, Xu Yan looked at young Tingting again. Tingting, do you know anything about big data recommendation algorithms and user portraits? Chapter 96, Riverside Garden. Seeing Yang Tingting shaking her head in confusion, Xu Yang then remembered that these two concepts had probably not been proposed by anyone at this time. He briefly explained the meaning of big data algorithm recommendation and user portrait. There was a hint of surprise on Yang Tingting's young face, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Then a gleam of light flashed in those big dark eyes, and they nodded gently at Xu Yang. I can give it a try. After hearing what young Tingting said, Xu Yang was overjoyed. If this little girl can really do it, it will definitely be a godsend for his next plan. Wu Lei on the side didn't understand at all. Just seeing that the legendary Lord Wolf Fong was so respectful to Xu Yang, his attitude had quietly changed. If even this person is like this, then what can Wu Lei do to him? What's more, listening to the conversation between the two, it is obvious that this person will work in this company in the future. With the support of this person, the future development of pineapple technology will definitely not be easy. And if I can stay with this person in the future, then for me. After thinking about this, Wu Lei's heart began to beat violently. He looked at Xu Yang nervously and said, Mr. Chu, let Lady Langya take the position of the director of the Programming and Technology Department, and let me be her assistant. Feeling the other party's expectant gaze, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time that this arrogant guy called him Mr. Chu, but he shook his head. No, I have more important things for her to do. After communicating with Yang Tingting alone for a long time, Xu Yang directly asked Lin Xiyu to arrange an independent office for this national treasure level girl, and equipped her with computers and peripheral equipment according to the highest standards. The little girl was a little flattered. She didn't know how significant what she was doing would be. But after seeing Xu Yang's serious expression, his little face also showed an extremely serious look, and he nodded his head solemnly. Because of her father's affairs, she had a heartfelt gratitude towards Xu Yang, her benefactor. During this time, Xu Yang had always treated her like his own sister. She had developed an indescribable feeling of intimacy with Xu Yang. Coupled with her father's instructions before he left, she naturally obeyed Xu Yang's words completely. After coming out of Antai building, Xu Yang realized that the sky was a little gloomy and it seemed like it was going to rain. He got into the car, thought for a moment, then started the car and drove towards Binjiang Road. Recently he has been living in a high-end apartment arranged by Lin Xiyu. Although it is very close to Antai building, it is still a bit inconvenient. Given his current financial situation, he should buy a house. Although for him, investing in real estate is far less profitable than making money in the stock market. But doesn't that saying go, houses are for living in, not for speculation? A sapphire blue Mercedes-Benz coupe stopped at the gate of a luxurious residential area that had just been built. After looking at the 4 big words Binjiang Jingyuan written on it, Xu Yang nodded slightly, then got out of the car and walked towards the sales office. The Binjiang Jingyuan community is a high-end community newly developed by the Land Group. It is located right on the river and the entire community is built around the river. On the other side is the wetland park. Needless to say, the environment is excellent. Moreover, it is only about 5 kilometers away from Hangzhou's core business district, Tianyuan Building. So after a few years, this community has become one of the top wealthy residential areas in the entire city of Hangzhou. Hello, sir. Our Binjiang Jingyuan community has just been launched. We are having a promotion for home purchases. If you can reserve a room before New Year's Day, the price of an ordinary apartment can be reduced to 12,000 yuan per square meter. Seeing Xu Yang coming in, a young female salesperson greeted him enthusiastically. Although Xu Yang was relatively young and the possibility of him buying a house was not very high, she still tried her best to introduce it to him. Hearing the price of 12,000 yuan per square meter, Xu Yang couldn't help but sigh. As one of the cities where housing prices rose the earliest, although Hangzhou's housing prices had already experienced a round of increases, the period from 2011 to 2012 was the first freezing period in the Hangzhou housing market. The previous housing price of about 20,000 yuan per square meter was halved to about 10,000 yuan per square meter, making it the city with the fastest falling housing prices in the country. But no one would have thought. After falling in just 2 years, the housing prices in Hangzhou have skyrocketed again as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In the next few years, the price has increased several times, making it out of reach for many people. Sir, in addition to the usual large apartments, our Binjiang Jingyuan community also has several exquisite small apartments of about 80 square meters. You can take a look. Seeing Xu Yang standing in front of the sand table model without saying anything, the female salesperson thought that the price was too high because the apartment was too large, so she handed Xu Yang a brochure introducing a small apartment. Xu Yang shook his head and pointed to the front of the community sand table model. What are the prices of these single-family villas? The saleswoman was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. Well, sir, there are only 10 single-family villas in our community. Each one is delivered fully furnished. The area ranges from about 350 square meters to about 800 square meters, and the prices are also different. The smallest one is 350 square meters and the price is about 5 million yuan. Xu Yang frowned slightly. In his previous life, he owned more than one single-family villa in several cities such as Yanjing, the Magic City. He naturally knew that even a single-family villa of 800 square meters was not actually very big. What about the 800 square meter one? Well, the price of 800 square meters is about 12 million yuan. Well, what are the prices of the 2 rows of garden houses in front? 15,000 yuan per square meter, and the garden houses are all large-sized, so the price of each unit is at least around 2 million yuan. The female salesperson was finally speechless. It turned out that you are here to do market research? She thought this young man who looked like a college student was playing a trick on her. If the other person hadn't been handsome, she would have been impatient a long time ago. Chapter 97, Should I Go Up? Additional chapters with recommended votes. And then when Chu Yang bought an 800 square meter single-family villa and two 180 square meter garden houses in one go, the female salesperson was so shocked that she was numb. Then, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. In the envious eyes of other sales staff, he respectfully handled the procedures for Chu Yang. After hearing that such a big customer had arrived, the beautiful manager of the Binjiang Jingyuan community of the Landy Group also went downstairs to receive Chu Yang. When she saw how young and handsome Chu Yang was, the beautiful manager in black stockings and an OL outfit had a glint of light in her eyes. She took the initiative to hand her business card to Chu Yang and even took out her cell phone to ask for Chu Yang's QQ number. She also said that if you have any questions after moving in, you can contact her directly, and she will do her best to meet all your needs. After looking at the name Zhang Xia on the business card in his hand, Chu Yang did not hesitate to add the other party as a QQ friend. The procedures for purchasing a house are still somewhat troublesome. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the procedures for the 3 houses were completed. Chu Yang casually placed the 3 house purchase contracts on the passenger seat, then started the car and drove away amid the enthusiastic farewell of the beautiful manager and others. At this time, the sky was already a little dark, and a drizzle began to fall from the originally gloomy sky. Chu Yang originally planned to go back to where he lived, but when he passed by Antai building, a figure standing downstairs caught his eye. The rain was getting heavier. Qin Xia stood under the building in a thin black skirt, her long hair and skirt fluttering in the wind. In the bleak autumn wind, her already tall and slender figure looked even thinner. Seeing the scene, Chu Yang raised his lips with an evil arc, then pulled the car over to the side of the building and slowly lowered the window. "Do you need a ride?" "Ah." Qin Xia was startled at first, but when she saw that the person in the car was Chu Yang, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She secretly glanced at the obviously valuable Mercedes-Benz coupe again, her pretty face flushed slightly, revealing an embarrassed expression. "Isn't this a bit too much trouble for you?" "It's okay, I'm fine." Chu Yang shook his head indifferently, then raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Of course, if Miss Qin feels that there is any inconvenience, then forget it." After saying that, Chu Yang started the car again, looking like he was ready to leave. "No, no." Qin Xia quickly shook her head, walked quickly to the front of the car, then hesitated for a moment, opened the passenger door and got in. Seeing the other person sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Yang curled up the corners of his mouth into an imperceptible sneer. "Ah." Qin Xia just sat down, but found a stack of documents that looked like contracts under her but. "No, sorry, I didn't see it just now." Chu Yang shook his head indifferently and pointed to the armrest box beside him. "It's okay, just put it in the armrest box for me." Qin Xia nodded with a red face, looking shy, and carefully opened the armrest box, then put the stack of house purchase contracts in it. She glanced at the contents of the contract quietly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Riverside Garden. A single-family villa of 800 square meters. And it looks like there's more than one set. Ward Tian is indeed a man who can easily buy watches worth millions. Quietly glancing at Chu Yang's handsome face as he focused on driving, Qin Xia's beautiful eyes revealed an indescribable obsession and yearning. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the number on the screen, Qin Xia's heart tightened. She quickly pressed the mute button and stuffed the phone directly into her bag. In fact, she and Lu Jianrun had already made an appointment and asked him to pick her up after get off work. But now that she was in Chu Yang's car, she naturally didn't want Chu Yang to misunderstand. Chu Yang saw Qin Xia's little move just now, and a hint of imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes, but he smiled on the surface. "Miss Qin, are you okay?" "No, I haven't." Qin Xia quickly shook her head. Chu Yang glanced at the BMW 7 Series sedan that had just stopped in the rearview mirror, and a hint of amusement appeared on his lips. "By the way, Miss Qin, I don't know where you live yet?" "I live in Huajing Apartment, Unit 1, Building 9, Room 702. After saying this, Qin Xia seemed to realize that she had said too much. Her pretty face became even redder and she lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Chu Yang. Grandview Apartments? Hearing this name, Chu Yang was slightly surprised. This apartment complex is very large, but its location is relatively remote and not very close to Antai building. Many young people who have just come to Hangzhou to work will choose this place. In his previous life, Chu Yang lived here for a while after graduating from university. "Well, do you know this place?" This time it was Qin Xia who was surprised. In her opinion, how could a young and wealthy man like Chu Yang know about such a low-end apartment complex? "Yeah, passing by." Chu Yang didn't explain much and accelerated towards Huajing apartment. Nearly an hour later, it was completely dark. The car finally drove into the Huajing apartment complex. The security guard at the gate just took a look at the sapphire blue Mercedes coupe and the long license plate number with a string of CXS on it, and quickly let it pass. After slowly stopping the car at the foot of Building 9, Chu Yang turned around and smiled at Qin Xia. "Miss Qin, we're here." "Oh, thank you, thank you." Qin Xia nodded and unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out of the car immediately. It seemed like she had been struggling for a long time. She finally mustered up the courage to look at Chu Yang and said with a slightly red face, Do you want to go upstairs and have a glass of water?" Chapter 98, Departure to Yanjing. Chu Yang finally declined Qin Xia's invitation and did not go upstairs to drink water. On the way back, as Chu Yang was driving, he thought of the other party's disappointed and resentful expression after being rejected by him just now, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chu Yang still wanted to trick this financial beauty who had deceived him for so many years in her previous life and pushed him off the cliff with her own hands. After all, he still had to find out the details of Lu Jianrun. It's a little too early now. What's more important is that he will be going to Yanjing soon, and he wants to devote all his savings to Yang Zihan. Thinking of Yang Zihan's coquettishness and craziness the night before she left, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. The next day, Chu Yang came to the office early in the morning. Today he was wearing a set of casual clothes from the Salvatore Ferragamo brand, and he looked low-key and restrained. "Boss Chu, this is the ticket to Yanjing. The flight is at 10 o'clock this morning. This is the laptop computer prepared for you. The information you requested has been copied into it. In addition, according to your request, we have booked you the Boya International Hotel, which is near the Yanjing Film Academy." Lin Shiyu placed a plane ticket and an exquisite computer bag on Chu Yang's desk. Then she remembered something. "By the way, Mr. Chu, I communicated with Fij Company yesterday afternoon, and they said that their company's biggest advantage is its production speed. Plus, they have already obtained the remote control system and special data equipment that we ordered in advance. With 2 separate production lines, they can complete our order of 10,000 vehicles in less than a month." Chu Yang couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard this. He thought that this kind of bicycle would be very troublesome to produce and it would take at least 2 months to produce 10,000 bicycles. He didn't expect the other party's production speed to be so amazing. It seems that there is still hope for this entrepreneurship competition. "Okay, tell them to start production as quickly as possible. It would be best if they could deliver 5,000 vehicles to us in about half a month. While I'm in Yanjing, let Zhou Yu and his team continue to accumulate shares of those 2 stocks. The progress of the program technology department needs to be accelerated. Also, you should keep an eye on that little girl Tingting. Don't let her get too tired." "Okay, Mr. Chu." After arranging the company's affairs, Chu Yang asked Yang Dahe to take him to Hangzhou Shashan International Airport. He traveled light this time, bringing only a computer bag and no other luggage. Standing in the empty airport hall, Chu Yang glanced at the ticket in his hand and couldn't help but secretly praise Lin Shiyu for her attentiveness. In fact, the other party does not need to help you get the plane ticket in advance, you just need to book it. Because before boarding, you need to go through the check-in procedures, and at that time you can pick up your ticket with your ID card. But the other party had obviously come to the airport this morning to pick up the ticket for me. I checked in and got my boarding pass just in time. Because Lin Shiyu booked a first-class cabin, there was a special VIP channel and she didn't need to queue. After a simple and quick security check, Chu Yang boarded the plane directly. The first-class cabin is located at the front of the cabin, close to the captain's room, and has plenty of space. Chu Yang opened the folding table, casually placed his computer bag on it, then adjusted the seat with ease and sat down on the soft sofa chair. Maybe because it rained overnight, the weather today is exceptionally good, the sky is extremely blue and the sun is shining brightly. Looking at the azure blue sky outside, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. This was his first time on a plane after his rebirth. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie sat down next to Chu Yang. Like Chu Yang, he only carried a leather handbag and no other luggage. Although the middle-aged man looked a little haggard, the suit he was wearing was obviously not an ordinary brand, and one could tell at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. Especially when he put the handbag on the table, he accidentally revealed a silver watch of the same brand as Chu Yang on his wrist. However, Chu Yang was not surprised at all. After all, those who could sit in first class must have good financial conditions. When the middle-aged man saw Chu Yang, he showed a trace of surprise. After all, it was not common for someone of Chu Yang's age to sit in first class. The plane took off slowly. After rejecting the long-legged stewardess's proactive and attentive service, Chu Yang felt a little bored and took his computer out of his bag. This is the latest model of ThinkPad X1 Carbon. It has a very light and thin body, making it extremely suitable for business trips and office use. I looked at the configuration label below. i7-3667U, 8GB DDR3, 256GB SSD. Chu Yang nodded secretly. This configuration was already very good at this time. In particular, the 256GB solid-state drive can greatly improve the system's operating speed, which was very rare on laptops at the time. It seems that Lin Xiyu put a lot of effort into the purchase. I opened the ultra-thin carbon fiber cover and pressed the power button. Sure enough, the boot speed was very fast. It took no more than 10 seconds for the system desktop to load. Chu Yang inserted his USB drive, and then copied a folder called Intellectual Property related from the USB drive to the computer. All the files in this folder were prepared by him alone during this period of time, and even Lin Xiyu didn't know about it. Looking at the other folders on the desktop, Chu Yang casually opened a PPT file called Pineapple Bicycle Project Planning, and then started to modify it while reading it. Ha! Chu Yang was modifying a file when a voice suddenly sounded from the side. The middle-aged man was staring at the computer screen in surprise, with great interest in his eyes. Seeing Chu Yang looking at him, the middle-aged man realized something and apologized. "I'm sorry, I saw it accidentally. If it involves business secrets, I can sign a confidentiality agreement." Chapter 99, Meeting Again. There are no trade secrets. Chu Yang shook his head casually, turned around and continued editing the PPT file. After hearing Chu Yang's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but continue watching from the side. The more he watched, the more shocked he became, and the excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It was the first time he had seen such a novel and creative entrepreneurial project. With his vision, he has seen that the market potential and development prospects of the Pineapple Bike project are absolutely extraordinary. Seeing Chu Yang put away his computer, the middle-aged man finally couldn't help but ask, "My dear brother, are you starting a business now?" "I guess so." Chu Yang nodded casually. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly continued to ask, "Is that your entrepreneurial project?" Seeing Chu Yang nod, he took out a business card and handed it to Chu Yang with both hands, saying sincerely, "I'm Gao Yongheng, the person in charge of Hengxin Investment. If your project needs investment, you can contact me directly. To be honest, I'm very interested in your project." "Oh?" Chu Yang was slightly startled. He took the business card and took a look at it. He saw the words Gao Yongheng, chairman of Hengxin Fund Company, Limited and Hengxin Investment Company, Limited written on it. "What? Little brother, does your entrepreneurial project need investment now? Please rest assured that our Hengxin Investment will definitely invest and hold shares in the most reasonable proportion." Seeing Chu Yang's expression, the middle-aged man thought that the other party was moved. He couldn't help but feel happy and continued quickly, "Well." Chu Yang came back to his senses and shook his head apologetically at the middle-aged man. "Sorry, not yet." The middle-aged man was obviously disappointed, but still said unwillingly, "Well, if you need anything in the future, you can contact me anytime, little brother." Chu Yang nodded, looked at the exquisite business card in his hand, which was obviously made of high-end material, and then put it away. He is no stranger to the founder of Hengxin Fund. Hengxin Fund, founded by the other party, was once one of the most powerful private equity funds in China. However, it later suffered a big loss at the hands of Xinhai Private Equity and then suffered a series of setbacks. Therefore, they had to reduce the amount of funds in the securities market, and at the same time established Hengxin Investment Company, Limited, to invest in other fields. Mr. Gao has a good reputation in the investment community, and Hengxin Investment achieved good results in the market at the beginning. It was just that the subsequent investment direction had problems, and finally after a few years, Hengxin Investment completely withdrew from the capital market. In his previous life, before Chu Yang founded Tianyang Capital, he had learned about this once glorious investment company. About 2 hours later, the plane arrived in Yanjing City, the capital of China. Chu Yang got off the plane, politely declined the middle-aged man's invitation to travel with him, and took a taxi directly to the city of Yanjing. Sitting in the taxi, looking at the strange yet familiar street scenes outside the window, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh again. Sir, we have arrived at Sanlai East Road. Half an hour later, the taxi slowly stopped by the roadside. Okay, thank you for your hard work, master. Xu Yang paid the fare and got out of the car. Glancing at the surroundings, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. There didn't seem to be much change here compared to 10 years later. It is far from being like Hangzhou, it's like a new city. Perhaps the biggest change is that there are fewer blue and yellow cars on the roadside than in the past. After searching for a while, Xu Yang finally saw an inconspicuous little sign in the corner of a building with the words Anjia Intellectual Property Law Firm written on it. Xu Yang's eyes lit up and he walked over quickly, then followed the instructions and entered this old building that was even older than the Antai building. I walked up to the 4th floor and saw the words Anjia Intellectual Property Law Firm written on the door of an office. Dong dong dong. After knocking on the door a few times, a calm female voice came out from inside. Come in. This office is not big and is rather simple, but it is very tidy. In addition to the few materials on the table, the file boxes in the filing cabinet are neatly arranged in an orderly manner, with various labels clearly attached to them. Xu Yang walked into the office and saw a short-haired woman about 30 years old sitting in front of a simple desk. She looked up at him. May I ask what may I do for you? Her voice was plain, but it gave people an indescribable feeling of confidence. The woman was wearing a very decent professional suit, and her short hair made her look extremely capable. However, his delicate facial features now seemed somewhat serious, which was in line with the professional characteristics of a lawyer. When Xu Yang saw this short-haired woman, he couldn't help but be shocked. He finally saw her again. In the previous life, it can be said that the reason why Tianyang Capital was able to achieve successive successes and almost never encountered major legal problems was largely due to the efforts of the person in front of him. Chapter 100, Yanjing Film Academy. Seeing the other party's puzzled expression, Xu Yang quickly withdrew his thoughts. Lawyer, I have some trademarks and patents that need to be registered. I wonder if your law firm can handle the relevant procedures on my behalf. Okay, are the relevant materials ready? And Jia nodded and said. Xu Yang took out a USB flash drive from his computer bag and handed it to the other party. All the necessary materials are in the USB drive. After taking the USB drive and plugging it into the computer, Jia took a look at the contents inside and was stunned. You mean, we need to apply for trademark registration for these graphics and words? And Jia widened her eyes, looking at the strangely shaped shapes and inexplicable names in disbelief. I saw that the folder called Trademark was filled with a bunch of densely packed graphic files. In addition to a bunch of incomprehensible things like Momo, Tantan, Quaidu, Trembling, Suipai, Mabai, Hello, and Jihu. There are also some fruits, such as pineapple, green orange, tangerine, watermelon. There are even some life tools, such as hammer, wrench, etc. Looking at Jia, who was shocked, Xu Yang nodded seriously. Well, there are 85 in total. If you add the different related categories, you will need to apply for registration of about 400 trademarks in total. And Jia gasped. 400 registered trademarks, this was more than the number she usually received in a whole year. In other words, more than all the trademarks she had previously registered combined. After all, her law firm has only been established for over a year. Lawyer, there is one more important thing. If this invention patent wants to pass the review, what else needs to be modified? Xu Yang pointed to the patent application material on the computer screen that read system and method for operating bicycle rentals without fixed pickup and return points and asked. Because in the previous life, there were some negligence in the application of the most core technical patents in the shared bicycle market, so it did not have a particularly effective restrictive effect on the shared bicycle products on the market in the later period. This was also one of the fundamental reasons for the chaotic competition in China's domestic shared bicycle market at that time. But even so, the patent owner named Gu Tailai can still charge a patent fee of 13 yuan per bicycle per year from shared bicycle companies. This is the information that Xu Yang completed on his own based on the patent content in his memory, but he is not a professional after all, and he still needs Jia, a professional, to review the patent application. Oh? And Jia frowned slightly and carefully checked the entire set of patent application materials. After a while, she raised her head, nodded and said, this set of information is already quite complete, but there are still a few details in the application format that need to be modified. The probability of passing the review in one go is still quite high. After hearing Jia's words, Xu Yang was overjoyed. As long as they can obtain this core patent, in the future shared bicycle field, it can be said that there will be no possibility for other latecomers to engage in malicious low-price competition with Pineapple Bike. If you want, you can pay the patent licensing fee first. He paid nearly 1 million yuan in trademark and patent registration fees into the law firm's account in one lump sum, and agreed with the other party that the registration certificate would be mailed directly to Hangzhou after the application was successful. When Chu Yang was about to leave the office, he couldn't help but turn back and smiled at Jie. By the way, lawyerin, I'm Chu Yang, the founder of Tianyang Capital. I wonder if you are interested in joining us at Tianyang Capital. Tianyang Capital? Looking at this obviously extraordinary young man in front of her, Jie couldn't help but be a little surprised, but she shook her head without hesitation. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of going into corporate work. Chu Yang was not surprised to hear the other party's refusal. He nodded and turned to leave. He knew that although the other party was only running a small law firm now, he had confidence and pride that most lawyers did not have, and it was the same in his previous life. If you want the other party to join, you must show some real strength. The current Tianyang Capital is obviously not enough. Yanqing Film Academy holds an extraordinary position among Chinese art schools. It is the only world-renowned performing arts college in China and is known as the cradle of Chinese performing arts talents. Many well-known first-line stars in China's domestic entertainment industry, and even well-known directors such as Chen Gu and Zhang Yi, graduated from this college. Therefore, being able to study at Yanqing Film Academy is itself a proof of one's strength. The campus of Yanqing Film Academy is not very large, but it gives people a sense of grandeur and heaviness. There are rows of tall ginkgo trees on the roadside. In the corner at the edge of the playground, there are several maple trees scattered there in an orderly manner. It is late autumn now, and the maple leaves are already red. The golden ginkgo trees are magnificent, and the road under the trees is covered with thick golden ginkgo leaves, like a golden carpet. Zihan, you are amazing. This is the first time that Professor Li has praised a student like this. And the song you sang just now was so beautiful. It's hard to imagine that you are just a student from an ordinary school like Zhujiang Art Institute. The bell rang for the end of get out of class and a group of students walked out of the teaching building. A pretty girl took young Zihan's hand and said in amazement. In fact, this girl is quite good looking, but among the so many beautiful girls in this film academy, she doesn't seem that outstanding. Thank you, Xiaoru. I was just in a better condition just now. Yang Zihan smiled and thanked him, his voice as clear and pleasant as the sound of a gurgling spring. The girl's name is Sun Xiaoru, a friend she met after coming to Yanqing Film Academy. TSK, what are you so proud of? You're just a bumpkin from Zhejiang province. Just then, a disdainful voice came from a distance. I saw a beautiful girl with big wavy hair walking towards me, twisting her waist. She was wearing a pink Chanel miniskirt, and her plump thighs were directly exposed to the air. Several girls gathered behind her, obviously centered around her. Thinking about this bumpkin from the countryside, who had only been here for less than a month and had already taken away all the glory that originally belonged to him, and who was even valued by Professor Li, who was extremely knowledgeable in the field of music. A trace of deep hatred flashed across the eyes of the girl with big waves, but on the surface she glanced at young Zihan with great disdain and said lightly. Today I invite everyone to have dinner at Refer Western Restaurant. Everyone is welcome to come and support us. Hearing the words Refer Western Restaurant, several girls around exclaimed. This is one of the top Western restaurants in Yanqing City. It is said that the average price per person is over 2,000 yuan. Although it is near the Yanqing Film Academy, these students can only look at it from a distance on weekdays. Sun Xiaoru, you can come with us. The girl with wavy hair glanced at Sun Xiaoru, who was standing next to Yang Zihan, and said calmly. Seeing that the other party hesitated but nodded, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth with a hint of amusement, and glanced at Yang Zihan beside her. If some country bumpkins want to go with us, that's fine. Otherwise, it will be hard for them to eat in this top-notch Western restaurant in the future. Sun Xiaoru frowned, but then she remembered something and came close to young Zihan and whispered. Zihan, you can come with us. You know, her sister is that. When you are eating later, find a chance to bow your head to her. I guess she won't make things difficult for you in the future. Chapter 101 Refer Western Restaurant. No need, I can eat in the cafeteria later. Yang Zihan knew what Sun Xiaoru meant, but still shook his head, then turned and walked towards the dormitory building. Seeing Yang Zihan's beautiful back as she left gracefully, the girl with big wavy hair felt even more unhappy and snorted coldly. You are such an ungrateful person. Sun Xiaoru on the side looked at Yang Zihan, who was walking away with some worry, then gritted her teeth and followed the big wave women. In the campus that had become a little noisy because school had just ended, Yang Zihan was walking alone on a path leading to the dormitory. An autumn breeze blew, and a few golden leaves fell from the ginkgo tree nearby, slowly landing on the ground that was already covered with golden ginkgo leaves. Yang Zihan was wearing an off-white tight sweater, black pencil pants, and a thin coat. Her figure looked particularly lonely in the autumn wind. She took out her cell phone and took a look at it. Seeing the empty standby screen and the date below, she couldn't help but pout her red lips slightly, then put the phone back into her bag with some disappointment. However, just as I walked downstairs to the dormitory, a cell phone suddenly rang. Her heart trembled, and she quickly took out her cell phone. Just by taking a look at the number above, the corners of her mouth instantly lifted up, and her whole body seemed to come alive in an instant. "Senior Zihan, where are you?" Hearing the familiar voice coming from the receiver, Yang Zihan couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose, and said softly, "I just got out of school and am downstairs in the dormitory." "Well, I wonder if you have time tonight. Would you be so kind as to have dinner with me?" "Ah, you came to Yanjing?" Yang Zihan's delicate body trembled violently, and she couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Hearing the excitement and joy that could not be concealed in the other party's voice, Xu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, but he still said mischievously, "Well, why, Senior doesn't want me to come." "Ha, you didn't even tell me in advance, I wasn't even prepared. By the way, did you just get off the plane? I'll pick you up at the airport now." Yang Zihan pouted, then thought of something and spoke quickly. "Silly girl, I'm already near your college. Come out now and find me at the Western restaurant west of the school gate." "Ah, yeah, okay, I'll be there right away." Hearing that Chu Yan was not far away from her, Yang Zihan's heartbeat instantly accelerated again, and her pretty face flushed slightly. She didn't even go upstairs to put down her school bag. Instead, she carried the cute small backpack and walked quickly towards the school gate with her two straight and long legs. Yang Zihan has just been in Yanjing for less than a month and is not very familiar with the surrounding environment. After coming out of the college gate, she walked towards the west as Chu Yang said. Not long after she walked in, a Western restaurant with extremely exquisite decoration came into her sight. This Western restaurant is an independent two-story building and looks extraordinary. Yang Zihan looked around and saw no other shops, so he confirmed that this was the Western restaurant that Chu Yang had mentioned. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and just as she was about to walk into the restaurant, the big off-white words "refer" caught her eye. "Refer?" Yang Zihan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but think of what the girl with big wavy hair had just said. Although she didn't know the exact price of this Western restaurant, but from what the other party just said, it probably wouldn't be cheap. However, she was in a hurry to see Chu Yang, so she didn't think much and walked straight into the Western restaurant. "Excuse me, are you the distinguished Miss Yang Zihan?" As soon as Yang Zihan walked into the empty Western restaurant, a foreign waitress came up to him with a smile on her face and asked in very standard Chinese and very politely. Seeing Yang Zihan nod, the foreign waitress quickly stretched out her hand and pointed upstairs, saying respectfully, "Dear Miss Yang Zihan, please follow me. Mr. Chu has been waiting for you upstairs for a long time." Feeling the other party's extremely respectful service attitude, Yang Zihan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It was her first time to come to such a high-end Western restaurant. But when she came to the second floor, she just stayed there. The entire second floor was clearly carefully decorated, with only a unique heart-shaped dining table placed in the middle. And there is already a sea of roses all around. Chapter 102, Private Theater 5-star praise and additional update. As one of the most high-end Western restaurants in Yanjing City, the decoration inside the Refer Western restaurant is full of a strong Nordic style, and every detail is extremely exquisite. On weekdays, there are only 4 dining tables on the entire second floor. This also makes Refer Western Restaurant one of the most difficult Western restaurants to make a reservation at. On the side is the chef's open workbench, where diners can turn around and enjoy the food being prepared on the table. So some people say that in this Refer Western Restaurant, what you eat is not just a meal, but more like an art feast about food. However, at this time, the 4 rectangular dining tables on the second floor had disappeared, and instead, an exquisite heart-shaped dining table was placed in the middle of the hall. The floor was covered with pink and light blue rose petals, and in the center was a string of hearts made of bright red roses, surrounding the burgundy heart-shaped dining table. It was really shocking. Several foreign girls with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing maid outfits stood by with great respect, each showing a hint of shock and envy in their eyes. They have been working in this Western restaurant for so long, and this is the first time they have seen such an extremely luxurious and romantic scene. Under the dim pink light, Yang Zihan stood there stupidly, staring blankly at Chu Yang, who was sitting at the side of the dining table with a smile on his face. He seemed as if he was in a dream. Chu Yang stood up, slowly walked to Yang Zihan's side, stretched out his hand to pinch her beautiful white and tender face, then took her hand and led her to sit opposite him. Accompanied by a cheerful voice of happy birthday, a foreign waitress brought up an extremely delicate small cake. She put the cake on the table and was about to open it and put the candles on it when Chu Yang waved his hand to stop her. Chu Yang gently opened the specially made black swan cake, and then inserted 20 candles on it one by one, forming a heart shape. Happy birthday! After lighting the candles one by one, Chu Yang raised his head and looked at Yang Zihan, whose eyes were already red, and said softly, "Come on, make a wish." Yang Zihan nodded with red eyes, then slowly closed her eyes. Although I hoped that Chu Yang would remember that today was his birthday. But she never expected that he would come all the way to Yinjing to prepare such a romantic 20th birthday dinner for her. At this time, the girl with big wavy hair and several other girls had just walked to the door of the Refer Western restaurant. Wow! This Refer Western restaurant is indeed one of the most high-end Western restaurants in Yinjing. This small building is so stylish. A girl looked at this uniquely shaped two-story building and couldn't help but exclaimed. It is said that the average cost per person for a dinner in this restaurant is at least 2,000 yuan. Sister Lily is really generous. Another girl with heavy makeup said in a deliberately flattering tone. What? More than 2,000 per person? With so many of us, this dinner must cost tens of thousands of dollars. When they heard the price, the other girls gasped and couldn't help but exclaim. Sun Xiaoru, who was behind the few people, was also secretly amazed. Such expensive prices, she had never heard of it even though she came from a rural area. It's just 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, what's the big deal? The girl with big waves has a proud look on her face. For my sister, it's just a few hours' pay. Hearing her words, the other girls all showed envy. They knew that the other party was not bragging. For her older sister, who has been in the entertainment industry for a long time and is now flourishing, this little money is really nothing. And with such an awesome sister, she will definitely have a good future in the entertainment industry. Thinking of this, they looked at the girl with big waves with a little more respect. Come on, let's go in. The girl with wavy hair nodded with satisfaction, then strode into the restaurant with her head held high. But as soon as they entered the hall, they were stopped by the store staff. The staff member was a handsome French man. He looked at these good-looking female college students with some apology. I'm sorry, we have no seats left in the restaurant today. If you need any, you can come tomorrow. Looking at the polite smile on the face of this foreign handsome guy and hearing what he said, the girl with big curly hair was slightly stunned. She knew that it was difficult to reserve a seat at the Refer Western restaurant on weekends, but today was not the weekend. Generally speaking, there are seats available in this restaurant at this time, so she didn't make a reservation in advance. After seeing the empty hall, she immediately frowned. Excuse me, it seems there are no guests here? The staff member smiled apologetically and explained. I'm sorry, our restaurant has been booked by a distinguished guest today. That guest is dining on the second floor, so it is not convenient to accommodate other guests. Overall booking? Private show? The girl with big waves was just stunned there. It was the first time she heard that this expensive Western restaurant Refer would be booked out by someone. But then I thought about how I had already boasted in front of these classmates, and if I just went back like this, it would be too embarrassing. She hesitated for a moment, took a step forward and pulled the handsome staff member aside, showing a charming smile, and said in a low voice. Handsome guy, we are students from the Yinjing Film Academy next door. Since there are vacancies on the first floor, can we have our meal there? Don't worry, we will never disturb others. Smelling the perfume of the girl with big curly hair and looking at her bottomless and attractive cleavage, the French young man couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. He hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment. Well, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Let me ask the guest. If the guest disagrees, then I can't do anything. Chapter 103 Traditional Virtues. The restaurant is on the second floor. Yang Zihan was happily eating Western food with Chu Yang, and from time to time they would burst into laughter like silver bells. A bottle of expensive Bordeaux red wine was also opened on the table. Most of it had already been drunk by the two of them. Just when the two were chatting happily, the male staff member came over, showed an apologetic expression, and then briefly described what happened downstairs. "Dear Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to bother you. It's like this." Before the other party finished speaking, Chu Yang had already frowned. He thought that this was a very impolite behavior. As the contractor of this Western restaurant tonight, the other party should not come to disturb him because of such things again. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and was about to refuse, but Yang Zihan spoke first. "Okay, let them stay on the first floor." Seeing Chu Yang's puzzled look, Yang Zihan explained. "They might be my classmates. They said they were coming here for dinner. One of them is a girl named Sun Xiaoru, who is a good friend I met after arriving at Yanjing." Chu Yang suddenly realized what was going on, but he found that Yang Zihan's expression seemed a little unnatural, so he couldn't help asking. "By the way, Zihan, how are you doing here? Have you encountered anything unhappy?" Yang Zihan hesitated for a moment, but still smiled and shook his head. "No, everything is fine." After dinner, Chu Yang and Yang Zihan walked downstairs under the respectful guidance of the foreign girl. Because she drank half a bottle of red wine, Yang Zihan's cheeks were slightly flushed. After she stood up, she quietly took Chu Yang's arm. In the lobby on the first floor, the girl with big wavy hair named Lily was sitting at a table in the corner with several other girls, enjoying the delicious food and pride brought by this high-end restaurant with relish. From time to time, there would be a burst of exclamations. When Yang Zihan walked to the first floor with Chu Yang's arm around her, instead of saying hello, she deliberately bypassed the table of the girls with big waves and walked straight out of the restaurant. Seeing Yang Zihan's strange behavior, Chu Yang was slightly stunned, but he didn't say much. He let the other party hold his arm and walk outside the restaurant. It was already dark at this time, and there were not many vehicles on the street. Only groups of students were walking towards the gate of Yanjing Film Academy. "Where are we going next?" Chu Yang squeezed Yang Zihan's hand, held her arm tightly, and pointed to Joy City not far away. "Would you like to go shopping in that mall over there?" "Don't want." Yang Zihan shook her head without hesitation, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She leaned over to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, I want to sleep." Feeling the hot and moist breath spraying on his ears, and the hot body that seemed to be softening, Chu Yang couldn't help but swallow hard, and half-hugged the other person as he walked towards the not-so-far Boya International Hotel. Time goes back a few minutes. Refer restaurant. The girl with big waves was tasting the caviar that had just been served with several other girls, when suddenly an extremely surprised voice sounded from the side. Zihan? Sun Xiaoru opened her eyes wide and looked at the distance with an incredible look on her face. Several people couldn't help but look over with some confusion, and then were stunned for a moment. Yang Zihan was seen holding a man's arm, leaning against him tightly, with a smile from the heart on her face. The two of them walked out of the restaurant together, and several waiters followed behind them with great respect. How is it possible? How could that country bumpkin be here? The wavy girl snorted angrily, looked at the French youth behind her with an unhappy face, and asked, "Didn't you say that your restaurant was booked out tonight? Why are those two people here?" The staff member was stunned for a moment, looked in the direction the other party pointed, and immediately showed a respectful look. Then he turned around and looked at the somewhat frustrated girl with big curly hair. "Any questions? Those two are the distinguished guests who booked our restaurant tonight." What? How is it possible? After hearing what the staff said, everyone, including the girl with big waves, was stunned. They all knew that this girl named Yang Zihan was just an ordinary student who came from Zhejiang Art College for exchange and study, and her family conditions were probably not very good. Even her living expenses are not sufficient, which can be seen from her daily food and clothing. There is no way to compare with the girl with big waves, a rich lady who has a living expense of tens of thousands of yuan every month. How is it possible to dine in such a high-end restaurant? Moreover, it was in such an exaggerated form of booking the entire venue. But soon, the girl with big waves came back to her senses from her shock and looked at Yang Zihan's back in the distance with great resentment. "Humph, you found a wild man from somewhere, and you think you can really fly up to the tree and become a phoenix? How dare you embarrass me? Once I enter the entertainment industry, I will let this bumpkin know what true despair is." In her opinion, Yang Zihan must have deliberately found a man to book the entire restaurant tonight, and then let her dine on the first floor as if it was a charity. Just to embarrass her. After hearing her words, the other girls understood instantly, with expressions of sudden enlightenment. Only Sun Xiaoru's eyes flashed with deep worry. Boya International Hotel. In the top floor, most high-end viewing suite. After opening the door, Chu Yang put Yang Zihan on the sofa, then took out a delicate little box from his pocket. He gently opened it and handed it to Yang Zihan. Here, this is a birthday present for you. Ah. Yang Zihan looked at the Cartier diamond necklace in front of her, which was definitely very expensive, and recalled the scene in the Western restaurant just now. She couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Chu Yang naturally knew her doubts, and stuffed the exquisite box containing the necklace directly into her little hand, smiling faintly. Don't worry, Sister Zihan, I bought all this with the money I made in the stock market recently. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for the 50,000 yuan you transferred to me as capital, I wouldn't have made so much money. Stock trading? Yang Zihan was slightly stunned, still a little surprised. Can you make so much money by trading stocks? However, she trusted Chu Yang unconditionally, so she stopped thinking about it and just glanced at the exquisite diamond necklace in her hand, saying with some heartache. Chu Yang, next time don't buy me such expensive gifts, and don't book such a high-end restaurant. You will have many other places to spend money in the future, so you should be more frugal in these aspects. After finishing speaking, Yang Zihan carefully put away the small box containing the necklace, then blinked at Chu Yang, turned around and walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Save some? Chu Yang stepped in front of her and nodded seriously. Well, Sister Zihan, I think what you said makes sense. Frugality is a traditional virtue of our Chinese nation. Yang Zihan looked at him with some confusion. But Chu Yang only smiled wickedly, picked her up by the waist, and strode towards the bathroom. So let's wash together, this should save some water. In the bathroom surrounded by frosted glass, the air was filled with lingering steam and the temperature had risen sharply. If you are in the outer room, you can see a pair of snow-white, slender hands pushing on the frosted glass bathroom wall, leaving two clearly visible slap marks. Behind her, a seductive silhouette was faintly visible. Her long black hair, which was as dark as a waterfall, had been wet with sweat and steam, and fell on one side of her shoulders. That slender waist that could be held in one hand now looked even slimmer from behind, and a pair of big hands seemed to be able to wrap around it. A pair of cute little snow-white feet were placed directly on the ground, with the toes slightly raised. The pair of straight, slender, white legs were slightly bent at this time, sometimes together, sometimes apart. Sometimes she would lift one of her beautiful legs and put one of her feet aside. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chu Yang was particularly strong today. From the outside, one can see that the originally vaguely visible perfect outline was suddenly and forcefully squeezed onto the frosted glass, forming an extremely beautiful picture on the wall. Yang Zihan's pretty white face slightly raised, she opened her red lips and took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes were somewhat distracted, and then she suddenly began to sing uncontrollably. Chapter 104, By the Window. After taking a bath for 2 hours, Chu Yang carried the exhausted Yang Zihan to the bed. At this moment, the whole room was very quiet, which formed a sharp contrast with the sound of water, applause, and shouting just now. Yang Zihan snuggled in Chu Yang's arms, her breathing still a little rapid. Obviously she hadn't recovered from the high-intensity exercise just now. Little brother, I heard from Yurong that you also signed up for this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition, right? After resting in Chu Yang's arms for a while, Yang Zihan finally recovered and remembered what Mu Yurong had mentioned before. Well, our instructor is the teacher leading the college's team for this competition. Chu Yang nodded without explaining too much. Thinking of what Mu Yurong had said to him, he couldn't help but feel unhappy. He pinched Yang Zihan's pair of white and tender breasts and asked, Sister Zihan, are you in frequent contact with that busty girl? Big tits girl? Yang Zihan was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. Hee, of course, we are best friends. Yurong even said that she will come to Yanjing to see me after this entrepreneurship competition is over. She's been in a good mood recently. I heard that she has joined the board of directors of Mutian Group, and the group is developing smoothly. Hearing Chu Yang calling Mu Yurong like that, Yang Zihan's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up slightly. Oh? You're so young and you're a board member of a listed company? Chu Yang deliberately showed a surprised expression, then curled his lips and said, It seems that this busty girl is not just big-breasted and brainless, even though she is a bit cold and arrogant on weekdays. Big breasts and no brains? Yang Zihan couldn't help but laugh, shook his head and said, Yurong is a famous business genius in our college. It is said that several new major development projects of Mutian Group are her ideas. This time, she is also representing our School of Art to participate in this entrepreneurship competition. Also, you said she was aloof, but that's just on the surface. She's actually very easy to get along with, and she never puts on airs. After hearing what Yang Zihan said, Xu Yang couldn't help but curl his lips, but he didn't say anything more and asked, "By the way, Sister Zihan, how are you doing here in Yanjing? Are you used to it?" "Well, except for the dry air here in Yanjing, everything else is pretty good, especially the autumn scenery, which is really beautiful." Yang Zihan nodded, then remembered something and said happily, "By the way, junior brother, my singing today was recognized and praised by Professor Lin Yan." "Professor Lin Yan?" Xu Yang was slightly surprised. He had heard of this old man who was low-key but had a profound influence on the Chinese vocal music field. To be able to get this man's affirmation, the value of it can be imagined. He couldn't help but feel happy for Yang Zihan. He knew that the other party's biggest dream in his previous life was to be successful in the entertainment industry. And now with the affirmation of this old man, it is enough to prove her strength and huge potential for the future. TSK, even in this Yanjing Film Academy, there are probably not many people who can get the praise of Professor Li, right? Xu Yang shook his head with some emotion, then gave Yang Zihan a thumbs up. "I told you, Sister Zihan, you are the best." Hearing the praise from her lover, Yang Zihan was delighted, but she still blushed and shook her head shyly. No, the Yanjing Film Academy is the top performing art school in China, and there are many geniuses there. Seeing Yang Zihan's shy and timid look, Xu Yang felt his body was out of control again. Feeling Xu Yang's strangeness, Yang Zihan's delicate body trembled, and a layer of spring water instantly covered her beautiful eyes. As the highest-end viewing suite of Boya International Hotel, this room is very spacious. Xu Yang and Yang Zihan first felt the amazing elasticity of the Simmons bed, then tried the writing feeling of the leather sofa, and finally tested the pressure-bearing capacity of the desk. I have to say, the quality of this solid wood desk is really great. No matter how Xu Yang repeated the movements, there was no creaking sound. Yang Zihan lay on the table with her beautiful eyes narrowed, enjoying this wonderful feeling that made her soul tremble. Inadvertently glancing at the huge French window beside him, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Ah, window." Xu Yang glanced at the French window that was covered by a thin layer of white gauze and shook his head. "It's okay, you can't see it." "No, it's not." Yang Zihan shook her little head, and a charming and shy smile suddenly appeared on her blushing face. I mean, go to the window. Chapter 105, First Time on a Plane. Xu Yang stayed in Yanjing for 2 full days. During these 2 days, Yang Zihan took a special leave from the college and worked hard with Xu Yang in the hotel. Even as he sat on the plane to Shenzhen, Xu Yang was still savoring the wonderful feeling he had when he was with Yang Zihan. Because it was a sudden decision to go to Shenzhen, Xu Yang did not buy a first-class ticket for this flight. Even the business-class tickets were sold out, so he could only buy the most ordinary economy-class ticket. He had taken many flights in his previous life, but this was his first time flying in economy class. Just as Xu Yang was curiously comparing the differences between economy class and first class, a clear female voice rang out beside him. "Hello, can you make way for me?" Xu Yang raised his head and took a look, only to see a girl with a very amazing figure, about 22 or 23 years old, with a heroic look between her eyebrows. A white shirt paired with a professional tight skirt outlines the almost perfect curves to the fullest, and her figure is quite hot. With a height of over 175 centimeters, her size could even be compared to your own. Well, 90 points is no problem. Xu Yang made a score in his mind, then turned sideways to make way for the other party. The girl easily stuffed the small pink suitcase in her hand into the locker above, and then squeezed past Xu Yang. Because the space was a bit narrow and the other person had a very hot body, some physical friction and contact were inevitable, but the other person didn't seem to feel it and squeezed over and sat on the seat inside. "Is this your first time on a plane?" Just when Xu Yang was still studying the differences between the table in economy class and that in first class, a crisp voice rang out again. It was the girl sitting next to him. Xu Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, plane tickets are not cheap, and I haven't taken them many times." The girl obviously thought Xu Yang was too embarrassed to admit it, so she just shook her head nonchalantly. "When I took a plane for the first time, I looked around just like you did. But after taking it so many times, I didn't care anymore." She was obviously very lively and sunny, and there was no contempt in her voice. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Yes, it's quite fresh." Just then, a beautiful stewardess came over with a dining cart and smiled at Xu Yang. "Sir, What can I do for you? Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, the young girl next to him spoke first. It's his first time on a plane, so let me order for him a fast food meal, a bottle of mineral water, and a box of chewing gum if he wants one. I'll do the same. Chu Yang was stunned when he saw the stewardess smiled and nodded, then turned around to get ready. Don't thank me, it's just a piece of cake. The girl waved her hand generously, then stood up and took the lunchbox and mineral water handed to her by the stewardess. After placing it on the small table, he took the gum and waved it in front of Chu Yang. Chewing a piece of gum while on an airplane will make your ears feel more comfortable. Seeing Chu Yang's confused expression, the girl smiled innocently and took out a piece of chewing gum and handed it to Chu Yang. She let her plump body touch Chu Yang's arm intimately, but she seemed unaware. After she finished speaking, she sat back down. It's really a enthusiastic woman. Looking at the chewing gum in his hand, Chu Yang felt emotional. The flight lasted about 3 hours in total, and we soon arrived in Shenzhen. Shenzhen is located in the south of China. It has a subtropical to tropical marine climate. Although it is late autumn, it is still very warm here. It was in stark contrast to the already cold and chilly Yanjing. As soon as he walked out of the airport, Chu Yang felt a warm breeze blowing on his face, which was very comfortable. But he was wearing thin clothes, so it was quite comfortable. It was just getting dark at this time, it was the peak traffic hour, and taxis were in very short supply. If you want to get a taxi near the airport, you can only rely on luck. Chu Yang finally managed to stop a taxi and got in, but the traffic on the road was so heavy that he was stuck in traffic for a full half hour before he could get out of the airport. Looking at the surging traffic ahead that seemed to have no end in sight, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange is worthy of being the leader in China's reform and development. It's only 2012, but it already feels like more than a decade later. Suddenly, there was a creak sound. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard. The taxi braked suddenly and stopped. Chu Yang, who was sitting in the back row, reacted quickly and instantly controlled his body from leaning forward. Sorry sir, someone suddenly stopped the car ahead. The driver was obviously a little annoyed, but his service attitude was still very good. He turned around and explained to Chu Yang. Chu Yang frowned and looked up. But I only saw a girl with a hot body standing in front of the car, wearing a beautiful business suitcase and holding a small Hello Kitty suitcase in her hand. Chapter 106 Penguin Building Additional Updates with Recommended Vote. The girl was obviously very happy to see the taxi stop. She walked directly to the back of the car and put the pink suitcase into the trunk. Then he opened the car door carelessly and sat in the car. Thank you, master. You should thank this gentleman. If he hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have let you get in the car. The driver's tone was obviously unfriendly. He felt that the woman who suddenly rushed in front of the car and almost caused an accident might have something wrong with her brain. Although her figure is really amazing. Yes, thanks. Hearing the driver's words, the girl turned around and looked at Chu Yang beside her. Then her beautiful eyes widened instantly and she couldn't help but exclaimed. It's you? Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After seeing that it was Chu Yang, the girl did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she felt a little surprised. She stared at Chu Yang with her big dark eyes. What a coincidence, where are you going? Chu Yang took out his cell phone to check the time, then answered casually. Shennan Boulevard, over there by the Penguin Building. Ah! The girl exclaimed. What a coincidence! I'm also going to Shennan Avenue. She didn't consider the driver's feelings at all and smiled playfully at Chu Yang. Hee hee, that's great, I can save another trip fare. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the girl, who looked as excited and lively as a child. Judging from the way Hunyou is dressed, she should be a white-collar worker or something like that, right? I just don't know which unlucky company has such a ruthless employee. Penguin Building is located in the northern area of Nanshan High-Tech Park in Shenzhen, on the north side of Shennan Avenue. It was built in 2009. This was the first office building built by Penguin Company and later became a nationally famous landmark building on Shennan Avenue. An hour later, the taxi stopped opposite the Penguin Building. Chu Yang just took out his wallet, but the girl had already handed the money to the driver in front of her, and then turned around and said to Chu Yang. I'll pay for it, as a thank you. You make money easily, so spend it sparingly. She was also thinking that this was Chu Yang's first time on a plane, and judging from the way he was dressed, he didn't look like a rich man, so he must not be well off. This somewhat handsome guy must have been unhappy in Beijing, So he turned to Shenzhen to make a living, right? But this is normal. In recent years, due to the rapid development of Shenzhen, many young people from other places have come here to work. Chu Yang was speechless. The two got out of the car, the girl took out the suitcase easily, and then looked at Chu Yang. By the way, I still don't know your name? Chu Yang. Well, my name is Tang Jiajia. The girl glanced at the watch on her wrist, and then her expression suddenly became a little anxious. She pointed to the east and said something before turning around and walking quickly across the street. There's a place to stay over there. You can stay here for one night and then look for a job tomorrow. Chu Yang looked in the direction the other party pointed, but saw a few shabby little hotels. He was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this Hun Yo thought of herself as a migrant worker? Looking at the casual clothes without any logo on him, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and turned to walk towards the Zhengzhou Marriott International Hotel not far away on the other side. Early the next morning, Chu Yang climbed out of the big bed in the hotel. After taking a shower and having a simple breakfast in the restaurant, he went downstairs to the Penguin building opposite. Looking at the building in front of him, which has more than 30 floors but looks a bit empty, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I'm afraid few people can think of it. This internet company, which is now dominated by Alibaba Group and has a market value similar to that of old internet companies such as Chengdu, Wanyi, and Xinlong, has become the real overlord of the entire Chinese internet field in a few years. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, which is the time for Penguin Company to go to work. Some young white-collar workers in work clothes were standing downstairs waiting for the elevator, some of them holding bread and coffee, or milk in their hands. Chu Yang couldn't help but nod secretly. As a newly emerging first-tier city in China, the pace of life in Shenzhen is much faster than that of ordinary cities. Especially as an internet company, Penguin has a very young workforce, with the average age estimated to be no more than 35 years old. This number will even continue to decline in the future. Chu Yang knew that this was the development trend of internet companies. Chu Yang, dressed in casual clothes, looked a little out of place among the white-collar workers. Amid the surprised gazes of others, he walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 12th floor. The 12th floor is Penguin Company's External Project Cooperation Department. When Chu Yang got off the elevator, he saw a female receptionist standing behind a workbench not far from the elevator. Hello, I'm the person in charge of Pineapple Technology. I've made an appointment with Mr. He to discuss project cooperation. Pineapple Technology, okay, please follow me. The female staff member, who looked to be in her 20s at most, glanced at the appointment registration information, then raised her head, smiled politely at Chu Yang, and led him to the door of an office. The female staff knocked on the door and said respectfully, Mr. He, this Mr. Chu is the head of Pineapple Technology. We have made an appointment before. Okay, please let him in. A middle-aged man's voice sounded from inside. Chu Yang walked into the office and saw a middle-aged man about 35 years old sitting at the desk. He was wearing a suit and a pair of black-framed glasses. He had a well-proportioned figure and exuded a capable aura from head to toe. The other party should be the general manager of Penguin's External Project Cooperation Department, Ho Chi Ping. Chu Yang handed the prepared information to the other party. Hello, Mr. He, I am Chu Yang, the person in charge of Pineapple Technology. This is the company information of our Pineapple Technology. Please take a seat, Mr. Chu. The middle-aged man nodded, took the information and took a look at it, then looked at Chu Yang again. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he was a little surprised at the other person's youth. Then he raised his wrist to check the time and said calmly, Boss Chu, I have a meeting to attend later, so please be brief. Chu Yang nodded. He knew that for someone like him, time was indeed very precious. He opened the project materials he had prepared in advance, handed them to He Jiping, and said straight to the point. Mr. He, this is our Pineapple Technology shared bicycle project. You can take a brief look at it. I came here today mainly to communicate with your company to see if it is possible to reach a cooperation with your company and integrate the online ordering function of Pineapple Bicycle into your company's mobile QQ client. What? Integrated into the mobile QQ client? He Jiping was stunned, glanced at the project information in Chu Yang's hand, and then burst out laughing. Little brother, excuse me for being blunt, but do you know how many users our company's QQ client has now? Chapter 107 Rejection. Little brother, excuse me for being blunt, but do you know how many users our company's QQ client has now? Ho Chi Ping didn't even bother to politely call him Mr. Chu, but directly called him little brother. Cooperate with mobile QQ client? What bicycle function should be integrated into the mobile QQ client? It was the first time he met such a naive young man. QQ is the core product of Penguin and the largest instant messaging software platform in China. It is also the foundation for Penguin Company to develop to its present state. At this time, WeChat has only been launched for a short time and has not yet developed in the market. Its importance cannot be compared with QQ at all. Don't mention that the other party is a small company that has just been established and is unknown. Even those well-known companies in various industries in the country probably wouldn't dare to make such a request casually. QQ now has about 200 million active users. The number of active users of the mobile client should be less, but not much less. After hearing what Xi Jinping said and seeing the other party's expression, Xu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said lightly, Ho Chi-ping was slightly stunned. He obviously did not expect that this young man could actually report the number of users of the QQ client accurately. But he still shook his head helplessly, stood up and ordered them to leave. Little brother, this kind of cooperation is really impossible. I have something else to do, so I'm sorry I won't stay with you any longer. His time is precious, so he naturally cannot waste it on meaningless people. Xu Yang felt a little disappointed when he heard the other party say this, but he had already expected this result. After all, the gap in status between Pineapple Technology and Penguin Company is really too big. Mr. He, we at Pineapple Technology would like to cooperate with your company in placing web ads on QQ Space. Do you think it's possible? Oh. Are you also interested in the advertising space on QQ Space? Hearing Xu Yang's words, Xi Jinping was slightly stunned. QQ Space is a website page affiliated with QQ with blog function. It has been very popular in recent years, especially among young students. Although QQ Space has been launched for a long time, the function of placing advertisements in QQ Space was only recently launched. In addition to Xu Yang, 2 other companies have recently taken a fancy to the advertising space in QQ Space and want to cooperate with Penguin. Yes, if possible, we can sign the cooperation agreement today. Xu Yang nodded. He was attracted by the huge user traffic of QQ Space. For the Pineapple Bike project, the value of the QQ Space advertising space is far greater than that of Sina Weibo. I'm afraid this matter is not easy to handle. Ho Chi-ping shook his head somewhat embarrassedly. A mobile phone manufacturer and a game company have come to us to discuss cooperation, but we have not been able to reach an agreement on the price. Ho Chi-ping knew that although there was a certain amount of traffic on QQ Space, these companies would still not be willing to spend a large amount of money on internet advertising. Therefore, the price quoted by the mobile phone manufacturer last time was only 1.8 million Chinese yuan per year. The price offered by the game company was quite reasonable, 3 million Chinese yuan per year. However, Penguin already has a computer game business, and it seems a bit inappropriate to promote games in QQ Space, which has a large student user base. This cooperation was ultimately rejected by the company's top management. So until now, apart from some ads from Penguin, there has been no sign of other companies in the advertising areas of QQ Space. This is why Ho Chi-ping feels embarrassed. The other party looked to be no more than 20 years old, and the project information of this pineapple bike also stated that it was just a startup project for college students. How much advertising money can a college student like him afford? Xu Yang smiled slightly and said directly. 1 fixed ad space plus rolling insert ads, 3 million Chinese yuan per year, the contract is signed for 3 years. Mr. He, do you think this is possible? If your company agrees, we can sign the contract today. He had already fully analyzed it and knew that this number should be the bottom line that Penguin could accept. 3 million per year? A one-time 3-year contract? Seeing the other party nod calmly, Xi Jinping was shocked. This price was definitely not low. The other party is just a college student, but he can come up with millions of dollars for advertising at one time. It is obviously not simple. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at the exquisite watch on Xu Yang's wrist, and his heart suddenly jumped. Oh shit. No wonder they dared to ask for cooperation with QQ clients so casually, it seems that they have a lot of money at home. However, even if there is some financial strength, it is obviously impossible to cooperate with the QQ client. Although he thought so, his attitude towards Xu Yang had quietly changed. Seeing the other party's serious expression and looking at the project information of Pineapple Bike, Ho Jinping thought for a moment and then nodded directly. Okay, Mr. Chu, please take a seat first. I'll have someone prepare the contract and related materials right away. He took the initiative to invite Chu Yang to sit on the sofa, then picked up the landline on the desk and made a call. Xiao Tang, come to my office and bring the contract for placing QQ Space web ads. After hanging up the phone, Ho Chi Ping walked to the coffee table and started making tea himself. Chapter 108, Disappointed Tang Jejia. As the general manager of the External Project Cooperation Department, Ho Chi Ping is very clear about how to handle the relationship with various partners. Although the other party is just a college student who is starting a business, he is able to sign an advertising order worth nearly 10 million at one time. For Penguin Company, he is definitely a big customer. So his attitude had completely changed, and he actually went to the side to make tea himself. A few minutes later, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard from outside, and then the office door was pushed open. A tall girl in a business suit walked in with 2 contract documents in her hands. The girl walked into the office and just happened to see Ho Chi Ping pouring tea for Chu Yang. I don't know which boss could actually get Mr. He to pour tea personally. The girl was quite curious, and looked up along the teacup. Then her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed in surprise. It's you? After she said this, the girl realized that she had lost her composure and stuck out her tongue cutely. Chu Yang was also looking at this impetuous girl in surprise at this time. She has changed into a new professional suit. But the tight white shirt still can't hide the hot body underneath, and the whole body presents an S-shaped curve. Thinking of the other party's sympathy for him last night, Chu Yang's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. It turns out that the unlucky company was Penguin? He was very puzzled. With this who knows personality, how could she get a job in a top internet company like Penguin? Do you know each other? Ho Chi Ping on the side looked at the two of them in surprise. Well, we took the same flight yesterday, and yes, the same taxi. Tang Jejia smiled awkwardly, then stared at Chu Yang with her big dark eyes, obviously curious about why the other party appeared here. Well, Xiao Tang, go make some tea. Ho Chi Ping took the contract documents from Tang Jejia and pointed to the coffee table beside him and gave instructions. Oh. Tang Jejia reluctantly went to make tea, while secretly speculating about Chu Yang's identity. New colleague? It turns out that this somewhat handsome guy is actually an undergraduate graduate? After all, the minimum educational requirement for Penguin to recruit employees is a bachelor's degree. Thinking of this, Tang Jejia couldn't help but feel happy. She didn't know why she felt a little happy. But that doesn't make sense. If he was a new colleague, why would Mr. He pour tea for him? Just when Tang Jejia was confused, He Jiping's voice fell into her ears. Boss Chu, this is the contract document for the QQ Space Advertising Cooperation. Please take a look. Mr. Chu? Tang Jejia was completely stunned. Chu Yang nodded, took the contract with Party A's seal, read it once, and then nodded. No problem. Good. Ho Chi Ping felt relieved. Being able to sign this contract was also a very important task for him. Chu Yang signed his name in the Party B's position with a flourish of his pen, then took out a contract seal from his computer bag, stamped it and put it back. Mr. He, the contract payment will be transferred to your company's account within 24 hours. The relevant personnel of our Pineapple Technology will communicate with your company about the specific advertising content design and other matters later. Chu Yang handed one of the contracts back to Ho Chi Ping, then stood up and prepared to leave. No problem, thank you Mr. Chu for supporting our Penguin Company. I'll take you there. He Jiping stood up and extended his hand to Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party, and then walked outside. When Chu Yang came to the side of Tang Jejia, who had a hot body but looked confused at the moment, he suddenly stopped. By the way, Miss Tang, thank you for paying my fare yesterday. With a faint smile at Tang Jejia, Chu Yang turned around and strode outside. Tang Jejia was left standing there with a look of shame and indignation on her face. Seeing Ho Chi Ping coming back, Tang Jejia, who had finally calmed down, quickly approached him and asked, Cousin, who is that guy just now? Why are you calling him Mr. Chu? A college student who started a business founded a company called Pineapple Technology. By the way, how is the contract going? Ho Chi Ping explained casually and then asked. He was also helpless about this cousin who had a carefree personality. I asked her to go to Yanjing to sign a contract a few days ago, but the other party forgot the contract in the hotel and didn't bring it back. If he wasn't a leader in the company, he would have been fired countless times. Well, I've contacted the hotel in Yanjing, and their staff said they would help me mail the contract. Tang Jejia said embarrassedly. Send it by mail? Ho Chi Ping was speechless. Since the contract was finally mailed to him, why did I ask you to make this trip in the first place? And it lasted 3 days. 3-day tour in Yanjing? However, Tang Jiejia obviously did not notice the silence of the leader's cousin, and continued to ask curiously. By the way, cousin, you said that guy is starting a business? Judging from your attitude towards him, does his business project have great potential? A college student, and also starting a business. Tang Jiejia couldn't help but become more interested in Chu Yang. It has no potential, it's just a small company that rents out bicycles. But the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist is worth millions of Chinese yuan. I guess his family is well off, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sign an advertising contract worth 3 million a year. Thinking of the advertising contract he had signed, Ho Chi Ping felt better. He walked to the table, poured a cup of hot tea and drank it all, then couldn't help but complain. TSK, renting out bicycles, today's college students can really come up with all kinds of weird entrepreneurial projects. Hearing what Ho Chi Ping said, Tang Jiejia felt a little disappointed. She was not very interested in the second generation of rich people. After coming out of the Penguin Building, Xu Yang took a taxi directly to Shenzhen's Futian district and strolled around the famous Huaxiang North for an afternoon. At this time, the Huaxiang North electronics market was at its peak, and the Sage Electronics building was crowded with people. In the display cabinets of each stall, a wide variety of electronic products are displayed in an endless stream, making people dazzled. Xu Yang looked around with great interest and bought a few popular parallel imported smartphones. These are all models that are not available in the domestic market, such as Samsung S3 LTE, Google Nexus 6, Heimei Passport and so on. After leaving Huaxiangbi with a large bag of mobile phones, Xu Yang went directly to the airport and boarded a flight to Hangzhou City. In the evening, the lights come on. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when the plane arrived in Hangzhou. Night had just begun to fall, and when Xu Yang walked out of the airport, a scene not far away happened to catch his eyes. Chapter 109 Blue Lake International. Seeing the scene not far outside the airport, Xu Yang couldn't help but stop. He saw a young woman with luxurious clothes and good temperament walking out of the airport in front of him. A black Audi A8L sedan with a special official license plate from Zhejiang province was parked not far away, facing the airport exit. A middle-aged man with a square face stood in front of the car, followed by a young man who looked like a secretary. Seeing the young woman coming out, the two men hurriedly went to greet her with indescribable respect on their faces. The young woman nodded slightly and got into the car at the invitation of the square-faced middle-aged man. The car started slowly and drove out of the airport. Seeing this scene, Xu Yang frowned slightly. The Su family in Yanjing? It's really scary. Xu Yang withdrew his thoughts and walked towards the familiar figure not far away. Because he came back suddenly today and it was past the end of get-off-work time, Lin Shiyu took the initiative to come and pick him up after learning about it. Lin Shiyu was standing next to the car. When she saw Xu Yang, she couldn't help showing a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes and hurriedly went to meet him. Xu, President Xu, you are finally back. Although Xu Yang had only been away for a few days, for some reason, Lin Shiyu felt as if he had been gone for a long time. Seeing Lin Shiyu's haggard white face, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel touched. He nodded, walked forward and stretched out his hand. Give me the car keys. Lin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, but still handed over the car keys. Seeing Xu Yang sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Shiyu hesitated for a moment, bit her red lips, and walked towards the back door. Sit in the front. Xu Yang pointed to the passenger seat. He knew that this Volkswagen CC had a fastback design and the rear space was even smaller than that of his Mercedes-Benz CLS 63, making it very uncomfortable to sit in. Lin Shiyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and then she sat in the passenger seat. How's things going at work lately? Xu Yang asked as he familiarized himself with the operation of this Volkswagen Classic Coupe. When it comes to work, Lin Shiyu's expression instantly becomes serious and she nods. Boss Chu, everything is normal in the company, and the things you arranged are progressing smoothly. The first batch of 5,000 bicycles from Fij Bicycles has been produced and should be delivered to us in the next 2 days. The Pineapple Bike client software and back-end management system in the program technology department were completely completed yesterday, and the QR code information recognition system you mentioned before was added. Today they have connected the prototypes and started testing. We have also reached an agreement on the factory area north of the university town. The management committee has agreed to sell it to us at a one-time price of 22 million Chinese yuan. We are just waiting for you to come back and sign the agreement. Yeah, very good. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. These things went more smoothly than he had imagined. Although it sounds simple, it is estimated that Lin Shiyu must have spent a lot of time and energy on it. Not to mention anything else, just the factory area in the university town, to be acquired at such a low price, it definitely cannot be done with just a few words. Chu Yang remembered something again and continued to ask. By the way, how is Zhou Yu doing? Zhou Yu and his team are also doing well. They have basically completed the work of accumulating funds for the 2 stocks you mentioned. I heard from Zhou Yu that one of the stocks seems to have started to rise. They are still waiting for your next instruction. Chu Yang nodded. Well, just let them wait. I'll notify you in advance when we need to clear the stock. Okay, by the way, Mr. Chu, I asked the company restaurant to prepare dinner. Would you like to come over and have some? Good. Feeling a little hungry, Chu Yang accelerated straight towards Antai Building. After having dinner with Lin Shiyu in the restaurant on the 9th floor of Antai Building, the two went to the office to discuss the next work arrangements for a long time. Mainly about the next arrangements for the Pineapple Bike project. Chu Yang planned to set up the program technology department in the Antai Building and arrange all other personnel of the entire Pineapple Bike project to the factory area in the university town. By the way, Assistant Lin, Pineapple Bike will need to recruit a large number of staff members. I will prepare a special document for you tomorrow regarding the specific job requirements and recruitment numbers. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he raised his wrist to check the time, then stood up. It's getting late. Let's go back and talk about work tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu followed Chu Yang and they went downstairs together. When Chu Yang reached the sapphire blue Mercedes-Benz, he remembered that his car keys were still with Yang Dahu. Boss Chu, please drive my car. Lin Shiyu gave a playful smile, and without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, she directly stuffed the car keys into Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang did not refuse. After all, it was not safe to let a girl drive so late at night. He got into the driver's seat of the Volkswagen CC again, started the car, and then looked at Lin Shiyu beside him and asked. Let me take you there first, Assistant Lin. Where do you live? Well. Lin Shiyu showed a strange expression and said after several seconds. Blue Lake International Building C, 1216. This time Chu Yang was stunned, because the apartment he lived in was the Blue Lake International. And it is also Building C, 1217.